Chapter 251, My Plan. Chapter 251, My Plan. Thanks to Bai Xiaochun, the trial by fire for Blood Master had been thrown into utter chaos. In the endless world of blood, only poor Jialai had been struck with such a luck, but now, in the blood wasteland, even Song Junwan and Xuemei were shocked by what was happening. Everyone was going mad, and all of it was because of Bai Xiaochun. It wasn't that Bai Xiaochun wanted it that way. He was just as nervous as everyone else. But his undying live forever technique was in full operation, and because of the rapid growth of his fleshly body power, Bai Xiaochun's berserk ghosts increased in number yet again. The power of 8 berserk ghosts caused cracking sounds to ring out from inside of him. Even as his energy surged, Song Ke and the others gritted their teeth and joined the group that was chasing Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was getting more nervous than ever, and his mind was racing as he tried to decide what to do. Finally, he howled, "Song Ke, go attack the person who got the first key. If you get that one, and I consume the rest, then Xuemei will never get onto the ancient blood path. It's called divide and conquer. If you're focused on attacking them, they'll have to focus on defending, and I can just eat the keys. If you guys get your hands on the first key, I'll consume all the others. If you don't get it, then I'll make sure to leave the last 2. That way, we'll definitely come out on top, and they'll be exterminated. That's my plan. Ha ha ha. We'll definitely win that way." The more Bai Xiaochun spoke, the more he made sense. Song Ke and the others were shaken. They were no fools, and as soon as they heard Bai Xiaochun's plan, their eyes glittered. As for Xuemei's Dharma protectors, their faces fell, especially the one who had acquired the first key, a middle-aged man whose complexion was now as pale as death. Xuemei, who was completely tangled up in her fight with Song Junwan, was now getting more nervous. "Night Crypt, are you looking to die?" she shouted. As for Song Junwan, she chuckled charmingly. "We do things Night Crypt's way," she declared. Although her smile was lovely, her attacks were incisive, and she immediately began to push Xuemei back across the battlefield, who could do nothing to stop her. In fact, she couldn't even come up with a plan to deal with Bai Xiaochun. It was an anxious moment. Song Ke and the others gritted their teeth, ceased chasing Bai Xiaochun, and shot toward the Dharma protector with the first key. Xuemei's other Dharma protectors were then forced to cease chasing Bai Xiaochun and offer defense. Immediately, chaotic fighting broke out. Booms echoed out, and the brilliant light of divine abilities and magical techniques rose up into the air. At long last, Bai Xiaochun was able to breathe a sigh of relief. "It's a good thing I reacted so quickly, otherwise I would have been in way too much danger. There are people with higher cultivation bases and powerful magical treasures, and some of them are secret experts. If they gang up on me, how am I supposed to fight them?" Bai Xiaochun immediately began to flee, and yet, in that very moment, his pupils constricted. Although no one was visible in the area, he unhesitatingly unleashed the mountain-shaking bash, gathering a huge amount of power and unleashing it in an explosive burst that pushed him forward at top speed. Even as he shot forward, a blood-colored hand suddenly appeared out of thin air and unleashed a stream of 30-meter-long sword chi. Someone said. An old man stepped out of thin air, a man with a long violet robe and age spots on his face. Sweat was pouring down Bai Xiaochun's face. The sensation of imminent danger he had just experienced was one of the most intense he had felt so far. If he hadn't dodged at just the right time, that attack would have stabbed into his forehead. "Xiaochun," he said, eyes shining with vigilance. This old man was another of the 3 people Song Junwan had mentioned, the same old man who could supposedly break through from Foundation establishment at any time. Xiaochun smiled and said, "I've been in secluded meditation for many years, and just came out. Even still, I've heard a lot of stories about you." Although he was indeed a Foundation establishment cultivator, he was unlike the others. If he reached core formation, he would definitely become a prime elder. When he looked at Bai Xiaochun felt more on guard than ever. The man's gaze felt like 2 sharp swords. His spiritual seas are just a hair away from reaching full crystallization. If I used everything in my repertoire, I could probably fight him. But considering how limited I am right now, I'm no match for him. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiaochun began to flee. Why are you in such a hurry to leave, junior brother Nightcrypt? Xiaocheng smiled and took a step forward with speed that matched Xiaochun's. Then he waved his sleeve, and a stream of blood-colored sword chi appeared and slashed down toward Xiaochun. What crap are you spewing? Xiaochun asked. If I don't leave, then what else am I supposed to do? Sit around and wait for you to kill me? Did your cultivation cause you brain damage or something? With that, he blurred into motion, avoiding the blood sword. Xiaoqing's smile went stiff. Throughout all the times he had fought people in his life, no one had ever spoken to him like this before. Expression turning grim, he let out a cold harumph and said, ill-mannered cur. When I get my hands on you, I'm going to rip out your tongue. Let's see what quips you come up with then. Chuckling coldly, he took another step forward in pursuit. At the same time, his right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, summoning a stream of blood chi that shot toward Xiaochun. Despite his anxiety, Xiaochun was still trying to come up with a plan as he flew along. Seems you really did suffer from brain damage while you were cultivating. If I had no tongue, I might not be able to speak, but I could still use divine will to say something. As they sped through the blood wasteland, Xiaocheng attacked multiple times. On a few occasions, his magical techniques actually hit home, and yet, Xiaochun's terrifyingly powerful fleshly body defenses left Xiaocheng in shock. With Xiaocheng's current battle prowess, he could dominate any other Foundation establishment cultivator. And yet, Xiaochun was incredibly fast and abnormally tough. In fact, as the chase went on, he kept going even faster. His reserves of spiritual power were simply unbelievable. How could mid-mortal Dao Foundation establishment possibly unleash such power? Xiaoqing's eyes flickered. The battle prowess being put on display by Xiaochun in the blood wasteland was completely and utterly shocking to him. Even more bizarre than that, though, was the situation with the blood-colored keys. If there was only one strange oddity with Xiaochun, then it would be much easier to determine the cause, and then ascertain a method to deal with the situation. But with so many strange things happening, it was hard to decide where to start, and very easy to get going in the wrong direction. Xiaoqing's eyes narrowed as he once again gave chase. As for Xiaochun, he was grumbling and complaining to himself. It felt like Xiaoqing was stuck to him with glue. No matter how Xiaochun tried to shake him, he would continue to pursue him. Were it not for the fact that Xiaochun had an incredible fleshly body, and was actually at Heaven Dao Foundation establishment, he would never have been able to sustain the speed he had been keeping up so far. Just wait until I make a major breakthrough with my fleshly body. Then I'll definitely show that old fogey how awesome I am. Xiaochun gritted his teeth. By now, he actually looked forward to the arrival of the 10th hour. Now that he already had the power of 8 berserk ghosts, for some reason, it didn't feel good enough. He actually wanted to consume that key and solidify the power of his berserk ghosts. Time passed. Eventually, the 7th and 8th hours passed, and the 9th hour approached. As expected, a dot of blood-colored light appeared, which shot toward Xiaochun's forehead. In the blink of an eye, it was only a few inches away from him. He didn't pause for even a moment as he sped on, and the red dot instantly sank into his forehead. Although bright red light initially filled the area, it rapidly dimmed. At the same time, the second level of the Undying Heavenly King was in full operation. Rumbling sounds exploded out from within his body as the energy of 9 berserk ghosts formed. Xiaoqing's eyes widened as he sensed the growing power within Xiaochun. There are many strange things about him. Now that he's absorbed that key, he's probably even more confident in fighting me. Xiaocheng closed in at top speed, and yet, before he could get close, Xiaochun looked back, eyes flickering with the desire to do battle. At almost the exact same instant, his fleshly body power skyrocketed. Xiaocheng, You old fogey, do you dare to fight with me, Nightcrypt? Bai Xiaochun waved his right sleeve and pointed at Xiaochun, as if challenging him to a duel. So, you're finally confident that you can fight me? Fine. I'll give you a chance. Xiaochun took a step forward, and the power of his cultivation base erupted. Alright, Xiaochun, here I come. Bai Xiaochun roared, eyes bursting with the will to fight. However, even as he faced Xiaochun, he began to speed backward. Drawing upon the incredible power of his fleshly body, he unleashed even greater speed than he had in the past. Xiaochun's jaw dropped, and his eyes went wide. Bai Xiaochun was letting out a battle cry, and yet simultaneously fleeing off into the distance. Completely shameless! Xiaochun howled. His eyes burned with flames of rage, and yet the slight delay had put a huge distance between him and Bai Xiaochun. At that point, Bai Xiaochun stopped backing up. Turning his back on Xiaochun, he fled at even greater speed than before. I want to fight you, he called out, but can't at the moment. Just wait a bit. Once the 11th hour arrives, and I've completed 9 berserk ghosts, then I'll wipe the floor with you, you old fart. Bai Xiaochun didn't feel that he was being shameless at all. Instead, he felt that he had just out-strategized Xiaochun. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 252, You Really Can't Blame Me This Time. Chapter 252, You Really Can't Blame Me This Time. Not even the least bit confident in being able to fight me? What kind of Tao do you cultivate, Nightcrypt? I can't believe that someone as useless as you exists in the Bloodstream sect. I think I need to step in for the sect and do some housecleaning. Xiaochun was incensed. First, he had been ridiculed, then challenged to fight, and then, his opponent had simply run away. More killing intent than ever could be seen in Xiaochun's eyes, and as he gave chase, he unleashed the power of his cultivation base, pushing himself forward with greater speed than ever. However, Bai Xiaochun was simply too fast. With the explosive acceleration provided by his fleshly body power, he managed to stay in the lead all the way through the 9th and 10th hours. Soon, the 11th hour was rapidly approaching. When it came, the 6th key appeared in the form of a red dot, right in front of Bai Xiaochun's forehead. It only took the briefest of moments for it to fly into him. Rumbling sounds echoed out from within Bai Xiaochun's body, and he began to tremble visibly. His undying heavenly king was in full operation, and under the seemingly boundless addition provided by the blood-colored key, his fleshly body continued to increase in power. The expression provided by his mask was one of complete and utter ferocity as he threw his head back and howled at the top of his lungs. As he did, 8 berserk ghosts appeared behind him, and then, a 9th. The appearance of the 9th berserk ghost caused Bai Xiaochun's fleshly body strength to be completely incited, sending matchlessly powerful chi and blood power surging heavenward. Roar! Blue veins bulged out on Bai Xiaochun's face. In only a handful of hours, his fleshly body power had undergone a dramatic increase, so much so that it was difficult for him to endure. The 9 berserk ghosts behind him were howling, and even as Xiaochun closed in, Bai Xiaochun prodded them with the power of his will, and they merged together. That new berserk ghost was vastly larger than the others, almost as if it were a new form of life. It was now pure white, with vicious-looking bone spurs sticking out all over it. It had sharp claws, and radiated a power that seemed capable of crushing heaven and earth. Strangely, though, it had no head. It was a headless heavenly demon body, incomplete, but shockingly powerful nonetheless. When it formed, Bai Xiaochun howled, and seemingly infinite fleshly body power caused a tempest to spring out all around him. Within moments, it was a tornado connecting heaven and earth, an enormous, spinning vortex. Xiaochun stopped in place, his eyes widening. For the first time, a very serious expression could be seen on his face. Not only was Bai Xiaochun stronger, but the image of the headless heavenly demon made him seem completely different than before. Alright Xiaochun, come on, let's fight. Although Bai Xiaochun didn't look any different physically, the sensation he gave off was that he was growing rapidly. Having absorbed the blood chi from 5 of the keys, he suddenly felt that if he didn't unleash some of the power immediately, he would explode. No such sensation had come from the previous 4 keys. But with the 5th key, he suddenly felt explosively powerful. Even as he called out, he took a step forward, and massive rumbling sounds could be heard as he shot toward Xiaochun in a bashing motion. The heavenly demon image behind him made the same bashing attack, except with power exponentially greater than Bai Xiaochun's. It was such an explosive outburst that it seemed capable of bashing anything and everything to bits. Even the air twisted and distorted as he bore down on Xiaochun. Just when Xiaochun was about to dodge out of the way, the charging Bai Xiaochun suddenly extended his right hand, and a powerful gravitational force sprang out from his palm and seemed to latch onto Xiaochun's neck. Then the hand transformed into a fist. The air vibrated as powerful fluctuations spread out, locking down the entire area and making it impossible for Xiaochun to even move. Xiaochun's eyes widened, and he roared as his hands flashed with an incantation gesture. Blinding, blood-colored light instantly spread out, transforming into a huge, crimson greatsword which slashed out toward Bai Xiaochun. Although all of this takes some time to describe, it happened in the blink of an eye. A deafening boom echoed out in all directions as Bai Xiaochun's blow landed on Xiaochun. Instantly, the two of them flew apart until they were 3,000 meters away from each other. The ground was shattered and destroyed, and a huge blast of wind rippled out, shaking everything. The blood sword shattered, and the heavenly demon body was split in 2. Xiaochun tumbled through the air, and blood sprayed out of Bai Xiaochun's mouth. When the dust settled, Xiaochun was off in the distance, his face ashen, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at Bai Xiaochun, who was currently wiping the blood from his mouth. Bai Xiaochun had vented more than half of the energy he had built up, and no longer felt like he was going to explode. At the same time, his fleshly body power seemed to be growing even greater as he stood there staring at Xiaochun. "Happy with the fight so far, Xiaochun?" Bai Xiaochun said with a twisted smile, his eyes completely bloodshot. Xiaochun didn't respond. The sensation of danger he just felt from Bai Xiaochun's explosive attack came partly because of his fleshly body power, and partly because there was something else about Bai Xiaochun that he found completely disconcerting. "He's definitely still hiding something," he thought. Although he was still confident that he could kill Bai Xiaochun, he knew that he would most likely end up seriously injured in the process. By this point in the trial by fire, most of the others had reached the point where they felt it was necessary to fight to the death. However, Xiaochun knew about Xu Mei's secret plan, and that everything that was happening now was just a smokescreen. Therefore, he wasn't ready to risk his life. There was also another reason to make such a decision. Xiaochun glanced over at an area some distance away from Bai Xiaochun, and then turned to leave without uttering even another word. Bai Xiaochun did nothing to stop him, and in fact, felt a bit more relaxed to see him leaving. With that, he turned and looked off in the same direction Xiaochun just had, his eyes shining with piercing light. "You've been shadowing me for quite a while, elder brother. Why don't you show your face?" Laughter echoed out as the air distorted, as if someone were using a magical item to distort space itself. A gaunt, middle-aged man appeared, a hunchback who, from the moment Bai Xiaochun laid eyes on him, gave off the sensation that he was no less powerful than Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun had seen this man before among Song Junwen's Dharma protectors. However, nobody, not even Song Ke, had seemed to notice that he was concealing the true power of his cultivation base. He was one of the aces Song Junwen had up her sleeve, someone similar to Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened a bit. From what he could tell, this man was a big reason why Xiaochun had fled just now. "I am your humble servant Songjin," the man said in a raspy voice. He looked Bai Xiaochun up and down, still a bit unconvinced that he was worthy of being one of Song Junwen's Dharma protectors. From what he could tell, there was something else going on between Song Junwen and Nightcrypt. That was the only explanation for why she would bring him along. "I'm no gambler," he said slowly and calmly. "Nor do I wish to be exterminated by the wind in this place. I like things to be all sewn up. Soon, the 13th hour will be upon us. Let me have the 7th blood-colored key, and I won't make a move on you. Bai Xiaochun thought about it for a moment, then nodded. Sure. As soon as the 7th key appears, I'll back up. But don't forget, those villainous keys love to chase me. Whether or not you can grab it will be up to you. If you're slow, then I don't want to hear any complaints. Songjin gave him an empty smile, and then said, Don't worry, junior brother Nightcrypt. As long as you don't intentionally try to absorb the key, then as soon as it appears, I'll grab it. However, if you do make a move on it, don't blame me for flipping out. Why don't you sit off to the side and meditate while we wait for the 13th hour? Bai Xiaochun felt good about the idea. Although the keys were very helpful for his cultivation, the Bloodstream sect in general was a holy land for his undying codex. As far as he was concerned, there was no need to get in a dangerous fight with this person over one single key. In terms of the threat of being the losing team and getting exterminated, Bai Xiaochun actually wasn't worried about it at all. After all the strange things that had been going on inside the body of the blood ancestor, he was quite certain that, regardless of who else was killed, he definitely wouldn't be. Feeling very much at ease, he sat down cross-legged to meditate. Keeping his guard up in case Songjin did something unexpected, he made some adjustments to his cultivation base, slowly recovering and, at the same time, increasing his fleshly body power. Songjin also sat down to meditate and wait for time to pass. Songjin didn't seem too worried that a fight might break out between the two of them, and Bai Xiaochun was too preoccupied to worry about it either. Time passed. Soon, the 11th and 12th hours had passed, and the 13th hour was upon them. Songjin's eyes opened. Rising to his feet, he edged a bit closer to Bai Xiaochun, and his right hand began to flicker with light. He stared at the air in front of Bai Xiaochun, completely and utterly confident that when the 7th key appeared, he would be able to grab it. Even if Nightcrypt tried to back out on their deal and tried to absorb the key, considering how close he was, Songjin was supremely confident that, with his own profound cultivation base, along with his innate speed that even the Prime Elders had praised, he would definitely be able to grab it. Time inched along. There were 10 breaths of time left. 6. 3. Finally, the 13th hour arrived. Songjin threw his head back and laughed loudly as his right hand blurred into motion, leaving behind afterimages as it shot forward. A huge blast of power erupted out which he didn't even bother to shield Bai Xiaochun from. However, at that exact moment, a bright red light suddenly shot out from inside Bai Xiaochun. The 7th key had appeared, but not in front of him. Contrary to what anyone might have imagined, it appeared inside of him. Even Bai Xiaochun was completely taken aback. Before he could do anything, the key was inside of him, and the blood qi was coursing through his body. Songjin's jaw dropped. This. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide. You really can't blame me this time. It appeared right inside my stomach. He shrieked. Songjin's face flickered, and he suddenly let out an intense howl of rage. Nightcrypt. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 253, 10 Ghosts Heavenly Demon Body. Chapter 253, 10 Ghosts Heavenly Demon Body. As Bai Xiaochun backed up, his Undying Live Forever technique exploded into action, absorbing all of the blood qi from the blood-colored key and causing intense, thunderous rumbling to fill him. Meanwhile, as the 9 berserk ghosts behind him roared and howled, a 10th berserk ghost began to take shape, causing Bai Xiaochun's fleshly body power to skyrocket. Of the 7 keys to be had in the Blood Wasteland, 6 had been absorbed by Bai Xiaochun. By now, Bai Xiaochun could clearly sense the fluctuations emanating from the first of those keys, some distance away. It almost seemed as if all 7 keys were required to form a whole. However, there was little time for Bai Xiaochun to think about that as he sped backward. Songjin's rage had reached an indescribable level. With a completely ferocious expression, he howled and shot toward Bai Xiaochun in a beam of light. At the same time, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, summoning a blood-colored greatsword, which he hefted as he closed in. Then he slashed the sword out in an attack, backing it with the full cultivation base power of the Great Circle of Foundation Establishment. The sword rapidly grew as it cut through the air, until it was fully 30 meters long. The air distorted, and the sky filled with rumbling sounds as the sword light slashed toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's scalp was tingling so hard it felt like it might explode. There was no time to ponder the situation. His hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture, and he called upon both his fleshly body and the power of his cultivation base, 3 crystallized spiritual seas. Intense ripples spread out as the Undying Live Forever technique flew into motion, and true undying blood swirled out into the open. That undying blood almost instantly expanded into the shape of a huge sword, which Bai Xiaochun grabbed with both hands and raised up to meet Songjin's sword. Boom! Blood sprayed out of Bai Xiaochun's mouth as he was flung backward. Songjin was also shaken, and his qi and blood vibrated inside of him. Just as he was about to make another attack, though, Bai Xiaochun wiped the blood off of his lips, grinned viciously, and then waved his right finger at Songjin. Human controlling grand magic. Even in this critical moment, Bai Xiaochun didn't call upon any of the magical techniques of the Spirit Stream sect. He had created the human controlling grand magic himself, and despite the fact that it was incomplete, it was still freakish in many ways. As soon as he unleashed it, Songjin lurched to a stop amidst creaking sounds. Without even thinking about it, he unleashed the full power of his cultivation base, whereupon all of his clothing was ripped to shreds. Every scrap of cloth covering his body was destroyed, leaving him completely exposed to the breeze. Songjin's jaw dropped, and his eyes widened. Looking down at himself, he suddenly let out a shrill scream that filled almost the entire blood wasteland. Night Crypt, I'm gonna kill you. Trembling with madness, he threw another set of clothing on and prepared to attack again. However, in the brief moment that had passed, Bai Xiaochun had unleashed explosive speed, and was now quite a distance away. Bai Xiaochun looked anxious and miserable. For some reason, this Blood Master trial by fire did not seem to be going at all the way a trial by fire should. It was like everyone was out to get him. 2 more hours. I only have to last for 2 more hours. Gritting his teeth, he took a deep breath. It was at that point that he realized that the first blood-colored key was actually getting closer to him. Oh come on, no, he thought, his scalp tingling. It hadn't been easy to get everyone else to go after that key. Although Songjin was chasing him, everyone else was now in a killing mood as they fought over that one key. Go away. Don't even get near me. Tears were welling up in his eyes. Even if he could advance his undying heavenly king by absorbing that key, he wasn't willing to put his life on the line, especially considering that everyone would try to kill him if he did. Shivering, he changed directions and sped away from the key. However, even as he did, the key suddenly sped up dramatically, to the point where Bai Xiaochun was sure he could hear it whizzing through the air. Don't get near me. He pushed forward with even more speed. Enough time passed for an incense stick to burn as he shot through the blood wasteland, Songjin hot on his tail. Then, up ahead, a blood-colored pillar of light appeared, heading directly toward him. It was none other than the blood-colored key. No! He wailed. It was the very key which had first appeared, and following it were a dozen or so Dharma protectors, all moving at top speed. The key had originally been acquired by one of the Xueme's Dharma protectors. However, just as Bai Xiaochun had planned, the rest of the people in the trial by fire had been fighting over it, and it had changed hands numerous times since. As the end of the trial by fire approached, Song Ke acquired it. And yet, for some odd reason, just after he grabbed it, it surged with power and flew out of his hand, then shot off into the distance. The other Dharma protectors were shocked, but there was little time to consider the matter. They all stopped fighting amongst themselves and shot after the key. That was when they saw Bai Xiaochun being chased by the enraged Songjin. The key sped up, heading rapidly toward Bai Xiaochun, within the blink of an eye, and before he could do anything, the key shot into his forehead. Night Crypt. Song Ke howled, his eyes completely bloodshot. Night Crypt, don't do it. Damn it, Night Crypt, why you? All of the Dharma protectors were going mad, both those on Xu Emei's team and Song Junwen's. Moments ago, they had been fighting each other, but now their eyes were completely bloodshot as murderous auras erupted because of Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was trembling on the verge of tears. This was not how trials by fire were supposed to go. That was exactly how Song Junwen and Xu Emei felt as well. Although they were both still fighting up in the air, their hearts were filled with amazement at the absurdity of the situation. They almost weren't sure what to do now that Bai Xiaochun had absorbed the final key. A moment passed, and they stopped fighting, then turned and began to speed toward Bai Xiaochun. This isn't a trial by fire for Blood Master, this is a trial by fire to kill me. Gritting his teeth, he immediately began to flee. The last bit of hope for everyone in the Blood Wasteland had just been absorbed by Bai Xiaochun. There were now no keys left. According to the laws of this world, none of the Dharma protectors should be able to step onto the ancient blood path. However, what was most terrifying of all was the possibility that both teams would be classified as having lost. If that were true, then when the 14th hour ended, all of them would be wiped out of existence. The culprit who had caused the catastrophe was none other than Bai Xiaochun. The hatred both sides felt for him was completely indescribable, and many of them were so maddened that the only thing they wanted to do was kill Bai Xiaochun before they were exterminated by the world. At the moment, nothing mattered. Not the sect, not their future, not the potential punishments they might face. They disregarded all of that and embraced the desire to kill. Rumbling could be heard as three cultivators immediately drew upon powerful magical treasures. Multicolored light rose up from magical techniques, and booms could be heard as divine abilities were unleashed. All forms of rage and madness were poured out upon Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun bolted into motion like a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on. As he fled, some people got the strange feeling that Night Crypt was used to doing this. Every move he made seemed designed to avoid the divine abilities and magical techniques, and in fact, he only seemed to move faster and faster. Of course, the reason why Bai Xiaochun seemed so familiar with what was happening was that back in the Spirit Stream sect, he had often ended up in such situations because of the catastrophes he had wrought. By now, he was very familiar with what it was like to be chased, and in fact, reacted to it on an instinctive level. Even as he fled, rumbling sounds filled him as the undying live forever technique continued to operate. The blood chi from the keys caused 10 berserk ghosts to appear, which rapidly merged together. As they fused and grew clear, his aura grew more powerful. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, he suddenly stopped in place as an intense rumbling sound echoed out from within him. In that very moment, the 10 berserk ghosts completely merged together. Intense howling could be heard as the ghosts became one. It's the 10 ghosts' heavenly demon body. He murmured, a strange light gleaming in his eyes as a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering energy erupted from inside of him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 254, Time's Up. Chapter 254, Time's Up. The volume of the Undying Heavenly King was divided into 5 different body types, and 4 levels. The body types were the Mammoth Body, Berserk Ghost Body, Heavenly Demon Body, Azura Body, and finally the Heavenly King Body. In terms of the levels, 10 Mammoths became 1 Berserk Ghost, 10 Berserk Ghosts became 1 Heavenly Demon, 10 Demons became 1 Azura, and 10 Azuras became 1 Heavenly King, but very few people in the cultivation world could fully cultivate the Undying Heavenly King. The resources required were incredible, such that most sects could never dream of sustaining it. If Bai Xiaochun had stayed behind in the Spirit Stream sect, it might not have been impossible for him to cultivate to the level of the Heavenly Demon Body, but at the very least, it would have taken him a 60-year cycle, and would have required much in terms of luck and fortune. But, because of how things had played out in the Bloodstream sect, that time had been significantly reduced. Furthermore, because of the 7 blood-colored keys, he was now already at the peak of the second level of the Undying Heavenly King, but at that level, 10 berserk ghosts merged together to form the Heavenly Demon Body. Ru-yu-yu-umbul. Each breath that Bai Xiaochun took as he stood there seemed to fill the entire world with intense rumbling sounds. Behind him appeared a pure white heavenly demon, its head thrown back as it roared. Ripples spread out that could topple mountains and drain seas, and the power radiating from Bai Xiaochun swept out in all directions, creating a tornado that stretched high up into the heavens. Massive wind battered the other cultivators, all of whom were forced to stop in place, their expressions flickering with shock. Dread could be seen in the eyes of Songjin and Xiaochun. Don't tell me that's the body refinement magic of Lesser Marsh Peak. Heavens! That energy, can Foundation establishment cultivators even produce something like that? Just how many secrets does Nightcrept have buried inside of him? Even as gasps rang out, killing intent flickered in Songjin's eyes, and he took a step forward, his right hand flashing in an incantation gesture. In response, blood chi surged out to form a stream of crimson sword chi that shot directly toward the tornado. In almost the same instant that he made his move, Song Ke and the other cultivators gritted their teeth and attacked as well. In the blink of an eye, numerous divine abilities and magical items caused multicolored light to blast toward the tornado. Massive rumbling sounds echoed out, and the ground quaked. The sky trembled, and the tornado distorted momentarily before exploding. Bai Xiaochun was revealed, blood oozing out of the corners of his mouth as the heavenly demon roared. At the same time, killing intent flickered in his eyes. We're all in the same sect together, so I didn't want to start fighting and killing. I didn't absorb those keys on purpose. You people are pushing things too far. We still have an incense stick's worth of time before the 14th hour is up. Let's see whether you people can wipe me out in that amount of time, or whether I can wipe you out. Bai Xiaochun seemed like he was on the verge of unleashing complete carnage. He had been in the Bloodstream sect for years now, and after mingling with such ferocious cultivators for so long, he had come to understand a truth about them. The only way to get them to listen to reason was to be more brutal than they were. Even as the words left his mouth, he burst into motion, appearing directly in front of Songjin. Songjin's pupils constricted, and his hands turned bright red as he struck out at Bai Xiaochun. Back off! Bai Xiaochun growled, unleashing the mountain-shaking bash. Songjin's face fell as Bai Xiaochun bashed into him, a boom rang out, and blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth as he was shoved out of the way. Bai Xiaochun flew past him to the rest of the dozen or so Dharma protectors, where his right hand clenched into a fist. When he struck out, the full power of the heavenly demon body was unleashed. That was the power of 10 berserk ghosts, and 100 giant mammoths. It was a level of fleshly body power that any Foundation establishment cultivator would find unbelievable. A sonic boom echoed out as the fist slammed into a late Foundation establishment cultivator. His eyes immediately went wide as he realized he was powerless to defend himself. In the blink of an eye, his bones were completely shattered, and blood sprayed out of his mouth as he tumbled backward like a kite with its string cut. Even as a scream rang out from the man, Bai Xiaochun took another step forward. By this point, the magical techniques and divine abilities from the surrounding cultivators were closing in. There were 6 blood swords, a blood dragon, and 3 ordinary flying swords. As they neared, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and then stepped forward to appear in front of another Foundation establishment cultivator. His hand snaked out and latched onto the man, whose eyes widened with terror as Bai Xiaochun viciously head-butted him. A boom could be heard, and then the Foundation establishment cultivator screamed as he was lifted up into the air to block 3 blood swords and 2 flying swords. As for the other incoming swords, they all hit Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun trembled slightly, but otherwise seemed unaffected. In fact, his left hand even shot out to grab the magical blood dragon. When his fingers crushed down onto it, it shattered. However, at almost the exact same instant, the besiegers attacked again. This time, Yang Hongwu unleashed his incense, and Zhang Yunshan called upon his powerful magical treasure. Song Ke was in the group as well. Bai Xiaochun snorted coldly, and once again used the mountain-shaking bash. He was like an ancient wild beast that dodged the incoming attacks and closed in on Song Quebec. Blood sprayed out of Song Ke's mouth, along with a choked cry. He was at the peak of 8 earth string tide flows, and had life-saving magical items, and it was only because of those things that he managed to come out relatively unharmed. Then he looked on in shock as Bai Xiaochun borrowed the momentum of the mountain-shaking bash to speed past him. "Trying to run?" Xiao Chang said, eyes flickering with killing intent. Just when he was about to follow, Bai Xiaochun suddenly looked over his shoulder and chuckled coldly. "Who said anything about running?" Without any hesitation, he yet again called upon the mountain-shaking bash. The image of the heavenly demon roared as Bai Xiaochun shot toward Xiaoqing, whose face instantly fell. He was rather frightened of this particular move of Bai Xiaochun's, especially considering how he was able to use it repeatedly. Gritting his teeth, he considered fleeing, but there were too many people blocking his path. A boom rang out as more than half of the group of pursuing Dharma protectors were sent staggering backward as they jointly diffused the energy of the attack. Even as that energy faded away, Bai Xiaochun was upon them, and miserable shrieks began to ring out. By the time Bai Xiaochun was fleeing again, another Foundation establishment cultivator had been killed. There Bai Xiaochun was, off in the distance, covered with blood, none of which was his own. Although a bit of blood was oozing out of the corners of his mouth, any injuries he had sustained were already healing. Although he was slightly out of breath, his 2 successive attacks in which no one could do anything to stop him, combined with his intense murderous aura and the fact that he was now soaked in blood, caused everyone who could see him to gasp in shock. None of them were even sure of how many divine abilities and magical techniques had hit him, and none of them had even slowed him down. His defenses were unimaginable. Not only had the combined efforts of everyone present failed to force him into retreat, he'd actually started attacking with even more power than before. Of course, this group of cultivators wasn't accustomed to fighting together, so their combined attacks weren't as powerful as one might imagine. However, it was still something that ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators shouldn't be able to fight back against. And yet, not only could Bai Xiaochun hold his own, he was bringing the fight to them. The fear in the hearts of the other Dharma protectors only continued to mount. Xiaoqing's eyes narrowed, and yet they still flickered with killing intent. Even as he snorted coldly in his heart, he looked over at young Hongwu and Zhang Yunshan. All 3 of them were clearly holding back, as if they were waiting for something. Even as the 3 of them exchanged a glance, 2 beams of light suddenly appeared off in the distance. Bai Xiaochun looked up silently, and dispersed the power of another mountain-shaking bash that he had been planning to unleash. It was Song Junwan and Xueme, both of whom looked like devilish gods as they glared at Bai Xiaochun. Song Junwan's face was ashen, and blood still caked the corners of her lips from the fighting with Xueme. Currently, the look on her face was one of confusion and mixed emotions. Next to her was Xueme, whose face was also caked with blood beneath her mask. A wound could be seen on the back of her right hand, from which blood chi leaked. Song Junwan had inflicted that wound with her blood sword, and although the injury seemed small, it had destabilized Xueme's cultivation base. Clearly, the fighting had taken its toll on Xueme, and yet her eyes still glittered with cold sinisterness as she stared at Bai Xiaochun. But then, she gritted her teeth for a moment and started laughing. As her laughter rang out, the 14th hour ran to a close, whereupon an indescribable feeling rose up in the world, as if a huge hand were pressing down on everything. Everything went still. Bai Xiaochun shivered. The other Dharma protectors were locked in place, unable to even think. They were now as motionless as statues. Only Song Junwan and Xueme seemed unaffected, apparently because of their glittering command medallions. A boundless will seemed to be comparing the 2 parties to determine who had won and who had lost. After a few breaths of time passed, the will seemed incapable of making a decision and faded away. At the same time, something like a force of expulsion wrapped around the immobilized cultivators. Apparently, they were about to be expelled from the body of the blood ancestor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 255, The Throat-Crushing Grasp Again. Chapter 255, The Throat-Crushing Grasp Again. The time has come, Xiaochun declared. Thank you, Song Junwan, for bringing Nightcrypt along. If it weren't for him, then I wouldn't be completely confident in being able to get the title of Blood Master, not even with my trump card. But now, with the keys gone, the position of Blood Master can go to no one except me. As her laughter echoed about, she looked over at Xiaochun, Yang Hangwu, and Zhang Yunshan, and her smile was even visible on the surface of her mask. The power of expulsion which had gripped the three of them vanished, and they began to regain mobility. Although their movements were a bit stiff, all of them managed to produce something that only Song Junwan and Xiaochun should have: Blood Master Command Medallions. The Blood Master Command Medallions they had seen somewhat faded, as if they couldn't quite match up to the command medallions possessed by Song Junwan and Xiaochun. However, the expressions on the faces of the three men were the same as before, as if they had been expecting this to happen. I'd originally planned for these three to join my group after the fighting for the keys concluded. That way, I could crush all of your Dharma protectors in one fell swoop. However, the current situation will result in the same outcome. Xiaochun laughed again, her eyes radiating coldness. Song Junwan almost couldn't believe what was happening. What gall you have, Xiaochun! She cried. Not only are you cheating, you're violating the most precious rules of the Bloodstream sect. She felt a bitterness that bordered on despair. Clearly, she had lost the struggle for the Blood Master position. The truth was, even if Nightcrypt hadn't absorbed all of the keys, Xiaochun still would have cheated, still would have been able to delay Song Junwan on the ancient blood path, and still would have been the first person to reach the heart cavity. Once I'm the Blood Master, nobody will care about what happened in here. Besides, those three command medallions can be used to get onto the ancient blood path, but not the heart cavity. Xiaochun smiled as she looked up into the sky, where a vortex appeared. Rumbling could be heard as it opened up to reveal an ancient, blood-colored path. The heart cavity lay at the end of that very path. Xiaochun blurred into motion as she headed toward the vortex. As for Xiaochun, Yang Hangwu, and Zhang Yunshan, they also flew up into the air. Each one glanced over at by Xiaochun as they flew past, killing intent flickering within their eyes. Knowing that he wasn't important now, they snorted coldly as they closed in on the vortex. Song Junwan stood there quietly, her hands clenched into bitter fists of anger. She had lost. She hadn't even entered the ancient blood path yet, but if she did, Xiaochun and the others would be able to pin her down. Xiaochun had everything under her control. Song Junwan simply couldn't accept the situation, and also flew up into the air. Even as she closed in on the vortex, a voice suddenly echoed into her ears. There's no need to despair, Junwan. A tremor ran through Song Junwan, and her eyes shone with disbelief. Looking down at all of the figures who were fading away as they were expelled from the world, she saw Nightcrypt open his eyes. They looked like lightning flashing in the dark of night, lightning that could rip the heavens apart. Nightcrypt took a step forward, and then he was right next to her. You? She said, panting. This sudden development was almost unbelievable. Voice cool, Bai Xiaochun stuck his chin up and said, like I said, I'm going to make sure you become the Blood Master. He was also surprised at what was happening. When the wool had descended earlier, he immediately began to regain his senses, and was soon back to normal and able to see everything which had just occurred. Now, he flicked his sleeve and grabbed Song Junwan's arm as he shot toward the vortex. Song Junwan shivered, but did nothing to resist, and in fact, her eyes shone more brightly than ever. Although she had the feeling there was something very strange about Nightcrypt, she followed along, and the two of them became beams of bright light that shot toward the vortex. As soon as they entered, their vision swam, and everything vanished. Back in the blood wasteland, the vortex vanished, and the Dharma protectors all faded away. The third stage of the trial by fire was called the Ancient Blood Path. It was a long, cramped road, at the end of which was the heart cavity. Whoever entered that heart cavity first, of either Xiaochun or Song Junwan, would be the first to have a chance to acquire the blood crystal and become the blood master. Currently, Xiaochun, Yang Hangwu, and Zhang Yunshan were materializing on the ancient blood path. When they solidified and looked around, Xiaochun was nowhere in sight, causing their eyes to widen. From what they remembered, Xiaochun had been right in front of them upon entering the vortex. Even as they looked around in surprise, the air up ahead of them began to twist and distort, and a figure materialized up ahead, a figure wearing a mask with a plum blossom on it. At first, Xiaochun seemed a bit out of sorts, but quickly recovered. After looking around, her eyes glittered, and she started making her way up the path. However, it was at that moment that Bai Xiaochun and Song Junwan appeared off to the side. Song Junwan quickly stepped forward to block Xiaochun's way. When Xiaochun realized that Song Junwan wasn't alone, her eyes widened. As for Xiaochun, Yang Hangwu, and Zhang Yunshan, they also were taken aback. Night Crypt. Bai Xiaochun stuck his chin up and looked around through narrowed eyes. Hello, everyone. We meet again. When he noticed that Xiaochun's aura had stabilized, and her other wounds were gone, he was quite surprised. Even the wound on her right hand was nowhere to be seen, as if she had used some special healing method. What divine ability did she use to recover so quickly? He thought. Even the injury caused by Song Junwan's blood sword is gone. Amazing! Even as Bai Xiaochun stared in surprise, Xiaochun's eyes flickered with cold light. Xiaochun, you handle Night Crypt. You other two, stop Song Junwan. With that, Xiaochun ignored Song Junwan and shot up the ancient blood path. Song Junwan was just about to try to stop her when Zhang Yunshan and Yang Hangwu pulled out powerful magical treasures and attacked, holding her back. Considering they had used counterfeit command medallions to enter the ancient blood path, if Xiaochun didn't become the blood master and the sect leadership found out, they would likely be executed. Therefore, everything was on the line for them at the moment. Do you people have a death wish? Song Junwan said, her expression flickering. She considered trying to break away from them to pursue Xiaochun, but Yang Hangwu and Zhang Yunshan were unleashing the full power of their cultivation bases and magical treasures. The truth was, they weren't trying to kill her, they were simply trying to delay her, and their tactics were working. If they could hold her back for 10 breaths of time, the position of Blood Master would be secured. Xiaochun was already about 30 meters up the path, heading toward the end. Song Junwan was getting anxious, but even more anxious than her was Bai Xiaochun. I can't let Xiaochun win. He thought. If she becomes Blood Master, not only will I lose the relic of eternal indestructibility, considering what's happened between us, she'll definitely use her power to get revenge on me. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Xiaochun howled at the top of his lungs. The power of the heavenly demon body erupted out, and his aura surged. Bursting into motion, he unleashed the mountain-shaking bash, launching himself in the direction of Song Junwan, Yang Hangwu, and Zhang Yunshan. As he closed in, he reached out and shoved Song Junwan. Get out of here, Junwan. Leave these guys to me. As his howl echoed out through the ancient blood path, he waved both hands into the air in front of him, unleashing a blast of power. The effects of the magical treasures slammed into him, and yet his momentum only seemed to build. Apparently, he was going to hold the line all by himself. It was a spectacular sight. The heavenly demon body roared, and fleshly body power erupted out. A wave of his hands caused Yang Hangwu and Zhang Yunshan's chi and blood to roil, and they staggered backward. Night Crypt, are you looking to die? Xiaochun's eyes shone with piercing light, and as for Yang Hangwu and Zhang Yunshan, they were enraged. All three of them instantly pounced back for another attack. However, even as they were about to join forces, a strange light appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, and he suddenly punched the ground. Boom! The ancient blood path trembled as mountain-toppling, sea-draining force rippled out, forcing Yang Hangwu and Zhang Yunshan backward. Only Xiaochun managed to close in on by Xiaochun, his expression grimly ferocious. There were a lot of witnesses in the blood wasteland, so killing you might have caused some problems. But here, it's a different story. Since you're looking to die, Nightcrypt, I'll just help you fulfill your wish. Xiaochun laughed coldly as he closed in. He had been privy to Xu Mei's plan, and therefore, had never been very worried about the blood-colored keys. Back then, he hadn't been very focused on killing Nightcrypt. It had been more of an impulse in the moment. But now there were no witnesses, and Nightcrypt seemed to be asking to die. Therefore, Xiaochun's killing intent surged. Bai Xiaochun suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot, his veins of steel pulsing. You know, that's the same thing I was just gonna say. It doesn't matter what tricks you have up your sleeve, you're going to die, beyond the shadow of a doubt. Xiaochun extended his right hand, and his two fingers made the shape of a sword. Blinding, blood-colored light spilled out, creating sword chi that shot toward Bai Xiaochun's forehead. Powerful cultivation base fluctuations erupted out, creating something like burning fire that could consume anything in its path. However, even as he closed in, Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand with indescribable speed. He made a grasping motion in the direction of Xiaochun's throat, and a gravitational force grabbed a hold of the man. It was none other than something that Bai Xiaochun hadn't used even once since arriving at the Bloodstream sect. It was the throat-crushing grasp. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 256, You're Bai Xiaochun. The throat-crushing grasp had accompanied Bai Xiaochun from qi condensation into foundation establishment. He had used it in the Luochen Mountains in the Fallen Sword World, and had perfected it to the finest degree. Although it was a divine ability that came with the first volume of the Undying Codex, as he had proceeded with his cultivation of the Undying Heavenly King, it had become more and more explosive. It had taken some effort on his part to hold back from using it. Back in the Blood Wasteland, there had been too many people watching him, so even during critical moments, he had suppressed the urge to use it, or other things like Violet Chi Cauldron summoning or his human controlling grand magic. After all, everyone knew that the Spirit Stream sect focused on control magic, and if he used techniques or divine abilities based on such powers, his identity would likely have been exposed. It was the same with his Heavenspan Dharma Eye, which had, up to this point, remained closed. There were even other things. His turtle walk and his wooden sword, as well as his other treasures which had received threefold spirit enhancements, had all remained hidden. But now, Bai Xiaochun was out of patience. As he shouted out, the throat-crushing grasp appeared, and a truly bloodthirsty aura erupted out of Bai Xiaochun. In combination with the power of the heavenly demon body, the throat-crushing grasp was at the level of being able to shake heaven and earth. Rumbling sounds erupted as his right hand appeared in front of Xiaochun, allowing the man's two-fingered blood sword to close in. The gravitational force which suddenly appeared caused Xiaochun's face to fall. He was convinced he must be mistaken, but for some reason, it seemed like Nightcrypt had suddenly changed into someone else. Nightcrypt's claw-like right hand emanated a terrifying aura that filled his heart with fear. Gasping at the sensation of deadly crisis, he lurched back, changing the direction of his blood sword to slash at Bai Xiaochun's hand. His body twisted in bizarre fashion to avoid the attack. In that instant, the blood sword formed by his two fingers made contact with Bai Xiaochun's throat-crushing grasp. A sound rang out like metal scraping on metal, and Bai Xiaochun's hand clamped down hard onto Xiaochun's fingers. Crack! A shockwave spread out, and Xiaochun let out a muffled grunt. As he spun backward, his entire right arm trembled. As for his two fingers, they were crushed into non-existence. Face flickering, Xiaochun barked, "Something's off with Nightcrypt. Yang Hongwu, Zhang Yunshan, join forces and kill him." Instantly, Yang Hongwu and Zhang Yunshan took deep breaths, gritted their teeth, and attacked. Smoke swirled off of the burning incense, forming a blade. A treasured fan swished, creating an explosive wind that resembled a dragon. Bai Xiaochun didn't slow down for even a moment. Howling like a wild beast, he charged onward after Xiaochun, his right hand clenching into a fist. As he punched out, the heavenly demon appeared, and thunderous rumbling filled the air. As that happened, Bai Xiaochun's left hand flickered with an incantation gesture, and he waved his finger at young Hongwu. Instantly, more than a dozen flying swords shot out of his bag of holding. Although they were garishly painted with different colors, it was still possible to see that each one had 3 silver designs on its surface. All of them were treasures that Bai Xiaochun had performed spirit enhancements on, backed by the power of a foundation establishment cultivation base, and controlled by the Violet Chi Heavenspan incantation. As soon as they appeared, young Hongwu's expression flickered. Even as rumbling sounds echoed out, Bai Xiaochun continued on without pause, turning his head in the other direction and uttering a single word. Cauldron. A violet cauldron suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Yunshan. It was covered with engravings of magical symbols, and emanated a violet glow and a majestic aura that seemed capable of shaking the heavens. Ru Yu Yuumbul. Booms rang out as Bai Xiaochun single-handedly fought all 3 opponents. Even as Xiaoqing's face fell, young Hongwu's smoke was pierced by the flying swords, and he himself let out a blood-curdling scream as he flew backward, blood splashing out from numerous wounds. Shockingly, even as he fell back, Bai Xiaochun advanced. Clearly, young Hongwu was the first person he planned to kill. Proto-magnetic wings sprouted out behind him, and with a single flutter, he flew forward with speed that vastly exceeded anything from before. It was almost like a teleportation, placing him right in front of young Hongwu. Then, his hand shot out as fast as lightning as he unleashed the throat-crushing grasp onto young Hongwu's neck. Screaming, young Hongwu went all out in an attempt to defend himself. However, he had lost the initiative. First was the flurry of flying swords, and then the burst of speed, and finally the throat-crushing grasp. His mind was in chaos, and despite all the experience he had engaging in magical combat, he simply couldn't recover from his shock. A cracking sound rang out as the thumb and index finger of Bai Xiaochun's right hand smashed down onto young Hongwu's neck, crushing it. Young Hongwu's scream was cut short, and a look of complete incredulity could be seen in his eyes as they bulged in death. Off to the side, Zhang Yunshan shrieked, Violet Chi Cauldron summoning. You're not Night Crypt. Expression one of complete disbelief, he watched as Bai Xiaochun grabbed young Hongwu's incense and then turned to face him. Xiaoqing's expression flickered, and his cultivation base surged as he prepared to block Bai Xiaochun. However, it was then that a large wok suddenly appeared in front of him. No matter what attacks Xiaochun unleashed, the wok wouldn't budge, and he was blocked before he could even take a half step. That short period of time was a moment of critical danger for Zhang Yunshan. Now that Bai Xiaochun had revealed himself, how could he possibly leave witnesses? He took another step, and the proto-magnetic wings fluttered, giving him another burst of speed. He added to the momentum with the mountain-shaking bash, which also caused his fleshly body power to skyrocket past its previous levels. Not only was he moving at incredible speed, he was drawing upon unimaginable power. If that were all there were to it, it might not be a big deal, but in addition to all that, he yet again used the throat-crushing grasp. 2 divine abilities from the Undying Codex were being used in unison, unleashing power so terrifying it was difficult to put into words. As he pierced through the air, his thumb and index finger began to slam together. Zhang Yunshan had no time to dodge, or even react. 1 second, Bai Xiaochun was some distance away, the next second he was right in front of him, his fingers clamping down onto his neck. There wasn't even a need for Bai Xiaochun to crush his fingers down violently. As soon as they touched Zhang Yunshan's neck, his momentum and the power backing him sent Zhang Yunshan flying backward into the wall of the ancient blood path. Boom! The entire path trembled as Bai Xiaochun's hand crushed Zhang Yunshan's neck and slammed him into the wall, sending cracks snaking out in all directions. As for Zhang Yunshan, his corpse was now crushed permanently into the wall. At this point, Xiaoqing finally showed up, his hair disheveled, his eyes radiating madness. You're Bai Xiaochun, aren't you? If by this point he couldn't identify Bai Xiaochun by the techniques he was using, then he didn't deserve to have lived this long. The Bloodstream sect had long since performed a thorough investigation into Bai Xiaochun, and virtually all of the Foundation establishment cultivators had heard stories about him. Everyone knew about Bai Xiaochun's signature magical techniques. Of course, even if Xiaochun couldn't put the pieces together because of the throat-crushing grasp, Bai Xiaochun had used the violet chi cauldron summoning together with it. That made it more than obvious. Killing you will count as a big service for the sect. Xiaochun now knew that Nightcrypt was Bai Xiaochun, but without evidence, simply reporting the matter would be pointless. Even if he tried to notify Xuemei and Song Junwan, it wouldn't do any good. It was a moment of deadly crisis, and therefore, Xiaochun didn't hesitate to begin to crystallize his final spiritual sea. Shockingly, he was attempting to reach core formation right here and now. If he succeeded, then he could kill Bai Xiaochun as easily as flipping over his hand. Although there were certain risks involved, there was no time for delay. Bai Xiaochun filled him with a sense of complete and utter deadly crisis. After all, if Bai Xiaochun hit him with the same attack he had just used on Zhang Yunshan, then his chances of coming out alive were only about 40%. However, in the very moment that his spiritual sea began to crystallize, Bai Xiaochun's Heaven Dao aura erupted out, an aura which could suppress any and all types of Earth String Foundation establishment. Although Bai Xiaochun was only in mid-foundation establishment, and couldn't completely prevent Xiaochun's spiritual sea from crystallizing, he could cause waves to spring up in his spiritual sea, and reduce his core formation energy by 30%. Even as he put pressure on Xiaochun's rising energy, a third eye opened on Bai Xiaochun's forehead. It was none other than his Heavenspan Dharma eye. The violet eye opened, releasing indescribable power. It was as if everything from the most majestic heavens to the deepest hells were nothing more than insects. At the same time, the control power that Bai Xiaochun had been working on for years surged out from within his Heavenspan Dharma eye, creating something that couldn't be defended against. Even if Xiaochun suddenly wanted to resort to calling out to Song Junwan and Xuemei to tell them about Bai Xiaochun, the Heavenspan Dharma eye dashed all such hopes to pieces. Ru wu yu yu umbul. Xiaochun felt as though lightning were striking his mind. He began to shake visibly, his expression twisting, his tongue lagging out of his mouth. A muffled howl erupted from his mouth, and blue veins bulged out on his face and neck. Shockingly, he watched as his right hand suddenly began to move, completely beyond his own control. Terror shone in his eyes as his hand reached high up into the air and then rocketed down toward the top of his head. No! Smash! His palm crushed his head, sending blood and brain matter showering out in all directions. Xiaochun died instantly, and his partially crystallized spiritual sea immediately collapsed. A tremor ran through Bai Xiaochun, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Blood leaked out of his third eye, which began to close. A wave of exhaustion spread through him, and he even began to feel dizzy. Panting, he pulled his hand out of the wall, and out of Zhang Yunshan's corpse. A blank look could still be seen in Zhang Yunshan's eyes as his head separated from his body and toppled to the ground. Bai Xiaochun had used only a few dozen breaths of time to kill all three of his opponents. However, it had taken a lot out of him. His face was ashen, but thankfully, he had spirit medicine that he could use to recover. He immediately consumed some pills, and yet, there was no time to sit down and meditate. Retrieving the turtle walk, and taking the 3 bags of holding from the corpses of his enemies, he turned to look toward the end of the path. The wings on his back fluttered, and shot forward, leaving behind nothing but afterimages and sonic booms. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 257, Boo. Chapter 257, Boo. While Bai Xiaochun was in the middle of fighting Xiaochun, Yang Hangwu, and Zhang Yunshan, Song Junwan was barreling down the ancient blood path thanks to the help provided by Bai Xiaochun. She even burned some of her own lifeblood to speed up as she pursued Xuemei. Up ahead, Xuemei frowned as she also accelerated. However, the fact that Song Junwan was burning her lifeblood ensured that she only got closer and closer. Soon, she was close enough to launch an attack, and the two of them started fighting. As the fighting began, Song Junwan's face was paler than ever. Surprisingly, not only were Xiaochun's injuries completely healed, her cultivation base also seemed to have made some progress, putting her on almost exactly the same level as Song Junwan. Because of their fierce fighting, the two women slowed down, and soon they could hear booms and explosions coming from behind them. There were also words being spoken, but because of the intense rumbling sounds, it was impossible to hear them clearly. Song Junwan's expression flickered. Although she cared about the Blood Master title, she was also worried about Night Crypt. After all, for him to simultaneously fight Xiaochun, Yang Hangwu, and Zhang Yunshan would put him in great danger. The fact that he was putting his life on the line to help her become the Blood Master filled her heart with stabs of pain. She was also confused, unsure of whether or not she was doing the right thing. However, there was little time to ponder the matter. Chuckling bitterly, she attacked Xiaochun with all the power she could muster. Xiaochun didn't say much, and from the look in her eye, she was getting very anxious. However, Song Junwan had a profound cultivation base, and couldn't be taken care of quickly. Even as they continued to fight, the sounds behind them suddenly ceased. At the same time, the two women gradually got closer and closer to the end of the ancient blood path. Now visible was an arched doorway that was emanating intense blood-colored light. Clearly, beyond the door existed blood chi so powerful that it was difficult to put into words. That place was the heart cavity, and also the location of the blood crystal. Whoever got inside first would have the first chance to get the blood crystal and become Middle Peak's Blood Master. In the moment that the end of the path became visible, the two women heard a sound from behind them that resembled sonic booms, as though some powerful expert were unleashing all the power at his disposal to race toward them. Also, it was obvious that whoever this person was, it would only take them about 5 or 6 breaths of time to reach them. Xiaochun knew that the chances of that person being Night Crypt were not large, but she wasn't willing to bet on that fact. As she and Song Junwan got closer to the arched doorway, fighting the entire way, she suddenly smiled. Song Junwan, the title of Blood Master doesn't belong to you. Although her smile wasn't visible because of the mask, her arrogance was audible in her voice. At this point, she extended her hand, and visible there on her wrist was a violet, triangular mark. Almost as soon as the mark became visible, it flew off of her skin and transformed into 3 diamond-shaped sealing marks which immediately shot towards Song Junwan, emanating powerful pressure. Rumbling sounds echoed out, and Song Junwan shivered. Blood sprayed out of her mouth as she was shoved away from the arched doorway. The 3 diamond-shaped sealing marks were swirling around her, emanating sealing power that Song Junwan simply couldn't break free from. Song Junwan trembled as she looked around at the sealing marks. The sealing method that was being used was almost beyond comprehension, and Song Junwan quickly came to the conclusion that it was the work of Patriarch Limitless. Xiaochun, you cheap slut. Not only did you cheat, Patriarch Limitless also ignored the rules and gave you a sealing treasure. Even if you do become the Blood Master, the Song clan won't let this stand. Be a good girl, now. The Blood Master title doesn't belong to you anyway. Xiaochun laughed lightly as she took a step toward the blood-colored door. Bitterness and despair could be seen in Song Junwan's eyes, and her hatred for Xiaochun had reached the pinnacle. It was at that moment, when Xiaochun was just about to step into the door, that deafening rumbling filled the area. Xiaochun appeared, right next to Song Junwan. When he saw the 3 violet sealing marks, his expression flickered, and he punched out with his right hand. That blow was backed by the power of a heavenly demon, but when it landed on the 3 violet diamonds, the sealing marks weren't affected at all. In fact, the force of his blow was directed back at him in a backlash. Xiaochun gasped. Is that a Patriarch-level seal? Song Junwan had no time to ponder how Night Crypt had managed to get past Xiaochun, Yang Hangwu, and Zhang Yunshan. Taking a deep breath, her eyes flickered with determination, and she lifted her right hand up. Laying there in the palm of her hand was a blood-colored command medallion. There was something very strange about the medallion, and as soon as it appeared, the sealing marks around her began to twist and distort. Although they didn't shatter, it was clear that they would collapse within the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Unfortunately, Song Junwan didn't have that much time on her hands. Nightcrypt, take my Blood Master command medallion. I don't care how you do it, become the Blood Master. You can't let that slut succeed. Song Junwan was throwing caution to the wind. Without any more hesitation, she hurled the command medallion toward Bai Xiaochun. Because of the strange properties of the medallion itself, it passed directly through the seal, to be snatched out of the air by Bai Xiaochun. Almost immediately, he could feel it vibrating as if with joy, as if it viewed Bai Xiaochun with ultimate approval. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened, but this wasn't the time for consideration. If Xu Mei succeeded, he would be in grave danger, and he couldn't let that happen. Gritting his teeth, he shot toward the blood-colored archway with blinding speed. As Song Junwan watched this happen, her entire body seemed to weaken, and yet, a smile broke out on her face. Nightcrypt, if you succeed, I'll do everything I can to make sure your position as Bloodmaster is stable. Suddenly, she was struck with the feeling that this was definitely the right decision. If Nightcrypt did manage to become the Bloodmaster, that was something the Song clan could probably accept. Bai Xiaochun disappeared into the doorway, her words echoing in his ears. The world of the heart cavity was filled with blood-colored light. In the very middle, a gigantic heart was visible, and although it was still and unmoving, it radiated an intense pressure that could shake heaven and earth. Enormous blood vessels stretched out in all directions, making the entire place something like a maze. Resting on top of the heart itself was a blood crystal which emanated both radiant light and intense pressure. From the feeling it let off, it seemed that anyone who acquired it would have control over part of a legacy. They would control one of the blood ancestors' fingers. That blood crystal was required of anyone who wished to become the Middle Peak Bloodmaster. Xu Mei was currently speeding in the direction of the blood crystal, her eyes shining with a strange light. Oddly, a head-sized crystal was currently floating along next to her, within which was a blurry figure that was screaming at the top of its lungs. It's there. Right there. Shut up. Xu Mei growled, pushing forward with even more speed. However, it was at that moment that her eyes narrowed, and she looked back to see Nightcrypt stepping through the entrance. Xu Mei's jaw dropped, and her killing intent immediately spiked. However, all she did was look back at the heart and push forward with greater speed than before. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath as he looked around. As soon as he caught sight of Xu Mei, his wings fluttered, and he shot in her direction. By calling upon all of the proto-magnetic powers of gravity and repulsion, he was capable of speed that far surpassed Xu Mei's. At the very moment that she reached the heart, he caught up with her. Bai Xiaochun was actually feeling a bit depressed. His goal had been to become the Grand Elder, but thanks to a freak combination of factors, he was now fighting to become the Blood Master. There was no time to ponder the situation, he absolutely could not let Xu Mei succeed, and therefore, he was left with few options. I guess I underestimated Song Junwan's boldness, Xu Mei said, chuckling, and then her right hand flashed with an incantation gesture. Instantly, a golden arc of electricity shot out from her finger toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was about to counterattack, but then his face flickered. That golden arc of electricity seemed even more terrifying than anything which Xiaochun, Yan Hanwu, or Zhang Yunshan had unleashed. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Xiaochun used the mountain-shaking bash to evade the electricity and charged directly toward Xu Mei. As soon as he appeared in front of her, he unleashed a fist strike, causing her pupils to constrict. Her lovely left hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and she slapped at his fist. As soon as their hands made contact, her hand turned golden, and Bai Xiaochun gasped at the sensation of intense power, which seemed no weaker than his own fleshly body power. As he staggered backward, he looked up to see shock in Xu Mei's eyes as she also lurched backward. Just as she was about to unleash another attack, the blood crystal seemed to respond to Bai Xiaochun's presence. Vibrating, it suddenly flew up into the air and shot toward him. The shocking scene caused Xu Mei's eyes to fill with astonishment. At the same time, the blurry figure in the crystal hovering next to her screamed, "Stop him! Don't let him get it!" "Shut up!" Xiaomei said, grinding her teeth. Suddenly, her eyes turned bright gold, and the blood-colored light which surrounded her vanished. Golden light sprang up around her, and she grew visibly gaunt as she used a divine ability that gave her great strength at the cost of some of her life force. With that, she extended her right hand and pointed at Bai Xiaochun. This was none other than her most powerful trump card. A hand materialized behind her that looked just like her own right hand, with finger extended. It was huge, and radiated an intense power that filled Bai Xiaochun with a keen sensation of deadly crisis. Prickling stabs of pain filled him, as though the basic structure of his body were being altered. The sensation of danger that washed through him exceeded anything he had felt when fighting Xiaochun, Yang Hangwu, and Zhang Yunshan, and even surpassed the feelings he had experienced when he was being chased by the Luochen clan. The only thing it could compare to was the feeling he'd experienced because of the girl in the white dress, back in the Fallen Sword world. Rumbling sounds filled his mind, and he knew that he could not simply sit out this crisis and wait until it ended. Nor could he try to flee. If he did, he would die. His intuition was telling him that the only way to deal with this divine ability was to attack it head-on. Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base erupted with power, and his wings flickered as the powers of gravity and repulsion erupted out, imbuing the mountain-shaking Bash with even more power than before, and sending him shooting at top speed toward Xiaomei. Golden touch. As the words left Xiaomei's mouth, they rumbled like thunder. At the same time, she waved her finger down, and the huge hand behind her rumbled forth, emanating pressure like that of the heavens. As they closed in on each other, Xiaomei's finger stabbed toward Bai Xiaochun's forehead. At the same time, his thumb and forefinger began to snap shut as he unleashed the throat-crushing grasp. As of this moment, he was holding nothing back. He was going all out with every bit of power he possessed. The turtle walk appeared, shielding him as he reached out toward Xiaomei's neck. Just when they were about to make contact, Xiaomei's body suddenly blurred as she tried to dodge to the side. And yet, Bai Xiaochun had been prepared for that possibility, and gravitational force erupted out of his palm with unprecedented power. It locked down onto Xiaomei, making it impossible for her to move out of the way. A look of panic rose up in her eyes, and in that moment, her mask fell off. Now it was possible to see a spectacularly beautiful face, with pure, fair skin. The instant Bai Xiaochun saw her facial features, he felt like 100,000 lightning bolts were striking his mind, as if his brain were about to explode. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, and instinctively blurted, "Boo!" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 258, Blood-Colored Light from Middle Peak. Chapter 258, Blood-Colored Light from Middle Peak. Unexpectedly, this young woman was Du Lingfei. Bai Xiaochun would never forget that face. He couldn't forget it. This was the very same person who had gone missing all those years ago. Du Lingfei. Bai Xiaochun felt like his mind was spinning, as if his heart were being battered by massive waves of shock. Never could he possibly have imagined that such a familiar face would be beneath that mask. At the same time, when Bai Xiaochun said "boo," the unmasked Xiaomei was equally shaken. An indescribable expression gripped her face, as though she had just been struck by lightning from heaven. She also felt as if waves of shock were battering her heart and mind. There was only one person who would ever call her such a thing, and that was Bai Xiaochun from the Spirit Stream sect. Bai Xiaochun. She blurted. She had long since come to believe that she would never see Bai Xiaochun again. Back when they had parted, she had wished that she could sever her own thoughts, erase her memories of him. However, when she heard him call her "boo," it caused her to shake visibly. At that moment, she knew that she would never be able to forget the Spirit Stream sect, or the events in the Luochen Mountains. She would never be able to forget Bai Xiaochun. Time seemed to slow to a crawl in the world of the heart cavity as Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei looked at each other. Bai Xiaochun had been in the middle of unleashing the throat-crushing grasp with all the power of his cultivation base, but now, he did everything he could to alter the trajectory of the attack. A backlash hit him, and cracking sounds rang out from the bones in his arm as they shattered. Intense pain surged through him, but he still managed to twist the throat-crushing grasp so that it passed by Du Lingfei. Unfortunately, although Bai Xiaochun was able to call upon his incredible battle prowess to change the direction of the throat-crushing grasp, Du Lingfei's golden touch magic had been fueled by her own life force. Because of that, it surpassed the limits of her own Tao. In much the same way that a child could never control a raging tiger, she could do nothing to stop the magic once it had been unleashed. No! She screamed, thrusting her trembling left hand out in an attempt to change the direction of the divine ability. Cracking sounds rang out as her arm twisted sickeningly. Although she managed to slightly change the trajectory of the huge hand, she couldn't slow it down at all, and it continued on directly toward Bai Xiaochun. Although all of this takes some time to describe, it all happened within the briefest of moments. Within the blink of an eye, the huge hand was directly in front of Bai Xiaochun. A huge boom filled the air, and blood sprayed out of Bai Xiaochun's mouth as he tumbled backward like a kite with its string cut. The heavenly demon body was destroyed as Bai Xiaochun was simultaneously hit with his own backlash and Du Lingfei's mysterious divine ability. His body was now being turned into gold. This was not the golden light of the undying gold skin, but rather, the fundamental structure of his body was rapidly changing, transforming him into a statue of golden metal. Tears began to stream down Du Lingfei's cheeks. Terrified, she flew toward Bai Xiaochun. Xiaochun! Although it was shining with golden light, Bai Xiaochun's face was deathly pale as he looked over at Du Lingfei. There were many questions he wished to ask her, and many things he wanted to say. The complex emotions could be seen in his eyes, but as he opened his mouth to speak, blood sprayed out. His body was currently beyond his own control. His cultivation base was in chaos, and his vision was growing dim. In her anxiety, Du Lingfei completely forgot about the trial by fire. Her mission was now the last thing on her mind. The only thing she was thinking about was Bai Xiaochun as she sped toward him. However, at that very moment, the blood crystal apparently sensed that Bai Xiaochun was coughing up blood. The crystal suddenly began to burn, emitting thunderous rumbling sounds as it moved toward him so quickly it was almost a teleportation. The air shattered as the blood crystal appeared directly in front of Bai Xiaochun. The crystal seemed to thrum with excitement and joy as, without pausing for a moment, it shot toward his chest. As it neared, blood chi spread out and stabbed into him, fusing with his heart. Bai Xiaochun trembled visibly as intense pain spread out from his heart. He let out a hoarse shout as he was thrown backward, slamming into one of the huge blood vessels. Just before he hit the withered blood vessel, it erupted with life force, a soft power that simultaneously grabbed a hold of Bai Xiaochun and pulled him toward it. Bai Xiaochun was sucked into the blood vessel. Blood-colored light flared, spreading out in all directions as the blood vessel seemed to be restored to its original condition. Things didn't stop there, though. As the light filled the world of the heart cavity, all of the other blood vessels were enveloped in it, and began to emanate strong life force as well. Within moments, the blood vessels began to twitch, sending bursts of power toward the heart itself. Thump thump, dot. The withered heart moved, emitting thunderous pounding that echoed out throughout the entire body of the blood ancestor. At the same time, that movement seemed to suddenly shove Bai Xiaochun along through the blood vessel, propelling him along toward some unknown destination. That having been accomplished, the heart once again withered up, as did the surrounding blood vessels. An incredibly powerful force of expulsion then appeared, wrapping around Du Lingfei. No matter how much she might have wanted to stay behind, she was completely incapable. Mixed emotions could be seen in her eyes as she looked at the spot where Bai Xiaochun had disappeared, and sighed. Although Bai Xiaochun was injured, she knew that the other legacy which had taken hold of him would not fail. She slowly reached down and picked up her mask as her body faded away, and she was expelled from the body of the blood ancestor. Song Junwan, who was still outside the heart cavity on the ancient blood road, also began to fade away as she was removed. As of this moment, the only people who remained inside the world of the blood ancestor's body were the dead, and by Xiaochun. As for the beating of the heart which had thundered out moments ago, although it only happened once, the sound echoed out into the outside world. The sky went dim, and the lands quaked. Waves even appeared on the surface of the heaven-span river. Countless cultivators in the bloodstream sect felt their hearts begin to pound, and their cultivation bases suddenly freeze up. From the outer sect disciples to the patriarchs, everyone was affected. What's going on? Something's wrong. My heart is beating out of control. My cultivation base stopped working. It's destabilizing. How could this be happening? And what was that sound just now? On Lesser Marsh Peak, Nameless Peak, Middle Peak and Corpse Peak, all cultivators, Grand Elders and Blood Masters flew out, their expressions flickering. On Ancestor Peak, the Prime Elders were shocked, and the Blood Rippers were all shaken from their trances in secluded meditation. Even the patriarchs were astonished. The Song clan patriarch was in the middle of meditating, but his eyes snapped open, and his expression flickered. Patriarch Limitless emerged from his immortal's cave and looked off into the distance, his eyes shining brightly. Has the Middle Peak Blood Master been selected? Even if the Blood Master was selected, something extreme like this shouldn't be happening. Even as everyone looked around in shock, Shuemei and Song Junwan appeared in midair, alongside Song K and all of the other surviving Dharma protectors. Song Junwan was panting as she looked over in Shuemei's direction. However, Night Crypt was nowhere to be seen. Assuming that Night Crypt had failed, Song Junwan's heart began to pound. But then, she realized that Shuemei didn't seem to have reached the Blood Master level. Behind her mask, her eyes seemed filled with confusion, almost as if she had lost control of her soul. The arrival of the group from within the Blood Ancestor, as well as the sudden deafening sound from moments ago, left the cultivators of the Bloodstream sect initially confused. But then, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering beam of blood-colored light shot up from Middle Peak, rising up into the air to form the image of a face. It was none other than Night Crypt. Blood-colored light from Middle Peak. That's the sign of the Blood Master. That means that somebody succeeded in becoming the new Blood Master. But that face, it's Night Crypt. Did he become the new Blood Master? How is this possible? The Middle Peak Blood Master isn't Shuemei or Song Junwan. How could it possibly be? Night Crypt. Eyes went wide, and minds spun. People cried out in shock. Everyone was completely and utterly astonished. That was especially true of the people on Ancestor Peak. Numerous streams of divine sense exploded out, even from the stunned patriarchs. Despite the widespread shock, the cultivators of Middle Peak were all deeply moved. To them, it was a moment of profound solemnity. No matter whether they wished it or not, they felt a sudden uncontrollable impulse that caused them to drop down and kowtow to the face of Night Crypt. Song K, Song Jin, Song Junwan, Shuemei, Master God Diviner, they all dropped to their knees. Everyone who cultivated the secret magics of Middle Peak had no choice but to give obeisance. They even felt as if their blood chi were on the verge of collapsing. That was the power of a Blood Master. A person who could control the entire mountain peak. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 259, A Legacy is Memories. Chapter 259, A Legacy is Memories. The face floating in the blood-colored light above Middle Peak told everyone that the Blood Master of Middle Peak had been determined, and it was none other than Night Crypt. Everyone who was familiar with Night Crypt's face was shaken. Su Xiaochun gasped and rubbed his eyes. Although it seemed somewhat improbable, it actually made sense for this to have happened. Night Crypt had risen to prominence over the course of only a few years, but had come to influence the entire sect. he was even famous on the outside. For him to become the Blood Master was within the realm of predictability. In fact, it was a logical outcome. The Grand Elder of Corpse Peak looked on with wide eyes. Next to him, the Corpse Peak Blood Master seemed equally dazed. However, it only took a moment for him to smile. Then, his eyes began to shine, as though he were looking at an equal. Blood Masters were a proud lot, and as far as they were concerned, the only people who were worthy of being adversaries were the other Blood Masters. Interesting, he murmured to himself. Other mountain peaks have had Blood Masters who didn't come from the major cultivator clans. Up to now, Middle Peak has been the only one who hasn't. How did Night Crypt manage to turn things around and become Blood Master when all the cards were stacked against him? Considering how important he is with his skill in the Tao of medicine, he'll definitely be a formidable opponent in the future. The Blood Master of Lesser Marsh Peak, the tall, burly man, looked on with a strange light shining in his eyes. He knew that, as of this moment, he would not be able to treat Night Crypt the way he had in the past. After a moment, he looked over at the Grand Elder of Lesser Marsh Peak and said, "Prepare a really nice gift to send over and ease some of the previous tension." Shaken, the Grand Elder nodded. He also knew that, from now on, Night Crypt was on a different level. Before, the patriarchs had liked him, and yet, held his fate in their hands. A mere thought on their part could lead to his rise, and also his fall. But now, things were different. Now that he was a Blood Master, he had his own solid foundation. He was one of the true powers of the Bloodstream sect. He had the power of an entire mountain peak at his disposal, and had been approved by the Blood Ancestor. Not even the Bloodstream sect patriarchs would casually make a move against him. If Night Crypt eventually reached core formation, he would become a Blood Ripper, which was a position superior to that of a Prime Elder. That would make him a core element among the core elements of the sect. A person like that was someone nobody could afford to provoke. The Blood Master and Grand Elder of Nameless Peak were feeling much the same way as their counterparts from Lesser Marsh Peak. They quickly made arrangements to bring an impressive gift along for their next visit to Night Crypt. Many thoughts and feelings could be found within the Bloodstream sect now that Night Crypt had become a Blood Master. As for Xiaochun, she hovered there in midair, a blank look in her eyes. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but then simply coughed up some blood. Eyes flickering dully, she turned and headed toward Ancestor Peak in a beam of light. Upon arrival, the first thing she did was confer with her father, Patriarch Limitless. Then she went to her Immortal's Cave on Ancestor Peak and went into secluded meditation. People took note of Xiaochun's attitude, but didn't ponder it too deeply. After all, anyone who failed to succeed in a fight for the position of Blood Master would find the situation hard to accept. Xiaochun was acting just as it would be expected for her to act. Although Song Junwan had mixed feelings, she gritted her teeth and flew toward Ancestor Peak to find the Song Clan Patriarch. The new Blood Master was not from the Song Clan, and that was a very important matter. It was now a fact that could not be changed, so the Song Clan Patriarch would surely have questions and direction for her. Night Crypt, she thought, I promised that if you stopped Xiaochun from succeeding, even if you became Blood Master yourself, that I would help persuade the Patriarch to accept and support you. Taking a deep breath, her eyes shone with determination as she arrived at Ancestor Peak and offered greetings to the Song Clan Patriarch. Everyone was shaken by the events which were playing out. However, the cultivators of the Bloodstream sect soon realized that something was odd about the situation. Weird, Night Crypt is now the Blood Master. But, why hasn't he come out from the trial by fire yet? In the past, the new Blood Master would be teleported out immediately. But Night Crypt is still inside the Blood Ancestor's body? Soon, more and more people began to wonder the same thing. By that time, Xiaochun had appeared in a region inside the Blood Ancestor's body that no Bloodstream sect cultivator had ever entered before. It was a world that seemed to be formed from shattered ruins, from countless fragmented chunks of land that made up a larger continent. On first sight, it actually resembled an enormous, shattered mirror. It was so large that its ends weren't even visible. The broken fragments stretched as far as the eye could see, emanating an aura of death that cast everything in a gray light. There were no signs of life anywhere. Everything was gray, and the pressure that weighed down on the area mounted continuously. Xiaochun looked around blankly, unsure of where he was. He remembered aborting his throat-crushing grasp. He remembered Xu Mei's mask falling off. He remembered seeing Du Lingfei's face. However, everything had occurred too quickly. Not only could he never have been prepared for any of it to happen, it completely exceeded anything he could have imagined. As he thought about what had just occurred, his mind trembled as though it were being rocked by thunder. There were so many questions he wanted to ask Du Lingfei, and yet before he could open his mouth to ask them, he was sucked into the blood vessel. The next thing he remembered was looking around at the gray world around him. As he hovered in the air above the shattered world, he took a deep breath and looked down to examine himself. All of his wounds were gone, even the effects of Xu Mei's golden touch. He was healed and restored to his absolute peak. A powerful blood chi swirled inside of him, and his undying live forever technique was pulsing, seemingly forming a resonance with the world around him. Ripples spread out from him that caused the world to fluctuate. As the two sets of fluctuations merged, the ripples grew more and more powerful, to a shocking degree. At the same time, rays of light began to shine up from within the cracks that separated the shattered fragments of the world. Xiaochun began to pant as he slowly formed speculations about where exactly he was. Back when he'd first entered the bloodstream sect, he had felt a resonance very much like this, the source being something below the surface of the sect. Apparently, all such resonances that he felt in the bloodstream sect originated from this very location. This was their origin. Heart pounding, he decided to try to take a step forward. As he did, intense rumbling sounds filled the entire world around him. At the same time, the resonance between his undying live forever technique and the world grew more intense, more powerful. It was like the whole world was roaring. It was a roar of complete excitement and anticipation. The glow that filled the world began to flicker rapidly, and the beams of light shooting up from between the gaps began to link together. Soon, channels of electricity pulsed through the world, all of them connected. The electricity flickered more and more quickly, and the rumbling sounds grew more intense. It was almost as if a life force were awakening that had been asleep for many years, something that was struggling to emerge from death because of the resonance which had formed. Ru-yu-yu-umbul. Heaven and earth shook violently, and lightning crackled with unprecedented intensity. The entire world seemed to be waking up. The blinding beams of light were fully connected, filling the world with multicolored light as a powerful life force erupted out. It came from nowhere, as if it had been waiting for countless years to emerge. Although it was only a moment of recovered youth, it was enough to fulfill the dying wishes of the giant that was the blood ancestor. Ru-yu-yu-umbul. Deafening rumbling sounds echoed out, and the countless shattered fragments that made up the world began to tremble. Innumerable bolts of lightning were stirring, and then, they all simultaneously shot out toward Xiaochun. In the blink of an eye, they were upon him, flooding over him, boring into his skin through his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, even through the pores of his skin. Shaking violently, Xiaochun threw his head back and let loose a long cry. More lightning poured into him, as if the accumulated life force of the whole world were using its last bit of power to deliver a legacy. This was the ultimate legacy, something above the blood master level. The lightning bolts all contained memories, countless memories which bored into Xiaochun, filling his mind, forming a complete tableau of memories. A legacy is memories. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 260, The Second Blood Ancestor. Chapter 260, The Second Blood Ancestor. They were not memories revealing the origins of the blood ancestor, nor were they recollections of his life. They did not include visions of what had occurred upon his death. Apparently, all aspects of the will of the blood ancestor had vanished completely. Perhaps, in the moments before his death, the blood ancestor wasn't worried about trying to possess someone to return to life years later. He only wanted one thing: to pass on his legacy. His legacy, of the undying live forever technique. Apparently, the blood ancestor felt that the legacy of the undying live forever technique was even more important than his own life. Insane rumbling sounds filled by Xiaochun's mind as the countless lightning bolts from the world poured into him. Soon, the life force he had felt began to fade and dissipate. As for the lightning bolts, they bored relentlessly into Bai Xiaochun, causing the fragmented memories to gradually solidify into the first portion of the legacy. That was, the undying skin. The first volume of the Undying Codex was the cultivation method for the undying skin, which now rapidly grew clear in his mind. In fact, he even came to notice some areas where his own cultivation methods were slightly different. Apparently, this portion of the legacy was even more ancient than what he had studied. Before Bai Xiaochun could analyze it in much detail, rumbling filled his mind as the second portion of the legacy appeared. It was the second volume, that of the Undying Heavenly King. Strangely, his version of the legacy was exactly the same as what Bai Xiaochun had acquired from the Gravekeeper. There were absolutely no differences. Bai Xiaochun was already panting. Now, the third portion of the legacy appeared inside of him, and as soon as he saw it, he was completely shaken, and his eyes shone with excitement. Shockingly, it was the undying muscles. The first sentence within the legacy of the undying muscles was: grow the muscles by 1 portion, extend longevity by 10 years. Bit by bit, the complete mnemonic to cultivate the undying muscles appeared within his mind. Bai Xiaochun was breathing hard. He knew that, with this legacy, even if he didn't eventually acquire the relic of eternal indestructibility, everything he had done had been worth it, just to acquire the cultivation method of the undying muscles. But of course, the legacy wasn't over yet. Even as the undying muscles technique floated in his mind, the fourth portion of the legacy bored into him. Floating there in his mind could be seen the undying bones. The resilience of power comes from the bones, and can support limitless strength. Bai Xiaochun trembled. His eyes seemed to burn with fire as the cultivation technique of the undying bones swirled in his mind. His heart was pounding as, for the first time, he took the initiative to absorb the lightning surrounding him. The next volume is definitely the ultimate portion of the Undying Codex, the Undying Blood. He howled inwardly, and his mind trembled as the Undying Blood appeared. Blood is the ultimate foundation of the physical body. As of this point, all 5 volumes of the Undying Codex had been passed on to Bai Xiaochun, and existed in his mind, full and complete. To Bai Xiaochun, the complete Undying Codex was indescribably precious. Without this bit of good fortune, after he mastered the Undying Heavenly King, he would have been forced to find the Undying Muscles volume on his own. Unfortunately, the lands of Heavenspan were huge, and Bai Xiaochun wouldn't even have known where to begin looking for it. Furthermore, he would have been forced to expend significant resources to do so. It would have been like searching for a needle in the ocean. Even if by some random chance he happened to acquire the cultivation method for the undying muscles, he would have next been forced to look for the undying bones method, and finally, the undying blood. But now, he had the full and complete Undying Codex there in his mind. On Bai Xiaochun's path of cultivation, this type of good fortune could only be described as remarkable. The complete 5 volumes formed something cyclical, meaning that Bai Xiaochun now understood the Undying Codex as a whole much better. The skin was on the outside. The flesh was the Heavenly King. The muscles increased strength. The bones provided the structure. The blood was the essence. These 5 aspects together formed the Undying Codex, and if someone cultivated all of them to completion, then it would be easier to find a phoenix feather or a qilin horn than to find someone who could kill them. That person would essentially be undying. Because of the unification of the Undying Codex within Bai Xiaochun, his heavenly demon body erupted with power. Blood chi surged inside of him, and when it combined with the lightning, it caused a second heavenly demon to appear behind him. His fleshly body power increased exponentially. Trembling, he threw his head back and howled. And yet, the transmission of the legacy wasn't over yet. The lightning which crackled around him began to coalesce into a lightning crystal. The crystal was glittering brilliantly, filled with innumerable magical symbols that flickered and glowed, almost as if they were thoughts. When Bai Xiaochun looked closer, he realized that within those symbols, he could see faces. After looking even more closely at the faces, his heart shivered, and he gasped. Most of those faces were people he recognized, cultivators of the Bloodstream sect. He saw Song Junwan, Song Ke, the Song clan patriarch, Patriarch Limitless, Su Xiaoshan, the Blood Masters. There were many, many people, including quite a few that he didn't recognize. His eyes went wide. The matter didn't take much thought to comprehend. He quickly guessed who these faces were. These are all of the people who have drawn upon on the hand of the Blood Ancestor to further their cultivation. They borrowed the Blood Ancestor's power for their cultivation, and thus, they established invisible connections with him. Bai Xiaochun felt like his mind was being struck by thunder. In the moment that the lightning crystal formed, the countless fragments that made up the world around him faded and went dark. All of the life force which had been present was now gone, and yet, the lightning crystal flickered with boundless light. The appearance of the lightning crystal didn't just cause the surrounding fragments to grow dark. Everything inside of the Blood Ancestor's body seemed to fade. It was as if the lightning crystal surpassed everything else present. This legacy has two main parts. The first part is the legacy of the Undying Codex. The second part is the Blood Ancestor's personal legacy. Throughout the years, everyone who has cultivated with the help of the Blood Ancestor has become connected to him. That connection is part of the legacy. In addition to the Blood Master legacies inside the Blood Ancestor, there is also the legendary, the one and only Blood Devil legacy. That's what I'm receiving right now. This is the Blood Devil legacy. Bai Xiaochun's mind spun as he understood everything. The lightning crystal shot toward his forehead and pierced inside of him. Instantly, pain washed through him, and he howled. Shaking from the agony, he suddenly seemed to leave his body. His consciousness floated up and out of his head, spreading out, to fill the entire body of the Blood Ancestor. From the head, it raced out, reaching all the way to the feet and the hands. Millions of strands of his consciousness filled the Blood Ancestor. He could sense the waters of the Heavenspan River surrounding him, soaking him. His right hand was reaching out of the river, stretching toward the heavens, and yet, he had no energy left. At the same time, he realized that a sect was located on his hand, and everyone in that sect relied on his help to practice cultivation. From the patriarchs to the outer sect disciples, everyone had a blood-colored gleam in their eyes. The sensation was very strange, but Bai Xiaochun didn't have time to analyze it before everything suddenly ended. His consciousness dispersed, and when he opened his eyes, he was back where he had been inside the body of the Blood Ancestor. It was almost as if everything which had just occurred was nothing more than a dream. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, and a blank look could be seen in his eyes. It almost felt as if he had just become the Blood Ancestor. Although the sensation had ended quickly, he still felt countless thoughts swirling around in his mind, thoughts that weren't his own. They were thoughts from countless years in the past, the thoughts of everyone who had ever called upon the Blood Ancestor for help in cultivation. Now that the countless fragments of the world around him had faded into darkness, the legacy transmission was over. Although that ending came without any fanfare, Bai Xiaochun felt different. From what he could feel inside of him, he had the power to suppress the cultivation bases of anyone who had cultivated the path of the Blood Ancestor. Whether they were people or animals, corpses or gargoyles. Whether they were outer sect disciples or inner sect disciples, Dharma protectors or elders, blood masters or prime elders, blood rippers, or even patriarchs. Although he couldn't completely suppress them, he knew that a single thought on his part could reduce their cultivation bases by at least half. Of course, the person truly doing the suppressing wouldn't be him, it would be the blood ancestor. Now that Bai Xiaochun had acquired the legacy of the blood ancestor, for all intents and purposes, he was the new blood ancestor. Although his cultivation base was currently too low, not nearly as fearsome and terrifying as the original blood ancestors, it was still correct to say that after obtaining the thoughts of the legacy, he was the living, second blood ancestor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 261, Come Out, Du Shueme. Chapter 261, Come Out, Du Shueme. Bai Xiaochun also had the premonition that a single thought on his part could unleash blood qi to bolster anyone who cultivated with the help of the blood ancestor, and lead to an explosive rise in battle prowess. The mere idea left Bai Xiaochun's heart pounding. After blinking a few times, he couldn't help but imagine what it would be like to shock the entire bloodstream sect with the wave of a hand. But then he imagined another scene in which, after raising his hand, the bloodstream sect went crazy trying to kill him. Of course, Imposter Nightcrypt could see everything that Bai Xiaochun was seeing, and couldn't help but tremble and let out an incredulous shriek. Blood! Blood devil! Heavens! I can't believe that you've become the blood devil. The blood devil was a legend in the bloodstream sect. Supposedly, he would either lead the bloodstream sect to glory, or completely destroy it. As soon as Imposter Nightcrypt's voice rang out in Bai Xiaochun's mind, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, and his expression turned very serious. Quiet down, he said, patting his bag of holding and looking around, heart pulsing with both excitement and anxiety. My original purpose was to become the Grand Elder. Then I became a blood master, a development I could handle. Who could have imagined that I would become the blood devil? Although he couldn't help but feel wonderful, he was also scowling. After all, some people in the sect would happily welcome the blood devil, whereas others wouldn't permit him to exist, and would do anything to kill him. I definitely can't let anyone in the bloodstream sect know what's happened. AI. Being too outstanding is really annoying sometimes. Sighing, he stuck his chin up and waved his sleeve, looking very much like a lonely hero. With the snap of a finger, Bai Xiaochun, reduced the bloodstream sect to ashes. He sighed, thinking about how he had accomplished something in the bloodstream sect that he would never have been able to accomplish in the spirit stream sect. As he thought back to everything he had done here, he sighed even more. Then he remembered that beneath Shueme's mask was Du Lingfei's face, and a profound gleam appeared in his eyes. Shueme. Du Lingfei. Taking a deep breath, he took a step forward and drew upon the legacy within him. Instantly, a vortex appeared in front of him, which he stepped into and vanished. When he rematerialized, he was outside of the blood ancestor's body, hovering in midair above the bloodstream sect, within the convergence of the blood qi that resembled his face. Numerous people were wrapped up in their speculations about what was happening, and as soon as they caught sight of him, cries of surprise rang out. He's come out. He stayed inside the blood ancestor's body for much longer than any of the other blood masters. Could it be that he found some other sort of good fortune? Nightcrypt definitely seems a lot more powerful than he was before. Song K grumbled bitterly. Su Xiaoshan sighed. Master God Diviner stood there trembling. Numerous gazes were all focused on Bai Xiaochun. Everyone was wrapped up in their own thoughts. However, the cultivators from Middle Peak were shaking, and the pressure that radiated out from Bai Xiaochun caused them to involuntarily bow their heads and then drop down to kowtow. The entire bloodstream sect was shaken. Bai Xiaochun hovered in midair, looking down at all the disciples and their reactions. He enjoyed being the center of attention, and on any other occasion would have assumed the pose of a member of the senior generation. But at the moment, he was somewhat distracted. In fact, his attention was soon drawn to Ancestor Peak. There, he could sense Shueme's aura. Whether it was because of becoming a blood master or the blood devil, Bai Xiaochun was pleased to some extent, but not as much as he might have been, and the reason for that was Du Lingfei. So, Du Lingfei is Xuemei, he murmured to himself. And Xuemei is Patriarch Limitless' only daughter, with a very high position in the Bloodstream sect. Although Bai Xiaochun could never have predicted that Xuemei would be Du Lingfei, now that he thought about it, it did make sense. After another moment of thought, his eyes flashed, and he transformed into a beam of light that shot toward Ancestor Peak. As he neared, numerous streams of divine sense appeared to examine him, but none blocked his path. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped onto the mountain and then began to follow Xuemei's aura to her immortal's cave. It was surrounded by a grove of plum trees, and was closed tight. Apparently, Xuemei didn't want to see anyone at the moment. Bai Xiaochun stood at the border of the plum tree grove, looking at the large door. He wanted to see Xuemei, and ask her a question. From the moment that Du Lingfei had disappeared, all the way until sect leader Zhang Yuandong had identified her as the spy in the sect, that question had been burning in Bai Xiaochun's heart. He wanted to know whether the things that had occurred back in the Spirit Stream sect, especially the connection that had appeared between them when they were being chased by the Luochen clan, were real or not. "Xuemei, come out and see me," he said loudly, his voice echoing among the plum trees. The people on Ancestor Peak who were watching him all heard what he said. Inside the Immortal's cave, Xuemei also heard. However, even after waiting for some time, Bai Xiaochun got no response. "Do Xuemei, come out and see me," he said again. This time, he spoke even more loudly. By this point, all of the patriarchs on Ancestor Peak were watching the scene, as were the Prime Elders, and the Blood Rippers in their secluded meditation facilities. They weren't sure exactly what had occurred between Xuemei and Nightcrypt, but they could well imagine what sorts of things might have happened in the struggle between her and Song Junwan, a struggle that ended with Nightcrypt becoming the Blood Master. Time passed. Several hours later, there was still no response from within Xuemei's Immortal's cave. Bai Xiaochun stood outside of the plum tree grove, surrounded by silence, his expression gradually turning grimmer and grimmer. Shaking his head bitterly, he gave one last look at the Immortal's cave within the grove of plum trees, then slowly turned and left. If she didn't want to see him, then he didn't want to stand around uselessly. Before he could leave Ancestor Peak, though, a beam of light flew down to meet him. A figure soon became visible, and it was none other than Song Junwan. Bai Xiaochun stopped in place and looked up at her. When their gazes met, he could see the mixed emotions in her eyes. Although she had thrown her command medallion to him, and had also said she would support him if he stopped Xuemei and became Blood Master himself, it was still impossible for her to cover up the complex emotions that she felt. He began nervously. However, before he could say anything else, Song Junwan clasped hands and bowed. Song Junwan offers greetings, Blood Master. Please tarry a moment, the Song clan patriarch wishes to see you. Bai Xiaochun stood there thoughtfully for a moment, then buried the matter of Du Lingfei deep in his heart. He didn't feel like thinking about it any longer. Instead, he considered the situation at hand. Even though he had technically become the Blood Master, if the sect itself didn't approve of the situation, anything could happen. My goal here is to get the relic of eternal indestructibility, he thought. I can't stop Du Lingfei if she wishes to reveal my identity. If she doesn't, though, then I have to pass the next test, which means seeing the Song clan patriarch. His thoughts were in chaos, but he managed to pull himself together and nod in response to Song Junwan. Then the two of them headed toward the Song clan patriarch's Immortal's cave on Ancestor Peak. Song Junwan maintained her silence along the way, and Bai Xiaochun wasn't really sure what to say. When they reached the entrance to the Immortal's cave, Song Junwan stopped and looked over at him. I don't regret what I promised, she said. I've already explained everything to the Patriarch. In my heart, you are the Blood Master. As for how the Patriarch views the matter, I've done everything I can to convince him to agree with me. Bai Xiaochun nodded. Then, taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and walked into the Immortal's cave. As he passed her, Song Junwan hesitated for a moment, and then added one more thought. There have been times in the past when outsiders acquired the position of Blood Master. You can take a hard stance with him. With that, she turned and left. Bai Xiaochun watched her leave, then continued on into the Immortal's Cave. Before long, he was in the cave's main hall. The first thing he saw was the Song clan patriarch, sitting cross-legged on a stone dais. The patriarch seemed to emanate a feeling of profound age, and was surrounded by intangible fluctuations. As soon as Bai Xiaochun neared, he felt incredible pressure weighing down on him. Ru Yu Yuumbul. The pressure from the patriarch's cultivation base caused Bai Xiaochun to stop in his tracks, trembling. It felt as though countless mountains were crushing down onto him, and forced him to push back with all the might his cultivation base could muster. After a moment, the pressure suddenly vanished, causing Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base power to suddenly run wild inside of him. The heavenly demon appeared behind him, and his mid-foundation establishment cultivation base erupted. In that moment, the Song clan patriarch opened his eyes, and his shining gaze came to settle on Bai Xiaochun, seemingly piercing into the deepest layers of his heart. Thankfully, Bai Xiaochun had his heaven-defying mask. Despite the fact that he had lost control of his cultivation base, the mask still concealed his true level. The Song clan patriarch looked him up and down, and apparently didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. The entire process only lasted for a few breaths worth of time, but to Bai Xiaochun, it seemed much longer than that. Sweat was rolling down his face by the time the Song clan patriarch retracted his piercing gaze. At that point, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, clasped hands, and bowed deeply. Nightcrypt offers greetings, Patriarch. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 262, The Patriarch's Stepson. Chapter 262, The Patriarch's Stepson. As soon as the words left Bai Xiaochun's mouth, the Song clan patriarch snorted coldly, and then spoke words that echoed as deafeningly as thunder. Admit to your crimes, Nightcrypt. Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base was trembling, and the intensity of the patriarch's voice caused his face to drain of blood. He felt like he was a tiny rowboat being tossed about by the raging sea that was the patriarch's fury, a rowboat that could capsize and sink at any moment. He almost felt like he couldn't endure, and was even considering using his newfound powers to suppress the patriarch's cultivation base. But then Song Junwan's words echoed in his mind. Although he couldn't be sure if what she'd said was true, after considering everything that had occurred between the two of them, he made his choice. Gritting his teeth, he pushed back against the pressure, lifted his head up and looked directly at the Song clan patriarch. What crimes did Nightcrypt commit? He said coldly and slowly, his veins of steel pulsing, blood chi surging. The position of Middle Peak Blood Master belongs to either Song Junwan or Xueme, the Song clan patriarch said coolly. No matter what occurred, any person other than them who acquires the title will have no choice other than to return it. You took a position that doesn't belong to you. I will have that title back, and you will submit. I, Nightcrypt, am loyal and faithful to the sect. I've performed countless meritorious services. If I'm not allowed to have the trifling Blood Master title, then so be it. You want to take it back? Well, I can't stop you, but don't even think that I'll submit to you. Although Bai Xiaochun was nervous, he could read between the lines. If the patriarch wanted to strip him of his Blood Master title, there wouldn't be a need to waste so many words. The patriarch could simply kill him. However, the fact that he was spending so much time talking indicated that the Song clan patriarch didn't actually want to remove the title from him. The truth was that such a title couldn't simply be given or taken. Bai Xiaochun would have to die first, and then a certain amount of time would have to pass before another Blood Master could be raised up. In fact, that was why Middle Peak had been bereft of a Blood Master for so many years. With all these thoughts in mind, Bai Xiaochun stood there, a look of unswerving determination on his face. The Song clan patriarch looked at Bai Xiaochun and then let out a cold harumph. That girl Junwan knows me quite well, and has clearly taught you a thing or two. Am I right? Bai Xiaochun blinked, but didn't utter a word in response. The Song clan patriarch flicked his sleeve and rose to his feet on the stone dais. Night Crypt, are you willing to accept me as your stepfather, to become my stepson? Despite the fact that he spoke with a cool voice, the sound was so loud that the immortal's cave seemed like it might explode. Bai Xiaochun was completely shaken by the patriarch's words. Despite the vast difference in age between them, Bai Xiaochun could tell that the patriarch harbored no ill will towards him, and actually viewed him as extremely important. His heart filled with many complicated emotions as he stood there silently. After a long moment passed, he looked the patriarch in the eye, clasped hands, and bowed deeply. Night Crypt offers greetings, stepfather. The hint of a smile broke out on the Song clan patriarch's somber face, and within it could be seen his approval of Bai Xiaochun. The truth was that it didn't matter very much to him who exactly became the Blood Master, as long as that person was close to the Song clan and had strong character. The Blood Masters were the face of the Bloodstream sect, and embodied the might of the mountain peaks. In the coming war, they would be very important figures to the sect as a whole. The patriarch had long since been paying attention to Night Crypt's doings. Although he still had some suspicions about how he had accomplished everything he did, he was still very pleased. That was especially true of his shocking skill in the Tao of medicine. The only thing he wasn't very happy about was Night Crypt's cultivation base. He was only in Mortal Tao Foundation establishment, and that seeming weakness would make future growth difficult. We are on the cusp of war. If you fight well, then I'll discuss matters with the other patriarchs. Perhaps we can pull off a heaven-defying act and remold your spiritual sea. Although such a thing couldn't be done overnight, we might be able to push you from Mortal Tao into core formation. If you reach core formation, you will become a blood ripper. As for where you would end up in the end, it would all depend on your own good fortune. I can't say for sure what will happen, but considering your luck, you may be able to walk a path of your own. With that, he waved his right hand, and a fist-sized violet-colored lamp flew out to float in front of Bai Xiaochun. Voice softening a bit, the Song clan patriarch said, "Since you're my stepson now, I'm giving you this to keep you safe. It's a magical device that I used years ago. It can release a blood flame that can burn anything and everything. It's comparable to the attack of a core formation cultivator." Bai Xiaochun looked at the violet lamp, and could immediately tell that it was something the Song clan patriarch deeply valued. When he reached out to hold it, he could sense warmth flowing into him. The lamp also emitted a soft light that made it seem anything but ordinary. At the same time, it radiated a sense of intense danger that made Bai Xiaochun feel like he was looking at a raging fire. The fact that the patriarch was giving him something like this showed that he truly did view him as a stepson. Although Bai Xiaochun was delighted to have been given such a gift, it filled him with even more mixed emotions than before. "Many thanks, stepfather," he said softly, bowing his head. With that, the Song clan patriarch smiled broadly and said, "As a blood master, you may take an immortal's cave on Ancestor Peak, and may come and go as you wish. Furthermore, as my stepson, you may come to visit me anytime you wish. If you have any questions about your cultivation base, feel free to come to me to get an answer." "Very well, take your leave. In 7 days, a grand ceremony will be held to tell everyone under heaven that Night Crypt has become the Blood Master of the middle peak of the Bloodstream sect." Bai Xiaochun was a bit taken aback. He had never imagined that he would pass this test so easily. In fact, from the things the Song clan patriarch had said, it was obvious how important he felt Night Crypt to be. After making his way back to Middle Peak, he sat down in his immortal's cave, wondering if everything was a dream. So many things had happened. First was the revelation that Xu was actually Du Lingfei. Then he became the Blood Master, and then the Blood Devil. And after all that, the Song clan patriarch took him as a stepson. In the end, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but think that the Bloodstream sect really had treated him well. He was already starting to feel very bad about all of his decisions. Even as he sat there sighing to himself, night fell. Suddenly, Bai Xiaochun's expression flickered, and he looked up. Outside of his immortal's cave, a voice could be heard, soft and respectful. "Night Crypt, my lord, may I seek an audience?" "It's me, Master God Diviner." Master God Diviner stood outside the immortal's cave, a fawning expression on his face, looking both nervous and respectful. The moment he found out that Night Crypt had become the Blood Master, he started getting very nervous. After thinking about everything that had gone on between them, he got the sensation that a cold wind was creeping up his back. Not wanting to delay matters, he had braced himself and immediately headed over to Bai Xiaochun, a valuable gift in hand. The fact that Master God Diviner had interrupted his ruminating left Bai Xiaochun feeling a bit irritated. "What do you want?" he said coldly. As soon as Master God Diviner heard the words, his heart seized, and he cursed bitterly to himself. Based on Night Crypt's tone, it seemed like he wanted to settle accounts. Master God Diviner could think of plenty of ways in which that might happen. Night Crypt could throw him into the blood prison, or send him to the front lines in the coming war. There were many ways that he could be sent to his death. Considering that Master God Diviner was an elder of Middle Peak, there was no way he could extricate himself from the situation. Flustered at how he was teetering on the edge of death, he gritted his teeth and flopped down onto his knees. "Blood Master, I beg for your favor. A person of great moral stature such as yourself will surely overlook the crimes of a scoundrel like me. In the past, I acted in ignorance. Blood Master, please be lenient. I implore you, take this ancient god power talisman that I came across years ago. Surely it can sate your anger." Suppressing the pain he felt at losing such a powerful object, he held out a green paper talisman. The talisman emanated fluctuations that Bai Xiaochun could feel even inside his immortal's cave, fluctuations that seemed to have originated in ancient times. Heart trembling, he emerged from his immortal's cave to stand in front of Master God Diviner and examine the talisman for a moment. The arts used to create this ancient god power talisman were long since lost to the world. It could provide a temporary but incredible boost to one's fleshly body, making one vastly more powerful. To Bai Xiaochun, it meant that he could power up to an incredible and shocking level. Looking over at Master God Diviner, he put the talisman into his bag of holding, then cleared his throat. "We're all fellow disciples," he said. "There's no need to act like that. I've long since forgotten what happened before." With that, he patted Master God Diviner on the shoulder. Master God Diviner had been incredibly nervous, and had even been wondering if he would make it out of this situation alive. Therefore, once he heard Bai Xiaochun's words, relief flooded his heart. Feeling like he had unexpectedly been pulled away from death's door, and had even been treated magnanimously, he was now more grateful than ever. Bowing his head over and over again, he repeatedly swore to follow Night Crypt to the ends of the earth. Seeing the encouraging smile on Bai Xiaochun's face, he felt even more moved. Finally, he left. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times as he realized that, considering his current position, all he had to do was show people a bit of favor, and he would reap enormous benefits as a result. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 263, Looting the Lady's Bedchamber. Chapter 263, Looting the Lady's Bedchamber. Time passed quickly. 7 days. During that time, many cultivators from Middle Peak came for formal visits. Obviously, they all brought gifts with them, hoping to resolve any past differences they'd had with Night Crypt. Bai Xiaochun dealt with most of the people in the same way he dealt with Master God Diviner. As a result, not only did his reputation in the Bloodstream sect improve, but quite a few people were so thankful that they also implied that they wanted to become his followers. Bai Xiaochun was very pleased, and couldn't help but muse that he had handled everything perfectly. In fact, he decided that he would continue to use such methods in the future. Eventually, it came time for the official ceremony to install Night Crypt as the Blood Master. On that day, all cultivators of the Bloodstream sect were present. prime elders, blood rippers, and even 4 of the patriarchs showed up to bear witness to Nightcrypt taking his position. As the Grand Elder of Middle Peak, Song Junwan formally presented the Blood Master robe to Bai Xiaochun. As soon as the garments settled onto his shoulders, Nightcrypt's somber features grew even more solemn. All of the cultivators of Middle Peak, including Song Junwan, dropped to their knees to kowtow. "Greetings, Blood Master." Their voices echoed out for all to hear, accompanied by a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering eruption of blood chi from the mountain peak itself, which rose up like a pillar into the sky. As of this moment, Nightcrypt's name had become formally inscribed into the historical canons of the Bloodstream sect. It was official. He was Middle Peak's Blood Master. The cultivators from the other mountain peaks didn't kowtow, but they did clasp hands and bow. Although Nightcrypt wasn't the Blood Master of those other mountain peaks, he was still a Blood Master, and was thus a figure deserving of respect, someone that no one in the sect could possibly dare to offend. Bai Xiaochun looked around at the kowtowing cultivators, and sighed 1,000 sighs as countless thoughts raced about in his mind. It had been many years since anyone had occupied Middle Peak's Blood Master Temple, but from this day forth, it would be called Bai Xiaochun's Immortal's Cave. Without his express invitation, no one would be able to set even a foot inside. Not even Grand Elder Song Junwan could do so. The ceremony lasted for most of the day. Toward the end, the Blood Masters and Grand Elders from the 3 other mountain peaks came to offer formal greetings, and then a feast was held in Blood Master Temple. The atmosphere was jovial, and no one got the impression that Nightcrypt wasn't fit for the position. Song Junwan sat next to him to attend him, and when she looked over at him occasionally, although mixed emotions could be seen in her eyes, they also glowed brightly. Throughout the entire occasion, Bai Xiaochun never saw Xueme nor Patriarch Limitless. Eventually, the feast ended, and the guests departed. Bai Xiaochun sat alone in Blood Master Temple, looking off into the distance, relishing the feeling of power. "The lives of everyone on Middle Peak are in my hands," he murmured to himself. As he watched the setting sun, he could sense the fluctuations emanating out of Middle Peak, and the resonance it formed with him. That was one of the unique abilities of a Blood Master. Furthermore, his powers weren't necessarily limited to Middle Peak. If required, he could step in for the Blood Masters of the other peaks to suppress people on those mountains. "Du Lingfei doesn't want to see me," he murmured to himself. "However, I already have the answer to my question." He shook his head. The fact that he had been formally installed as Blood Master indicated that no one in the Bloodstream sect was aware of his true identity. That much was clear, much to Bai Xiaochun's relief. Everyone has the right to make their own choices. "I guess this is your choice." After a bit more thought, he finally put the matter to rest. Bai Xiaochun didn't want to stay in the Bloodstream sect any longer than necessary. Whether it was for his own personal reasons, or for the fact that war would soon break out, he wanted to leave as soon as possible. "It's almost time to say goodbye." He sighed and looked down the mountain toward Grand Elder Song Junwan's Immortal's Cave. As the Blood Master, there were many methods he could employ to get into Song Junwan's Immortal's Cave. As far as her restrictive spells, and the attendants outside the cave, he could deal with them all as easily as flipping over his hand. However, he couldn't go about the task casually. In the end, he called upon his authority as the Blood Master to assign Song Junwan a special mission. She would be sent to a legacy pocket realm within the Bloodstream sect. Normally, it was a place where the Blood Masters would go to reach core formation when they reached the Great Circle of Foundation Establishment. As for Song Junwan, she was reaching the point of breaking through to core formation, so being able to enter that pocket realm would be of incredible benefit. Normally, it was a place that only Blood Masters could enter. Not even the Patriarchs could easily arrange for others to go in. Only the Blood Masters themselves could hand that right over to another person. When Song Junwan heard about the arrangement, she looked at Bai Xiaochun with shining eyes. Apparently, this act resolved even the slightest remaining reservations she had in her heart. As for Bai Xiaochun, he could hardly stand the look in her eyes, and inwardly cursed her vixen ways. After handling Song Junwan, he also arranged for the attendants who guarded her immortal's cave to be sent off on a task. The result was a rare occasion. Song Junwan's immortal's cave was left completely unguarded. It wasn't anything very noteworthy as far as the sect went. No one would ever dare to try to break into a Grand Elder's immortal's cave. Besides, there would be little point to doing such a thing. After everything was arranged and taken care of, Bai Xiaochun strolled out of Bloodmaster Temple and walked along the paths of the middle peak. The sky above was a muted orange color, and a gentle wind caressed his cheeks. No one else could be seen as Bai Xiaochun slowly approached Song Junwan's immortal's cave. After crossing the lake of blood, he found himself in front of the main door. Reaching out, he placed his hand onto the surface of the door. He could now control all spell formations on Middle Peak, so all it took was a slight push to send it swinging quietly open. As the door opened, his heart began to beat faster, and his eyes shone with keen anticipation. He had been in the Bloodstream sect for quite some time now, and from the time he had been a completely nobody all the way to his current situation, he had done everything in order to acquire the relic of eternal indestructibility. As of this moment, his goal was at hand. I wonder, what exactly the relic of eternal indestructibility is? Taking a deep breath, he strode into Song Junwan's immortal's cave. He was familiar with the place, and quickly walked into the inner sections of the cave, where Song Junwan's bedchamber was located. Looking around, he saw decorations which clearly identified it as a woman's room. He almost felt like he was doing something a bit perverted. He cleared his throat. Calming himself, he performed an incantation gesture and then waved his finger, causing blood chi to form into a sword, which he sent stabbing down into the ground. He began to dig a large hole, going deeper and deeper until he hit something that seemed to be made of metal, something so tough that when the sword chi hit it, the chi collapsed. In fact, even though he could see the item with his naked eye, it was completely invisible to divine sense. Leaping down into the bottom of the hole, he found himself standing on what appeared to be a black sheet of iron. This is the place. Reaching down, he rubbed the iron sheet, which caused a cold sensation to pierce him down to his bones. After trying several different ways to dispel the stabbing cold, he drew upon the undying live forever technique and finally blotted it out. Once again, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, forming a sword with blood chi, which he used to hew out more space along the edges of the iron sheet. Gradually, more of the metal was revealed. Furthermore, a magical symbol became visible. It was very complicated and ornate, and Bai Xiaochun wasn't sure how to read it. However, in the very center of the symbol was an indentation that seemed to be the exact shape of a medicinal pill. Instead of pulling out the medicinal pill he had concocted back in the Spirit Stream sect, he studied the iron sheet a bit more. Suddenly, he gasped. This is Middle Peak, which is actually the middle finger of the blood ancestor. I wonder if this iron sheet is actually a ring on the giant's finger. A ring belonging to the blood ancestor. With that, he thought back to the moment when he had accepted the legacy, and had momentarily become the blood ancestor. Now that he thought about it, he was certain that a ring had indeed existed on the middle finger, but there are all types of magical devices of holding. I wonder if this ring is actually a ring of holding? After a bit more thought, he slapped his bag of holding and produced the medicinal pill, which he carefully placed into the indentation in the magical symbol. In the instant that it clicked into place, it melted, and the magical symbol lit up, causing blinding light to shine out. Thankfully, the light was contained by the Immortal's cave, otherwise it would have been visible from quite a distance. Bai Xiaochun's heart was pounding as he backed up and looked at the magical symbol. Gradually, the light began to fade away, and cracking sounds could be heard. Bai Xiaochun watched as the magical symbol changed shape, as though a ceiling were being undone. Soon, it transformed into the shape of a door. Bai Xiaochun stood there, staring at the door for a long moment before finally gritting his teeth. I've come this far, I can't stop now. Let's see what exactly this relic of eternal indestructibility really is. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward and vanished into the door. When he reappeared, he was in another location, surrounded by blurry darkness. He wasn't sure how large of a space he was in, but he could see that right in front of him was a palm-sized turtle shell. On top of the shell was a golden leaf. Other than those two items, nothing else was visible. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 264, Disaster Brewing. Chapter 264, Disaster Brewing. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened as he stepped forward and grabbed the golden leaf. Other than its unusual color, there didn't seem to be anything special about it. As for the turtle shell, it was deathly still, and radiated an air of complete and utter ancientness. However, it didn't seem at all like the eternal and indestructible relic that Bai Xiaochun had been expecting. "Where's the relic of eternal indestructibility?" he exclaimed. Then he began to search around madly for anything else in the area. However, other than the turtle shell and the golden leaf, there was nothing present. At one point, he bit down on the golden leaf, but it was so hard his teeth almost broke. Obviously, it wasn't intended to be eaten. Bai Xiaochun was starting to go crazy. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was starting to wonder if he had been played. He quickly produced the soul of imposter Night Crypt. "Damn it, tell me the secret of eternal indestructibility!" Bai Xiaochun raged. "The only things here are this leaf and this turtle shell. They're completely useless." Imposter Night Crypt's soul stared around blankly, clearly flummoxed. "This is impossible. The mysterious sect definitely said it was here." Bai Xiaochun was feeling more and more like he had been played. When he thought about all the toil and suffering he had put into this mission, even risking his own life, only to come here and find nothing, he felt more wrong than he ever had in his entire life. He searched around a bit more, but to his increasing despair, found nothing. In the end, he stared down at the turtle shell. Of course, he loved turtles, but this turtle shell was tiny, much tinier than even his turtle walk. "Don't tell me the relic of eternal indestructibility is this turtle shell? But what is it supposed to do?" Bai Xiaochun was about ready to cry. Sighing and scowling, he finally put the turtle shell and the golden leaf into his bag of holding, and then walked out through the glowing door. Looking down at the hole he had excavated in the floor of the Immortal's cave, he scowled, and then began to fill it in. Sometime later, after making sure everything looked exactly as it had before he arrived, he trudged away. Outside the Immortal's cave, he sighed, then looked up into the sky. To him, it felt as if the world had just played a huge trick on him. All of my toil and suffering. Things got so dangerous I almost died. Feeling incensed, he returned to Bloodmaster Temple, then pulled out the golden leaf and the turtle shell and studied them a bit. Eventually, he realized that the golden leaf was extremely durable, and apparently impossible to tear apart. However, other than that, it didn't seem special. He suspected that the leaf must contain some technique hidden inside of it, but even after opening his heaven-span Dharma eye, he couldn't see anything. As for the turtle shell, it seemed dead, completely dried out, albeit relatively sturdy. Once upon a time, a living turtle had existed inside the shell, but now, that turtle was nothing more than a corpse. Bai Xiaochun didn't rest that night. By the next morning, his eyes were bloodshot, and he finally decided to give up on his research. He let out a sigh filled with grief and discontentment. Imposter Night Crypt's soul was so scared that he didn't dare to utter a peep, fearful that Bai Xiaochun might flip out and kill him. However, he couldn't help but feel wronged in the whole matter. He hadn't been telling lies, but... As he sank into despair, Bai Xiaochun realized that he had no desire to remain in the bloodstream sect any longer. Sighing continuously, he began to think of a reason to leave. However, even as he did, a beam of light shot up from each of the other 3 mountain peaks. Within those 3 beams of light were the 3 other Blood Masters. When they arrived on Middle Peak, their expressions were casual and relaxed, and apparently they had come simply to chat. Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but wonder what their real purpose was, but he humored them. For a bit of time, they simply talked about random things. Finally, the Blood Master from Lesser Marsh Peak couldn't restrain himself from getting to the point. "Night Crypt," he said. "The three of us have been given some top-secret information. Bai Xiaochun, the Heavendao Foundation establishment expert from the Spirit Stream sect, has not been in secluded meditation for the past few years. He actually left the sect some years ago to gain experience. Some people even suspect that he entered Bloodstream sect territory. Whether or not that information is correct, we can't be completely sure. However, even the chance that it might be true means that we could have an opportunity to kill Bai Xiaochun." Bai Xiaochun's heart was already pounding, but he didn't let any of that emotion show on his face. Tone solemn, the Blood Master continued, "All of us Blood Masters swore an oath to the patriarchs that we would hunt down and kill Bai Xiaochun. We would exterminate the young successor of the Spirit Stream sect, their Heavendao Foundation establishment expert. In our cultivation, we have to cut down chosen like that. Kill them, steal their good fortune, and use that to realize our own Dao. We swore a formal oath as Blood Masters, and since you're a Blood Master now too, we all need to stand as one. Since the oath has our names on it, then naturally, it should have yours as well." The Blood Masters from Corpse Peak and Nameless Peak nodded solemnly. From the way they were looking at him, it seemed they wouldn't leave until he agreed. Bai Xiaochun was already trembling in fear because of what he'd heard. Obviously, these people had sworn an oath, and yet failed to live up to it, and now they were trying to drag him into their little cabal. He thought about refusing, but could tell that they wouldn't let him off the hook easily. Even as he hesitated, the Corpse Peak Blood Master produced a jade slip from his bag of holding. "This is the oath we swore to the patriarchs. We had to make a special request to bring it here today. All you have to do is place your mark upon it, that's all." With that, he handed the jade slip over to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened when he realized how well prepared the group was. Inwardly, he cursed about how outrageous these Blood Masters were, forcing him to swear an oath to kill himself. The more he thought about it, the worse it sounded. That was especially true when he examined the jade slip and saw that, in addition to the substantial reward that was being offered upon Bai Xiaochun's death, there was also a punishment for failure. That punishment involved being confined to the sect's abysmal defile. Bai Xiaochun had heard of the abysmal defile before. It was a deep ravine filled with wind and fire, a place where cultivation felt like pure torture. Ordinary people couldn't even survive the place. When he saw that, he felt more nervous than ever. As Bai Xiaochun, he hadn't done anything to these three Blood Masters. What right did they have to make things so hard for him, to risk such incredible punishment in their attempt to kill him? Seeing the fierce looks in their eyes, he gritted his teeth and put his mark onto the jade slip. Inwardly, he was chuckling coldly. You people might as well abandon any hope of ever succeeding. Even with me in your little cabal, you'll be waiting forever. When they saw Bai Xiaochun put his name on the oath, they all smiled and relaxed a bit. The truth was that this agreement had been a huge headache for them. Back when they had first sworn the oath, they had been attempting to take the lead among the other cultivators in the sect. However, after all the years that had passed, they still hadn't accomplished their mission. Now that Middle Peak had its Blood Master, they all agreed that they had to get the fourth Blood Master into their group no matter the cost. After all, an addition person to help would be the ideal situation. I might only have been promoted to Blood Master recently, Bai Xiaochun said, sounding very serious, but this is a serious matter. We need to turn up some clues immediately. Since Bai Xiaochun is supposedly in Bloodstream sect territory, then how about this? I'll go search for him right away. If I turn anything up, I'll send you three a message instantly. Then we can all attack together to take Bai Xiaochun down. As soon as the other three Blood Masters heard his suggestion, their expressions brightened, and they exchanged meaningful glances. Then, all of them declared their own intentions of going out to search for Bai Xiaochun. As soon as anyone found new information, they would notify the others. Feeling very pleased, they all left. Bai Xiaochun chuckled coldly inside, then began to pack his things in preparation for departure. Sometime later, he left the gates of the sect, and then turned to look back, his eyes filled with sighs and other mixed emotions. The truth was that even he wasn't sure exactly how he felt about the Bloodstream sect. It would be great if this war could be avoided somehow, he murmured to himself. With that, he turned to look in the direction of Xu Me's Immortal's cave on Ancestor Peak. The choice is yours, he said with a sigh. Then he turned and flew off in a beam of light. Before he had gone very far, he suddenly realized that he already missed the Bloodstream sect. He thought back to everything which had occurred there, and couldn't help but look over his shoulder one more time at the sect. I might not ever come back here again in my entire life. Even as he hovered there looking back at the sect, his eyes suddenly went wide with shock. Something was happening on Nameless Peak. A black cloud was rising up into the air, a huge mist filled with countless gargoyles. The gargoyles were exploding into action, howling at the tops of their lungs in voices that could shake heaven and earth. Down with the Bloodstream sect. We will be free. We will be our own masters. Cultivators of Nameless Peak, you have oppressed us gargoyles for too long. We refuse to submit to you. Today is the day we rebel against the Bloodstream sect. The shrill cries of the gargoyles erupted out to shake the entire Bloodstream sect. That was especially true of the cultivators on Nameless Peak, who were utterly shocked. The gargoyles which had previously been under their command were suddenly completely ignoring their orders. Even some of the oldest gargoyles were joining in, and they seemed the most enraged of all. There was one gargoyle who appeared to be their leader, and was located in the very center of the army. That particular gargoyle suddenly launched into a speech, his voice loud and piercing. Fellow gargoyles, the time has come to attack. Fear not, my master has already become a blood master, someone powerful enough to shake the world. Today is the day that we gargoyles rise to prominence. We will shake off the manacles placed upon us by Nameless Peak. Today, we fight for our freedom. Bai Xiaochun gasped as he realized who the leader of the gargoyles was. It was none other than Shadow, the gargoyle he had fed medicinal dregs to when he had been concocting medicine on Nameless Peak. Back then, the gargoyle had been meek and subservient, but now, it seemed completely arrogant and despotic. His words immediately caused Bai Xiaochun to shiver. Swallowing hard, beads of sweat popping out on his forehead, Bai Xiaochun quickly turned and made his way off into the distance, fearful that after the gargoyle insurrection was put down, the Bloodstream sect would look for him to settle accounts. Damn it! I was wondering why nothing strange happened when I concocted medicine on Nameless Peak. It turns out the disaster was brewing this entire time. Looking like he might cry at any moment, he left behind the raging howls of the gargoyles and the cold snorts of the patriarchs. He fled for his life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 265, Knocking Sounds. Chapter 265, Knocking Sounds. After leaving the Bloodstream sect, Bai Xiaochun shot through the air in a beam of light. The sky stretched out in all directions, peppered with occasional clouds. Flying along as he was, Bai Xiaochun felt as free as a bird. The jungle which filled the Bloodstream sect's territory was the color of blood, and in many areas, radiated a dangerous and brutal aura. However, whatever deadly entities existed therein quickly shrank down into the shadows as soon as they sensed Bai Xiaochun's blood qi. Virtually everything in the area was connected in some way to the Bloodstream sect, and Bai Xiaochun soon found that it could all be suppressed by his aura. As far as the cultivator clans in the area went, Bai Xiaochun's high status in the Bloodstream sect ensured that he could completely ignore them. When blood masters went out of the sect, even if they went out alone, they had numerous ways to suppress anyone or anything they came across. They could travel about completely unobstructed. Even the most powerful beasts Bai Xiaochun encountered would retreat once they sensed his aura. none of them dared to provoke him. Bai Xiaochun flew along enjoying the scenery, feeling very relaxed. Along the way, he spent some time to practice cultivation. Now that he was away from the bloodstream sect, he could tell that his undying live forever technique was working a bit more sluggishly. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about that. Thankfully, he had the legacy of the blood ancestor, and could now be considered a true master of the undying codex. Although his cultivation of it had slowed some, he was practicing the true method, and was thus able to compensate for the decrease in speed. As for the Violet Chi Heavenspan incantation, Bai Xiaochun decided it was best not to cultivate it in bloodstream sect territory. A signature magical technique like that would be best practiced after he passed over the Luochun Mountains. However, he was itching to try out his human controlling grand magic, and managed to find a few chances to practice with it. He hadn't spent much time working on it, but now that his cultivation base was at the mid-foundation establishment stage, the spiritual power he could wield ensured that the human controlling grand magic was quite marvelous. By now, he had been studying the powers of gravity and repulsion for years, and yet, wasn't willing to give up on them, and continued to spend time analyzing them. When he got tired because of all the traveling, he would impose on one of the local cultivator clans. Whenever he left such clans, they would always throw a big fanfare out of respect for him. As time went on, his sighs grew heavier. He was going to miss being a blood master. As far as he was concerned, giving up that title was worse than losing a fortune. I really am simply too righteous. Too principled. I'm giving up so much for the sake of the Spirit Stream sect. The more Bai Xiaochun thought about it, the more he felt like he was really making a huge sacrifice. And then there's Song Junwan. Whenever he thought about her, he remembered her beautiful features, and would feel his heart growing hot. He sighed. Wonner, good and evil just can't mix, he said, trying to look as righteous as possible. However, the disappointment he felt forced him to turn back and look longingly in the direction of the bloodstream sect. The further away he got, the more he thought about everything that he had done there. Eventually, he just had to grit his teeth and fly onward. One day, an enormous mountain range rose up in front of him, stretching out along the horizon like a dragon. Although it seemed close, from what Bai Xiaochun could tell it was at least half a day away even if he flew at top speed. Once I get over those mountains, I'll be in Spirit Stream sect territory. Determination flickered in his eyes, and he was just about to fly onward when, all of a sudden, he caught sight of 3 beams of light flying through the air toward him. Soon, an old man became visible, along with 2 younger men. The old man had a foundation establishment cultivation base, whereas the younger men were in the 7th or 8th level of chi condensation, and were flying with the aid of magical devices. As they all flew along, the old man frowned and rebuked the younger men. War is on the horizon. You two are the future of the Shueiyue clan. If you fly with speed like that, how do you think you'll manage to stay alive in the fighting? To fly with magical items requires control of your cultivation base. However, skill is only one of the things that will enable you to fly. The 2 young men gritted their teeth and worked harder to control their magical devices. And yet, no matter what they did, they still wobbled unstably. One of them even managed to get so out of control that he fell off. Imbecile! The old man spat. The clan has spent a lot of resources on training you, and yet you're as dumb as an ox. He swished his sleeve, catching the young man before he fell. He was about to continue with his tirade when he suddenly sensed Bai Xiaochun. Irritated, the man looked over and said, "Humph. What are you blind? Don't you know this is Shueiyue clan territory? You're not allowed to fly around here. Screw the hell off." Bai Xiaochun had originally planned to ignore the group of 3 and simply fly along. But then the old man had the nerve to curse him. "What did you just say?" Bai Xiaochun said, glaring back at the old man. The old man's eyes went wide, and then he gasped and began to tremble visibly. That's the Blood Master of Middle Peak, he thought, Night Crypt the Plagued Evil. The old man's face drained of blood as he thought back to what he had just said. Heart pounding, he bitterly clasped hands and bowed toward Bai Xiaochun. The Shuiwei clan offers greetings, exalted blood master. Bai Xiaochun snorted coldly and then approached the group of three. How did you people know where to find me? He asked icily. The sight of Bai Xiaochun looking them up and down caused the two young qi condensation cultivators to bow their heads in terror. Even the old Foundation establishment cultivator felt his scalp tingling in anxiety as he thought of all of the blood-curdling stories he'd heard about the Blood Master of Middle Peak. We didn't know you were in the area, oh exalted Blood Master. The Shuiwei clan is based in this region, so we pay attention to all the passing cultivators. When we realized you had come, we immediately came out to offer greetings, and invite you to our humble clan to rest for a bit. Bai Xiaochun nodded arrogantly. Considering he was a blood master, he figured it would be best to act much more brazenly than normal. Very well, he said. Take me to this clan of yours. The old man shivered. Plastering a smile onto his face, he immediately led Bai Xiaochun back to his clan. The Shuiwei clan was located in Bloodstream sect territory, and although it wasn't one of the larger cultivator clans, they were more powerful than the smaller clans. A middle-sized clan, they occupied 3 mountains that were covered with emerald green fruit trees, forming quite a contrast with the surrounding crimson-colored vegetation. The fruit on the trees was pitch black, and emanated a strange, fragrant aroma which filled the entire Shuiwei clan, giving it a somewhat otherworldly air. As soon as Bai Xiaochun got near, he noticed the strangeness of the clan, and couldn't help but exclaim, Exalted Blood Master, these fruits aren't a product of the Shuiwei clan. They grow here naturally. In the past, the Bloodstream sect came to harvest some of the fruits, and determined that they were toxic. Because of that, they're inedible, and are only good for making poison. However, the aroma of the fruit can be used to drive away certain wild beasts. It also has certain hallucinogenic properties. The old man didn't seem very surprised at all by Bai Xiaochun's reaction. Whenever anyone visited the Shuiwei clan for the first time, they would be somewhat entranced by the fruits. However, despite many years of research, no one had ever found a use for the fruits by cultivators. When Bai Xiaochun flew into the Shuiwei clan and stepped onto their first mountain, the clan members there were all shocked, and immediately began to bow in formal greeting. Bai Xiaochun ignored them and walked up to one of the fruit trees. After plucking one of the fruits off of the tree, he looked at it closely, and quickly confirmed that the information he'd been given was true. The world of plants and vegetation is filled with all sorts of fantastic oddities. This fruit's aroma truly can cause hallucinations. As he looked around at the trees, he could tell that they were very old. After looking around for a bit, he was even able to find one tree on the 3rd mountain that was so old he couldn't identify its age. That tree was so large that 10 people could wrap their arms around its trunk. It was somewhat withered, with more than half of the tree showing no signs of life. The aroma emitted by the fruits on that tree were particularly strong. After sniffing one of the fruits, Bai Xiaochun felt somewhat lightheaded, and was forced to rotate his cultivation base to dispel the effects. What a pity! You can dispel the effects within a breath of time with your cultivation base. If the effects lasted longer, maybe these fruits might be worth something. Shaking his head, he turned to leave. However, it was at that moment that his expression flickered, and he looked down at his bag of holding. A moment before, he had sensed a certain aura inside the bag suddenly change. After scanning the bag of holding with divine sense, a strange expression appeared on his face. Waving away the surrounding members of the Shuiwei clan, he pulled out a little palm-sized turtle shell, which was the potential relic of eternal indestructibility he'd acquired from Song Junwan's Immortal's Cave. Before, the turtle shell had seemed as hard as a rock. After all, whatever was inside the shell was long since dead. However, because of the fragrant aroma of the old fruit tree, the shell had changed, and whatever was inside now seemed different, somehow soft and pliable. Suddenly, a green little tail popped out of the back of the shell. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide as 4 little limbs emerged, and then an emerald green head. It's alive? Gasping, he looked closer. Closer examination revealed that the head and limbs were all limp and lifeless. They almost just looked like mere decorations. Something about it seemed strange, but Xiaochun wasn't sure what. After a moment of thought, he shook the turtle shell back and forth a bit. When the head and limbs smacked into the shell, knocking sounds rang out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 266, I'm back. Chapter 266, I'm back. He didn't stay very long in the Shuiwei clan. As evening fell, the cautious and respectful clan members threw a big ceremony. Later, Xiaochun strutted out of the clan, then flew up into the air. A few hours later, he was getting close to the Luochun Mountains. By now, the idea of finally going home surged strong in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he sped toward the mountains, carefully sending divine sense ahead of him to scan the path. Soon, he realized that there was something different about the mountains. There was a strange aura lurking within them, something that caused Xiaochun's heart to jitter fearfully. What's going on? He thought. More cautious than ever, he proceeded along until it was late in the night. At that point, he was nearing a ravine that led into the mountain range, and that was when he saw something completely shocking. A faintly glowing screen of light was visible, stretching high up into the heavens, almost like a gigantic wall. That wall of light rose up from the mountains, climbing as far as the eye could see, completely separating the territory of the Spirit Stream sect and the Bloodstream sect. There was no need for Xiaochun to perform any tests to determine how powerful that wall was. He was sure that if he tried to force his way through it, he would instantly be destroyed in body and soul. Face flickering, he confirmed that the shield wall contained the fluctuations of Spirit Stream sect magic. The Luochun Mountains are the Spirit Stream sect's strongest defense against the Bloodstream sect. Heart trembling, he thought back to some of the rumors he'd heard about the Luochun Mountains when he was in the Spirit Stream sect. Supposedly, the mountains formed the main line of defense that had been erected by the Spirit Stream sect 10,000 years ago. Back in the Bloodstream sect, I didn't get the sense that much was happening in the outside world. But the truth is that the war has reached the point that this shocking shield has already been put up. That's very telling. After a moment of thought, Xiaochun approached the ravine, then turned back and looked in the direction of the Bloodstream sect. A long moment passed. Finally, he checked the area to make sure he was alone, then took a deep breath and slowly reached up and put his hand on his face. After a pause, he removed the mask, revealing his true facial features. He put the mask away and waved his sleeve to dispel the bloody aura of the Bloodstream sect. Then he pulled in all the fluctuations of his undying live forever technique. A moment later, the aura of the Violet Chi Heaven Span incantation erupted from his spiritual seas, and he began to walk toward the light shield. When he made contact with the shield, a shocking presence gripped him, something that left him feeling icy and numb. From the feeling he got, he could be wiped out at any moment. He immediately stopped in place, unmoving, his anxiety mounting. After a few breaths worth of time passed, the icy presence slowly faded away, and he could move again. Taking a step forward, he passed through the shield. I doubt that was the divine sense of one of the patriarchs, he thought. It was probably the formation automaton of this spell formation. Fear lingered in his heart as he looked back at the shield. Taking a deep breath, he looked around at vegetation that was no longer crimson, but rather lush and emerald green. The feeling he got was completely different than the Bloodstream sect. Here, he could sense the aura of the Spirit Stream sect. Xiaochun is back, he murmured. With that, he blurred into motion, flying through the air and simultaneously unleashing the Violet Chi Heaven Span incantation. As he did, violet light shone out around him, filling the area with the same color. His third eye opened on his forehead, and his view of the world suddenly became brighter and more colorful. Now that he didn't need to conceal his techniques, he performed an incantation gesture and pointed out, drawing on violet chi cauldron summoning. Heaven and earth shook as he waved his sleeve, causing water vapor to roil about, which was the water swamp kingdom. He threw his head back and laughed uproariously. The feeling of not having to be worried about anything filled him with joy. The pressure and mixed emotions he had felt in the bloodstream sect were now gone, and he began to think about everyone he knew in the spirit stream sect. Uncle Li, Big Fatty Zhang, Ho Xiaomei, Ho Yunfei, Su Baokai, elder brother sect leader, Bruiser. I'm back. Spirits high, he shot through the air at top speed. Eventually he stopped to rest a bit, and pulled out the turtle walk. The mere sight of it left him sighing deeply. I didn't dare to use it in the bloodstream sect. But now, I can finally perform fourfold spirit enhancements. Bai Xiaochun was very excited about the prospect. He had already collected plenty of material to create four-colored flame, and therefore, didn't waste any time. Without any hesitation, he took out all of his magical items and began to perform spirit enhancements. He was especially excited to enhance his signature little wooden sword. After the enhancement, it didn't look like wood anymore, but rather, gold. As for the golden crow sword, it didn't change very much, but the light that shone off of it was more dazzling than before. Before long, almost all of his magical items had been enhanced. As for the lamp that the Song clan patriarch had given him, he enhanced that too. As the silver designs glittered on its surface, he held it in his hand, and his soul trembled. The fluctuations coming off of the lamp were terrifying to the extreme. I'm so powerful I even frighten myself, he thought, eyebrows dancing up and down. After carefully putting the lamp away, he savored the experience of proceeding along back to the spirit stream sect. At one point, he suddenly recalled the little turtle, which he pulled out of his bag of holding, then shook back and forth a bit to produce the usual knocking sounds. After playing around with it for a bit, he found to his surprise that he could actually grab the tail and stretch it out. When he let go, it would snap back into place with a twang. Wow, you can do that, he said, shocked. He tried the same thing with the turtle's limbs, and even the head, and they all did the same thing. He even tried throwing it down, and found that the little turtle could actually be used like a weapon. After finding some boulders, he threw the turtle at them, and they shattered. The little turtle, however, wasn't even scratched in the process. Bai Xiaochun was starting to get the feeling that this was no simple turtle. As he made his way back to the spirit stream sect, he would often shake it, stretch it, and throw it around. A few days later, he suddenly realized that a faint aroma was emanating out from the turtle. It was hard to detect, but after inhaling it, Bai Xiaochun found that his cultivation base suddenly stirred. Then he rotated it, and large amounts of spiritual energy from the area rushed toward him, causing his spiritual seas to emanate shocking fluctuations. Whoa! He exclaimed. He tried to reproduce the effect, but failed. However, after examination, he realized that brief rotation of his cultivation base had resulted in the same progress it would normally take him a month of meditation to produce. Gasping, he looked closer at the little turtle. Don't tell me this really is the relic of eternal indestructibility, he thought, heart thumping in his chest. After thinking about all the marvelous aspects of the little turtle, he once again gently shook it back and forth in his hand. However, no matter which way he shook it, he couldn't reproduce that fragrant aroma. Not wanting to give up, he kept shaking it in his hand as he went along. Finally, 3 days later, the turtle once again emitted a fragrant aroma. Bai Xiaochun immediately sucked it in, causing his cultivation base to surge, and the surrounding energy of heaven and earth to rush toward him. He was almost like a vortex, sucking in all the local spiritual power. There were some cultivator clans in the area, and when people saw what was happening, their eyes went wide, and their hearts trembled. Elated, Bai Xiaochun threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Ha ha ha! Yet again, Bai Xiaochun's wits come out on top. This little turtle is great. I don't have to expend any effort at all, and can increase the speed of my cultivation. At that point, he decided that he would spend time every day shaking the little turtle. A few more days went by, and he finally caught sight of the Spirit Stream sect. The 3 mountain peaks of the south bank rose high into the air, as did the 4 mountain peaks of the north bank, and Mount Daoseed, which hung high over the Heavenspan River. Scintillating light rose up from all of the mountain peaks, as if they were building up energy. Powerful pressure and fluctuations rolled out in all directions, with the Spirit Stream sect being in the middle of it all. Excited, Xiaochun shook the little turtle back and forth a few times. I'm finally back. I can still remember how everyone could hardly stand to part with me. Considering I've been gone so long, everyone definitely misses me. I wonder if Uncle Li has come out of secluded meditation yet. The more he thought about it, the more he was nervous for Li Qingho. Giving the turtle a few good shakes, he picked up speed and shot toward the entrance of the sect. When he got close, 4 beams of light shot out from the sect, accompanied by a hoarse shout. Halt! Who goes there? 4 cultivators appeared, one of them in the great circle of qi condensation, and the other 3 in the 5th or 6th level. Even as the words rang out, the glow of magical techniques sprang out of their hands. However, when they caught sight of Xiaochun, their eyes widened. That was especially true of the cultivator in the great circle, who immediately began to tremble. It was none other than Shen Fei. Bai Xiao sect Uncle Bai. Thankfully, he was quick to change his wording. Without any hesitation, he clasped hands and bowed. The other 3 disciples' jaws dropped, and then they also clasped hands in greeting. It felt wonderful to finally be home. Striking the pose of someone of the senior generation, Xiaochun nodded magnanimously and said, "Excellent, all of you. Remember to always work hard at cultivation." With that, he proceeded along into the sect, bringing the group with him. The Spirit Stream sect's grand spell formation didn't hinder his path at all. As soon as he entered, he saw the south bank stretched out in front of him, bustling with activity. There was Green Crest Peak, Violet Cauldron Peak, and Fragrant Cloud Peak, as well as the Servants' District at the bottoms of the mountains. A few phoenixes were flying in the air, along with numerous cultivators. To Bai Xiaochun, nothing could have been more familiar. He suddenly felt the urge to make sure that everyone who missed him knew that he was back. Hovering there in midair, he threw his head back and roared, "Ladies and gentlemen of the sect, I, Bai Xiaochun, am back." His voice echoed about like thunder. Shen Fei stood off to the side, feeling bad for the south bank. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 267, You guys definitely miss me. Chapter 267, You guys definitely miss me. Brothers and sisters of the Spirit Stream sect, Xiaochun is back, but. Xiaochun's voice echoed like thunder throughout the south bank of the Spirit Stream sect, and could even be heard on the north bank. Moments before, the sect had been buzzing with activity, filled with a din of voices. But a moment later, everything went completely quiet. Even the phoenixes flying in the air above the sect shivered and forgot to keep flying. Because Li Qingho had gone into extended secluded meditation, Elder Zhou had taken over as the Peak Lord of Fragrant Cloud Peak. When the thunderous voice interrupted his own meditation, his eyes opened and his jaw dropped. Zhou Xinqi had been practicing cultivation on Mount Daoseed, and had just finished a session of meditation and was preparing to leave. When she heard the voice echoing back and forth like thunder, her face fell. Su Baokai had just been preparing to go visit some friends on Green Crest Peak to flaunt some new exclusive information he'd come across, when he was suddenly interrupted by the booming voice, and his eyes went wide. Big Fatty Zhang was standing miserably in front of Su Meixiang as she berated him. Then they heard his voice, and they both looked up. All of the cultivators and disciples on the south bank who had been dragged into Bai Xiaochun's antics were struck mute by the words they had just heard. On Fragrant Cloud Peak, one elder had been in the middle of giving a lecture about cultivation to a group of disciples who seemed to be hanging on to his every last word. When he was interrupted by Bai Xiaochun's booming voice, his face fell. As for the disciples, they didn't seem as shocked, but were clearly moved. On Mount Daoseed, Zheng Yuandong stood there reading a jade slip, his expression grim. The news in the jade slip was anything but good, and he was just about to go to the missions office to announce an important mission, when suddenly, a booming voice interrupted his train of thought. Immediately, he stopped in his tracks, his expression flickering. Also on Mount Daoseed were two prime elders whose faces fell. They had been among the group whose clothes were ripped to shreds by Xiaochun's gravitational repulsion pearl years ago. Xiaochun looked around at the south bank, at how quiet it was, at how the birds couldn't even fly, and how even the cultivators who had been speeding through the air had suddenly stopped in place. He was visibly moved. Does everyone still remember me? You guys definitely miss me. Without me around, your cultivation must have been very, very boring. Sighing, he looked over at Chen Fei and the other three cultivators. Don't you agree, Chen Fei? At first, Chen Fei wasn't sure what to say. Bracing himself, he chose to offer some praise. Sect Uncle Bai, you have unrivaled magical powers. You're completely and utterly famous. Upon returning, your solitary shout raised the spirits of everyone inside and outside of the Spirit Stream sect. Chen Fei's three companions were shocked to hear him say such things. They had already been surprised to see the reaction caused by Xiaochun's words from moments ago. But then they heard their elder brother Chen Fei, who they always took to be cold and distant, suddenly speaking in such a flattering tone. They couldn't help but gasp. These three hadn't been around in the days in which Xiaochun came to be well known. They had joined the sect in the later days, and had only heard stories about the things he had done. As of this moment, they were exchanging awkward glances. Xiaochun gave a long chuckle. Ha ha ha. You're right, of course. Everyone misses me to death. Look, a single shout on my part and everyone is at a loss for words. Don't worry, everyone. I'm back. And I won't ever be leaving again. Sighing, Xiaochun was just about to shout out again at the top of his lungs, when suddenly countless, heaven-shaking, earth-shattering screams rose up from the three mountain peaks of the south bank. The heavens don't have eyes. Xiaochun is back. Damn it. Didn't he go out to get experience? It's only been a few years, how come he's back so soon? Not good. The spirit-tail chicken population is just getting back to normal. The apothecary fiend is back. As the screams echoed out, the phoenixes up in the air let out miserable shrieks and quickly flew away. The cultivators who had stopped flying gasped. Obviously, most of the cultivators who were capable of flying were in the foundation establishment stage. When they thought about the terrifying scene in the square when Xiaochun ripped everyone's clothing to shreds, leaving them stark naked, their scalps went numb with fear, and they fled. As for the ordinary disciples from the three mountain peaks, when they thought of the miserable scenes from the past, their hearts were filled with grief and indignation. Zhou Xinqi gritted her teeth, her heart smoldering with hatred because of the words he had just spoken. With a cold snort, she decided to simply continue her session of secluded meditation. Su Baokai was scowling on the verge of tears, and had lost any mood to go out. However, as soon as he thought about Xiaochun's status in the sect, he flew out to go meet him. Xiaochun blinked a few times in response to all the screams. Coughing dryly, he rubbed his nose, and then looked over at Chen Fei and his companions. Ha ha ha. What a passionate group, eh? Sweat dripped down Chen Fei's forehead, but even after racking his brains, he couldn't think of what to say next. His three companions looked over at Xiaochun as reverently as if he were a god. They almost couldn't believe that a single sentence from a single person could cause the entire South Bank to virtually collapse. Xiaochun was starting to feel a bit awkward, and even a bit irritated. Back in the Bloodstream sect, he had been a blood master, and wherever he went, people treated him with the utmost courtesy. All he had to do was speak half a word, or glare, and people would be so scared they would start shaking. Even as he grumbled inwardly about how unfair it was, a beam of light shot out from Violet Cauldron Peak, which was none other than Big Fatty Zhang, who threw his head back and let loose a long cry. Ho Xiaomei had been in secluded meditation, but now she burst with excitement as she flew out into the open. Then there was third Fatty He and Ho Yunfei. The people who had deep connections with Bai Xiaochun felt differently than everyone else, and flew out, delighted. Zheng Yuandong cleared his throat. Refusing to make an appearance wasn't really an option. As he stood there on Mount Daoseed, looking over at Bai Xiaochun, he thought back to all the mischief he had caused in the past, and chuckled to himself. It was in that very moment that a roar of delight echoed out from the north bank. Bruiser appeared, fully 30 meters tall, like a little mountain shooting through the air. His heaven-shaking, earth-shattering cry caused all of the countless beasts on the north bank to howl at the tops of their lungs. The roaring of the beasts shocked the north bank into silence. Many disciples didn't understand what was happening and flew into the air. But then they saw Bai Xiaochun off in the distance on the south bank, and immediately, their jaws dropped. Gasps began to ring out, along with cries of shock. Bai Xiaochun! He's back, ... Many of the North Bank disciples were screaming and backing up. Word began to spread like wildfire, sending the entire North Bank into a commotion. Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily, stepping forward to meet Bruiser. Bruiser came to a stop in front of Bai Xiaochun, his eyes wide and his face a mask of joy. Without any hesitation, he shrank back down into the shape he had been when he was born. Then he latched his teeth onto Bai Xiaochun's pant legs and refused to let go, apparently worried that Bai Xiaochun might leave him again to go on adventures alone. Face beaming with joy, Bai Xiaochun reached down and scooped Bruiser up into his arms. Then he embraced Big Fatty Zhang, who seemed to be bursting with information to tell Bai Xiaochun. Before he could, Ho Xiaomei arrived, eyes fluttering as she looked at Bai Xiaochun. Big Fatty Zhang immediately stepped to the side. Bai Xiaochun laughed happily again as he looked at Ho Xiaomei. He wasn't the ignorant youth he had been in the past. After everything which had occurred in the Bloodstream sect, he had matured quite a bit. Suddenly, he was struck by impulse to lean forward and hug Ho Xiaomei. Ho Xiaomei's face turned scarlet, and she pouted playfully as she pushed him away. Before long, Ho Yunfei arrived, along with Su Baokai. There were also many of the disciples whom Bai Xiaochun had helped in the fallen sword abyss. More than 100 people clustered around him, filled with excitement. After a bit of time, they headed toward Mount Daoseed, chatting and laughing, telling Bai Xiaochun about everything that had occurred in the sect in the years he had been gone. One of the first things Bai Xiaochun asked about was Li Qinho. Nobody was very sure about the details, but no one had heard any bad news. Bai Xiaochun felt a bit better hearing that. Many people were surprised to see such a large group emerge to receive Bai Xiaochun. That was especially true of the people who had suffered at his hands, who were completely incredulous at what they were seeing. Never could they imagine that a person like that, a person who had annoyed and frustrated so many people in the sect, would have so many friends who truly liked him. Chen Fei's 3 companions began to murmur among themselves. I've heard a lot of stories about sect Uncle Bai. Just what kind of person is he anyway? For some reason, now that sect Uncle Bai is back, the Spirit Stream sect seems different than before. Things are usually busy, and the fact that war could break out at any time is a pressure that constantly weighs down over our heads. But now, how come that pressure seems to have lifted a bit? Chen Fei didn't follow Bai Xiaochun and the others. He watched them leave, feeling a bit conflicted inside. After hearing the comments of his companions, he fell silent for a moment, then softly said, He's Bai Xiaochun. Legacy Echelon Designate. Heavendao Foundation Establishment Expert. Nobody can compare to him. The light which shines from him can cast everyone else into shadow. Most people have a love-hate relationship with him, and yet, everyone believes in him. That's Bai Xiaochun. The 3 companions said nothing further, but their eyes seemed to flicker with understanding. As Bai Xiaochun made his way off into the distance, their expressions filled with even more reverence than before. As the entire Spirit Stream sect was shaken by Bai Xiaochun's return, a certain person emerged from an immortal's cave on Iris Petal Peak. It was a young woman, and as she looked over at the south bank, the wind lifted her hair, revealing fair, delicate skin. Her eyes glistened like pools of deep water, and although she wore conservative clothing, it was impossible to conceal her attractive, curvaceous figure. The alluring look in her eyes, though, made it such that any person who got close to her would feel the fires of desire rising up in their hearts. Covering a smile with her hand, she said in a melodious voice, "So, you're finally back, big bro?" Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. Meme archives, Toxin. Transcendent patrons, Taoist Elder N, BLE, Tree 208. AWE Glossary. Xianxiao inspired t-shirts. Chronicles of Baby Deathblade. For the most part, BDB uses the Chinese versions of Mommy and Daddy with us. So that's Mama and Baba. However, yesterday he suddenly started using something more like Mom and Dad, which is just simply Ma and BA. It's sort of big boy talk, and we were very surprised to hear him yelling it from across the house considering he just turned 2. Another thing he has completely mastered is the Chinese word bao bao, which basically means hold me / pick me up / hug me. He especially likes to use that when Mom is taking a nap and I'm in the middle of translating a key scene in AWE. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 268, We Believe You. Chapter 268, We Believe You. On the south bank of the Spirit Stream sect, numerous eyes followed by Xiaochun as he flew like the wind toward Mount Dao Seed, surrounded by more than 100 friends. Occasionally, his laughter could be heard, along with various boasting words. Listen, guys, I really experienced some heaven-shaking, earth-shattering things in the past few years. A bunch of people fought me for a foundation establishment pill, and I almost destroyed an entire mountain. One of my flying swords cut down a whole group of foundation establishment cultivators. It was completely shocking. My scheming was godlike, and my magic unmatchable. Numerous powerful experts stood before me, trembling, their heads bowed. In fact, countless Qi condensation disciples would look at me with wide eyes, their faces draining of blood as they begged for mercy. His voice echoed out in all directions, loud and proud. His friends didn't believe a word of what he was saying. They laughed and even poked fun at him because of his boasting. However, their faces were all covered with smiles of affection, wistfulness, and anticipation. To these people, Bai Xiaochun was both a fellow disciple and a friend who they would trust with their lives. He was naughty and mischievous, but in critical moments, he could reverse fate. Although he often caused trouble, when lives were on the line, they would unhesitatingly put all trust in him. He was a Heavendal Foundation establishment expert, the legacy echelon designate, and to them, he didn't seem wildly arrogant. Although he annoyed people in countless ways, that simply made him less lofty and distant to those close to him. In their hearts, he was always and forever their friend. That was especially true of Ho Yunfei. Such feelings of friendship were especially strong in him. He looked at Bai Xiaochun, then looked over at Ho Xiaomei, and he smiled broadly, wishing them well in his heart. Ho Xiaomei's face was bright red, and her heart was pounding. All she could think about was how Bai Xiaochun had hugged her, and as she looked over at him, her eyes glittered brightly. In fact, they glittered in much the same way Song Junwen's had. Bai Xiaochun was extremely moved to be surrounded by so many familiar faces. One by one, various memories about the Spirit Stream sect began to flood into his mind. He truly felt as if he had come home, and had already forgotten about the screams which he had heard moments ago. Slapping his chest proudly, he said, "You guys don't believe me? You listen to me. I, Bai Xiaochun, am totally awesome. One time, a nascent soul eccentric even praised me. And then guess what happened? He even took me as his stepson." "Oh, we believe you," Ho Yunfei said, chuckling. Strange expressions could be seen on the faces of Big Fatty Zhang and the others, but they also looked over and assured Bai Xiaochun that they believed him. Bai Xiaochun was a bit depressed to see them chuckling in such a way. He very much wanted to tell them the truth. He had concocted medicine in the Bloodstream sect. He had fought to the pinnacle inside the body of the Blood Ancestor. He was the illustrious and infamous Blood Master of Middle Peak. But he couldn't do that. It was very frustrating to not be able to bask in his own glory. I'm telling the truth, guys. When I went out to get experience, I got a super impressive title. There was also this super beautiful vixen. Even as he spoke the words, he looked over and saw Ho Xiaomei's eyes narrow into slits. But I didn't marry her. Which beautiful vixen was that? Please, tell me the details, Big Bro Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun instantly went on guard. He was almost sure he could sense killing intent rising up in Ho Xiaomei. After all, he had become very sensitive to killing intent due to his experiences in the Bloodstream sect. He was just trying to figure out how to change the topic when, all of a sudden, a huge beam of light shot up into the air from Mount Daoseed, fully 30 meters wide. Lands shook, mountains were rocked, and even the sky vibrated. The countless layers of clouds overhead began to spin into the form of a huge vortex. Rumbling sounds echoed out as something like a white sun appeared. As the sun became visible within the vortex, something else took form within it, a huge black raven. The raven's eyes were closed, and yet, it radiated an energy that could shake heaven and earth. As that energy spread out in all directions, it became a powerful pressure which weighed down on everyone present. Both the south and north banks of the Spirit Stream sect went completely quiet. Even Bai Xiaochun's face flickered. Apparently, he had his own ideas about what was happening, and his expression became very serious as he looked at the pillar of light. His heart began to pound as he peered at the white sun and the raven, wondering what exactly would happen. I know I have a high position in the sect, he muttered hesitantly, but there was really no need to go to such lengths to welcome me back. Su Baokai swallowed hard, looking very nervous. Then he heard Bai Xiaochun's words, and couldn't help but quietly say, I heard the first wave was supposed to leave in a few days. From the look of things, they're leaving now. Bai Xiaochun still didn't understand what was happening, so he grabbed Su Baocai's arm and asked, what's going on? What first wave? Where are they going? To the Luochen Mountains. Su Baocai replied, his expression grave. Ho Yunfei's eyes began to shine brightly. After reaching Earthstring Foundation establishment, his status in the sect was different than before, and he had even become the apprentice of one of the prime elders. As such, he had access to more privileged information than before. Xiaochun, you've been gone for a while, but surely you've heard about the war between the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect. It's on the verge of erupting at any moment. However, we can't let the war be fought within the immediate vicinity of the Spirit Stream sect. So, the sect has long since made arrangements for a huge spell formation to be erected in the Luochen Mountains, all for the purpose of fighting the Bloodstream sect. Bai Xiaochun was shaken. For some reason, he had felt as if the war were even further away than before. After all the initial preparations are complete, they'll teleport the first wave of cultivators over to the Luochen Mountains. At almost the same moment that Ho Yunfei finished speaking, a profound and archaic voice echoed out from Mount Daoseed to fill the entire Spirit Stream sect. First wave disciples, step forward immediately. Even as the voice rumbled out like thunder, Bai Xiaochun looked around and saw beams of light flying from both the south and north banks toward Mount Daoseed. Some of them were Foundation establishment cultivators, others were in the great circle of qi condensation. Some of the disciples weren't capable of flight, and sped along on the ground. Among the beams of light, Bai Xiaochun spotted Ghostfawn in Beihan Lai. Their energy clearly surpassed that of ordinary cultivators, and they flew along like shooting stars toward Mount Daoseed. Among the more than 2,000 cultivators who made up the first wave, a few were prime elders, whose auras erupted out with particular intensity. Last was a blurry figure who emerged from the vortex up above. He materialized into a middle-aged man, whose cultivation base fluctuations vastly exceeded those of the prime elders, and caused all light to dim. Bai Xiaochun almost immediately recognized the man. He was the same patriarch who had emerged to help Bruiser, and was also the same person who received the Song clan patriarch. He was one of the 5 great patriarchs of the Spirit Stream sect, Li Zimo, but people around Bai Xiaochun immediately began to cry out in surprise. The 3rd-generation patriarch. It didn't take long for the cultivators of the first wave to gather behind the peak of Mount Daoseed. Li Zimo waved his right hand, and the pillar of light erupted, causing a blinding glow to spread out and cover the gathered cultivators. Next, the light flickered, and more than 2,000 cultivators vanished. Moments later, everything went back to normal. However, the pillar of light connecting Mount Daoseed to the heavens remained in place, causing faint rumbling sounds to echo out continuously. As for the other mountain peaks, although no light shot up from them, Bai Xiaochun got the sense that they were pulsing with intense energy that could spill out in the form of light at any moment. Everyone else in the Spirit Stream sect was shaken. It was at that point that Bai Xiaochun heard Ho Yunfei's voice again. That's the first wave. It will only be a few days now until the second wave is teleported out. There are a lot more people assigned to the second wave. I'm among them, actually. Bai Xiaochun's heart was already pounding. Looking over at Ho Yunfei, he saw him smiling warmly. At the same time, many of Bai Xiaochun's other surrounding friends began to chime in to explain which wave they had been assigned to. Bai Xiaochun quickly realized that every single person present, even the qi condensation cultivators, and even Ho Xiaomei, were all going to be fighting in the war. It was obvious that this war was going to be the last stand for the Spirit Stream sect. Big Fatty Zhang could sense the atmosphere turning serious, and quickly said, I heard my master say that the Spirit Stream sect has been building a spell formation in the Luochen Mountains for years now, all for the purpose of defending against a Bloodstream sect invasion. The power of that spell formation has been built up over generations, and is beyond extraordinary. The Bloodstream sect might be strong, but it's impossible to say how the fighting will turn out. Others began to chime in. That's right. The Bloodstream sect has pushed things too far. If we had agreed to their demands, we would have been forced to live a life of servitude, just waiting around for them to come back and kill us later. The Spirit Stream sect has been my home from the moment I joined it. Live for the Spirit Stream sect, die for the Spirit Stream sect. We can't avoid this war. Whether or not we win, we'll fight to the bitter end. Soon, everyone's eyes began to shine with flickers of killing intent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 269, Vow to Slay Night Crypt. Chapter 269, Vow to Slay Night Crypt. They weren't the only ones to be having such a reaction. Throughout the Spirit Stream sect, virtually all hearts were pulsing with killing intent. Some chose to hold it in, some gave voice to it. Either way, a spirit rose up that could shake heaven and earth, filling all of the mountain peaks that made up the sect. Bai Xiaochun had just returned, and hadn't been present for all of the Spirit Stream sect's war preparations. However, he could well imagine what had gone on. As of this moment, everyone in the sect was completely united in their desire to fight. Ho Yunfei turned to Bai Xiaochun and said, Xiaochun, considering you've been gone for a while, you might not have heard the news from the Bloodstream sect. A terrifying chosen rose up there, someone named Night Crypt. He was even promoted to be the Blood Master of their middle peak. What? Bai Xiaochun had been in the middle of worrying about the war between the two sects when Ho Yunfei's words struck his ears, causing him to narrow his eyes. That's right. Beihan Lai, Ghost Fong, Shengguan Tianyu, and I all made an agreement. If we catch sight of this Night Crypt, we'll all join forces to kill him immediately. Xiaochun, when the time comes, you have to help too, alright? Ho Yunfei's eyes flickered with the desire to kill. After reaching Earthstring Foundation establishment, he had changed in fundamental ways. He was now his own man. However, in the end, he continued to value his friendships more than anything else. Bai Xiaochun's heart was pounding. Licking his lips, he was just about to reply, when the killing intent around him erupted at the mention of Nightcrypt's name. Even Su Baokai was gritting his teeth in anger. Big Fatty Zhang's eyes burned as if with fire, and of the group, only Ho Xiaomei seemed to look a little frightened. That Nightcrypt is completely vicious, someone said, snorting coldly, and has killed too many people to count. Based on the news I heard, he loves to drink human blood. In fact, if he doesn't drink blood on a daily basis, he goes on a rampage. I heard it has something to do with the techniques he cultivates. He drinks human blood? Bai Xiaochun said, eyes going wide. It seemed completely incredulous. As far as he could remember, he had never done anything even similar to that. I heard that Nightcrypt has a completely twisted personality, someone else said. He's a total pervert. He even has a bad reputation in the Bloodstream sect. However, he's so ferocious that nobody there even dares to stand up to him. He's a pervert? He has a twisted personality. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. For some reason, these descriptions didn't seem like him at all. That's nothing, Su Baokai said with a growl of hatred. I heard that he's addicted to refining corpses. How terrifying. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went even wider. Everyone seemed to want to top the others in terms of what they knew about Nightcrypt. In the end, though, he's truly a chosen. At first nobody knew who he was, and he was only in Mortal Dao Foundation establishment. Despite that, he actually defeated Xu Mei and the Middle Peak Grand Elder. He even crushed Song Ke. That's how he became the Blood Master. I even heard that one of the Bloodstream sect's patriarchs took him as a stepson. Nightcrypt's Tao of Medicine is completely devilish. That's why they call him Plagued Evil. As soon as people brought up the Tao of Medicine and the Plagued Evil moniker, people began to look over at Bai Xiaochun. His heart was now racing. Is this Nightcrypt really so bad? Bai Xiaochun blurted subconsciously. Those are all probably just rumors. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Big Fatty Zhang clenched his hands into fists. Worried that Bai Xiaochun might not take the matter seriously, he said, Xiaochun, you have no way of knowing this, but Nightcrypt's most terrifying aspect isn't his brutality, but his augury magic. There's nothing he can't figure out. With the snap of his fingers, he can come to know anything in the heavens or on earth. In fact, he divined everything there was to know about you. We absolutely have to wipe this guy out of existence. Everyone around him nodded gravely. Bai Xiaochun looked at Big Fatty Zhang with wide eyes, thinking back to everything that had occurred when he came back as Nightcrypt. Su Baokai gritted his teeth and said, that's right. We can't let that bastard live. Damn it. If I could have divine abilities like his, I could die without regret. Based on what I've heard, there are already about 10 different cliques in the sect which have formed, all devoted solely to killing Nightcrypt. The Legacy Echelon cultivators released a statement that they vowed to kill him, and even the Prime Elders have plans in place. I also heard that the sect leader offered a big reward for his head. Once the fighting starts, Nightcrypt is going to be killed beyond the shadow of a doubt. The closer Bai Xiaochun and his friends got to Mount Daoseed, the more beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead. He felt wronged, of course. During his time as Nightcrypt, he hadn't done anything to offend so many people to the point where they should want to kill him. That was especially true when he heard that the Legacy Echelon and the Prime Elders were planning to kill him, and that his own elder brother sect leader was offering a reward for him. Bai Xiaochun's heart was pounding, and even as he prepared to say something, a voice suddenly echoed out from Mount Daoseed. It was none other than sect leader Zhang Yuandong. Bai Xiaochun, come see me immediately. What? Bai Xiaochun immediately got nervous and jumpy, and even reached up to rub his own face and make sure he wasn't wearing the Nightcrypt mask. To the surprise of all his friends, he nervously bid them farewell and then flew toward the hall where Zhang Yuandong awaited him. After arriving, he hesitated outside for a moment before taking a deep breath and then entering the hall. After looking around, he saw Zhang Yuandong standing with his back to him, hands clasped at his waist. Flickering lamplight lit the hall, which also seemed to be filled with a pulsating pressure. Bai Xiaochun had been a bit guilty before, but now started to get more nervous. Sect leader, elder brother. Bai Xiaochun, what gall you have? Zhang Yuandong said, spinning in place, his eyes flashing like lightning. His voice boomed like thunder, and his cultivation base flared, emitting the pressure of the great circle of foundation establishment. He was only a hair away from the core formation stage. If it had been a mere matter of cultivation base pressure, Bai Xiaochun wouldn't have been worried at all. But he already feared both Zhang Yuandong and Li Qinghe, and to hear his elder brother berating him angrily caused Bai Xiaochun to immediately leap to the conclusion that he knew about the night crypt situation. Elder brother sect leader, I know I made a mistake, he said, looking like he was on the verge of tears. In his mind, if the sect leader knew that he was night crypt, then the best thing to do was admit fault. You're quite the daredevil, aren't you? Zhang Yuandong said furiously. Do you even think before causing so much trouble? You asked to go out and gain experience, and that was fine, but then you went so far as to hide your aura? Do you know how many villains are out there looking for you? Did you know that the 4 blood masters of the Bloodstream sect swore an oath to kill you? If they found you, you would never have been able to escape. The only thing the sect could do was spread word that you were in secluded meditation, and secretly search for you. We turned the whole Eastwood continent upside down trying to find you. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, then breathed a sigh of relief. Moved, he bowed his head meekly and admitted the error of his ways. Zhang Yuandong scolded him a bit more, and when he was satisfied with Bai Xiaochun's expression, he snorted coldly. By this point, he could see that Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base was already in the mid-foundation establishment stage, and his eyes softened a bit. However, he still seemed angry. Fine. I'm not going to ask about why you concealed your aura, or where you went. You're not a kid anymore, and you know how to behave yourself. The real reason I called you here was to assign you a mission. Bai Xiaochun could tell from the sect leader's body language that he'd gone a bit too far by leaving and concealing his aura. Trying to look stalwart, he slapped his chest and growled, Elder brother, just say the word. Even if it involves climbing mountains of blades and swimming through seas of burning oil, I won't even frown, no matter what you say. Bai Xiaochun wanted to put on an impressive show, but he also didn't want to commit to anything specific. Although his words were impressive sounding, he hadn't actually said that he would accept the mission. Zhang Yuandong swished his sleeve dramatically and said, the Spirit Stream sect is about to go to war with the Bloodstream sect. Your mission is, should you encounter the chance on the battlefield, you are to cut down the weakest of the Bloodstream sect's 4 blood masters, Night Crypt. Ha! Bai Xiaochun thought. He felt like he was about to go crazy. The Bloodstream sect wanted him to kill Bai Xiaochun, and the Spirit Stream sect wanted him to kill Night Crypt. The idea of trying to figure out a way to kill himself was so puzzling that Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but frown. Zhang Yuandong could see the odd expression on his face, and looked at him suspiciously. What's wrong? All of the Bloodstream sect blood masters deserve to die. More nervous than ever, Bai Xiaochun thumped himself on the again and said, Elder brother sect leader, don't worry. This Night Crypt has a twisted personality, and loves to drink human blood. He is vile beyond description. Completely deranged, and deserving of punishment by all living beings. I heard that he seduced the Grand Elder of Middle Peak, and somehow won the favor of most of the patriarchs of the Bloodstream sect. A person like that is someone I definitely must exterminate. Although he looked like the picture of righteous fury, inside, he was more anxious than ever. So, it turns out you know quite a bit about this Night Crypt. Zhang Yuandong looked a bit surprised. Bai Xiaochun howled inwardly. It seemed that nothing he said today was coming out right. More nervous than ever, he continued, I, Bai Xiaochun, am devoted to righteousness. During my wanderings outside the sect, I heard of this maniac night crypt. Elder brother sect leader, don't worry. By Xiaochun, guarantee that I will accomplish the mission. Zhang Yuandong's gaze slowly softened. With your Heavendao Foundation establishment cultivation base, and the fact that you're already in mid-foundation establishment, you shouldn't have any trouble cutting down night crypt on the battlefield. I'll assign some people to work with you, some of the prime elders and legacy echelon cultivators. They'll make sure you get your chance. Remember, you must accomplish this mission and kill Blood Master Night Crypt. If you do, then you'll be able to join the legacy echelon even without reaching core formation. The legacy echelon is the true foundation of the Spirit Stream sect. No matter how bad things get, all of the sect's resources will be focused on preserving the echelon. The implication behind those words spoken caused by Xiaochun to feel shaken, and yet, also caused warmth to rise up in his heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 270, Thoughtful. Chapter 270, Thoughtful. The way he heard it, his elder brother sect leader was saying that even if the Spirit Stream sect lost the war, there was still a way for him to keep on living. Perhaps because of his Heavendao Foundation establishment cultivation base, he was already part of a select group of people who would remain safe. However, if he managed to cut down Blood Masters in battle, then it would ensure that his rank in the sect rose even higher. You just got back, Zheng Yuandong said slowly, so go pay your respects to our master. Then rest a bit. As for the arrangements for the battlefield, you've been placed into the fourth wave. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. Clasping hands formally to Zhang Yuandong, he didn't immediately leave, but instead asked about Li Qinho. Li Qinho hadn't offered him much of an explanation before going into seclusion, and back then, Bai Xiaochun had assumed it was nothing more than an ordinary session of meditation. Never could he have imagined that he was actually trying to break through to core formation. That was no simple task. Your uncle Li has already reached core formation, Zheng Yuandong said with a smile. He's now in the legacy echelon. He's currently in recovery, and should come out any day now. Eyes flashing with excitement, Bai Xiaochun clasped hands and then rushed away. After leaving the hall, Bai Xiaochun went to pay his respects to the portrait of his master. Then he returned to his own immortal's cave on Mount Daoseed. Bruiser was waiting there for him, and immediately ran up and started tumbling around at his feet. Did you recognize me last time I was here? Bai Xiaochun asked, petting Bruiser a few times. Bruiser nodded and then let out a few yips. So, what did you think? Is your dad awesome or what? I went completely wild in the Bloodstream sect. Nobody there ever dared to provoke me. Bai Xiaochun was feeling very pleased with himself as he bragged about his accomplishments. However, it was then that he realized that Bruiser had matured even more. Shockingly, his cultivation base was on the verge of reaching late foundation establishment. Bai Xiaochun immediately felt sour inside. Your cultivation is going a bit too quickly, isn't it? He said. It didn't seem fair. He had worked long and hard to reach mid-foundation establishment, and had even risked his own life. All Bruiser had to do was fool around all day, and he got the same result. Bruiser appeared to be very proud of himself. Looking at Bai Xiaochun, he made some barking sounds that no one else would be able to comprehend, but Bai Xiaochun, having raised him, could understand. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide, and he gasped. The Peak Lord of Iris Petal Peak fed you medicinal pills every day. The founding patriarch frequently came to adjust your chi passageways? The old dragon came and let you drink his lifeblood? What? You went to the arcane pocket realm? Why you? Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide as he glared jealously at Bruiser. Okay, tell me the truth. Did you go steal any bras while I was gone? Bruiser howled softly in response. The two of them chatted back and forth until evening fell. However, worried that Bruiser's cultivation base might eventually exceed his own, Bai Xiaochun finally called an end to the chatting and sat down to meditate and work on his Violet Qi Heavenspan incantation. Over the course of the following days, quite a few people came to visit, but after that, things quieted down. After spending time reminiscing with so many acquaintances, Bai Xiaochun came to realize that the Spirit Stream sect had changed while he'd been gone. Back before he'd left, everyone was focused primarily on their cultivation. Although there were some conflicts and rivalries, it was always possible to hear people chatting happily. Everyone had always seemed relaxed. But now, silence seemed to prevail, and pressure seemed to constantly weigh down on the sect. A storm was coming, the war, and all of the disciples were wrapped up in preparing for it. Thankfully, because of that pressure and seriousness, the killing intent of the cultivators grew more intense. The survival of their sect was on the line, and however deep the cultivators sank into the pressure, that was how explosive their performance would be on the battlefield. The Spirit Stream sect was stronger now than it had ever been. Virtually all of the items in the market outside the sect had been purchased. Furthermore, because so many disciples were buying things, prices had climbed. That was especially true of spirit medicine, paper talismans, and other items designed for warfare. As far as magical items went, they eventually sold out completely. And when it came to the disciples from Violet Cauldron Peak who could perform spirit enhancements, they were constantly busy, and the lines only continued to grow longer. Quite a few people started coming to Bai Xiaochun to ask for medicine concocting services. Even though they knew that terrifying things could result, they still wanted his help. The more Bai Xiaochun came to understand the situation in the Spirit Stream sect, the more his mood sank, and the more often he frowned. Currently, he was sitting on a boulder near his Immortal's Cave, a vantage point that allowed him to see the entire sect. He could see all of the familiar mountains, the rushing Heavenspan River, and couldn't stop wondering what the result of all the fighting would be. The Middle Reaches, and the Sky River Court, he murmured. The chance to take over the position occupied by the Sky River Court was something that could arouse an indescribable thirst among sects of the lower reaches. Is it really worth it? He said, sighing. From the bottom of his heart, he truly hoped that the two sects wouldn't actually go to war. Perhaps other people thought of the Bloodstream sect as a vicious, brutal, and devilish sect. But as far as Bai Xiaochun was concerned, they had treated him well. Even as Bai Xiaochun sighed, a soft voice spoke out behind him. Maybe the Sky River Court isn't worth it in and of itself. But the Patriarch's hope of breaking through to the next level is involved. Plus, the sect itself would then have a chance to grow even stronger. Once all of the other current disciples have access to the spiritual energy of the Middle Reaches, it would only take a few dozen years or so for them to rapidly increase their cultivation bases. When you consider all that, it changes the story, doesn't it? Taken by surprise, Bai Xiaochun turned to look over his shoulder, and saw someone standing there in a long green robe, pulsing with powerful energy, and smiling. It was Li Qingho. Li Qingho looked very different from how Bai Xiaochun remembered him. He seemed more reserved and more dignified, and as Bai Xiaochun looked at him, he got the sense that there was an enormous vortex inside of him, something that, if it were unleashed, could shake heaven and earth in enigmatic ways. Bai Xiaochun had never even sensed such fluctuations from the Prime Elders. Eyes widening, he shouted, "Uncle Li." With that, he leapt to his feet and rushed over to hug Li Qingho. Li Qingho laughed and tousled his hair. "Yeah, you've grown up quite a bit, haven't you?" In Li Qingho's eyes, Bai Xiaochun would always be that young boy who had lit an incense stick 13 times on top of a mountain. Li Qingho's words almost caused tears to well up in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. Back in the Bloodstream sect, he had been forced to hide his identity, but had never forgot about Li Qingho and his kindness. After returning to the Spirit Stream sect, he had been worried that something went wrong in Li Qingho's secluded meditation. However, now that he could see that he truly had reached core formation, it filled him with incredible excitement, even more excitement than if he had just concocted a high-level medicinal pill. "Xiaochun, the war is not as simple as you might imagine." Li Qingho sat down, and Bai Xiaochun sat down next to him. "In addition to everything I just mentioned, don't forget about the reserve powers at the sect's command. When it comes to having control over the lower reaches, and the glory that would come with it, there are many factors involved. The war between the Profound Stream sect and the Pillstream sect is reaching a conclusion. The Pillstream sect has suffered major losses, and more than half of their disciples have already defected to the Profound Stream sect. Although the Profound Stream sect has also suffered significant losses, they're already in the process of recovering. The Pillstream sect has retreated to their sect headquarters, and it won't be long now before the two sects become one, and they'll be even more powerful than before. At this point, the Profound Stream sect has two problems. 1. They have to completely defeat the Pillstream sect. 2. They have to reorganize their sect and smooth out any internal conflicts. At the moment, the Profound Stream sect is at its weakest, and has no choice but to press the Pillstream sect hard to defeat it. As for the Bloodstream sect, they have been delaying in the hopes that the Spirit Stream sect will meet their demands and allow the sect to be sealed. Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a moment, trying to decide if he bring up a certain topic. Do we really have to fight? Isn't there some other way? Don't think too deeply into things, Li Qingho replied softly. This war is really unavoidable. Any sect that aspires to get to the middle reaches will have to go to war eventually. If we don't fight now, if we compromise, we will be bringing certain disaster down on ourselves in the future. We will wheeze and gasp our way to death over 1,000 years. Does that really compare to going out in a blaze of glory in battle? We can't prevent the war from happening, and neither can the Bloodstream sect. There is no other option. If we claim to have given up on the opportunity to better our own sect, people won't believe us. Even oaths sworn between the sects will be worth little. The only way to end things without war would be for both sects to somehow come to trust each other in this moment of deadly crisis. However, it doesn't seem likely that such a thing could occur. Li Qingho shook his head and looked over at Bai Xiaochun. Don't think too much into it. Remember, you stay behind me when the time comes to fight. I fear that many people are going to die. Li Qingho sighed softly, then rose to his feet. Seeing that Bai Xiaochun seemed to be lost in thought, he reached down and clasped his shoulder. Come on, let's go. I want to take you to see someone from the senior generation. My own master. Bai Xiaochun looked up in surprise. This was his first time hearing anything about Li Qingho having a master. From what he knew, the only person who could be a master to Li Qingho would have to at least be a prime elder, or perhaps even one of the 5 patriarchs. After taking a moment to compose himself, he followed Li Qingho off of Mount Daoseed. As they rose higher, Bai Xiaochun was surprised to find that Li Qingho was actually flying up into the air behind Mount Daoseed. There didn't seem to be anything behind Mount Daoseed except the flowing waters of the Heavenspan River. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 271, True Emptiness, the Most Wonderful Possession. Chapter 271, True Emptiness, the Most Wonderful Possession. Without looking back, Li Qingho murmured, possession without possession is the most wonderful possession. Emptiness without emptiness is the true emptiness. 1. Bai Xiaochun was shaken by the words. Clearly, they contained profound meaning, and yet, he had no idea what that meaning was. However, Li Qingho only seemed more impressive because of it. Before long, they were in the air behind Mount Daoseed. Even as they neared their apparent destination, Bai Xiaochun still didn't see anything out of the ordinary. After a moment of thought, he opened his third eye. Li Qingho sensed what he was doing, and looked back at him, eyes shining with praise. Then, he stopped in place, hovering there while he waited to see what would happen. As Bai Xiaochun examined the area with the Heavenspan Dharma eye, he saw nothing. Therefore, he decided he might as well unleash some of the power of his 3 spiritual seas. Pouring their power into his Heavenspan Dharma eye, and adding in some of his Heaven Dao aura, he once again looked around. Pain stabbed into his third eye, but at the same time, his view of the world changed. Just barely, he could now see the vague image of a majestic mountain floating in the air behind Mount Dalseed. A mountain, he blurted in shock. Unable to sustain the use of his heaven-span Dharma eye any longer, he closed it. Panting, he looked over at Li Qingho, an expression of complete incredulity on his face. Suddenly, an ancient voice spoke out of nowhere. What you just saw is something that only the sect leader, the legacy echelon, and the prime elders know about. The Spirit Stream sect's 9th mountain peak. Along with the voice, an old man emerged out of thin air. He had long white hair, and wore a flowing blue robe. His face was ruddy, and on his forehead was a red, fingernail-sized birthmark. Despite his white hair, his face wasn't very wrinkled, and his eyes shone with a piercing light. Clutched in his right hand was a 4-colored jade pendant that glowed with dazzling light. The air around him immediately began to ripple and distort, and the clouds in the sky began to churn. Shocking fluctuations flowed out from him, fluctuations which seemed to Xiaochun to be like pressure from heaven. Even more shocking was the murderous aura which surrounded him, making him seem less like an old man and more like an ancient wild beast. "Greetings, Master," Li Qingho said softly, clasping hands in formal greeting. Despite having never seen the old man before, from his energy and murderous aura, Xiaochun instantly guessed who he was. Taking a deep breath, he clasped hands and bowed. Xiaochun offers greetings, Patriarch. The old man looked Xiaochun up and down, a smile on his face that, because of his murderous aura, seemed particularly ferocious. "You're not in the legacy echelon, and thus, have seen things you have no right to see. Admit your sin immediately, child." The man's murderous aura almost immediately seemed to wrap around Xiaochun. Xiaochun shivered, and his face drained of blood. To him, it felt as if he were surrounded by death and destruction, leaving him scared witless. "Master, you frightened Xiaochun," Li Qingho said, sounding a bit embarrassed. Xiaochun really was frightened. The combination of the old man's smile and his murderous aura caused all of the hair on Xiaochun's body to stand on end. He felt like he was in the grip of death, and it even felt as if his blood chi wanted to explode out of him to compare itself to the old man's murderous aura. The old man chuckled darkly, waving his hand so that a field of mist sprang up, surrounding him and ensuring that only a vague outline of his form was visible. "Very well," he said from within the mist. "But I'm going to remember this, child. If you make any mistakes in the future, punishment will be waiting for you." Xiaochun blinked a few times, then stuck his chin up and tried to look as obedient as possible. Inwardly, though, he couldn't help but feel a bit of disdain. From what he could tell, the old man was just trying to scare him and teach him a lesson. Xiaochun himself had used such methods back when he was acting as blood master in the Bloodstream sect. "Sir, since you're my uncle's master, then that makes you my sect grandfather." "Sect grandfather, please accept the formal greetings of the younger generation." Xiaochun wasn't very impressed, but still bowed deeply. Looking up, he patted his bag of holding to produce a medicinal pill bottle, which he held up above his head with both hands. "Sect grandfather, since this is our first meeting, sir, I would like to present you with the most precious spirit medicine I possess. Everyone who has consumed it has praised it to no end. The wonderful uses for this spirit medicine are virtually endless. Sect grandfather, this gift is the sincerest expression of my familial piety, and I sincerely hope that you will accept it." As he spoke, he kept his eyes fixed on the old man in the mist, and especially the 4-colored jade pendant he held, which was obviously some sort of precious item. Li Qingho already felt a headache coming on. For any other person to offer a gift to someone of the older generation would be something relatively commonplace. However, when it came to Xiaochun, Li Qingho could already tell that something different was going on. Then he realized what Xiaochun was looking at, and smiled wryly. This was clearly not a situation of offering a gift to the older generation, it was obviously him asking for a gift to be given to him. As Li Qingho smiled wryly, the old man's jaw dropped. After looking at Xiaochun for another long moment, he was fairly certain he understood what Xiaochun was thinking, and suddenly laughed. "Ah, so you want a gift from me? Very well, I accept the medicinal pills, and will give you this jade pendant. With that, the four-colored jade pendant flew out from the mist to hover in front of Bai Xiaochun. At the same time, the spirit medicine flew from Bai Xiaochun's hand into the mist. Bai Xiaochun was actually surprised. This wasn't at all what he had intended. In fact, the unexpected gift of the jade pendant left him feeling a bit embarrassed. However, he didn't hesitate at all to reach out and grab it, his heart swelling with excitement. After examining it closely, he realized that it was anything but ordinary. Furthermore, the power inside of it reminded him very much of the lamp that the Song clan patriarch had given him. That's a spirit treasure that can be used by a core formation cultivator, the old man said, smiling. Your cultivation base is a bit low, but if you catalyze the treasure with your Heavendao Foundation establishment aura, you should be able to use it. With one more look at Bai Xiaochun, the old man turned to leave. Qingho, this kid isn't bad at all. Why don't you go ahead and pass on the magic plant arsenal incantation to him? 2. Many thanks, master. Li Qingho clasped hands and bowed. His entire purpose in coming here had been to gain his master's approval to pass on the magic plant arsenal to Bai Xiaochun. After all, Bai Xiaochun was not his apprentice, but rather, the apprentice of another master in the sect. Having gained the patriarch's approval, Li Qingho shot a glare at Bai Xiaochun, then led him back to Mount Daoseed. Outside of Bai Xiaochun's immortal's cave, Li Qingho gave him a jade slip that contained the secret magic of the magic plant arsenal. The magic plant arsenal isn't a type of control magic. Instead, you will be able to use the power of plants and vegetation to create battle prowess. Every type of plant and vegetation has innate spiritual qualities that you can incite, thus creating a certain level of power. Of course, that's only the first step. By combining different types of medicinal plants, you can create something like a spell formation, unleashing even greater power. With the magic plant arsenal, you can create weapons almost instantly. The truth is that the spell formation I just mentioned isn't really a spell formation, but rather, a pill formula. Not the type of pill formula that you use with a pill furnace, but rather a formula to create weapons that can unleash the deadly power of plants and vegetation. It was a technique that required a certain level of skill with plants and vegetation. Considering the level of Bai Xiaochun's Tao of medicine, he almost immediately understood what Li Qingho was talking about, and in fact, didn't need any further instruction. With the jade slip Li Qingho had just given him, he only needed the most important parts explained, and could cultivate the rest of it on his own. Most important of all was that the jade slip contained the weapon formula, which had been pieced together over successive experiments performed by 18 past cultivators of the Spirit Stream sect. Around the time evening fell, Li Qingho prepared to leave. Before he did, he thought back to the medicinal pill Bai Xiaochun had given to his master, and asked, "What kind of spirit medicine did you give to Patriarch Ironwood?" Bai Xiaochun blinked guiltily, but having no other option than to tell the truth, he stuck his chin up and proudly said, "Patriarch Ironwood? Oh, I gave him the most precious type of medicinal pill I have in my bag of holding. It's the most famous pill in the Spirit Stream sect, which I myself created." As soon as Li Qingho heard this, his expression flickered with disbelief. A moment passed, and then he hesitantly asked, "Aphrodisiac pills?" Bai Xiaochun nodded, feeling a bit guilty, and when he saw Li Qingho's ashen face, he suddenly started to get nervous. "Hey, that pill is great," he said, "and that's no lie. Really, everybody loves it. Even the old dragon from the North Bank praised it incessantly. After all, the patriarch is already getting pretty old, isn't he?" But mind spinning, Li Qingho glared at Bai Xiaochun one last time and then flew at top speed toward the ninth mountain peak. Bai Xiaochun still felt a bit guilty, and continued to mutter to himself after Li Qingho left. "I didn't say anything that wasn't true. That pill really is the most precious one I have. What gives that old fogey the right to go scaring people? I didn't do anything to him." Bai Xiaochun was actually a bit scared, and after some thought, decided it wasn't a good idea to stay in one place. Calling Bruiser over, he left his immortal's cave and headed toward the north bank. By this point it was dark. Xiaochun and Bruiser slipped noiselessly into the north bank, and were soon in the beast conservatory. At that point, he started to relax. With Bruiser and the old dragon here, even if Patriarch Ironwood tries to come teach me a lesson, I'll at least have some backup to help me. Sighing, Xiaochun couldn't help but muse that life had been much better in the Bloodstream sect. As the Blood Devil, all he had to do was snap his finger, and any patriarch who came to teach him a lesson would have his cultivation base instantly reduced by half. 1. This is an expression that comes from ancient Chinese philosophy. I searched for quite some time, but wasn't able to find an existing English translation of this exact passage, although some of the terms, emptiness, for example, are fairly common Buddhist terminology. Frankly, this kind of stuff is difficult to understand even for native Chinese speakers. Beerblade helped me do some research, and afterward, his response was, "Dude, even after reading the explanations, I still don't understand it. I think my version captures the meaning of the characters, grammar, syntax, etc. As for the deeper meaning of the saying itself, and what it means within the context of the story, you'll have to work that out on your own." 2. In the past I translated this as Magic Plant Soldiers, but decided to change the name. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 272, With Bruiser on my side, the Spirit Stream sect is mine. Chapter 272, With Bruiser on my side, the Spirit Stream sect is mine. Sighing, Xiaochun pushed away his memories of the Bloodstream sect, then sat down cross-legged in one of the rooms in the honor guard station in the Beast Conservatory. He wanted to call Bruiser over to keep him company, but soon realized that after returning to the North Bank, Bruiser was suddenly nowhere to be found. Bruiser's definitely up to no good again. When he thought about all the things that Bruiser had done in the past, and the fact that they now had almost equal cultivation bases, not only did he feel it to be unfair, it also made him nervous. This won't do. I have to spend as much time as I can cultivating. I have to break out of mid-foundation establishment and into late foundation establishment. Taking a deep breath, he produced the little turtle and began shaking it back and forth. The turtle's head, limbs, and tail flapped and flopped against its shell as Xiaochun shook it. It almost looked like a rag doll. After shaking it for quite a while, though, no fragrant aroma appeared. Xiaochun was not happy. I suffered untold trials and tribulations, experienced untold danger, all to get this little turtle. So what if I got tricked into thinking it was a relic of eternal indestructibility? At least this fragrant aroma can benefit me. Glaring at the turtle shell, he shook it even harder, causing more knocking sounds to ring out. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, some streams of fragrant aroma wafted out from inside. Xiaochun's spirits were instantly lifted. Taking a deep breath, he absorbed the fragrance into himself through his mouth and nose, then began to work with the Violet Chi Heavenspan incantation. Almost immediately, the energy of heaven and earth in the area began to rush toward him, creating an invisible vortex. At the same time, a sound like a roaring wave could be heard, as something very similar to a tide flow began. Because of the explosive influx of energy, the fourth of his 9 spiritual seas began to show signs of crystallization. Simultaneously, the cup of Heavenspan river water that he'd absorbed continued to melt and fuse into his 4th spiritual sea. Xiaochun was more excited than ever. It's working! Ha ha ha! This little turtle isn't completely useless after all. Xiaochun settled his chi and cleared his mind, then immersed himself in the process of crystallizing his 4th spiritual sea. As time progressed, it grew more and more stable. After an entire night passed, it was only about 20% complete, and he was starting to get a bit anxious. However, there was nothing else he could do. Patience was required when it came to provoking changes in the 4th spiritual sea. 3 days passed by in a flash. Bruiser had returned, mouth overflowing with a pile of multicolored bras. He'd been about to jump on Xiaochun to wrestle with him, But when he realized that he was in the middle of cultivation, a serious expression gleamed in his eyes, and he placed himself outside the door to stand guard. To Bruiser, none of the people or beasts in the spirit stream sect, nothing in heaven and earth, was more important than Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was his own heaven. If anyone attempted to interrupt Bai Xiaochun's cultivation, or do anything else harmful to him, Bruiser would protect him with his life. All of the battle beasts on the North Bank could sense how serious Bruiser had gotten, and as a result, the North Bank became very quiet. The beasts' masters were shocked to find that the beasts began to, of their own initiative, fly over to the Beast Conservatory, seemingly to stand guard at its borders. That was especially true of the beasts which resided in the Beast Conservatory itself. One evening, when Bai Xiaochun's fourth spiritual sea was about 90% crystallized, Ghostfang Peak on the north bank and Green Crest Peak on the south bank apparently reached their highest level of energy buildup, and glowing light shot up from them into the air, just like it had with Mount Dao Seed. Within moments, rumbling that could shake heaven and earth filled the air, and two pillars of light appeared in the sky. Ru yu yu umbul. Deafening rumbling could be heard as the ground quaked. The sky trembled as the two pillars of light shot through the clouds, causing the vortex up above to grow even more massive. All of the disciples in the sect detected what was happening and looked up, eyes shining. Almost immediately, conversations broke out. The second wave is going to leave soon. As the pillars of light continue to cause everything to shake and rumble, quite a few people headed toward Green Crest Peak and Ghostfang Peak. Numerous beams of light could be seen racing through the air as the Spirit Stream sect's second wave of teleportations began. The first wave, which had left only a few days before, had been led by Patriarch Li Zimo, and had been made up of around 2,000 people. That group was already stationed in the Luochen Mountains. As for the second wave, it contained far more people than the first wave, nearly 5,000. They included Su Song, Gong Sun Yun and Ho Yunfei, as well as some of the other chosen. There were also quite a number of inner sect disciples, and even outer sect disciples. All of them had very serious expressions on their faces, and were clearly ready to fight for the Spirit Stream sect. As the light on the two mountains grew brighter, Foundation establishment cultivators appeared, along with some of the Prime Elders. After the Prime Elders, a few figures appeared who shone with golden light. Although it was impossible to make out their features clearly, they emanated fluctuations which far surpassed the Prime Elders. They couldn't quite match up to the Patriarchs, but the boundless sensation they gave off caused the cultivators of the Spirit Stream sect to feel completely shaken. Those golden figures. Could they be Legacy Echelon cultivators? It only took a few moments for the golden figures to become the focus of all attention. Soon, people realized that the golden figures seemed to stir the chi flow of the entire Spirit Stream sect. Their every move and action caused the cultivators to tremble, and filled their hearts with boundless veneration and passion. They were none other than Legacy Echelon cultivators, not the entire contingent, only a few of the whole force. Each of them was a chosen among chosen in their generation, the focus of all attention. Along with the Legacy Echelon cultivators, one of the 5 patriarchs also appeared. He looked like a young man, but his eyes radiated something profoundly ancient. From the feeling he gave off, he had existed for innumerable years. "I am Patriarch Redmoon," he said, his expression hard and cold. "For the Spirit Stream sect, we will all." Before he could finish speaking, the voices of countless Spirit Stream sect disciples joined together to complete the sentence. Fight! Seeing the fighting spirit of the disciples caused Patriarch Redmoon to throw his head back and laugh. Flicking his sleeve, he caused the light shining up from the 2 mountain peaks to explode, and the power of teleportation to erupt out. It only took a moment for all of the 5,000 cultivators to vanish. As for the cultivators who remained behind, it wasn't possible for them to give vent to their desire to fight. Instead, they looked around at the remaining 5 mountain peaks, which were glowing brighter and brighter. They all knew that the next time one of the mountain peaks erupted with light, it would mean that the third wave was leaving. As the teleportation of the second wave concluded, Bai Xiaochun was in secluded meditation in the Beast Conservatory, his fourth spiritual C already 97% crystallized. 2 hours later, his eyes snapped open, and they flickered with dazzling light. Rumbling sounds filled him as his fourth spiritual C became completely crystallized. Bruiser immediately detected that Bai Xiaochun had opened his eyes, and burst into the room. When he laid eyes on Bai Xiaochun, he threw his head back and let out a joyful howl. A broad smile could be seen on Bai Xiaochun's face, and he was just about to say something when all of the beasts in the Beast Conservatory responded to Bruiser's howl, and joined in. That wasn't the end of it. All of the beasts who had arrayed themselves outside of the Beast Conservatory also joined the howl. Apparently, Bruiser's actions had a powerful inciting effect on the emotions of all the other beasts. The sound of countless howls filled the entire North Bank, as if all the beasts were congratulating him. The cultivators there were completely shaken. However, the howls didn't last for long before they faded away. Even still, Bai Xiaochun was deeply moved. Eyebrows raised, he looked at Bruiser and murmured, I just made a little breakthrough, there's no need to make such a ruckus. Bruiser dipped his head in embarrassment. Heart beginning to pound, Bai Xiaochun asked, Bruiser, can you really control all of those battle beasts? When he saw Bruiser nod in response, his mind began to spin, and his eyes went wide. Even back when he had visited the Spirit Stream Secta's night crypt, he'd gotten the feeling that the battle beasts took orders from Bruiser. However, he'd been unable to look into the matter more closely at the time. That memory, plus what he had seen after returning, led him to a very shocking conclusion. Now that he had confirmed his suspicion, it left him reeling. However, after a bit of time passed, he came to accept the situation. So that's what a Beast King can do, huh? He murmured enviously. Suddenly, he felt very pleased with himself, and his eyes began to shine brightly. With Bruiser on his side, he controlled nearly half of the Spirit Stream sect. That thought got him more excited than ever. Throwing his head back, he laughed uproariously. Finally, he was starting to feel the same way he had back in the Bloodstream sect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 273, Zhou Xinqi, Its Destiny. Chapter 273, Zhou Xinqi, Its Destiny. Although he felt wonderful for a moment, his feelings soon changed. On the one hand, he was happy that Bruiser was so powerful, but on the other hand, he was worried that he was falling behind. If my Bruiser is strong, then I have to be strong too. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out the little turtle and started shaking it back and forth violently in the hopes of continuing his cultivation. Despite shaking it for an entire hour, until his entire arm was sore, the floppy little turtle didn't emit any fragrant aroma whatsoever. There was nothing Bai Xiaochun could do, and he was starting to feel like the little turtle was completely useless. Eventually, he decided to give up. Sitting there with his chin resting on his palm, he began to think. Despite how intelligent Bruiser was, he couldn't figure out why Bai Xiaochun seemed to be in such conflict. However, seeing that he was being ignored, he decided to go out and play for a bit. Having been so busy guarding Bai Xiaochun over the past few days, he'd lost many opportunities to go run around, so now that he had a chance, he flew out of the door, howling. Bai Xiaochun watched Bruiser speed away, and sighed. Frowning, he continued to think. I have to come up with a way to increase my cultivation base. I have to get some inspiration regarding spirit medicine. Just what spirit medicine could help me do what I want? After reviewing all of the medicine formulas he'd mastered, he still couldn't think of anything suitable to increase his cultivation base. Just when he was about to admit defeat, his head shot up, and he smacked his thigh. Eyes shining, he said, the river-defying pill. Yeah. I forgot about the river-defying pill. Excited, he quickly smacked his bag of holding to produce the jade slip that contained the formula for the river-defying pill. He also began to flip through the Frigid School Medicine Manual. Before the enlightenment from the Holy Pill wall fragment, he didn't understand much of the Frigid School Medicine Manual, but now that wasn't the case. After studying the medicine manual for a bit, and then looking over the river-defying pill jade slip, he continued to ponder the matter. "You don't need any types of plants or vegetation," he murmured, "only water from the Heavenspan River. Furthermore, you don't need a pill furnace. You use your own body as the pill furnace." Back when he originally saw the formula, he thought it was very strange, to say the least. However, as his skill in the Tao of medicine increased, and he absorbed more Heavenspan River water with the Violet Chi Heavenspan incantation, his understanding grew. Although he didn't completely comprehend all aspects of the formula, he definitely understood more than before. After some more thought, his eyes flickered, and he walked to the actual north bank of the Heavenspan River. The banks of the river were a restricted area in the sect. Not even inner sect disciples were permitted access to them. Only foundation establishment cultivators, who were also elders of the sect, were allowed to go there, and only a few times per year at that. By nearing the Heavenspan River itself, they were able to absorb some of its shocking spiritual energy to improve their cultivation. However, the spiritual energy there was so powerful there that even foundation establishment cultivator weren't permitted to stay very long. If they did, the spiritual energy in their bodies could be thrown into utter chaos. As soon as Bai Xiaochun arrived, he noticed two cultivators sitting cross-legged not too far away, practicing cultivation with the spiritual energy from the Heavenspan River. It was a man and a woman. The woman wore a sea blue robe, and was very beautiful, with delicate, fair skin and eyelashes that fluttered slightly as she meditated. As soon as Bai Xiaochun saw her, he smiled. "I was just wondering why something seemed missing after I got back. I haven't seen sect niece Xinchi this entire time. So, it turns out she's been hiding over here." The young woman was none other than Zhou Xinchi. After examining Zhou Xinchi for a moment, he looked at the man sitting next to her, and frowned. For some reason, he almost couldn't believe his eyes when he saw that it was Shangguan Tianyu. Bai Xiaochun wasn't sure what technique Shangguan Tianyu had been cultivating, but his previously flowing black hair was now golden. He'd already been so attractive that he made other men jealous, but his new hair color, in combination with his exquisite facial features, made him even more handsome. Furthermore, his energy was different. In fact, he was so eye-catching that most people would likely forget all about Bai Xiaochun in his presence, and take Shangguan Tianyu to be the ultimate chosen. Even more annoying to Bai Xiaochun was that Shangguan Tianyu had a mark on his forehead that looked very similar to Bai Xiaochun's Heavenspan Dharma eye. However, instead of forming the shape of an eye, it looked like a sword. Sword chi emanated from the mark, causing Shangguan Tianyu to look very much like a sharp, unsheathed sword. I remember hearing that Shangguan Tianyu always benefited from good fortune. Not only does he have shocking latent talent, people always said that he's the reincarnation of some sort immortal. It seems those weren't just rumors after all. Even as he pondered the matter, it struck him that, considering how close Shangguan Tianyu and Zhou Xinchi were sitting to each other, it seemed that feelings must have developed between them while he was away. That thought left Bai Xiaochun even more annoyed than before. Sticking his chin up, he gave a cold harumph, and decided that in the future, he would have to find an opportunity to show Zhou Xinchi exactly what kind of person Shangguan Tianyu really was. Looking away from the two, he ignored them and picked a different area of the river bank to collect some Heavenspan River water. Before cultivating the Violet Chi Heavenspan incantation, the only way Bai Xiaochun would have been able to take away some of the golden water would have been to use some sort of magical device. But now that he had the Violet Chi Heavenspan incantation, he simply calmed himself, and then prepared to use some of the water to try to refine a river-defying pill. Off in the distance, Shangguan Tianyu's eyes slowly opened, and as he looked over at Bai Xiaochun, they flickered with venomous animosity. Bai Xiaochun had always been a thorn in his side. Whether it was in the chosen battles before they all reached Foundation establishment, or in the Fallen Sword Abyss, or in the robe-shredding incident, it all caused Shangguan Tianyu to feel deep hatred for Bai Xiaochun. Next to him sat Zhou Xinchi. Although it looked like she was in the middle of meditating, she hadn't completely retracted her divine sense, and had become aware of Bai Xiaochun the moment he showed up. Frowning, she also opened her eyes and looked in his direction. Her feelings regarding Bai Xiaochun had changed over time. Originally, she had viewed him as a zealous and enthusiastic disciple. However, his terrifying talents in medicine concocting, plus the truth about the chicken-thieving fiend, made it so that she wasn't really sure exactly how she felt about him. Of even greater significance was that, after all the years that had passed, she had long since come to the realization that Fragrant Cloud Peak's mysterious little turtle was none other than Bai Xiaochun. There was no other explanation for how Bai Xiaochun had made his rise in the Tao of medicine. That answer made her heart felt like it was being twisted in two directions, and the collision between her perceptions and reality was a heavy blow to her. Then there was how Bai Xiaochun loved to get people to call him sect uncle, which was even more annoying to Zhou Xinqi. Seeing that he had simply come to the Heavenspan River to collect some river water, she decided to just ignore him. However, even as her eyes were closing, they suddenly went wide. Unexpectedly, Bai Xiaochun wasn't using any magical device to collect the water. Instead, he had reached his right hand out and was about to plunge it directly into the river. Regardless of how she felt about him, they were fellow members of the same sect, and she didn't want to see him hurt. "Bai Xiaochun, what are you doing?" she cried. "You can't touch the Heavenspan River water. If that water touches Foundation establishment cultivators like us, don't you know what will happen?" "You'll." Shangguan Tianyu looked on, chuckling coldly in his heart, his eyes flashing with derision. He was actually looking forward to seeing Bai Xiaochun's arm dissolved by the river water, and wasn't very pleased that Zhou Xinqi was interfering. However, even as his displeasure rose, and Zhou Xinqi called out, Bai Xiaochun's hand entered the river water, and then emerged with about a cup's worth of golden water in his hand. He looked over at Zhou Xinqi. Looking at her expectantly, he said, what?" It felt wonderful to be able to make such a scene right in front of Shangguan Tianyu. Zhou Xinqi's jaw dropped as she looked at the Heavenspan River water cupped in by Xiaochun's right hand. Some of it was even dripping back down into the river itself. Shangguan Tianyu's eyes were as wide as saucers, and his mind was reeling. He was very well aware of how terrifying the water of the Heavenspan River was, and yet, Bai Xiaochun had just reached his hand in and scooped some out. "You," Zhou Xinqi said incredulously. Bai Xiaochun examined the expressions on their faces, and his heart swelled with joy, especially when he looked at Shangguan Tianyu. With that, he lifted his hand up to his mouth and sipped some of the water. Then he stuck his chin up into the air and coolly said, "Possession without possession is the most wonderful possession. Emptiness without emptiness is the true emptiness." It was the same expression he had heard from Li Qinghe a few days before. Back then, it had sounded completely and utterly profound, and the truth was, he still didn't know what it meant. However, considering how shaken he had been when he'd heard it, he had decided that he should use it on someone else. Now that he finally had the chance, he suddenly felt completely abstruse and philosophical. A tremor ran through Zhou Xinqi. At first, she thought she understood what he meant, but the more she thought about it, the more confused she was. Either way, Bai Xiaochun suddenly seemed even more marvelous to her than he had before. Shangguan Tianyu's eyes flashed brightly as he glared in disbelief at Bai Xiaochun. Even though he didn't understand what Bai Xiaochun had just said, he was sure that the words contained deep and profound meaning. However, he simply couldn't believe that such a profound statement about the Tao could possibly come out of the mouth of someone like Bai Xiaochun, and so naturally at that. Bai Xiaochun swished his sleeve. "Zhou Xinqi, you have a good heart. It was destiny that you should offer me such a heartfelt warning. Likewise, the words I have spoken to you this day are another destiny, if you can understand them." Giving her an aloof smile, he strolled away, his voice seemingly resonating with ancient profundity as he said, "Possession without possession is the most wonderful possession. Emptiness without emptiness is the true emptiness, therefore, emptiness is the most wonderful possession." As Zhou Xinqi watched Bai Xiaochun walking away, her inner vision of him suddenly changed completely. Although none of the three of them noticed, there was a monkey standing next to the river bank some distance away, accompanied by an old man, who was none other than the founding patriarch of the Spirit Stream sect. "The little punk doesn't even know what that sentence means," the founding patriarch said with a chuckle. "And yet he throws it around anyway." The look in the monkey's eyes was different from the look in the founding patriarch's eyes. Somewhere deep within them was hidden a profound, mysterious gleam. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 274, Once Upon a Time, I Was Also a Crazy Teen. Chapter 274, Once Upon a Time, I Was Also a Crazy Teen. After leaving the bank of the Heavenspan River, Xiaochun was in very high spirits. He decided that he needed to remember that saying. It was definitely very useful. HMMMMPH. In the future, whenever I see things I don't like, I can use that phrase to scare people. It will definitely put people in their place. After returning to the Beast Conservatory, he thought some more about how to refine the river-defying pill, and after hesitating a bit, he gritted his teeth and started working. To make the river-defying pill, he needed to use his own body as the furnace. On the second day of his efforts, he screamed, and then poofing sounds could be heard, after which he flew out of his room. Even after emerging out into the open, more poofing sounds could be heard coming from behind him. How could this be happening? He said. His insides felt like they were completely filled with swirling gas. The process of expelling it frightened Bruiser so much that he fled. Before long, the entire honor guard station was filled with a noxious odor. Xiaochun was scowling on the verge of tears. The effects of the gas continued for almost the entire day before fading away. Xiaochun was so frightened that he didn't dare to perform any more tests. That thing is definitely not meant to be concocted by people. Terrifying. I always blow up furnaces when I concoct medicine. But if I use myself as the furnace to concoct a river-defying pill, then what happens if there's an explosion? Having reached this point in his train of thought, Xiaochun felt more terrified than before. Worried that he might lose his poor little life, he decided to give up. I'm definitely not going to concoct that pill. When he thought about the day of misery he had just endured, he suddenly had an inkling of what it must feel like to be a bystander to his own pill concocting. Even as he stood there sighing, several beams of light appeared outside of the Beast Conservatory. It was Big Fatty Zhang, Third Fatty He, and Su Baokai. Almost immediately, they detected the noxious odor filling the honor guard station. What's that smell? Big Fatty Zhang said, eyes wide. Is that? Su Baokai looked shocked. Then he seemed to think of something so outrageous that he immediately dismissed the notion. Third Fatty He was actually a slender young woman. Her skin wasn't very fair, but she was tall and heroic looking. At the moment, even she was frowning. Xiaochun started to blush, and then cleared his throat. Oh, that's Bruiser. He ate some bad meat the other day. Bruiser was currently standing off in the distance, and when he heard what Xiaochun was saying, he was about to howl. However, a glare from Xiaochun caused him to sit down dejectedly and stare at the group. Seeing that Big Fatty Zhang and the others were still suspicious, Xiaochun quickly changed the subject. So anyway, what are you guys doing here? Declining to press Xiaochun about the noxious odor, Big Fatty Zhang looked over and said, We came to bid you farewell. Tomorrow, the third wave will teleport away, and we three are part of it. When Xiaochun heard that, his heart trembled. Big Fatty Zhang, Third Fatty He, and Su Baokai had all experienced significant advances in their cultivation base while he was in the Bloodstream sect. As of this point, all of them were inner sect disciples. None of them had reached foundation establishment yet, only the great circle of chi condensation. People like that wouldn't be of much use on the battlefield. However, a large group of them together would be able to power a spell formation, something that could unleash terrifying energy. Unsure of what to say, Xiaochun maintained his silence. The entire group felt as if a great weight were settling onto their shoulders. We might not necessarily lose this war, Third Fatty Hay said. Since we have to fight, then we might as well work together to cut down the enemy. Her words seemed to lift the spirits of Big Fatty Zhang and Su Baokai. Bai Xiaochun looked around at his friends, and then thought about the comrades who had died in the fallen sword abyss. He simply couldn't imagine what it would be like to see Big Fatty Zhang and his other close friends falling in battle. He didn't want to see anybody die in the fighting. He didn't want any war. He just wanted everyone to keep living together happily. Don't look like that, Xiaochun, Big Fatty Zhang said. We're not necessarily going to die. Come, come. We haven't had a drink together in a long time. Let's get drunk. Laughing heartily, he produced a flagon of alcohol from his bag of holding. Everyone sat down and began to drink. Time passed, and as they chatted, the heavy mood from before lifted. Laughing the whole time, Big Fatty Zhang talked about all of Bai Xiaochun's misadventures when he had joined the sect. Eventually, he reached the subject of the spirit tail chickens. Now hold on, Bai Xiaochun said. Those spirit tail chickens are just delicious. Man, I miss them. I blame you two for dragging me into that. Third Fatty Hay said, her face flushing. She had also participated in the chicken thieving fiends scandal, and had been severely berated by her master because of it. Su Baokai beat his chest in lamentation regarding the matter of the blood notice he'd given to Bai Xiaochun. At some point, somebody suggested that they actually go steal a chicken, and before they knew it, they had rushed over to the south bank. A short while later, they had a few chickens in hand, which they began to roast over an open flame. As evening fell, Big Fatty Zhang suggested that they go back to the ovens. The ovens crew was delighted to see everyone, especially the fatties from years before who were still working there. Without any hesitation, large amounts of food and alcohol were produced. As the sound of laughter and chatting rose up into the air, Ho Xiaomei arrived. Bai Xiaochun pulled her over to sit next to him, and as she drank, her lovely face grew more flushed, and as a result, more attractive. Chen Fei even showed up, albeit uninvited. The night wore on, and soon, Bai Xiaochun was drunk. Feeling more relaxed than ever, he pointed at Third Fatty Hay and yelled, "Third Girly, you bastard, I always thought you were a dude. I can't believe you turned out to be a girl." Third Fatty Hay glared at him, then snorted coldly and took a drink. "Hey, Big Fatty, do you remember that elder sister with the pockmarked face? You know, the one who brought me here to the ovens? You said something about the magpies singing. You had a huge crush on her. Remember? Well, what happened? Come on, tell us the truth." "Su Baokai, that blood notice of yours scared your sect uncle by half to death." "Chen Fei, you mama's boy, I can't believe you tried to ambush me." "Humph. Bai Xiaochun, whenever we split the food loot, you always ate the most." "Yeah, that's right. By the way, did you know that the story about making the bowl bottoms thicker has become a legend here in the ovens? Ha ha ha. Remember when we blocked the paths to the finish line?" "I'm sorry for what I did, Sect Uncle Bai." Everyone was jumping into the conversation. Eventually, Big Fatty Zhang pulled out his wok, placed it down next to him, and excitedly yelled, "I would rather starve to death in the ovens." "Then go climb the ladder in the outer sect." Bai Xiaochun finished at the top of his lungs. Third Fatty Hay and the other fatties all howled in response. Although Su Baokai wasn't from the ovens crew, he also joined in. Even Chen Fei was moved, and soon, everyone was yelling at the tops of their lungs. At one point, Bai Xiaochun raised his flagon of alcohol and said, "Fruits and herbs of a magical nature, nibble the edges but spare the stem, slice the meat thin when there's some to butcher, as for the bones, leave some flesh on them, spirit kanji? Water it down until it's thin, fine wine? Half a cup will do you in." "Wait, hold on. Big Fatty Zhang said. "We can't just have 6 lines of truth. We need to add 2 more lines. Let's see. Make the bowl bottoms thicker by a thumb. Give all the chickens to Bai Xiaochun. Big Fatty Zhang roared with laughter and slapped Bai Xiaochun's shoulder. Then he staggered off to the side and slumped down to the ground, completely drunk. It was rare to have a situation where everyone completely enjoyed themselves. However, a war was coming, and nobody was sure whether or not they would live to see the end of it. Therefore, they spent the night forgetting about their worries, drinking, and yelling and laughing. The sound of the commotion drew more attention, and people rushed over to see what was happening. Before long, a raucous party was underway in the ovens. Ho Xiaomei remained glued to Bai Xiaochun's side. Of course, the effects of the spirit alcohol were something that even cultivators couldn't ignore, and slowly, she was getting drunk too. By the time the third watch came, the ovens was getting quiet, but Bai Xiaochun forced his eyes to remain open. Looking around at the quiet scene around him, his eyes began to shine. Picking up a flagon of alcohol, he guzzled down a mouthful, then slowly looked at all the unconscious figures around him. It was almost as if he were trying to commit their faces to memory. His grip on the alcohol flagon grew tighter, as if he were trying to forever brand this one moment of time into his heart. Or perhaps it was because there was a burgeoning determination inside of him to change the world around him into something else. Eventually, his legs wobbled, and he slumped down into sleep. However, he continued to grip the flagon so hard that veins bulged out on the back of his hand. At dawn, brilliant pillars of light climbed up from Iris Petal Peak and Violet Cauldron Peak. Rumbling filled the air as numerous figures flew toward the mountain peaks. Big Fatty Zhang, Third Fatty He, Su Baokai, and Chen Fei were among them. There were also legacy echelon cultivators and patriarchs. The third wave of nearly 30,000 cultivators was soon gone, teleported away. Bai Xiaochun lay there in the ovens, watching as Big Fatty Zhang and his other friends left. An intense determination burned deep in his eyes. Ho Xiaomei was still by his side. Big Bro Xiaochun, she said softly. I'm in the fourth wave. Bai Xiaochun clasped her hand in his. Voice soft but determined, he said, I'll always be here for you. Now that the third wave had left, the Spirit Stream sect was almost half empty. At the same time, the sect's spell formations were almost completely activated. A few days later, Sunset Peak, Archway Peak, and Fragrant Cloud Peak, the final three mountain peaks, all erupted with heaven-shaking, earth-shattering pillars of light. As of this point, all of the spell formations in the Spirit Stream sect had been fully activated, and the sect was completely locked down tight. Patriarch Ironwood appeared, along with the remaining legacy echelon cultivators and prime elders. Zhang Yuandong was there, along with Li Qinho, Su Meixian, and the other peak lords. Most of the elders, inner sect disciples, and outer sect disciples also appeared. This was the fourth wave. There would be a fifth wave, with the most powerful reserves of the sect, but this fourth wave was the largest so far. There were nearly 50,000 people present. Bai Xiaochun looked at the pillars of light and took a deep breath. As he emerged from the Beast Conservatory, Bruiser followed him, and he didn't look as frisky as usual. Apparently, he realized that war was coming. He and Bai Xiaochun then shot toward the nearest pillar of light. A large crowd was present. When Bai Xiaochun showed up, and people recognized him, many of them edged closer to him. Although he was naughty and mischievous, the stories about what he had done in the Fallen Sword Abyss proved that when danger came, he was the person to trust. The Spirit Stream sect had chosen the Luochen Mountains as the battlefield, where they could rely on their spell formation. In the region between the sect and the mountains, 8 lines of defense had been set up to fall back on in case the Luochen Mountains were lost. This war would not be one of schemes and plots. It was a battle in which veins of steel were a necessity. People would be fighting to the death, and they would make it hard for the Bloodstream sect to push them into retreat. They would show that picking on the Spirit Stream sect was something that could not be done lightly. Soon, everyone was present, and the teleportation began. Brilliant light shot up into the air. It was as if a huge hand had grabbed everyone from the 3 mountain peaks and then carried them to the border with the Bloodstream sect. The destination was the Luochen Mountains. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 275, Luochen Grand Spell Formation. Chapter 275, Luochen Grand Spell Formation. The Luochen Mountains marked the boundary between the Spirit Stream sect and the Bloodstream sect, and they stretched so far that it was impossible to see either end of the mountain range. When the spell formation built into the mountains was first activated, it wasn't possible to see the actual shield with the naked eye. But now, it was completely eye-catching, rising all the way up to connect with the heavens, an imposing sight that would shake anyone who looked at it. Occasional ripples of power would spread out across the shield, as well as loud cracking sounds. Clearly, the destructive power of the shield had everything in the area completely locked down. This was the Luochen Grand Spell Formation that the Spirit Stream sect had set in place thousands of years in the past. Numerous figures could be seen hovering in the air above the mountains, radiating cultivation base power that exceeded foundation establishment. All of them had their divine sense spread out to stand watch over the direction leading to the Bloodstream sect. The three initial waves of disciples had set up camp on the ground, a camp which spread out far and wide. The outer sect disciples were the most numerous of the bunch, and had been assigned to run drills with various spell formation arrangements. Occasionally, the rumbling caused by their activities would send powerful ripples out in all directions. At a glance, it was possible to see dozens of spell formations run by outer sect disciples. The first three waves had brought quite a number of people to the mountains, but that only made it easier to imagine how many more formations would spring up after the fourth wave arrived. The inner sect disciples were arranged according to the mountain peaks from whence they originated. They were also powering spell formations which were vastly more powerful than those of the outer sect disciples. Such inner sect spell formations emanated powerful ripples which distorted everything in the area. In addition to all of that, there were ranks upon ranks of war chariots. The chariots were crafted from the hardest metals, and each one featured a huge spike jutting out the front, 30 meters long and a meter wide at the base. The chariots were also inlaid with countless spirit stones, not the low-grade type, but rather, high-grade spirit stones. The chariots were so large and powerful that they required several cultivators just to operate. The sight of hundreds of such war chariots was fear-inspiring, to say the least. In another location, numerous enormous boulders were being magically formed together to create gigantic puppets fully 300 meters tall. There were already over 100 such puppets fully formed, and every step they took caused the Luochen Mountains to tremble. Also present were countless enormous battle beasts from the north bank, many of whom soared about in the air, emitting occasional roars. The secret forces which had long since been sent out into Bloodstream sect territory were active, looking for new information to send back to the Spirit Stream sect. Even the spies in the Bloodstream sect itself had been mobilized. Although such spies couldn't accomplish very much, they were successful in some of their efforts. There were also enormous stone tower shields rising up from various boulders throughout the mountains. Although the layout of the tower shields seemed random, it was possible to imagine how, once they were all connected, they could defend against an incredibly powerful attack. Everyone was very busy with all of their preparations. There was another area within the Luochen Mountains, a district large enough to fit tens of thousands of individuals. There, a huge spell formation had been carved into the ground, which was being guarded by over 1,000 cultivators. Moments ago, it had begun to glow with bright light. The ground began to quake, causing all of the various Spirit Stream sect disciples in the mountains to look up. Then, 3 massive pillars of light shot up from within the spell formation, reaching high up into the heavens. The Luochen Mountains were shaking as the pillars of light distorted the air around them. Moments later, the light faded away, and tens of thousands of people became visible on the spell formation. Xiaochun was among them. This was the fourth wave of cultivators to be teleported into the mountains. Teleportation was often an uncomfortable thing, and as soon as the group of people appeared, various reactions could be seen on their faces. Xiaochun's face went a bit pale, but other than that, he didn't seem affected. Instead of gaping around at the mountains around him, he located Ho Xiaomei in the crowd and hurried over to her. Because of his status, it was easy to make his way through the throngs of people. No one got in his way. Soon, he was in front of Ho Xiaomei, whose face was ashen as she swayed back and forth unsteadily. Zhou Xinqi was there, holding her arm. As soon as Bai Xiaochun reached her, he poured some spiritual power into her to help her acclimate. "You'll be fine," he said. "Teleportations are usually like this." When he saw her pale face, he felt hurt inside. For some reason, his time in the bloodstream sect had made him a lot more sensitive on an emotional level. Zhou Xinqi looked at Bai Xiaochun, and then stepped back to let him take over. Shangguan Tianyu was also nearby. Eyeing Bai Xiaochun coldly, he snorted. Ho Xiaomei breathed in and out a few times, and soon recovered. Looking over at Bai Xiaochun, she suddenly felt a bit disquieted. She had been working very hard at her cultivation, worried that she might not be able to keep up with Bai Xiaochun. However, he only seemed to get further and further away. She feared that if she let up even the slightest bit, that he might get so far away she would be forever separated from him. She reached out, grabbed his hand, and squeezed it tightly. Now that Ho Xiaomei had recovered, Bai Xiaochun looked around at the Luochen Mountains. Clearly, they had changed. On his way back to the sect, he had sensed that things were different, but hadn't been able to pierce through to see the true details of the matter. However, now it was very clear. Everything looked different. He saw the powerful figures hovering high up in the air. He saw the glittering shield. He saw all of the spell formations powered by disciples of the sect. He saw the war chariots, the stone puppets, the tower shields. He saw familiar faces everywhere, even Big Fatty Zhang and his other friends. Other disciples began to guide the fourth wave cultivators to their places in the various spell formations. Everyone had an assignment. Of course, the fourth wave consisted of tens of thousands of disciples, so the arrangements took time. Most of the new arrivals had to wait patiently until they were told what to do. It was the same with Bai Xiaochun, who simply stood there looking at everything, shaken. Clearly, the preparations for the battle were not yet complete, and he could only imagine how awe-inspiring it would be when they were not. The sight of everything caused his heart to tremble, especially considering that there were many things that the Spirit Stream sect normally kept secret, which were now out in the open for everyone to see. For example, when Bai Xiaochun looked at the outer sect disciples drilling in their spell formations, he could easily see the similarities between their formations and the Violet Chi Cauldron control art and Heavenspan Elephant control art. Clearly, anyone who cultivated either of those two techniques would have no problem participating in the spell formation. The only thing they would need to work on would be cooperating with the others who were part of the formation. Furthermore, Bai Xiaochun could tell that the outer sect spell formations weren't simple, and that they contained the potential for numerous transformations and variations. As for the inner sect disciples, it was similar with them. Although the Spirit Stream sect might seem soft on the outside, they were really a sect born for battle. Only a battle sect would have the fortitude to defy the Bloodstream sect, despite being weaker than them. They would rather go out in a bloody battle than yield. As for the Luochen Mountains, they were even more marvelous than he'd realized. In addition to increasing the battle prowess of the Spirit Stream sect, there also seemed to be something else lurking within them, something shocking. Bai Xiaochun opened his Heavenspan Dharma eye, and was instantly taken aback. Inside of the mountains themselves existed a spell formation that caused Bai Xiaochun's scalp to tingle. It was a self-destruct spell formation. It was a trap, designed to send a message to the Bloodstream sect in the event that they won. You may be able to defeat us, but you will feel the pain down into your bones, an agony that you will never be able to forget. Bai Xiaochun took a deep, alarmed breath. Meanwhile, Ho Xiaomei stood next to him, trembling, clearly shaken by what she was seeing. She looked over in the direction of the Bloodstream sect, but from her vantage point, could see nothing but the crimson lands stretching out as far as the eye could see. "Big bro Xiaochun," she said softly, "I heard that everyone in the Bloodstream sect is like that Bloodmaster Nightcrypt from Middle Peak. They're brutal, and kill people like scything wheat." They usually spend their time in their sect fighting and killing each other. If you're not careful, you'll get cut down in an instant. You have to be careful when you fight them. According to her understanding, the Bloodstream sect was a place rife with an aura of death. That was especially true considering the shocking tales of Nightcrypt which had been circulating recently. It was only natural for her to point to him as an example of what the sect as a whole was like. Bai Xiaochun's astonishment from before was giving way to more negative feelings now. Slapping his chest, he stuck up his chin and said, "Don't worry, Xiaomei. When Bai Xiaochun is around, Nightcrypt wouldn't dare to show his face." As far as he was concerned, that was no exaggeration. In fact, it couldn't be closer to the truth. Ho Xiaomei smiled in response, and although she didn't quite believe him, she pretended that she did. As always, her eyes were filled with an adoration that left Bai Xiaochun feeling quite comfortable. Even as he reveled in the lovely feeling, he looked over at Zhou Xinqi and said, "Sect niece Xinqi, fear not. I'll protect you." Zhou Xinqi almost couldn't reconcile this version of Bai Xiaochun with the one she'd seen on the bank of the Heavenspan River. Sighing, she said, "You still have it in you to brag, even here? What's the point?" Shangguan Tianyu gave a cold harumph. Eyeing Bai Xiaochun, he slowly said, "Bai Xiaochun, Nightcrypt belongs to me. I'm going to cut his head clean off of his shoulders." That soured Bai Xiaochun's mood immediately. Glaring at Shangguan Tianyu, he was just about to respond when suddenly, his heart trembled as an icy sensation filled him from head to toe. Turning, he saw a young woman looking at him through the crowd. She was cloaked by her long, black hair, and was actually quite pretty. She was none other than Gongsun Wanner. As soon as she realized Bai Xiaochun was looking at her, she turned to look back at him. Their eyes met, and she reached up to cover her mouth as she laughed. Although they were some distance apart, for some reason, the sound of her laughter filled Bai Xiaochun with an incredible sense of danger. Something inside was screaming at him that this young woman was deadly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 276, Dao Seed 9th Formation. Chapter 276, Dao Seed 9th Formation. Bai Xiaochun's pupils constricted. This was his first time seeing Gongsun Wanner after returning to the Spirit Stream sect, and for some reason, she seemed completely different than he remembered. The previous Gongsun Wanner had been pretty, but not charming. The young woman he was looking at now, though, seemed to be charming down to her bones, charming in a way that would make you shiver inside. Her facial features were the same as before, but she seemed completely different, so different that Bai Xiaochun's scalp was tingling on the verge of explosion. Her cultivation base fluctuations were being concealed, but something about her caused his eyes to narrow. Even his blood chi seemed to become sluggish inside of him. Something's off. Even as Bai Xiaochun's heart began to pound, Gongsun Wanner turned and vanished into the crowd. Despite craning his neck and looking around, he was unable to find her again. Slowly, the alarm he had felt began to fade away. However, he was still very certain about what had just occurred. How could Gongsun Wanner have changed so much? Panting, Bai Xiaochun thought back to when he'd looked into her eyes, and how he'd heard her melodious laughter. For some reason, that laughter seemed familiar to him. Of course, he had known Gongsun Wanner for quite some time. However, there was something about the familiarity of the laughter that seemed very different. Apparently, Ho Xiaomei could sense Bai Xiaochun's astonishment. She followed his gaze into the crowd, but didn't see Gongsun Wanner. "What's wrong, big bro Xiaochun?" she asked. Bai Xiaochun shook his head and declined to offer any explanation. Instead, he simply stood there thoughtfully. Slowly but surely, the tens of thousands of cultivators in the spell formation were being led to the spots that had been arranged for them. Soon, it was Shangguan Tianyu's turn. One of the inner sect disciples from the North Bank approached him, clasped hands formally, and said, "Sect Uncle Shangguan, as set forth by sect decree, you will take command of the third of Green Crest Peaks Foundation establishment spell formations. You will shall preside over the third spell formation. Please, senior, accompany me, and I will show you the ins and outs of the formation. With that, he began to lead Shangwan Tianyu away, under the eyes of many observers. Most of the people who had just arrived were being sent to spell formations belonging to whichever mountain peak they had come from. It was a bit different with Shangwan Tianyu, though. He was proclaimed as the leader of a spell formation, which led to quite a lot of hushed discussion. Sect Uncle Shangwan really does live up to his reputation. The sect obviously has high hopes for his future. They even made him the leader of Green Crest Peak's third spell formation. I was just looking around, and realized that each area in the Luochen Mountains is set aside for one of the mountain peaks. Each mountain peak has several dozen outer sect spell formations, a dozen or so inner sect spell formations, plus spell formations for the peak lord and elders. Presumably, Shangwan Tianyu is going to the spell formation for Chosen, but after coming back from the fallen sword abyss, Sect Uncle Shangwan spent most of his time in secluded meditation, except for that time he went to challenge Ghostfang. Nobody is sure who won or lost, though. Bai Xiaochun's lips twitched a bit in response to what was happening, unconvinced that Shangwan Tianyu was as amazing as people made him out to be. Despite the buzz of conversation, Shangwan Tianyu's expression was the same as ever as he strode along. He was used to being the focus of so many gazes. Turning to the North Bank inner sect disciple who was leading the way, he coolly asked, "Who might be the leaders of the second and first spell formations?" Sect Uncle Shangwan, the disciple replied respectfully, "From what I've heard, the second spell formation will be led by the Elder of Green Crest Peak, and the first spell formation will be controlled by none other than the Peak Lord." Shangwan Tianyu nodded, then turned to look at Bai Xiaochun and snorted coldly. Moments later, a different disciple approached Zhou Xinqi, clasped hands, and bowed. "Sectant Zhou, I've come to lead the way, ma'am. You are to be the leader of Fragrant Cloud Peak's third spell formation." Zhou Xinqi nodded silently. She and Shangwan Tianyu both left the teleportation spell formation, and Bai Xiaochun watched them go. Zhou Xinqi didn't bother him much, but for some reason, he found Shangwan Tianyu very grating. "I can't believe that guy gets to be one of the leaders. I guess that in addition to the inner sect and outer sect spell formations, all of the mountain peaks have spell formations for the Foundation Establishment cultivators, huh? Well, what about me? Where am I supposed to go?" Even as he pondered the question curiously, one of the inner sect disciples from the South Bank approached in a beam of light. Before he even got close, he yelled, "Is Sect Uncle Bai here?" He was actually sweating, and his voice was so loud that everyone in the area heard him, even Shangwan Tianyu and Zhou Xinqi, who both stopped in their tracks and looked over. Bai Xiaochun's eyes began to shine, and he took a few steps forward, waving to the inner sect disciple. The disciple saw him and flew over, and before he even landed, was clasping hands and bowing, his eyes shining with reverence and worship. "Greetings, Sect Uncle Bai. The sect leader has commanded that you will not be a part of any of the spell formations from the south or north banks. Instead, you will lead the Mount Dao Seed Foundation Establishment formation." Quite a few people heard the words spoken by the inner sect disciple, and conversation sprang up almost immediately as people looked over at Bai Xiaochun. "He's going to lead the Mount Dao Seed Foundation Establishment formation? Ah, that's how it should be. Sect Uncle Bai has a Heavendao Foundation Establishment cultivation base. Putting him with any of the other 7 mountain peaks would be a complete waste of talent. Only Mount Dao Seed is suitable for Sect Uncle Bai." The gazes which fell upon Bai Xiaochun were those of respect and envy. Clearly, Bai Xiaochun was very important, so important that the sect valued him far more than people like Shangwan Tianyu and Zhou Xinqi. Zhou Xinqi looked at Bai Xiaochun, then looked away and walked off. Although Shangwan Tianyu's expression was the same as ever, his hands were clenched into fists. To be so blatantly compared to someone else caused him to grit his teeth, swish his sleeve, and then fly away. Bai Xiaochun felt wonderful. Although Ho Xiaomei was sent to a location with other South Bank outer sect disciples, Bai Xiaochun and Ho Yunfei arranged for her to be sent to a central location, and also be protected at all times. With that, Bai Xiaochun followed the South Bank inner sect disciple away. Soon they were in the middle of the ranks of the Spirit Stream sect forces, where 9 large spell formations had been burned into the ground. Each of the spell formations was fully 3,000 meters across, and emanated intense ripples and blinding light. They even seemed to be in sync with the grand spell formation that filled the entire mountain range. Hundreds of disciples were working away busily at the spell formations, making adjustments and preparing them in various ways. The auras of the spell formations only continued to grow more and more shocking with every moment. There were already quite a few people seated cross-legged in most of the spell formations. As for where everyone sat, those positions had already been decreed by the sect leadership, and couldn't be altered. Closer examination revealed that within each spell formation, 8 positions for cultivators were arrayed in an 8 trigrams formation. In the middle were 3 other positions for the leaders. Bai Xiaochun recognized most of the cultivators in the various spell formations. They were all Foundation Establishment elders, and many of them nodded in greeting when they saw Bai Xiaochun look their way. Bai Xiaochun was assigned to the 9th formation. The one difference between that spell formation and the other 8 was that it only had 1 leadership position. According to the orders of the sect leader, Sect Uncle Bai, you are the sole leader of the 9th spell formation, the Mount Daoseed formation. The disciple who had been leading Bai Xiaochun clasped hands respectfully and then left. Bai Xiaochun made his way into the 9th formation and sat down in the spot in the center set aside for the leader. At the moment, no other Foundation Establishment elders had arrived to fill in the other spots of the 9th formation. As such, Bai Xiaochun closed his eyes and opened his cultivation base to begin getting used to the spell formation. Almost immediately, the spell formation formed a resonance with Bai Xiaochun's Violet Chi Heavenspan incantation. Because of that, he instantly felt as if he had become one with the formation. His mind began to vibrate, and he was suddenly filled with the sensation that all he had to do was stand up, and he would transform into an enormous giant. The feeling caused his mind to spin. Simultaneously, an intense light shot up from the 9th formation. Quite a few of the Foundation Establishment elders in the other surrounding spell formations noticed what was happening, as did other cultivators in the area. The tens of thousands of cultivators from the 4th wave who were still being sent out to the various formations were all shaken and looked over. Soon, gasps could be heard. The light shining from Bai Xiaochun's location in the 9th formation was creating the image of a 600-meter-tall giant. As it took shape, it was gradually possible to make out the facial features of the giant. They belonged to none other than Bai Xiaochun. Big Fatty Zhang, Third Fatty He, Su Baokai, Ho Yunfei, and all of his other friends in the different locations in the Luochen Mountains looked over in shock at the giant. Ghostfang was sitting in position in the 3rd formation of Ghostfang Peak, meditating. Then, his eyes snapped open, and he looked over at the giant. Beihan Lai, Su Song, and the recently arrived Shangguan Tianyu and Zhou Xinqi were all looking in the same direction. As for Gong Sun Wanner, her eyes shone with a strange light. Bai Xiaochun was a bit dazed at first. He clearly felt as if he had become a giant, as if his thoughts were the giant's thoughts. Apparently, this giant was an external incarnation of himself. The feeling of incredible power that coursed through him caused him to throw his head back and let loose a long, piercing cry. The heavens shook as if they had been struck by lightning, and everything in the area began to shake and tremble. He tried to wave his arms, but his unfamiliarity with this form caused the giant to destabilize and then slowly collapse. Even still, the scene which had just played out left everyone who had seen it shocked. Even the prime elders and legacy echelon cultivators up in the sky had been paying attention. So that's Bai Xiaochun. He only just stepped into the spell formation, yet can already unleash its power in an external incarnation, but it seems Bai Xiaochun's techniques can form a direct resonance with Spirit Stream sect spell formations. No wonder the sect leader arranged for him to have sole leadership of the 9th formation. Normally, 3 cultivators are required to create the spell formation incarnation. He can do it by himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 277, Complete Spell Formation. Chapter 277, Complete Spell Formation. After Bai Xiaochun's giant incarnation faded away, a brief silence followed, and then, a massive uproar filled the Luochen Mountains. That was Sect Uncle Bai. Heavens! Didn't Sect Uncle Bai just get here? I can't believe he can already unleash the power of the spell formation. Everyone was shaken. Some felt enthusiasm, but others weren't very happy. Quite a few were jealous. Shangguan Tianyou's hands were clenched painfully tight. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to calm down, then sent his cultivation base power out to familiarize himself with his own spell formation. He wasn't the only one that was paying close attention. Ghost Fong, Beihan Lai, Su Song, Gong Sun Yun, and many others had already been outdone. During the following days, they did further research and experimentation, and began to follow Bai Xiaochun's example. Soon, more and more giants began to appear. Eventually, the tens of thousands of people from the fourth wave were all sent to their spots in the various spell formations. The other 8 formations in Bai Xiaochun's area were now almost completely full. As for his own 9th formation, the other 8 people had all shown up one after another. None of them were strangers to Bai Xiaochun, they were all disciples whom he had helped greatly in the Fallen Sword Abyss. After realizing that they had been assigned to work with Bai Xiaochun, they excitedly went about helping him with the giant incarnation, which grew more and more powerful. As all of the groups worked together and grew more familiar with powering the spell formation giants, the Luochen Mountains filled with increasingly shocking energy. As the giants appeared, they roared and moved about, sometimes even unleashing magical techniques. All light in heaven and earth dimmed. Even the outer sect formations with over 100 people in them also formed giants which unleashed battle prowess similar to the Great Circle of Qi condensation. The inner sect spell formation incarnations surpassed Qi condensation, and were similar to Foundation establishment cultivators. And then there were the formations with the chosen like Shangguan Tianyou, who radiated the power of the Great Circle of Foundation establishment. As for the first and second spell formations from each mountain peak, they were the strongest, and brimmed with power equivalent to core formation. The 3 mountain peaks from the south bank and the 4 mountain peaks from the north bank were all on equal footing. The smallest of the giants was roughly 150 meters in height. At first, many of them had semi-translucent bodies, making it possible to see the cultivators sitting cross-legged inside. Toward the end, though, the giants became so solid that it was almost impossible to see anyone inside. The sight of so many giants in the Luochen Mountains was shocking to the extreme. Already, the central 9th spell formation, the Mount Daoxi formation, was far more powerful than the formations of any of the other mountains. Every time it appeared, the power of the Foundation establishment cultivators within it caused the battle prowess of the giant incarnation to emanate fluctuations that, despite not being of the core formation level, were strong enough to fight a core formation cultivator. Furthermore, when Bai Xiaochun's giant incarnation appeared, it released a Heaven Dao aura that caused thunderous rumbling to fill the air. Sparks of electricity even showered about in all directions. Bai Xiaochun was located in the giant's Dantian region, with the other 8 cultivators being located in other fixed positions within the body. On a few occasions after forming the giant incarnation, Bai Xiaochun sent it flying up into the air to unleash a fist strike that would shake everything in the area. Sometimes the giant would perform an incantation gesture, drawing upon the combined cultivation base power of 8 people to summon an enormous violet cauldron. Based on the terrifying power, it was obvious that this giant could fight toe-to-toe with the core formation stage. Bai Xiaochun had never experienced anything like this before, and he could only throw his head back and let out a piercing howl. Another 3 days passed. At high noon, the sky vibrated, and a column of light shot up into the air that far surpassed the light which had accompanied the cultivators of the fourth wave. As the ground quaked, all cultivators of the sect looked up into the sky. Everyone, even by Xiaochun, watched as the blinding pillar of light slowly shrank into the form of an enormous, white sun. The instant the white sun formed, all of the surrounding air twisted and distorted, filling with fissures and rifts. Within the sun could be seen the image of a raven, which apparently formed the core of the sun. Although its eyes were closed, it radiated a sense of intense might. Beneath the raven floated a mountain. It was none other than the ninth mountain peak of the Spirit Stream sect. The pressure weighing down from that mountain caused all of the Luochen mountains to tremble. A handful of legacy echelon cultivators flew out, as well as prime elders. Then, an old man appeared who, despite not being physically imposing, emanated the loftiest of airs. He was none other than the Spirit Stream sect's founding patriarch. Countless voices joined together in a thunderous roar as all cultivators in the mountains clasped their hands and offered formal greetings. Greetings, Patriarch! Greetings, Patriarch! The ear-splitting sound of their calls shook everything like thunder from the heavens. For other figures floated up from the mountains to join him, which were the other patriarchs that had led the previous 4 waves of cultivators out of the sect. The founding patriarch looked over the forces of the Spirit Stream sect, and then spoke in words that echoed out into every corner of the mountains, to reach every cultivator present. The Bloodstream sect has already fully mobilized. They will be here soon. Everyone, including Bai Xiaochun, felt shaken upon hearing those words. There will be deaths in this war. Even I may perish. However, any of us who fall in battle will be heroes of the Spirit Stream sect for all eternity. This war is a fight for the survival of the Spirit Stream sect. This war will determine the peace and security of our sect for the next 1,000 years. This war is something the entire world of cultivation is paying attention to. The Spirit Stream sect may go out fighting, but we will never live a life of humiliation. Power up the final formation. Let's show the Bloodstream sect exactly how strong and decisive the Spirit Stream sect is. The cultivators felt their blood boiling in response to the founding patriarch's words, and joined together to shout, "Fight!" Now that the founding patriarch had officially declared the war to have begun, the spell formation which filled the Luochen mountains sprang to life, sending boundless light shining up into the sky. Rouyuayunbul. Up in the sky, the ninth mountain peak towered high, seemingly capable of propping up the heavens. It was surrounded by 9 shining magical symbols, each of them different, but all of them fully 3,000 meters tall. Lightning danced back and forth across the symbols, casting out light that filled the sky. At the same time, countless fist-sized magical symbols also appeared, spreading out like waves to cover the sky above the mountains. Amidst the lightning and the magical symbols were nearly 100 ancient figures, all of whom emanated shocking auras. These were all of the Spirit Stream sect's prime elders. The prime elders all had serious expressions on their faces. They looked like transcendent beings, their cultivation base fluctuations causing heaven and earth to dim, and causing a powerful wind to kick up. However, even more eye-catching than them was a group whose numbers had slowly been filled over the past 10,000 years. The 17 legacy echelon cultivators, Li Qingho among them. Those 17 cultivators hovered above in the sky, shining with light that, from a distance, made them seem like 17 stars that emanated heaven-shaking, earth-shattering pressure, but above the 17 star-like legacy echelon cultivators were the 5 patriarchs who lived on the 9th mountain peak. Each of them possessed a Dharma idol of incredible stature, something that could easily suppress prime elders or legacy echelon cultivators. The power they exuded seemed capable of crushing the heavens and shaking the earth. It was godlike. The founding patriarch's Dharma idol was clearly visible. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, and seemed as tall as the sky. The founding patriarch alone seemed far more glorious than all of the other 4 patriarchs combined. Now that the spell formation had been fully activated, the shield of light that rose up to protect the Luochen mountains began to crackle with lightning. As the lightning spread out to fill the shield, it transformed into an enormous wall of lightning. On the surface of the lightning wall could be seen 9 faces, each one of them 300 meters tall. Their eyes were closed as if in meditation, and they seemed to radiate solemnity and power. If you looked closely, you would see that, unexpectedly, one of those faces was Bai Xiaochun's. Bai Xiaochun almost stopped breathing when he saw that. Now that the Luochen Mountain's grand spell formation was fully activated, Bai Xiaochun could sense that his ninth formation was somehow fused with the mountains as a whole. The sight of his own face on the wall left him shaken and completely shocked. The ranks of war chariots were now complete. There were hundreds of them, and the black spikes which jutted out from them emanated terrifying power that seemed capable of exploding out at a moment's notice. Also present were numerous stone puppets that all seemed poised on the brink of unleashing their power. With a single command, they would leap onto the battlefield and wreak havoc. As for the countless battle beasts of the North Bank, they were everywhere, filling sky and land, with the 4 spirit beast guardians of the 4 mountains leading them. Then there were the enormous tower shields, which were now completely arrayed, creating an impenetrable defense for the spirit stream sect disciples who remained behind them. As for the spell formations, the disciples poured power into them, causing rumbling to echo out as giants appeared, coming from 7 different directions. Each of the 7 mountains had dozens of spell formations for the outer sect disciples. As a result, hundreds of figures began to gather. Some were human giants, others looked like giant beasts. Roars filled the air as ripples spread out in all directions. The inner sect disciples' spell formations were all activated. Although they didn't have as many as the outer sect disciples, theirs were far more powerful. That was especially true of the spell formations set aside for the chosen, which were even more shocking. Just as the south and north banks were different, the incarnations of the spell formations were different, some taking the form of human giants, others of giant beasts. The 9 centrally located spell formations also erupted with terrifying fluctuations as they were powered by Foundation Establishment cultivators. There were also hundreds of Foundation Establishment cultivators not assigned to spell formations, who were prepared to either fight or join the spell formations as their comrades fell. If that were all there were to it, it might not be very impressive. But now that the Luochen Mountains spell formations were all activated, a shockingly bright light began to shine out above the 9th mountain peak. 2 beams of light appeared, both of which were magical items. The first beam of light was a profoundly ancient violet cauldron. As soon as the cauldron appeared, intense pressure weighed down on the entire area, causing everything to tremble. Within the second beam of light was a sword. It glittered with silver light that indicated that it had benefited from a 10-fold spirit enhancement. It was the Heavenhorn sword. 10 silver designs covered the body of the sword, making it dazzlingly shocking. The mere sight left everyone shaken, and it was obvious that once this sword was unleashed in attack, it could shatter the heavens and decimate the earth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 278, The Bloodstream Sect arrives. Chapter 278, The Bloodstream Sect arrives. A roar echoed through the air as an enormous dragon appeared. It was pitch black, with protruding scales and blood-red eyes. It seemed completely and utterly ferocious and deadly. It was none other than the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon. Bai Xiaochun was completely shaken by what he was seeing, and all of the other disciples of the Spirit Stream sect felt their minds reeling. Whether it was the 9th mountain peak, the White Sun, the Legacy Echelon cultivators, or the spell formation giants, all of them were things no one had ever seen before. These were the true reserve powers of the sect. This was what the power of a sect truly looked like. Even as everyone was trembling mentally, the black raven that sat within the White Sun suddenly emitted a deafening cry. Wah! It almost sounded like a crying baby, and was so loud that rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth. An arc-shaped shockwave shot through the Luochen Mountains, speeding across heaven and earth toward the territory of the Bloodstream sect. The shockwave was like an invisible blast of fury that swept across everything in its path. It flew onward for about 30,000 meters until it seemed to hit an invisible obstacle, whereupon cracking sounds filled the air. Suddenly visible was a mirror-like object which shattered into countless pieces. In response, enormous blood clouds billowed out in all directions. Even the air collapsed as the true world beyond the 30,000-meter mark was revealed. Blood clouds churned relentlessly, connecting heaven with earth, and within them, countless howling sounds could be heard. Vicious faces were visible within the blood cloud, faces of both men and women. As the blood cloud neared the spirit stream sect, the howling reached a thunderous level, and blood-colored light spread out near and far, staining all creation with the color of blood. A rain of blood began to fall, and lightning crashed. Where the rain fell, seas of blood rose up, like a massive flood. Soon, rumbling sounds could be heard as blood-colored battleships became visible on the seas of blood, sending blood splashing about as they surged forward. At the same time, an army became visible, an army filled with refined corpses and gargoyles. The bloodstream sect had arrived. Bai Xiaochun's eyes narrowed slightly as he peered at the world of blood outside the Luochen Mountains. Within the swirling blood clouds and boundless blood sea were, not only battleships, but endless numbers of blood-colored war chariots. The bloodstream sect's war chariots were different than the spirit stream sect's. They were made from bones, and were terrifying and bizarre in appearance. The blood-colored war chariots were manned by countless outer sect disciples, all of whom abounded with killing intent. Madness flickered in their eyes, and as they closed in, they stared at the spirit stream sect disciples, whose hearts trembled in response. The bloodthirsty gazes of the bloodstream sect disciples were filled with such brutality and murder that anyone who saw them would be shocked. In addition to the war chariots and the battleships, the Sea of Blood also contained numerous blood giants. They were completely hairless, and were apparently formed from nothing but blood. Each step they took caused the seas beneath their feet to howl. Clustered around the blood giants were countless other disciples of the sect. A seemingly endless army filled heaven and earth. It was a spectacular sight. Up above were the blood clouds, and down below were the blood seas. Between them was endless darkness that seethed and churned as if it were alive. It was only when lightning shot down from the clouds that the darkness was illuminated, to reveal dozens of ancient and barbaric giants, clad in battle armor, faces expressionless. Atop the heads of the giants sat cold-faced cultivators who emanated the fluctuations of core formation. Furthermore, the feeling they gave off was not that of ordinary core formation. The blood chi that rippled off of them was especially intense, and at a single glance, Bai Xiaochun was able to tell that they surpassed the level of the blood masters. And yet, each and every one of them showed signs that in the past, they had been blood masters. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide as he realized that these were cultivators whose position in the sect surpassed prime elders. They occupied the highest position under the patriarchs. They were the blood rippers. When blood masters reached core formation, they became blood rippers. The dozens of blood rippers traveled along within the boundless darkness. However, on either side of the darkness were the hundreds of prime elders of the bloodstream sect, who bristled with divine abilities as they flew along. Beyond them were more than 1,000 Foundation Establishment cultivators who flew along in beams of light, clustered around the boundless darkness. The presence of so many powerful cultivators only made the blood rippers seem more majestic. In the vanguard position ahead of the boundless darkness were 4 major forces. One of them was made up of countless gargoyles formed into the shape of a gigantic black head. Sitting atop the head were none other than the nameless Peak Blood Master and Grand Elder. The second major force was an enormous coffin, surrounded by countless refined corpses. Atop the coffin could be seen the Blood Master and Grand Elder of Corpse Peak, who sat there cross-legged, looking around with expressionless eyes. The third major force was an enormous hand formed from blood and flesh that emanated shocking fluctuations of power. Sitting cross-legged in the palm of the hand were the Grand Elder and Blood Master of Lesser Marsh Peak. The final major force was made up of an enormous blood sword. Matchlessly sharp, it emanated a blood-colored glow, and seemed capable of slashing rifts into the air itself. Atop that blood sword, could be seen a single person. It was none other than Song Junwan, dressed in battle garb, an unsightly expression on her cold, elegant face. Clearly, the disappearance of Night Crypt made it so that the forces of Middle Peak couldn't match up to the other mountain peaks. Considering that they were going to war, that effect was even more pronounced. Down below, within the Blood Sea, were countless outer and inner sect disciples. As they neared the Luochen Mountains, they ceased their war cries, and instead shot forward in silence, radiating intense, murderous auras. Up above, the Foundation establishment elders would occasionally flick their sleeves as they flew along, causing gale force winds to spring up and send the outer and inner sect disciples flying along. The disciples didn't show any alarm or fear. As they flew into the air, they gathered into special formations that looked like blood-colored spheres of flesh. When they landed back down, they would bash huge craters into the ground, after which the spheres would break apart into hundreds of disciples who would then continue to speed along. The blood-colored spheres of flesh were shocking to the extreme, especially considering that the disciples who made them up seemed to be completely fearless, not even afraid of dying. They were like locusts, sweeping across the land in breathtaking fashion. These blood spheres were one of the bloodstream sect's powerful battle magics. Bai Xiaochun's scalp was tingling. As the blood master of Middle Peak, he knew a lot about the bloodstream sect, and yet he was shocked to discover that the sect had many secrets even he was unaware of. When he looked at Song Junwan sitting proud and alone atop the huge blood sword, mixed emotions filled his heart, and he felt anxiety rising up within him. Clearly, the bloodstream sect was already more impressive than the spirit stream sect, and yet that was only their ordinary disciples and cultivators. Their true power reserves, and the patriarchs, were within the blood clouds up above. Vicious faces were concealed within those clouds, including 8 figures who could shake heaven and earth. They were breathtaking people who no one would ever think to look down upon. Each of those 8 people had vortexes spinning around them, causing anyone who looked in their direction to see nothing but terrifying distortions. Within one of the 8 vortexes was a gargantuan, pitch-black gargoyle, atop whose head sat an old man with eyes like lightning. In another of the vortexes was a grand lich, the same terrifying corpse which had been awoken recently. On the shoulder of the grand lich was none other than the bloodstream sect's patriarch Droughtflame. Patriarch Limitless was in another vortex, his body surrounded by 100,000 blood swords that could slash forests and destroy moons. The Song clan patriarch could be seen in another of the vortexes, standing atop a blood-colored banner. The banner was inscribed with golden magical symbols that pulsed with an electric, blood-colored light that spread out to fill the blood cloud in the blood sea. All 8 of the bloodstream sect's patriarchs were present. One of them, the one in the lead position, had taken the form of a blood-colored giant. Most noteworthy of all was that the giant's right hand clearly resembled the hand that the bloodstream sect was built upon. That patriarch was none other than the bloodstream sect's current archpatriarch. The bloodstream sect had 8 patriarchs, but the spirit stream sect only had 5. And yet, the terrifying strength of the bloodstream sect had yet to be fully revealed. Surrounding the archpatriarch was an enormous, blood-colored tree, which radiated boundless ancientness. That tree was one of the bloodstream sect's most precious treasures. There was also a blood-colored mirror, fully 300 meters across. Countless images could be seen within the mirror, and all of them seemed to be emitting soundless howls, and were on the verge of bursting out into the open. Then there was the bloodstream sect's third precious treasure, 2 blood-colored lodestones which had been linked together into a pair of blood-colored manacles. The bloodstream sect's precious treasures also surpassed the spirit stream sect's. However, their ultimate reserve power was even more bizarre and fantastic. Perched high above the army, above the patriarchs and above the blood clouds, was a shocking scarecrow. At first, the scarecrow looked ordinary in nature, but closer examination revealed that it held a patch of human skin in its right hand, and had a steelyard balance in its other hand. A twisted smile could be seen on its face, and anyone who saw it would feel their heart pulsing with fear. The arrival of the bloodstream sect included blood clouds in the sky, blood seas on the ground, and a swath of mysterious darkness. It was a terrifying sight to behold. It was as if a fiendish devil were looming over the Luochen Mountains, emitting intense pressure that could crush anything it encountered. Anyone who got in the way of the bloodstream sect would be destroyed in body and soul. The cultivators of the spirit stream sect felt their minds spinning, and yet, there was no time to unleash any emotion other than their explosive desire to fight. They will seem to fuse with the Luochen Mountains, exploding out to join the magical symbols and lightning in the air, causing intense rumbling sounds to instantly fight back against the terrifying aura of the bloodstream sect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 279, Because I'm the Blood Master of Middle Peak. Chapter 279, Because I'm the Blood Master of Middle Peak. By Xiaochun looked out at the bloodstream sect, at all of the familiar faces. Song Ke was there, as were Song Junwan, Su Xiaoshan, Jelai, Master God Diviner, the three Blood Masters, and others. There was also the Song Clan Patriarch and Patriarch Limitless, within the blood clouds. The only person he didn't see in the crowd was Xu Ma. However, there was no time to think about her right now. At the moment, the Sea of Blood was only about 15,000 meters away from the Luochen Mountains. At this distance, he could see the murderous expressions on the faces of all the bloodstream sect cultivators. He saw the killing intent in Song Junwan's eyes, and he saw how the gazes of the Song Clan Patriarch and the others in the blood cloud flashed like lightning. Clearly, all of them were ready to kill and ready to die. It was in that moment that the light of spell formations rose up from the spirit stream sect. The giants roared, and the hundreds of war chariots emitted blinding light as they vibrated on the verge of springing into motion. Bai Xiaochun looked over and spotted Big Fatty Zhang in one of the giants, and although he couldn't quite see his face, based on what he knew of him, he knew that it was covered with a ferocious expression. Lightning danced in the air above the spirit stream sect forces, and the magical symbols glowed with dazzling light. The 17 stars that were the legacy echelon cultivators floated there majestically, and the prime elders were already preparing their divine abilities. The founding patriarch slowly raised his right hand. When it fell, they would attack in full force. The host of cultivators from the bloodstream sect was just as prepared. Within the blood cloud, the archpatriarch, the old man in giant form, stared at the Luochen Mountains, his eyes glinting with ferocious light. Clearly, he was on the verge of giving the final order to attack. The distance between the two armies grew shorter and shorter. 15,000 meters. 9,000 meters. 6,000 meters. 3,000 meters. The fighting would break out at any moment. The founding patriarch's arm was just about to fall. The archpatriarch's mouth opened to speak. And within the Dantian region of the ninth formation's giant incarnation, Bai Xiaochun could be seen, his eyes completely bloodshot, his heart twisting with anxiety. He did not want these two sects to go to war, nor did he wish to see people die. From a young age until now, all he cared about was living forever. He wanted to keep on living, and he wanted all the people he knew to keep on living with him. His anxiety began to turn into madness, and in that moment of deep apprehension, he howled a howl that could shake heaven and earth. He had already decided it was time to put his life on the line. Just as the two sides were about to clash, he shot out alone from within the ninth formation giant. Nobody could ever have anticipated that he would fly out alone in such a way. In the heat of the moment, when everyone was focused completely on the fighting which was about to take place, no one could have imagined that they would see Bai Xiaochun flying out of the ninth formation in a beam of light, a pair of wings fluttering at his back as he sped out of the Luochen Mountains. The glowing shield that protected the Luochen Mountains was designed to defend against the Bloodstream sect, and would do nothing to members of the Spirit Stream sect. Before anyone could react, Bai Xiaochun was hovering in the air outside of the Luochen Mountains. Everyone in the Spirit Stream sect was completely and utterly shocked, and immediately began to cry out in alarm. Big Fatty Zhang's eyes went wide, and his mind spun. He simply couldn't imagine what Bai Xiaochun was doing flying out alone. "Xiaochun, what are you doing? Get back here." Ho Xiaomei was in one of the giants, and as soon as she saw what was happening, a tremor ran through her, and she screamed, "Big bro Xiaochun, you Third Fatty Hay and Su Baokai both gasped, and their eyes went wide. They almost felt like their minds were being struck by lightning. Zhou Xinqi was in control of one of the spell formation giants, and although she almost couldn't believe what was happening, she cried, "By Xiaochun." Li Qinghe was one of the legacy echelon cultivators high up in the air, shining like a star. However, when he saw Bai Xiaochun fly out into the open, his eyes went wide as if with madness. "What are you doing, Bai Xiaochun?" He wasn't the only one who almost went crazy. Sect leader Zhang Yuandong reacted with a similar shout of anger, and even the founding patriarch gasped in disbelief. Ghost Fang, Beihan Lai, Su Song and all the other chosen were dumbstruck. A tremor ran through Shangwan Tianyu, and at the same time, a spark of joy flickered in his heart as he realized that Bai Xiaochun would almost certainly be killed. All of this takes some time to describe, but from the instant that Bai Xiaochun flew out until the crowd reacted, only a moment passed. Even as everyone gaped in shock, Li Qinghe and the patriarchs prepared to fly out and retrieve Bai Xiaochun. Out beyond the border of the mountains, right between the two sects, Bai Xiaochun roared, "Stop! No fighting, everyone! Listen to me!" Despite his words, no one seemed inclined to stop. Furthermore, it only took a moment for the shocked members of the Bloodstream sect to realize who they were looking at. Bai Xiaochun. Song Ke was the first. Madness rose up in his eyes, and threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Without any hesitation, he launched into motion. "Have a death wish, huh? Allow me to make your wish come true." Song Ke wasn't the only one to react in such a way. More Bloodstream sect disciples recognized Bai Xiaochun, and were instantly delighted. Roaring with laughter, they all charged in his direction. "Is this Bai Xiaochun a complete moron, or what? I can't believe he flew out alone. It doesn't matter why, and it doesn't matter if it's a trap, I'm gonna kill him. Ha ha ha. Bai Xiaochun's in the open now, and he's not gonna make it back alive." Numerous figures flew out from the Bloodstream sect. As for the Blood Masters near the Boundless Darkness, they had already discussed among themselves how to kill Bai Xiaochun during the fighting. However, they knew that, considering how important he was to the Spirit Stream sect, it wasn't likely they would have a chance to fight him alone. And yet, Bai Xiaochun had just foolishly flown out by himself, only to shout infantile words about stopping and not fighting. Laughing at the tops of their lungs, the three Blood Masters flew out as quickly as bolts of lightning. Even Song Junwan was spurred into action. Master God Diviner, Jiao Lai, and numerous others were all striving to be the first to attack Bai Xiaochun. Kill Bai Xiaochun. The two armies weren't very far away from each other to begin with, placing all the people who wanted to kill Bai Xiaochun very close. As that happened, the Song clan patriarch laughed. "Very amusing," he said, taking a step forward. Just as he was about to attack and kill Bai Xiaochun, the Spirit Stream sect's patriarch Ironwood teleported out to block his path. Rumbling sounds could be heard as Patriarch Limitless flew out, and yet, Patriarch Li Zimmel gave a cold snort and rushed to block him. The Spirit Stream sect's founding patriarch flew out with a grim face and a murderous aura. His intention was to grab Bai Xiaochun and bring him back behind the shield, but before he could get close, a teleportation interrupted him as the Bloodstream sect's archpatriarch appeared in front of him. No words were spoken. Everyone immediately unleashed attacks. Countless giants sprang out from the Luochen Mountains, driven by Ho Yunfei and other friends of Bai Xiaochun. They along with Li Qinghe all had one goal, save Bai Xiaochun. "Bai Xiaochun, get back here." Bai Xiaochun could see that his words were being completely ignored. The patriarchs were already starting to fight, and the Bloodstream sect army was moments away. There he was in the middle of the battlefield, watching as both sides prepared to slam into each other. As for the cultivators who were coming to try to kill him, they were only about 300 meters away. Jiao Lai was using some unknown method to fly at incredible speed, putting him among the closest of the group. Bai Xiaochun was starting to get very nervous. Eyes shining madly, and clearly throwing caution to the wind, he roared at the Bloodstream sect cultivators, "Back down, all of you." In response, the Bloodstream sect cultivators laughed at the tops of the lungs. "By Xiaochun, I was under the mistaken belief that you were a true chosen, but it turns out that you're just a lunatic. Ha ha ha. I can't believe you think we're going to retreat. Who do you think you are? By Xiaochun, you might be the Havendao Foundation establishment cultivator of the Spirit Stream sect, but on this battlefield, you're going to be a corpse in a matter of moments." After hearing Bai Xiaochun's words, the three blood masters were convinced that he was a complete madman. Jia Lai threw his head back and laughed uproariously, pushing forward with even greater speed. He didn't necessarily want to be the person to kill Bai Xiaochun, he just wanted to be the first to land an attack on him. What a great story that would make in the future. Are you kidding me? Jia Lai cried. You Spirit Stream sect scoundrel! What gives you the right to tell us what to do? Bai Xiaochun's face was grim as he stared at the incoming Bloodstream sect cultivators. Slapping his bag of holding, he produced his Night Crypt mask. Flicking his sleeve, he said, "What gives me the right? I'm the Blood Master of Middle Peak." Those words brimmed with murderous intentions, with veins of steel, with madness, with devilishness. As he placed the mask onto his face, a shocking aura erupted out to fill the world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 280, Patriarchs, Stop This War. Chapter 280, Patriarchs, Stop This War. What gives me the right? I'm the Blood Master of Middle Peak. Two sects were on the verge of war, and were literally moments away from fierce fighting. But then, Bai Xiaochun's voice rang out loud and clear for everyone to hear. His words were backed by a towering blood chi that erupted out in all directions, making his voice indescribably awe-inspiring. He wasn't attempting to be sinister, but because he was wearing his Night Crypt mask, he naturally reverted to the way he had been in the Bloodstream sect. His voice was cold and ghastly, and a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering murderous aura raged around him, causing everything to go silent. The implication behind the words he had just spoken was something no one could ever have predicted. Both sects were immediately shaken, their hearts battered by great waves of shock that threatened to overwhelm them. From a distance, the Spirit Stream sect and the Bloodstream sect looked like two enormous clouds, one white and one red. Parts of those clouds were already starting to intersect, and yet, they now ceased moving. Everyone slowly looked over, at the spot between the two sects, the spot where numerous Spirit Stream sect cultivators were rushing to provide defense, and numerous Bloodstream sect cultivators were speeding with murderous intentions. Everyone was now looking at Bai Xiaochun. Jia Lai, who was one of the closest to Bai Xiaochun, felt as if his mind were being struck by lightning. Eyes widening, he began to tremble, and forgot to breathe. He was completely struck mute. Echoing in his mind were the words Bai Xiaochun had just spoken, and his eyes were now faced with the Blood Master of Middle Peak, Night Crypt. Your Night Crypt, he said, trembling. Ever since the trial by fire for Blood Master, Jia Lai's fear of Night Crypt had fermented, and now, he was completely dumbstruck. The blood chi and murderous aura swirling around Bai Xiaochun made it so that he didn't need to offer any proof. Jia Lai was immediately convinced, beyond the shadow of a doubt, that this was Middle Peak's Blood Master Night Crypt. He wasn't the only one to give voice to his shock. Not too far away from him was Master God Diviner, who had just been bubbling with excitement at the thought of killing Bai Xiaochun and growing his reputation. However, as soon as Bai Xiaochun put that mask on, he turned into something that haunted Master God Diviner's nightmares, Night Crypt. Night Crypt! He shrieked. This is impossible. Those two weren't the only ones among the charging Bloodstream sect disciples. Moments ago, vicious, murderous grins had covered their faces, but now they were gasping. Their eyes were as wide as if they had been struck across the face with a piece of wood. Why you? How is this even possible? Heavens! Night Crypt the Plagued Evil is by Xiaochun. I can't believe they're the same person. Xiaochun was so surprised he almost bit off his tongue. Never before in his entire life had he witnessed anything this outrageous. It almost seemed more unbelievable than the hallucinations he'd experienced on Corpse Peak. In fact, he was nearly convinced that he was seeing things. Then there was Song Ke, whose killing intent had previously been raging. Now, everything was reversed. His mind almost couldn't keep up with what was happening, and he hovered there, mouth gaping, trembling, eyes blanker than they had ever been in his life. It was a difficult thing for him to accept. As far as Song Ke was concerned, Night Crypt was an enemy, and Bai Xiaochun was an even more so an enemy. Unexpectedly, those two enemies were actually one and the same. The battlefield instantly went silent. Even the patriarchs of the two sects forgot to fight, and simply looked down at Bai Xiaochun. The Song clan patriarch's expression was that of shock and other mixed emotions. Patriarch Limitless seemed surprised and suspicious. The Spirit Stream sect's founding patriarch, as well as Patriarch Ironwood, seemed incapable of believing the preposterous scene which was playing out in front of their eyes. The Legacy Echelon cultivators and the Blood Rippers were just as shocked as everyone else. As for the three Blood Masters who Bai Xiaochun had previously sworn an oath with, they felt like their minds were about to explode. Night Crypt is Bai Xiaochun? Murmured the Blood Master from Lesser Marsh Peak. He suddenly felt as if his world had been turned upside down. The Bloodstream sect cultivators weren't the only ones to be shaken. Once Bai Xiaochun put on the mask and turned into Night Crypt, the Spirit Stream sect cultivators felt as if lightning and thunder were bashing their minds. Gasps rose up within the Luochen Mountains, along with countless cries of surprise, alarm, disbelief, and incredulity. Shangguan Tianyu had been laughing coldly as he waited in anticipation for Bai Xiaochun to be killed. But now, his eyes were on the verge of popping out of his skull. As he panted, his mind devolved into a complete blank. Ghost Fong, Gongsun Yun, Beihan Lai, and the other chosen of the Spirit Stream sect were all profoundly shaken. That was especially true of Zhou Xinqi, whose eyes couldn't have been wider. To her, it seemed as if the world of this moment was a completely preposterous place. She suddenly remembered what Bai Xiaochun had said to Ho Xiaomei, that when Bai Xiaochun was around, Night Crypt wouldn't dare to show his face. Zhou Xinqi felt as if everything around her was devolving into chaos. Some distance away, Ho Xiaomei was gaping in shock. She almost couldn't reconcile that the grand and lofty Bai Xiaochun that existed in her heart was also the most terrifying of all cultivators, Night Crypt. She wasn't the only one who had such a reaction. Ho Yunfei, Big Fatty Zhang, and Third Fatty He were all left completely speechless. As for Li Qingho, he suddenly felt as if he didn't even know Bai Xiaochun, and could do nothing more than stare in shock. Even as everyone reeled, Bai Xiaochun looked at the hosts from the Bloodstream sect, swished his sleeve, and then spoke in an infinitely cold and raspy voice, "How dare you fail to offer greetings to a Bloodmaster?" Even as the words left his mouth, he drew upon his undying live forever technique, causing the energy of a Bloodmaster to ripple out. All cultivators from Middle Peak instantly felt an unstoppable pressure weighing down upon them. It was a profound and dignified pressure that instantly changed the feeling of the battlefield for them. Trembling, Jia Lai was the first to fall to his knees to kowtow. Then came Master God Diviner. As the moments ticked by, the previously maddened disciples of Middle Peak began to drop to their knees. As the shocked Spirit Stream sect cultivators looked on, even Song Ke was forced by Bai Xiaochun's Blood Master pressure to drop down and kowtow. "Greetings, Middle Peak Blood Master." More and more such cries rang out, until all of the Middle Peak cultivators were on their knees, trembling, even the ones further back within the army. At a broad glance, it was possible to tell that the number of people who were prostrating themselves to Bai Xiaochun made up a full 20% of the army. That was all of Middle Peak. There was only one person that Bai Xiaochun didn't cause any pressure to weigh down upon. That person was about 30 meters away from him, trembling, eyes filled with disbelief, pain, and other mixed emotions. She was the Grand Elder of Middle Peak, Song Junwan. Her reaction was different from the reactions of the others. Mostly, she felt pain. After Nightcrypt had gone missing, she had barely been able to sleep. She had poured all the resources at her disposal into searching for him. She had even implored the Song clan patriarch to help. Just when the war was about to be fought, she had sat alone atop the huge blood sword, thinking about Nightcrypt and wondering where he was. From the moment he had gone missing, her heart had been filled with a bitter melancholy. Never could she possibly have imagined that it would be on this very battlefield, under these circumstances, that she would once again lay eyes on him. Everything was quiet as Song Junwan looked at Nightcrypt. After a long moment, she spoke, her voice laced with bitterness and pain. "Just, who are you? Are you Nightcrypt, or by Xiaochun? Who are you?" She was trembling, her eyes were bloodshot, and it was impossible to prevent the emotion she felt from ringing out in her words. Bai Xiaochun didn't respond immediately. Even he wasn't completely sure how he felt about Song Junwan. However, when he saw the tears welling up in her eyes, he softly replied, I'm both." Song Junwan's tears flowed down her cheeks, then dropped slowly down to the ground below. "You're both. So everything was a sham." She felt like a fool. As she thought back to everything that had occurred between herself and Nightcrypt, her heart filled with stabs of pain. Weakness flooded through her, and she began to weep like a helpless child. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth and looked up at the patriarchs of the two sections. Raising his voice, he said, "I am Bai Xiaochun, legacy echelon designate of the Spirit Stream sect. I'm also the Blood Master of Middle Peak, Nightcrypt. Patriarchs, stop this war. Fighting isn't the only way to solve the problems we face. Both sides need something that can be a basis for trust between the two sections. Well, can't I be the basis of that trust?" His words spread across most of the battlefield, and the cultivators who heard them said nothing in response. The Song clan patriarch hovered in mid-air, hesitating. Although he couldn't quickly accept the fact that Nightcrypt was Bai Xiaochun, one thing was for certain: it didn't matter who Nightcrypt was, he was still the Blood Master of Middle Peak, and he cultivated Middle Peak's magics. However, despite how much the sect cared about Blood Master Nightcrypt, they wouldn't allow a Blood Master to interfere with matters that could affect the survival of the sect as a whole. The Song clan patriarch was just about to say something when Patriarch Droughtflame suddenly began to laugh coldly. Eyes glittering, he cried out in a sinister voice, "Blood Master Nightcrypt has been captured by the Spirit Stream sect. What a vile and shameless act, Spirit Stream sect. How dare you attempt to use our own Blood Master against us? Today, I will eradicate you, destroy your legacies, and exterminate every member of your sect. Men, bring the Blood Master back into the blood clouds." With that, he waved his sleeve. The fighting was now about to break out again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 281, Bloodstream Sect, stand down this instant. Chapter 281, Bloodstream Sect, stand down this instant. Patriarch Droughtflame's reaction came very quickly, and almost immediately reversed the unfavorable situation which had just sprung up because of Bai Xiaochun. By defaming the Spirit Stream sect, he gave the Bloodstream sect cultivators a reason to sink back into rage. The three Blood Masters' eyes glittered, and it was the same with Song K and the other important figures in the sect. 3 of the Blood Rippers, as well as some of the Prime Elders, unhesitatingly shot toward Bai Xiaochun. The Spirit Stream sect's founding patriarch laughed coldly. Complete hogwash. Bai Xiaochun is a Heavendao cultivator of the Spirit Stream sect. However, he is young and naive, and was clearly bewitched by your demonic magic. How dare you try to kidnap him right in front of me? Men, get Bai Xiaochun back to the mountains. I'll personally expel the Bloodstream sect's demonic magic from within him. Almost immediately, cultivators from the Spirit Stream sect side sprang into action, including Li Qingho, who shot forward at top speed toward Bai Xiaochun. Legacy echelon cultivators closed in, along with prime elders, barreling toward the bloodstream sect forces, preparing to unleash powerful attacks to fight over Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was again the focus of the entire battlefield. Although he wasn't of supreme importance to either sect, neither was willing to give him up easily. The bloodstream sect wanted to fight for Nightcrypt, to dispel the disadvantage that had appeared. As for the Spirit Stream sect, they wanted Bai Xiaochun back, and to cause the bloodstream sect's disadvantage to worsen. Rumbling echoed out through heaven and earth as the fighting once again broke out. Up in the sky, the patriarchs were unleashing attacks. The legacy echelon cultivators were fighting with the blood rippers. Prime elders from both sides were unleashing magical techniques and items, causing bright light to fill the sky. The bloodstream sect's Grand Lich let loose a terrifying howl, and numerous refined corpses raced into motion. As they moved along, corpse auras spread out everywhere. Among those corpses, Bai Xiaochun could see some that belonged to him, and knew that he could force them to stand down. However, a few corpses among an army like that didn't count for much. They were like a few grains of sand in a sea. When it came to the gargoyles, they cackled madly as they swept out from the bloodstream sect forces in preparation to attack. Then there were the countless blood swords. As a blood master, Bai Xiaochun could suppress Middle Peak, but there were multiple past blood masters who were now blood rippers. Although their level of control of the mountain peak couldn't match up to the current blood master, by combining forces and drawing upon the support of the patriarchs, they quickly suppressed Bai Xiaochun's blood master powers, allowing the Middle Peak cultivators to fight once more. Rumbling filled heaven and earth as the body cultivators from Lesser Marsh Peak sprang into action. The Spirit Stream sect's spell formation giants roared into action as they charged toward the Bloodstream sect. Killing intent erupted from Shangguan Tianyo's giant, and it was the same with those controlled by Ghostfang, Gongsun Yun, Behan Lai, Susong and Zhou Xinqi. Countless battle beasts from the north bank howled as they flew out, a tide of beasts that was shocking to behold. The heaven-horning dragon roared, black flames erupting from his mouth, filling the sky and creating a sea of fire. Down below, more spell formation giants pounded across the ground toward the Bloodstream sect army. As they closed in on each other, magical battle equipment was unleashed, causing everything to shake and tremble. Higher up in the sky, the Spirit Stream sect's White Sun and the Bloodstream sect's Scarecrow both began to emanate shocking fluctuations. A bitter look could be seen in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. Even revealing his status as Blood Master wasn't enough to prevent the war from being fought. He looked around at all of the familiar faces fighting, and it made him feel like he was being torn apart inside. "Why do we have to fight?" he murmured. "This war obviously doesn't have to happen. Am I just not strong enough? Is that why nobody will listen to me?" As he looked around, he realized the truth of the matter. Although both sects cared deeply about him, he simply wasn't strong enough, and definitely not important enough, to influence a massive, deadly war like this. However, as far as he was concerned, if one sect wiped the other out, he would definitely see many familiar faces cut down, regardless of who came out victorious. As he stood there trembling, he realized there was no backing down now. Nor did he need to. His cultivation base erupted as he flew up into the air, to once again stand between the two sides and roar, "I said, you people aren't allowed to keep fighting." His voice echoed out like thunder, and caused a few people to hesitate. However, the majority ignored him. As for Song Ke, his smile grew even colder, and inside, he was mocking Bai Xiaochun. Master God Diviner, Jiao Lai and everyone else from Middle Peak were now freed from Bai Xiaochun's blood master powers. Thanks to the blood rippers, they were now free to fight. Eyes flickering, hearts filled with all sorts of thoughts and feelings, they sprang into motion. Only Song Junwan maintained her silence, and didn't attack. Because of the tears which still filled her eyes, her grief seemed even more profound than before. Bai Xiaochun waved his sleeve, brushing away the first round of attacks levied against him. Bloodshot eyes filled with madness, he roared, "Didn't you people hear me? I said, you're not allowed to keep fighting. Unfortunately, his words were like a pebble tossed into a well, which would cause a few ripples on the surface of the water, but nothing more. The Song clan patriarch sighed and said, "Nightcrypt, my son, don't waste your words. Your position makes you overly sensitive, so just leave the battlefield. There's no need for you to fight in this war. You can't control what's happening here." Meanwhile, Patriarch Ironwood was fighting him with utter ferocity. The Spiritstream sect's founding patriarch sighed inwardly, then said, "Xiaochun, since the Bloodstream sect is determined to fight, then any words you speak are useless. I understand how you feel, so just go back to the Luochen Mountains. There's no need for you to join in the fighting." The Bloodstream sect's archpatriarch attacked with greater force than before, even drawing upon some of his magical items. Booms rose up into the air, and shockwaves spread out across the battlefield. Bai Xiaochun was shaking visibly as he looked around at the fighting. Finally, he lifted his right hand. He knew what he had to do now, and that it would likely be a disaster for the Bloodstream sect. Memories from the Bloodstream sect flitted through his mind, and yet, he had no other choice. Filled with resolve, he threw his head back and let out a piercing howl. That howl contained the fluctuations of his cultivation base, the power of his undying live forever technique, and even more importantly, the accumulation of all the madness he felt in his heart. His blood chi erupted, rumbling out to form a gigantic blood-colored column of light that shot up into the air. Voice resonating with matchless dignity and splendor, he roared, "Bloodstream sect, stand down this instant." With that, he shoved his right hand out in the direction of the Bloodstream sect. Instantly, rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth, and the blood-colored light which surrounded him began to spread out rapidly. The heavens shook and the earth quaked as, in the blink of an eye, the light covered everything on the entire battlefield. The sky shook as a huge blood-colored vortex sprang into being, which then transformed into an indescribably large blood-colored arm. The arm filled the sky, and mirrored by Xiaochun's own gesture, shoving toward the army from the Bloodstream sect. A matchless and awe-inspiring power immediately emanated out from the arm, causing intense pressure to instantly spring out. Many people had already taken note of the huge hand. When the patriarchs of the Bloodstream sect saw it, and especially the taciturn archpatriarch, their faces immediately fell. The shoving motion of the hand instantly caused the cultivators of Lesser Marsh Peak to tremble. Their faces went pale and filled with expressions of astonishment as they realized that all of the techniques they cultivated were being thrown into utter chaos. It was like some unheard of ceiling mark were suddenly crushing down onto them. In the blink of an eye, the battle prowess of all Lesser Marsh Peak cultivators was unexpectedly reduced by half. It wasn't just the Lesser Marsh Peak cultivators that were affected. Corpse Peak, Middle Peak, and Nameless Peak cultivators were all shocked, and began to cry out in alarm. "What's going on? My cultivation base is destabilizing. How is this possible? My cultivation base is actually being sealed." It wasn't just the cultivators on the battlefield who were affected. The refined corpses, the gargoyles, the blood swords, everything suffered from the crushing pressure. Screams of terror rang out. Even the blood clouds began to dim, and the blood swords began to dry up. As for the Bloodstream sect patriarchs, their hearts and minds were spinning. To their shock, they found that even their cultivation bases were being suppressed. Their very essences were being affected, making it impossible to fight back against the pressure. Anyone who practiced any cultivation that was connected to the blood ancestor could not avoid this curse, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 282, I really get it. Chapter 282, I really get it. The Blood Masters of Lesser Marsh Peak, Corpse Peak, and Nameless Peak were shaking visibly, and blue veins were bulging out on their necks and faces. They could instantly sense an indescribable pressure crushing down onto them, wresting away their blood master powers. Their ability to control the cultivators of their own mountain peaks was being taken away, and there was nothing they could do to stop it. In the briefest of instants, they went from occupying a high and lofty position, to to being nothing more than ordinary cultivators. The grand elders of the same 3 mountain peaks were equally cowed. Song Junwen's face paled, and her eyes shone with disbelief. The fact that Bai Xiaochun and Nightcrypt were one and the same was a development that had shaken countless people, but that shock was like nothing compared to what they were experiencing now. Impossible. I'm the Blood Master of Corpse Peak. What exactly is going on? I can't believe a simple gesture on his part can suppress all of us. Considering the Blood Masters and Grand Elders were reacting in that way, there was no need to even considering how the other cultivators felt. Master God Diviner, Xiaolai, Song Ke, Su Xiaochun, and everyone else in the Bloodstream sect were completely rocked. It didn't matter what they wanted to happen, they had all cultivated based on the blood ancestor, and as such, were now being crushed by Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, causing a vortex to spring up and an enormous blood-colored arm to appear, and that one act changed the entire situation on the battlefield. Boundless and shocking rumbling sounds echoed out as everyone from the Bloodstream sect, including outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, the cultivators who inhabited the 4 mountain peaks, the prime elders, and even the blood rippers and patriarchs, were affected. All of them were shaken, and their faces fell. It would be an understatement to say that in their world, the sun and moon had gone dark. All of the Bloodstream sect's glory and power was fading. No longer did they have the advantage in any sense of the word. They were weakening, and because of the sudden turnaround, countless disciples' minds began to collapse. Chaos instantly gripped the Bloodstream sect. As the chaos spread, it quickly became apparent that the Bloodstream sect was on the verge of collapsing. It was in that moment that someone, it was impossible to say who, suddenly let out a cry of terror that echoed in all directions. The Blood Lord. This is the power of the legendary Blood Lord. Heavens! Nightcrypt. Bai Xiaochun. I can't believe he's actually become the Blood Lord. Blood Devil. Such cries began to echo out one after another. Everyone was shaking inwardly, and those who hadn't been quick to realize what was happening were dumbstruck as they heard what the others were saying. The patriarchs up the sky felt their strength fading away, and their faces flickered as they began to cry out. I can't believe the Blood Devil is real. The Blood Lord has come. Nightcrypt acquired the Blood Lord legacy. How can we keep fighting now? Amidst the chaos, the cultivators of the Bloodstream sect all began to look up into the sky at the person who was single-handedly suppressing all of them, Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's hair was whipping about in the wind as he hovered there. Although he looked slightly more impressive than a Blood Master, he still didn't seem capable of altering the tide of a deadly battle such as the one which was about to be fought. And yet, everything had already changed. Someone who could single-handedly suppress an entire sect was not a person who could be disregarded. He was not a person who could be ignored. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. With the Spirit Stream sect cultivators behind him, he stared out at the Bloodstream sect, and although his raspy voice wasn't very loud, it somehow filled the entire battlefield. Now will you people listen to me? Bloodstream sect, if you really want to exterminate the Spirit Stream sect, then you'll have to do so over my dead body. Bai Xiaochun's energy erupted, causing blood-colored light to shoot high into the sky. At the same time, the pressure weighing down on the Bloodstream sect increased, and his words seemed to crash like thunder in their ears. The refined corpses were trembling, and one by one, began to bow their heads. The Grand Lich's eyes seemed to burn with sparks of flame as it threw its head back and roared, flying through the air to stand in front of Bai Xiaochun. His emerald zombie let out a similar howl, causing countless green hairs to shoot out into the surrounding zombies. In response, the other zombies' pupils dilated, and they suddenly turned on their masters in the Bloodstream sect. Things weren't over yet. Among the cloud of gargoyles was one seemingly ordinary gargoyle who suddenly let out an ear-piercing cry, causing all of the other gargoyles to similarly turn on the Bloodstream sect and bare their fangs. Now, not only had the Bloodstream sect's cultivators been suppressed, more than half of the power at their disposal had been taken away from them. The Bloodstream sect patriarchs looked at Bai Xiaochun with ashen faces and unprecedentedly complex expressions. He's the Blood Lord. Whether it was the Archpatriarch, Patriarch Limitless, or even the Song Clan Patriarch, the complex emotions in their eyes were completely beyond description. Had they known earlier that Nightcrypt was the Blood Lord, then the war definitely wouldn't have ended up like this. There were mixed attitudes in the Bloodstream sect regarding the legendary Blood Devil. Some people longed for him to appear, others did not. If the Blood Lord turned out to be an ordinary disciple, then he could be easily controlled and restricted, and could be forced to only do things that would benefit the Bloodstream sect. But now, contrary to all expectations, Bai Xiaochun turned out to be the Blood Lord. The Song Clan Patriarch maintained bitter silence. The Archpatriarch seemed to be in a daze. Nobody knew what to think. As for Patriarch Limitless, he said nothing, and yet a bizarre light flickered in his eyes. Off to the side, Patriarch Droughtflame had his head bowed low, making it impossible for anyone to read his expression. Song Junwan was in the crowd, looking at Bai Xiaochun with a smile that was vastly more bitter than the bitterness in the hearts of anyone around her. As she looked up at Bai Xiaochun, she was struck with the sensation that the gap between them was only continuing to grow wider. She slowly bowed her head. She wanted to be able to hide, to be able to flee. As of this moment, she had no desire whatsoever to even see Bai Xiaochun. When Bai Xiaochun saw the silence of the Bloodstream sect, the mixed expressions on the faces of the patriarchs, and the gloominess of Song Junwan, his heart prickled with pain. However, there was nothing else he could do. He had been nervous from the very beginning until now. Finally, from what he could tell, there was no way that the fighting could continue. "There isn't any need to fight each other," he said softly. "I can represent the Spiritstream sect on your behalf too." However, before he could finish speaking, a droning sound rose up into the air from the Spiritstream sect side of the battlefield as intense fluctuations sprang up from the Grand Spell Formation in the Luochen Mountains. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide, and he looked over his shoulder to see that all of the patriarchs had strange expressions on their faces. That was especially true of the founding patriarch, whose eyes glittered with brilliant light. He had been shaken by everything which had occurred. Never could he possibly have imagined that Bai Xiaochun would not only be a blood master, but would also have become the Bloodstream sect's legendary Blood Lord. The importance of someone like that couldn't be understated. Not only could he suppress the Bloodstream sect and reverse the tide of battle, he could provide them with an opportunity the likes of which could rarely be come across. To see that opportunity right in front of them caused the 5 patriarchs of the Spiritstream sect to be completely shaken. Of course they cared about Bai Xiaochun, but at the same time, this was a matter that pertained to the survival of their sect. In a moment like this, they were willing to betray their consciences for the benefit of the sect. After exchanging glances with the other patriarchs, the founding patriarch threw his head back and laughed. "Excellent! Bai Xiaochun, you have performed a great service for the sect today. Henceforth, you are a member of the Legacy Echelon, and are also the junior patriarch. Spiritstream sect, attack! Exterminate the Bloodstream sect!" The founding patriarch immediately waved his hand, and the 4 other patriarchs shot in the direction of the Bloodstream sect's patriarchs. At the same time, the spell formation in the Luochen Mountains began to shine with glittering light, and the giant incarnations, after a brief pause, charged forth, roaring. Countless battle beasts from the north bank howled. That group of battle beasts comprised roughly 30% of the prowess of the Spiritstream sect, and they were currently pouring out to cover heaven and earth. This was an opportunity to mobilize the entire sect to inflict heavy losses on the Bloodstream sect, and create a foundation for the Spiritstream sect that would last for 10,000 years. The Bloodstream sect was completely shaken. Almost simultaneously, all of them let out unyielding roars. However, there was nowhere to retreat to, and their hearts were all filled with grief, as well as profound hatred for Bai Xiaochun. "I despise you, Nightcrypt. Who cares about blood masters and blood lords? You say you represent the Spiritstream sect? Ha ha ha. Nightcrypt, you're nothing. Night Crypt, even if I die in battle today, my ghost will haunt you for generations to come. As their bitter laughter rang out, the three Blood Masters, the Prime Elders, and the Blood Rippers drew upon all the battle prowess they could muster. As for the Patriarchs, they gritted their teeth and let out anguished howls. Xiaochun stared in shock at the Spirit Stream sect Patriarchs. Never could he have imagined that the Spirit Stream sect would choose to attack in this moment. Staggering backward, he suddenly began to laugh, a laughter that almost seemed to be weeping. How naive of me. I thought that suppressing one side would end the war. How wrong I was. I get it now. I really, truly get it. I overestimated my position. I misjudged my own status. Well then, Spirit Stream sect, you're my family, but as of this moment, I need to show you the true limits of my power. Looking up, his hair whipping about him, he waved his right hand in the direction of the Spirit Stream sect. He was calling someone. Bruiser. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 283, Now Can You People Listen? Chapter 283, Now Can You People Listen? In almost the same instant that the words left by Xiaochun's mouth, Bruiser raised his head from amidst the boundless cloud of battle beasts in the Spirit Stream sect army, and then let out a roar that could shake heaven and earth. As his roar echoed out, he began to grow larger. 9 meters. 30 meters. 60 meters. 90 meters. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into something like a small mountain, bristling with intense energy, with black flames roiling out from beneath his feet. He had the head of a dragon and the body of a horse, and as of this moment, was bursting with heaven-shaking, earth-shattering power. That was power that only a Beast King could possess. This was none other than Beast King energy, but incredible rumbling echoed out as Bruiser shot forward with lightning speed, then spun to a halt in front of Xiaochun and let out a deafening howl. Although there were mixed emotions in his eyes, he didn't hesitate. Regardless of the circumstances, he would do anything that Xiaochun asked of him, even if that meant fighting against the Spirit Stream sect. As long as he was with Xiaochun, he didn't care. There was only one important person in his life, and that was his father. Back when he lacked the power to even live, that person had offered soft, warm comfort, and that was something that Bruiser would never forget for his entire life. His roar contained the power of a Beast King, and caused all of the Spirit Stream sect's battle beasts to shiver, and then turn toward their masters and howl. The cry of countless battle beasts caused brightly colored light to flash in heaven and earth. Everyone in the Spirit Stream sect was completely, utterly shocked, and began to cry out in astonishment. This. What are you doing, Xiaochun? Heavens! Bruiser, you. The Spirit Stream sect was struck by chaos. Their ranks began to dissolve, and the sudden change on the part of the battle beasts ensured that the forces of the North Bank were completely thrown out of order. Even more shocking was that, after a brief moment of hesitation, the Heavenhorn-inked dragon looked down at Bruiser, and then sped into motion. A moment later, he was right next to Bruiser, staring out at the Spirit Stream sect. Countless shouts of alarm rose up. The Patriarchs, the Prime Elders and the Legacy Echelon Cultivators all felt like they were going mad, and their eyes shone with intense disbelief. To them, Xiaochun was a Heavendao expert and the Legacy Echelon designate. If he reached core formation, it would be virtually impossible to find anyone who could be a match for him. However, at a single word from him, Bruiser caused all of the North Bank's battle beasts to change sides. This sudden turn of events was something that, regardless of Xiaochun's status or position, no one could ever have possibly predicted would happen. As of this moment, the Spirit Stream sect as a whole was just as shaken as the Bloodstream sect had been moments ago. Shangguan Tianyou's hands were clenched into fists, and rage burned in his eyes. Mixed emotions could be seen on the faces of Ghost Fawn, Beihan Lai, Gong Sun Yun, Su Song, and all of the other chosen. Zhou Xinqi was struck mute, and Ho Yunfei's eyes were wide. As for Ho Xiaomei, her jaw dropped, and her heart began to pound rapidly. Big Fatty Zhang, Third Fatty He, Chen Fei, and Bai Xiaochun's other friends were all dumbstruck, completely and utterly shaken, even left reeling, by Bai Xiaochun's actions. Mixed feelings could also be seen in Li Qingho's eyes. However, as he continued to look at Bai Xiaochun, those feelings coalesced into a gleam of approval. Xiaochun has grown up, he murmured. As the Spirit Stream sect was shaken, and as the founding patriarch and other leaders looked in astonishment at Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. The Bloodstream sect was at his back now as he looked up at the patriarchs. His heart burned with grief. He didn't want these two sets to go to war. After a moment of silence, he said, "If you want to exterminate the Bloodstream sect, then just like I said before, you'll have to do it over Bai Xiaochun's dead body." Although his voice sounded sad, the determination therein was plain for all to see, and left everyone shaken. The patriarchs of the Bloodstream sect were trembling. The Blood Rippers, Prime Elders, and the three Blood Masters were all shaking, strange and indescribable emotions rising up in them as they looked at Bai Xiaochun. Su Xiaoshan, Song Ke, and Jia Lai had similar reactions. In this most critical of moments, Bai Xiaochun was stepping forward bravely on their behalf, causing warm feelings to suddenly rise up in their hearts. As they looked at Bai Xiaochun standing there, his back to them as he faced the Spirit Stream sect, using his own life to protect theirs, he once again became night-cripped from Middle Peak. A tremor ran through Song Junwan as she looked up at Bai Xiaochun. Once again, a bright glow appeared in her eyes. As of this moment, all eyes on the battlefield were fixed solely on Bai Xiaochun, but no one could afford to ignore his words now. Now, they had to pay attention. He had single-handedly changed the course of the battle. He alone had suppressed the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect alike. "Now will you people listen to me?" he asked quietly, looking at the patriarchs of both the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect. Although his words seemed laced with sadness, they also contained something that made it impossible for anyone to refuse him. He suddenly seemed far more powerful and glorious than anyone could have imagined, someone who could force everyone else to stay their hands. Why are we doing all this fighting and killing? What is the point of all this death? We're all cultivators of the eastern lower reaches of the cultivation world, right? Is the point of our cultivation really just to kill people? In response to his words, the Spirit Stream sect cultivators sank into further silence, as did the Bloodstream sect. The only sound on the battlefield was Bai Xiaochun's voice. Cultivation is supposed to be about living forever, right? Magical techniques are supposed to be used to protect ourselves, aren't they? If we can avoid all the death and killing, then couldn't we find some better solutions to our problems? Why don't we at least give it a try? Although he started out speaking quietly, his voice continued to grow louder and louder until he was yelling. Pain stabbed at his heart, and his eyes were completely bloodshot. He looked around at all the familiar faces, and could see people who were bleeding and wounded from the little bit of fighting which had already taken place. The pain he felt grew stronger. "I'm just a cowardly cultivator who's scared of death. But you know what? It's not just the idea of my death that scares me. I don't want to see my family die. I don't want my fellow sect members to die, and I don't want my friends to die. I don't want anybody to die, not in the Spirit Stream sect, and not in the Bloodstream sect either." As his voice grew louder and louder, the cultivators from the Spirit Stream sect bowed their heads. In the Bloodstream sect, numerous clenched fists slowly relaxed. The patriarchs of both sects heard Bai Xiaochun's words, and it gave rise to complex feelings within their hearts. I didn't have to jump out in the middle of you two. I could have just stood by and watched you kill each other. Whether the Bloodstream sect or the Spirit Stream sect won in the end, I would have survived. After all, I'm a Blood Master of the Bloodstream sect, and I'm essentially in the legacy echelon of the Spirit Stream sect. But I didn't want that. If all of you hate me and blame me, that's fine, as long as I can stop you from killing each other. As he yelled, tears welled up in his eyes. His words shook many people down to their hearts. The look in Song Junwen's eyes grew softer. Ho Xiaomei, Zhou Xinqi, Ho Yunfei, Big Fatty Zhang, Song Ke, Su Xiaochun. Many cultivators on both sides had to agree that what Bai Xiaochun was saying made sense, and their gazes also softened. Spirit Stream sect, you know that this war will likely end with 90% of the disciples dying. Maybe the sect wouldn't be destroyed, but it would be a disastrous setback. The sect might even lose the qualifications to remain in the lower reaches. Turning his head, he looked at the Bloodstream sect. Bloodstream sect, even if you won, it would be a brutal fight. Afterward, you would have to face the Profound Stream sect, and then the Sky River Court. Do you really think you could win? What will your chances be? Even if you do win, what good will it do to be one of the weakest sects in the middle reaches? It wouldn't be long before you were wiped out. Bai Xiaochun wasn't being polite in anything he said. He was simply stating the objective truth of the situation. Nor was he giving anyone a chance to try to refute his arguments. More and more cultivators were lowering their heads thoughtfully. I know for a fact that the Spirit Stream sect doesn't really want this war, and neither does the Bloodstream sect. You just feel that you have no other options. You have to fight for the chance to become a middle reaches sect. But why don't we just join forces? Why don't we become one big sect? That would make us even more powerful. We can wipe out the Profound Stream sect and the Pill Stream sect, or maybe even absorb them to become stronger than ever. Then we can go wipe out the Sky River Court, and earn our spot in the middle reaches. He clenched his hands into fists, getting more excited as he shouted, there are plenty of resources available for middle reaches sections. There's more than enough for us all. Cooperate, and everyone benefits. Fight together. Share victories and losses. Why won't that work? Spirit Stream sect, Bloodstream sect, let's form a new sect. We can make a sect the likes of which has never been seen before. We can be the most powerful of all sects, a sect that can shake all other sects. As his words echoed out into the hearts of the cultivators of the Spirit Stream sect and the Bloodstream sect, it led to profound thoughts within their minds. The patriarchs of the two sects maintained their silence. Everything Bai Xiaochun was saying made sense. In the past, there had been no common ground that would ensure that they could trust each other. Even if they merged together into a larger sect, each side would always be suspicious of the other, and the possibility of a betrayal would always loom in their hearts. But now, they had that common ground in Bai Xiaochun. With him, their two sects were now inextricably linked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 284, Drought Flame Attacks. Chapter 284, Drought Flame Attacks. Only when Bai Xiaochun had unleashed all his threatening methods was everyone finally left with no choice but to listen to each and every word that came out of his mouth. To the Spirit Stream sect, he was a Heaven Dao expert, a legacy echelon cultivator that could control all of the North Bank's battle beasts. Because of that, he was someone the sect could not and would not take lightly. In fact, he surpassed everyone in a way that had nothing to do with his cultivation base. He had the potential to eventually become the backbone of the entire sect. As far as the Bloodstream sect was concerned, as soon as Bai Xiaochun revealed his Bloodlord powers, that made him more important than anyone else in the sect. A mere thought on his part could either increase the Bloodstream sect's battle prowess by 30%, or reduce it by half. When the Bloodstream sect's archpatriarch looked at Bai Xiaochun, he couldn't help but think of the shocking blood ancestor who lay beneath the surface of the Heavenspan River. I wonder if the Blood Lord can actually control the body of the blood ancestor. He thought. Hesitation gripped his heart. He didn't dare to try to suppress the Blood Lord or take any unnecessary risks. The slightest slip could send the entire Bloodstream sect into destruction. If we form a new sect, where will the headquarters be? Asked Patriarch Ironwood of the Spirit Stream sect. Bai Xiaochun's idea was becoming clearer in his own mind, and his eyes shone with bright light, a light that appeared to be the desire to do battle. If we make a new sect, the headquarters won't be located in any of the old sect's locations. The river branch occupied by the Sky River Court will be our new headquarters. Now that the identities of Bai Xiaochun and Nightcrypt were merging together, everyone saw him in a much different light than they had before. With my Blood Lord powers, I can increase the battle prowess of the Bloodstream sect by 30%. With my control over the battle beasts of the Spirit Stream sect, I can unify their powers to make them even more formidable. With our two sects joined together, we will be like two infinitely sharp blades. We can absorb the Profound Stream sect and the Pillstream sect, and then we'll be even stronger. We can dominate the Sky River Court and take over the Middle Reaches. The Middle Reaches will be an unfamiliar place to all of us, but if we put our roots down there together, we will always be able to trust each other. As Bai Xiaochun spoke, the patriarchs of the two sects looked on, sighing occasionally, thoughtful expressions on their faces. As of this moment, they both knew that fighting wasn't an option. Bai Xiaochun was too important to both the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect. Only a person like him had the potential to be the link between the two sects, an opportunity for them to truly join together. After all, not only did the Bloodstream sect have full faith in Bai Xiaochun, but so did the Spirit Stream sect. Silence prevailed as countless individuals stood there in thought. Slowly, people began to whisper among themselves and discuss the matter in low tones. Moments ago, the two sides had been facing off with proverbial swords drawn, but now, that mood began to fade. At long last, Bai Xiaochun was starting to relax. But then, Patriarch Droughtflame, one of the 8 Bloodstream sect patriarchs, the very same patriarch who had presided over the summoning of the Grand Lich, suddenly looked at Bai Xiaochun, his eyes flickering with profound killing intent. Complete and utter nonsense, he said, his voice as cold as ice. You obviously killed Nightcrypt and took his place. You're trying to deceive us all. Prepare to die. Even as his words rang out, he sprang into motion, shooting at incredible speed toward Bai Xiaochun. As he did, he extended his right hand, and his nascent soul cultivation base erupted with heaven-destroying, earth-extinguishing power. Everything began to shake violently as an enormous vortex sprang up around him. As the vortex spun, a massive and deadly aura erupted, transforming into sword chi which instantly shot toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was locked in place, immobilized and incapable of even struggling. At the same time, an intense, unprecedented sensation of deadly crisis rose up inside of him. He had never felt as if he were closer to death. He was being attacked by a nascent soul patriarch, whereas his cultivation base was in mid-foundation establishment. The difference between the two was like the difference between an ocean and a puddle. However, the killing move had not been unleashed yet. That came in the form of Patriarch Droughtflame's outstretched palm. His palm caused everything to shake violently as intense flames raged out, scorching everything in the vicinity as they formed into the shape of a huge hand. The flaming hand radiated a power of extermination that could kill anything in body and soul. It could eradicate souls. Patriarch Droughtflame's attack on Bai Xiaochun came without any warning whatsoever. Not only did the Spirit Stream sect cultivators not expect it, but even the Bloodstream sect patriarchs were completely unprepared. Faces fell on both sides. Droughtflame, stay your hand, cried the Bloodstream sect's archpatriarch, his voice filled with urgency and rage. He instantly reached out with his right hand to try to stop Patriarch Droughtflame. However, his cultivation base was currently suppressed, and although he could reach Patriarch Droughtflame, he couldn't stop him, only slow him down a bit. The Archpatriarch's eyes flickered with cold light. Bai Xiaochun was too important. If he died, the two sects would most certainly be forced to fight each other. They would be bereft of anything that could mitigate their conflict. Their connection would have been severed. The Song clan patriarch's eyes widened, and his killing intent flared. Regardless of anything, Bai Xiaochun was his stepson, and for someone to try to kill him right out in the open was something he couldn't tolerate. His right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, summoning a raging beam of sword chi that slashed toward Droughtflame. Unfortunately, his cultivation base was also suppressed by half, and his sword chi quickly collapsed. Patriarch Droughtflame's hand of flame dimmed slightly, but continued to rumble toward Bai Xiaochun. At the same time, the founding patriarch of the spirit stream sect let out a roar of rage and performed an incantation gesture with his right hand. Instantly, an enormous iron manacle appeared, which grew to 300 meters in size as it shot to intercept Droughtflame's attack. When it hit the flame hand, it did far more damage than the Archpatriarch or the Song Clan Patriarch. The gigantic hand collapsed by half. And yet, because Patriarch Droughtflame had attacked so quickly, and thus gained the initiative, even all of those successive attacks couldn't stop him completely. Even as cultivators from both sides howled in alarm and rage, the half-destroyed flaming hand bore down on Bai Xiaochun. Xiaochun! Night Crypt! Bai Xiaochun's face drained of blood as he watched the fire closing in on him. As the sensation of imminent death filled him, he let out a roar that could shake heaven and earth. Blue veins bulged out on his head, and cracking sounds filled him. It felt like his bones were about to shatter because of the intense pressure weighing down on him. As of this moment, he was sure that the chances of him making it out of this alive were very, very small. However, he wasn't willing to resign himself to such a fate. His eyes suddenly flickered with red light. Roaring, he managed to perform a double-handed incantation gesture, causing a violet lamp to appear in his hands, which he brandished in the direction of the flames. Ru-yu-yu-umbul. Violet flames shot out from the lamp, spreading out in all directions and forming the shape of an enormous face which rushed to meet the flames. That violet lamp was the gift that the Song Clan Patriarch had given to Bai Xiaochun. Despite how powerful it was, as though it couldn't match up to an old eccentric like Patriarch Droughtflame. When the sea of flames formed by the violet lamp hit the incoming flaming palm, more of the palm was destroyed, and yet it continued on toward Bai Xiaochun. Blood sprayed out of his mouth from the force of the incoming attack, which sent him tumbling backward. He started to cough up more blood, but then gritted his teeth and swallowed it back down. With that, he extended his right hand, which held a four-colored jade pendant. Four-colored light glittered out in all directions, creating a four-layered shield. In that instant, the broken hand of flame slammed into the shield, causing numerous cracking and popping sounds to echo in the air as the four shield layers were destroyed. With each shield layer, the flame hand's power was reduced, and yet, they couldn't stop it completely. In the blink of an eye, the shields were gone. In response, the patriarchs of both sects, as well as countless other friends of Bai Xiaochun, all shouted out in fury. The flaming hand destroyed everything in its path as easily as a hot knife cutting through butter. However, in the very moment before impact, Bai Xiaochun extended his right hand to reveal a paper talisman. It was none other than the God Power Talisman. 1. He slapped the talisman down onto his chest, and let out a roar that echoed out in all directions. His hair flew around wildly as his undying live forever technique erupted. Rumbling could be heard that shook heaven and earth as two enormous heavenly demons appeared behind him. They threw their heads back and roared as, thanks to the power of the God Power Talisman, Bai Xiaochun's fleshly body power skyrocketed, reaching a level more than twice that of before. And that was when the mostly destroyed hand of fire slammed into him. If the image could be turned into a painting, it would be the type that people would gasp upon seeing. Bai Xiaochun wasn't even visible beneath the raging flames. The only thing that could be seen were two unbelievably shocking heavenly demons. Boom! Intense rumbling sounds filled the air. The hand of flames had been repeatedly weakened and reduced, and now, it finally exploded. Flames shot out in all directions, and at the same time, cracks spread out across Bai Xiaochun's two heavenly demons. Moments later, they collapsed into pieces. Bai Xiaochun was sent hurtling toward the ground like a meteor. When he landed, a huge boom could be heard, and a 30-meter wide crater opened up. At the bottom of the crater, Bai Xiaochun lay there, his face as ashen as death, blood oozing out of the corners of his mouth. The force of the blow had knocked him unconscious. Furthermore, there was something else no one noticed, which was that a bit of black light could be seen on his right hand, that was currently fading away. 2. As soon as Bai Xiaochun lost consciousness, the suppression of the cultivation bases of the bloodstream sect immediately ended. There was one other thing that no one noticed. In the moment that drought flame attacked Bai Xiaochun, a monkey could be seen somewhere in the Luochun mountains, its eyes shining with incisive light. At the same time, within the clouds that made up the bloodstream sect, a pair of bright red eyes flickered. 1. Bai Xiaochun got the God Power Talisman from Master God Diviner in Chapter 262. 2. The reference to the black light is very vague, and I'm pretty sure it's supposed to refer to the life-saving bracelet Li Qingho gave him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 285, Master Thousand Faces. Chapter 285, Master Thousand Faces. Rumbling echoed out as two figures appeared just outside of the crater. One of them was the Song clan patriarch, and the other was Li Qingho's master, Patriarch Ironwood. A moment later, they were next to Bai Xiaochun. The two patriarchs' eyes met, and instantly, both could see that the other was vigilant and on guard. Now that the bloodstream sect's cultivation bases were unsealed, their energy surged. The blood clouds billowed out, and at the same time, the refined corpses and gargoyles trembled and then began to howl. Bruiser hadn't been fast enough to intervene and help Bai Xiaochun, and now he was glaring at Patriarch Droughtflame with hatred that erupted from his very bones. The three blood masters were shaking. The blood rippers, the prime elders, the inner and outer sect disciples, and also the patriarchs, were also shocked that they could barely move. At the same time, the cultivators of the spirit stream sect were panting, and their eyes were glittering angrily as they stared at the bloodstream sect. Moments ago, the tension had been fading, but now, the proverbial swords were once again being drawn. Everyone understood that based on the friction which existed, the fighting which had just seemed to be an impossibility could now break out at any moment. Up in midair, Patriarch Droughtflame frowned slightly as he looked down at Bai Xiaochun. Inside, he was sighing regretfully that he had only wounded him, and not killed him. Despite such a surprising outcome, there wasn't any need for him to keep fighting. He's only unconscious, he thought, but that should suffice. Eyes glittering, his murderous aura spiked as he looked over at the Spirit Stream sect and said, "The seals have been lifted. Spirit Stream sect, your despicable actions this day have ensured that you will be cleansed with blood. Children of the Blood Ancestor, join me in attacking the Luochun Mountains and eradicating the Spirit Stream sect." With that, he threw his head back and laughed long and hard, his killing intent pulsing around him. Quite a few disciples of the Bloodstream sect flew up into the air, eyes shining with murderous gleams as they prepared to start fighting. The Spirit Stream sect cultivators clenched their fists, and the sharp looks in their eyes grew more intense. However, just when Patriarch Droughtflame was about to fly into motion, a cold snort echoed through the air. "Since when did you become the one to give orders to the Bloodstream sect?" The words were accompanied by intense pressure, and a sealing force that caused all of the Bloodstream sect disciples who had been about to attack to suddenly shiver and stop in place. Patriarch Droughtflame's expression flickered as he turned to look at the person who had just spoken, and was now striding toward him. It was none other than the Bloodstream sect's Archpatriarch, the most powerful cultivator in the Bloodstream sect. Earlier, his cultivation base had been reduced by half, but now those effects were gone, and his energy was surging. It was like the might of the heavens as he walked forward, everything around him twisting and distorting. "What's the meaning of this, Master Godwind?" Patriarch Droughtflame grated angrily, his expression turning grim. "What's the meaning?" replied the Archpatriarch. "I just ordered you to stay your hand. Why did you attack anyway? I refuse to believe that Bai Xiaochun is impersonating Nightcrypt. He is most definitely a blood master of the Bloodstream sect, and even more importantly, the Blood Lord." A cold light flickered in the eyes of the Archpatriarch, and as he spoke, his words rumbled like thunder. The Spirit Stream sect cultivators' hearts were starting to pound, and as for the founding patriarch, a strange light could be seen in his eyes. The entire Spirit Stream sect went completely silent as they watched events unfold. Facing the intense pressure of the Archpatriarch, Patriarch Droughtflame began to edge backward. Then he turned to the other patriarchs and cried, "Of course I know he's a Bloodmaster. But do you people really believe that a nobody like him should be able to suppress the cultivation bases of everyone in the sect? He has to die. His death will not harm the Bloodstream sect in any way. In fact, it would be a blessing. I just did what you people were hesitating to do yourselves. That's all." Many people in the Bloodstream sect began to wonder what they should think. As for the patriarchs, their expressions were grim, but it was impossible to tell what they were thinking. As the Archpatriarch listened to Patriarch Droughtflame speak, a cold, grim smile spread out on his face. Then he said, "I can also suppress the cultivation bases of everyone in the sect. Don't tell me you think I should be killed too? Also, I'm very curious to know why your cultivation base wasn't suppressed just now." In response to his words, numerous Bloodstream sect cultivators' mouths dropped. Cries of shock could be heard as people thought back to the events which had just played out. Although they hadn't noticed at the time, now that they thought about it, what had occurred was very clear. The reactions were the same on the Spirit Stream sect side, with the exception of the founding patriarch, whose eyes glittered faintly. He had noticed the clues earlier. Patriarch Droughtflame's expression flickered, and beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead. There was no way for him to answer the Archpatriarch's question. His original plan had simply been to take the risk and try to kill Bai Xiaochun. If Bai Xiaochun died, there was no way the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect would join forces. They would definitely start fighting. Damn it! He thought. This Bai Xiaochun is too lucky. I can't believe he survived my attack. Patriarch Droughtflame gritted his teeth as his body suddenly began to turn blurry, as he prepared to flee. Think you can leave just like that? The Archpatriarch said, eyes flickering with killing intent. Without any hesitation, he waved his right finger at Patriarch Droughtflame. At the same time, the other patriarchs of the Bloodstream sect shot forward to surround Droughtflame, preventing him from fleeing. Clearly, they had already come to the conclusion that he might try to do such a thing. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the Archpatriarch's finger caused ripples of extermination to spread out. Patriarch Droughtflame, seeing that he couldn't escape, threw his head back and bellowed. A quick incantation gesture caused flames to shoot out in battle against the ripples of extermination. A deafening boom filled the air, and blood oozed out of the corners of Patriarch Droughtflame's mouth. However, he used the force of the blast to fall backward. Even still, he was no match for an attack by the combined efforts of all of the Bloodstream sect's patriarchs. 6 patriarchs attacked at the same time, unleashing magical techniques, magical items, and divine abilities. A huge blood sword materialized and slashed down, controlled by none other than Patriarch Limitless. Heaven-shaking, earth-shattering rumbling sounds filled the air as the other patriarchs attacked one after another, unleashing power that seemed capable of destroying everything. A vicious, roaring dragon appeared, next to which was a patriarch who had once been a lowly disciple of Lessermarsh Peak. As he advanced, the fist strike he unleashed shattered the sky and turned into a massive tempest. The deadliest attack came from the Archpatriarch. The wave of his hands summoned a huge banner, which unleashed a black wind. That wind became a black phoenix, the roar of which was enough to shake anyone down to the soul. The phoenix moved so quickly as it bore down on Patriarch Droughtflame that there was no way he could avoid it. In that moment of crisis, Patriarch Droughtflame suddenly started laughing. Face twisting, he reached both hands out and then slapped them down onto his body. Instantly, his hair turned completely white. Simultaneously, innumerable faces appeared all over his skin. There were the faces of men and women, young people and old people, and all of them seemed to be distorting as they screamed. Tao of 1,000 faces, merciless infiltration. Patriarch Droughtflame laughed loudly as the divine abilities and magical techniques of the other patriarchs slammed into him, causing him to explode. The resulting boom sent bright colors flashing through the sky, and gave rise to a huge wind. At the same time, the exploding body of Patriarch Droughtflame transformed into countless faces which rushed out in all directions. Patriarch Limitless eyes went wide, and he cried, "Master Thousand Faces from the Profound Stream sect." The Archpatriarch and the other patriarchs were clearly shocked as they too realized who it was that could unleash a cloning magic like this. They weren't the only ones. The Spirit Stream sect's founding patriarch, as well as the other patriarchs, were obviously astonished. This was a secret magic used by one of the most mysterious patriarchs of the Profound Stream sect. The blast of countless faces was so powerful that not even the combined efforts of all of the patriarchs could contain them all. Although 90% were caught up by the web of destruction, a few escaped. One of the faces was that of a young man. Borrowing the force of the initial blast, he shot out to a position 30,000 meters away. There, the face wriggled, transforming into a white-haired young man. Although his face was ashen from exertion, he didn't hesitate for a moment to flee at top speed. Master Thousand Faces. Killing intent raged in Patriarch Limitless eyes as he shot forward in a blur to pursue the white-haired young man. In the blink of an eye, both of them had disappeared over the horizon. Everyone in the Bloodstream sect was shaken, and many people gasped. Nobody could possibly have anticipated that events such as these would play out. One of their own patriarchs, Taoist Sage Droughtflame, had actually been replaced by Master Thousand Faces from the Profound Stream sect. Obviously, the real Droughtflame had been secretly assassinated at some point in the past, and his flesh used by Master Thousand Faces to replace him via a secret magic. Everyone thought back to how Master Thousand Faces had just attacked by Xiaochun, and realized that it was all to prevent the two sects from joining together. If Bai Xiaochun had died, it would have led to mass destruction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 286, Good. Warning. Chapter 286, Good. Warning. Conversations erupted on the Bloodstream sect side. One shocking event after another had played out on this day, leaving the entire sect completely shaken. The Blood Devil had appeared, and one of the patriarchs turned out to be a spy. Such things could not simply be swept under the rug, and the whole sect was left feeling blank, and even humiliated. The Archpatriarch had a bitter look on his face. Gritting his teeth, he looked over at the Spirit Stream sect's founding patriarch, and then at the unconscious Bai Xiaochun. Within moments, the two sects would either be fighting or joining forces. The Archpatriarch was silent for a moment, but then suddenly, his ears suddenly twitched, almost as if some other being were speaking directly to him. His expression flickered, and then became one of complete determination. The Profound Stream sect tried to sow disharmony between our sects, with the goal of getting us to slaughter each other. Not only did they murder fellow Taoist Droughtflame, they tried to kill one of our blood masters. We cannot tolerate such things. When the Bloodstream sect goes to war, we don't return home until blood has been spilled. Therefore, the best thing to do is go wipe out the Profound Stream sect. As his words reached the hearts and minds of the Bloodstream sect disciples, their confusion was quickly replaced with fury. I vow to wipe out the Profound Stream sect. Let's get revenge for Patriarch Droughtflame. As their new goals came to be fixed in their hearts, their eyes shone, and they even swore oaths. The words of the Archpatriarch instantly caused their blood to boil, and their killing intent to seethe. The blood clouds began to churn, and the blood seas grew even mightier as the Bloodstream sect army began to fly off into the distance. The blood giants howled, and the blood-colored battleships sprang into motion. The ground rumbled as countless outer sect disciples flew into the air like locusts to become enormous spheres. The Bloodstream sect patriarch spun and flew up into the blood clouds. After a moment of silence, the Spirit Stream sect's founding patriarch looked around at the other members of the sect, and could see the determination in their eyes. With a glance at a certain location in the Xiaochun mountains that no one had been paying attention to, he listened to a voice speaking in his head for a moment, after which he gritted his teeth. The Profound Stream sect interfered with the affairs of our two clans, and even tried to kill our junior patriarch. For that, they must die. With that, he waved his right hand. Spirit Stream Sect, the time has come to wipe out the Profound Stream Sect. Rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth. Killing intent surged, and the light of spell formations climbed into the sky. The giants began to speed off into the distance, and the white sun overhead caused the sky to shake. Many people couldn't help but take a moment to look over it, by Xiaochun, the founding patriarch included. After gazing for a moment at him lying unconscious in the crater, they shot off to join the Bloodstream sect on the continent that was the location of the Profound Stream sect. A war was about to be fought, the likes of which had not been seen in the eastern lower reaches of the cultivation world for 10,000 years. Apparently, a new sect was on the rise, like the dawn sun, shining with countless beams of glorious light, interspersed with blood and death. The main forces left, but a small contingent from each sect remained in the Xiaochun Mountains, including Patriarch Ironwood and the Song Clan Patriarch. Of course, their reason for staying behind was by Xiaochun. By Xiaochun was of vast importance to both sects, and neither would feel comfortable leaving him in the care of the other sect. As Master Thousand Faces had made clear, Bai Xiaochun was also a major weakness for the two sections. As long as he lived, everything could proceed smoothly. But if he died, the connection between the two sects would be lost, and too many bad things could happen. Naturally, Hou Xiaomei refused to leave Bai Xiaochun's side. She had long since noticed Song Junwan, and her intuition immediately told her that something was going on between her and Bai Xiaochun. Song Junwan also refused to leave. The sight of the unconscious Bai Xiaochun filled her with pain, as well as other indescribable emotions. And thus, time passed. The Luochen Mountains became quiet once again. The Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect set up two camps right next to each other in the Luochen Mountains. Directly in the middle of the two camps was an Immortal's Cave, which was kept under tight guard. Even the two patriarchs watched over the area to make sure that no accidents occurred. Inside the Immortal's Cave, Bai Xiaochun lay unconscious. Every day, Hou Xiaomei and Song Junwan would appear to accompany him. As time went by, Hou Xiaomei became increasingly convinced that something was going on between Bai Xiaochun and Song Junwan. As for Song Junwan, she could obviously tell that Hou Xiaomei had a relationship of some kind with Bai Xiaochun. Soon, the cultivators from both sects came to sense the killing spirit that existed between the two women. Eventually, they even came to hear the two of them arguing loudly over the unconscious Bai Xiaochun. When that happened, sympathy rose up in the hearts of all of the cultivators. More time passed. A month later, Bai Xiaochun's breathing had grown steady. Thanks to the inner workings of the Undying Live Forever technique, he was slowly recovering. Coupled with the constant treatment of spirit medicines provided by the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect, he was rapidly getting better. One afternoon, his cultivation base suddenly spun, and his eyes fluttered open. When he realized that he was alive, excitement surged in his heart. He thought back to everything that had occurred before he passed out, and his heart continued to pound with fear. If he hadn't pulled out his turtle walk at the last moment to defend himself, he would surely have been destroyed in body and soul. That drought flame is too vicious. Damn it, once I get strong enough, I'll definitely have to get revenge. Gnashing his teeth inwardly, he was just about to sit up when he suddenly realized that something seemed wrong. Turning his head slowly to the side, he saw Hou Xiaomei standing close by, her hands on her hips, looking very much like a hot chili pepper as she glared at Song Junwan, who stood opposite her, casual and yet confident. Perhaps because they were too focused on each other, they didn't notice that Bai Xiaochun had opened his eyes. At that point, Bai Xiaochun's pupils constricted. Something about the scene seemed very odd, so he quickly closed his eyes and then opened them again a moment later. When he confirmed that he wasn't hallucinating, his heart suddenly thumped, and he began to feel very nervous. That was when Hou Xiaomei began to speak. "What are you doing here again, old Aunt Song?" she said, glaring. "You're getting pretty old, shouldn't you be in a retirement home or something? Why don't you hobble off and take a nap? I can take care of Big Bro Xiaochun by myself." Song Junwan's phoenix-like eyes widened into a glare. Looking more regal than ever, she decided to put Ho Xiaomei in her place. Look, girl, I know that you're too young to understand the relationship between me and your uncle Xiaochun. Considering that you're Nightcrypt's niece, I probably ought to give you a good slap upside the face. Ho Xiaomei snorted. You're the niece. Your whole family are all nieces. Me and Big Bro Xiaochun are the perfect match. We're childhood friends, and we liked each other from the moment we joined the sect. In fact, it was only with Big Bro Xiaochun's help that I was able to get into the outer sect. This was not the first time the two of them had argued with each other. Such heated interchanges occurred on almost a daily basis. Even despite Song Junwan's control over her own temper, she had almost killed Ho Xiaomei on multiple occasions. However, considering the plans to join the two sects together, and Bai Xiaochun's role in that, she managed to hold back. Bai Xiaochun licked his lips, and then, considering how murderous the two women looked, quickly closed his eyes and pretended to be unconscious. However, he soon realized that something seemed even more wrong than before. Everything was too quiet. The quiet got him even more nervous, and when he listened carefully, it caused his scalp to tingle. In addition to his own breathing, he could clearly hear two other people breathing, and very close to him at that. Beads of sweat popped out on his forehead. Pretending as if he were just waking up, he slowly opened his eyes and looked around in confusion. The first thing he saw were two faces as beautiful as flowers. One seemed mature, the other young and inexperienced. One was spectacularly elegant, the other was sweet and pure. "Good morning," he said nervously, blinking a few times. Song Junwan suddenly smiled, and her gaze softened. Reaching out, she placed her hand onto his forehead to feel his temperature. Eyes as deep as pools of water, she softly said, "Don't be scared. You were just pretending to be unconscious, that's all. Now tell your big sis how many days you were faking." Bai Xiaochun swallowed hard and then said, "I." However, before he could finish speaking, Ho Xiaomei swatted Song Junwan's hand aside and stepped forward to stand next to Bai Xiaochun. Glaring angrily at Song Junwan, she said, "What do you think you're doing? Big Bro Xiaochun is very pure and innocent. How could he possibly have been pretending to be unconscious?" Almost as soon as the words left her mouth, she looked suspiciously over at Bai Xiaochun, lowered her voice, and said, "Big Bro Xiaochun, you've been corrupted. Pretending to be unconscious is wrong." More sweat popped out on his forehead. Being around these two women made it feel like needles were pricking into his back. "I?" After rolling her eyes, Song Junwan coolly said, "Nightcrypt, I'd like to speak with you alone." "You owe me an explanation." "Big Bro Xiaochun, I also want to speak with you alone," Ho Xiaomei said, not willing to be outdone by Song Junwan in any way. Bai Xiaochun was struck speechless. The two women glared at each other angrily, then turned to him to see what decision he would make. Taking a deep breath, he put a very somber expression on his face. "Very well," he said, deepening his voice. Ho Xiaomei had never seen Bai Xiaochun speak in such a way, or seen such an expression on his face. She was shocked, and suddenly realized that this version of her Big Bro Xiaochun was even more attractive than the old version. As for Song Junwan, her expression brightened. This was the Nightcrypt she remembered. "Tell me what happened between the two sects after I fell unconscious. And where are we now? In the Luochen Mountains, or somewhere else?" Bai Xiaochun's new tactic seemed to work. Continuing to try to look as serious as possible, he listened to the events which had played out after he fell unconscious. The Bloodstream sect would never have agreed to let him go back to Fragrant Cloud Peak, and the Spiritstream sect would never have agreed to let him return to Middle Peak. Therefore, the two sects had arranged for a contingent of cultivators to stand guard over him in the Luochen Mountains. The Song clan patriarch and patriarch Ironwood had even stayed behind to stand as Dharma protectors. Bai Xiaochun was moved. Then Song Junwan went on to explain what was happening on the front lines of the war. The Bloodstream sect and the Spiritstream sect were currently attacking the Profoundstream sect. The profound stream sect was no match for such a huge army, and had suffered setback after setback. They had already lost about half of their territory. Bai Xiaochun was shaken by how seriously the two sects took him. Even if he had wanted to go to the fighting, the patriarchs wouldn't have agreed. I guess it's my fault for being so outstanding. AI. Fretting luxuriously, he decided that the best thing to do at the moment was refrain from requesting to be sent to the battlefield. That way, he could avoid giving them any pressure, and could also avoid a situation where they suddenly went crazy and agreed to let him fight. Whatever. I should probably give the patriarchs a good excuse to refuse to let me go to the battlefield. My stomach suddenly hurts. I guess my wounds haven't healed all the way yet. Well, I'll just continue to recuperate for a bit longer. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Xiaochun decided that he was a very considerate person. Clutching his stomach, he continued to pretend to feel ill. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 287, Women are Terrifying. Chapter 287, Women are Terrifying. For the next several days, Bai Xiaochun continued to pretend to be unwell. Every so often, he would leave the immortal's cave, look around at the world, and sigh deeply in his heart. I doubt there are many disciples such as myself who understand how things work. The patriarchs don't want me going off to war, so I've taken the initiative to pretend to be injured. He shook his head slowly. In his mind, he really had grown up and come to understand the world a lot better. If Uncle Li and my elder brother sect leader knew about this, they would definitely praise me. After some more thought, he realized that he shouldn't stay outside for too long, otherwise it might make his act seem unrealistic. Ho Xiaomei and Song Junwan hadn't come yet, so the best thing to do was go back inside to sleep. If they showed up, he would definitely get the short end of the stick. Every time he thought about Ho Xiaomei and Song Junwan, his heart trembled. Terrifying, he thought. The way they look at me, it's like they want to cut me in two pieces to share with each other. With that, he turned to hurry back inside. However, that was when Song Junwan came floating over. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide, and his heart began to pound. This isn't right. They never show up at this time. Turning his head nervously, he saw that Ho Xiaomei had also come. Taking a deep breath, he put a somber expression on his face and then, before they could get too close, loudly said, "I have to go see the patriarchs." Even as the words left his mouth, he blurred into motion, flying toward the patriarchs at top speed. About halfway there, he suddenly realized that he was being careless. He quickly began to weave back and forth as wobbly as possible, as if he were having problems flying. Finally, he landed on the ground with a thud, then walked the rest of the way, panting as he went. In this part of the Luochun Mountains was a mountain with two peaks that jutted up, not very high, and not very far away from each other. This was where the Song clan patriarch and patriarch Ironwood were staying. As soon as Bai Xiaochun appeared, both patriarchs looked down at him from the mountain peaks above. Bai Xiaochun offers greetings, patriarch, he said, clasping hands and bowing. Are your injuries getting any better? Patriarch Ironwood asked with an enigmatic smile. Just when Bai Xiaochun was about to respond, a cold snort echoed out from the Song clan patriarch on the other mountain peak. As soon as Bai Xiaochun heard it, his heart trembled, and he sighed. Without hesitation, he offered formal greetings again. Nightcrypt offers greetings, father. The Song clan patriarch smiled and said, I saw that you had some trouble flying on your way over here. You still haven't recovered yet? I'm better, he replied, feeling a bit guilty. He knew that he couldn't truly deceive the patriarchs, so after some hesitation, he decided to push the envelope a bit and added, but I think there's still a bit that's not better? Patriarch Ironwood laughed and said, it doesn't matter. Since you're not fully recovered, just take some more time to rest, With that, he waved his hand, sending a medicinal pill bottle flying toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun caught it and blinked a few times. After opening it, he was instantly moved. Inside were Tier 4 medicinal pills with excellent medicinal efficacy. However, they weren't designed for treating injuries, but rather, to help increase one's cultivation base. The Song clan patriarch's eyebrows shot up, and then he waved his hand, sending 2 medicinal pill bottles flying out. Licking his lips, Bai Xiaochun grabbed them, then opened them. His eyes went wide. These bottles also contained Tier 4 medicines, but they were supreme grade, bordering on Tier 5. They were fairly bursting with blood qi, and would be of significant benefit to his undying live forever technique. Bai Xiaochun looked excitedly at the 2 patriarchs. They were definitely treating him very well. Obviously, they knew that his injuries had recovered, and in response, gave him spirit medicine to help improve his cultivation base. It seems I really have grown up, he thought. I was worried about the patriarchs, and here they are hinting for me to continue to pretend to feel unwell. Sighing, he clasped hands and bowed deeply. Patriarch, father, don't worry, you've done the right thing to trust me. Giving them a meaningful look, he turned and left. The Song clan patriarch chuckled, and Patriarch Ironwood smiled and shook his head. Although they wanted Bai Xiaochun to go to war, they were worried about his safety. Therefore, they wouldn't force him to make any decision he didn't want to. After returning to his immortal's cave, Bai Xiaochun found that Hou Xiaomei and Song Junwan had left. Sighing in relief, he sat down cross-legged and began to work on his cultivation. He soon discovered that his cultivation base had already improved some compared to before he lost consciousness. Furthermore, his undying live forever technique had grown stronger. If things keep going like this, he thought excitedly, then late foundation establishment is right around the corner. Then he thought about how he had single-handedly stopped his 2 sects from going to war, and he felt very proud. However, just when he was about to pop one of the medicinal pills into his mouth, he suddenly heard Hou Xiaomei's voice coming from outside the immortal's cave. Big bro Xiaochun, I cooked up some medicine for you. With that, the door of the immortal's cave opened, and Hou Xiaomei entered, her face a bit flushed, a bowl of medicine held in her hands. The steam from the medicine caused Hou Xiaomei's face to be even more flushed than it might have been, and as soon as Bai Xiaochun saw her fair, pure features, his heart began to pound. But then, Song Junwan appeared right behind her, smiling broadly as she also brought in a bowl of medicine. The clothes she wore were different than what she usually wore back in the Bloodstream sect. They were more conservative, and yet, couldn't conceal her curvaceous form. Little bro Nightcrypt, I cooked up some medicine for you. The 2 women approached Bai Xiaochun, each one holding out a bowl of medicine. Song Junwan had a faint smile on her face, whereas Hou Xiaomei looked a bit shy. Bai Xiaochun's heart immediately began to pound, and even as he was cursing their treacherous ways, he realized that Song Junwan had uttered the exact same words as Hou Xiaomei. He couldn't stop his eyes from going wide. He looked left. He looked right. He hesitated. Finally, he decided that since Hou Xiaomei had come in first, that he might as well take her medicine first. With it he reached his hand out toward Hou Xiaomei's bowl. Hou Xiaomei's eyes instantly brightened with excitement, and she glanced furtively over at Song Junwan, looking very pleased with herself. When Song Junwan saw what was happening, she glared at Bai Xiaochun, and then gave a cold harumph. Instantly, an intense killing aura sprang up around her. Bai Xiaochun gasped, and quickly changed the direction his hand was moving, sending it toward Song Junwan's bowl. Before his hand could even touch the bowl, Hou Xiaomei's eyes turned red as if from grief. Trembling, tears welling up in her eyes, she said, Big bro Xiaochun, I spent all day cooking up that medicine. Bai Xiaochun felt bad, and without even thinking about it, yet again changed the direction his hand was moving. Nightcrypt, do you remember all the things you said to me on Middle Peak? Song Junwan said softly. Drink my bowl of medicine first. I believe that everything you said to me was true. Unswerving determination could be seen in her eyes. Apparently, if he didn't drink her medicine first, then she would instantly leave, and henceforth refuse to believe anything he told her. Bai Xiaochun's hand stopped in place, and he looked at the 2 bowls of medicine, feeling almost like he was going insane. Did they plan to come at the same time or something? He thought. Arg. He felt like he was about to collapse. Despite how much he'd grown up, he had never been in a situation like this, where no decision he made was the right one. Eyes bloodshot, he gritted his teeth, and then reached out and grabbed 1 bowl with each hand. Weeping inwardly, he somehow managed to start drinking from both bowls, being careful not to spill any of the burning hot medicine on himself. To drink from 2 medicine bowls at the same time felt very odd, but inside, Bai Xiaochun was sighing with relief, and couldn't help but marvel at how quickly he had adapted to the situation. This way, neither Hou Xiaomei nor Song Junwan would be able to find fault with him. However, after finishing the medicine, he realized that Song Junwan's killing aura was pulsing even more explosively than before. Glaring at him angrily, she spun and walked off. Hou Xiaomei looked completely heartbroken. Eyes flashing with bitter grief, she turned slowly and walked out of the immortal's cave. Bai Xiaochun watched in shock as the 2 women left. Grabbing his hair in both hands, he cried, What did I do wrong? I drank them both. I didn't drink either one before the other. Scowling on the verge of tears, he stared at the closed door of the immortal's cave. If things keep going like this, I'm gonna go crazy. I'm just gonna go into secluded meditation. Having made his decision, he gritted his teeth and sealed the door of his immortal's cave as tightly as was possible. Taking a deep breath, he sat down cross-legged and took some time to calm himself down. Then he opened the bottles of medicinal pills given to him by Patriarch Ironwood and the Song clan patriarch and began to meditate. Days passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month went by. During that time, Bai Xiaochun made constant progress in his cultivation. Bit by bit, he got closer to late foundation establishment. His 5th spiritual sea was now fully crystallized, and his 6th sea was halfway there. Once his 6th spiritual sea crystallized, then he would officially break through the peak of mid-foundation establishment and into the late stage. Furthermore, during his meditation session, the power of the medicines he'd consumed for the purpose of treating his injuries also helped push his cultivation base higher. Then there was the little turtle. Bai Xiaochun would take it out every day and give it a thorough shaking. The fragrant aroma emitted by the turtle would cause boundless streams of spiritual power to flow into him, further hastening the crystallization of his 6th spiritual sea. 60%. 70%. 80%. Another half a month passed. One morning at dawn, rumbling sounds filled Bai Xiaochun as his 6th spiritual sea fully crystallized. Spiritual power that vastly surpassed anything from before flowed unceasingly through him, causing cracking sounds to fill the air around him. It was almost like a baptism. His Heaven Dao aura grew stronger, such that strange colors flashed in the sky. Patriarch Ironwood and the Song clan patriarch noticed, as did other cultivators in the Luochen mountains. All of them looked over in the direction of Bai Xiaochun's immortal's cave, where a boundless Heaven Dao aura seemed to be connecting in the heavens above. Thunder rumbled, and a vortex appeared up above, spinning rapidly. Bai Xiaochun's eyes opened, and they glowed with brilliant, lightning-like light. His 6th spiritual sea was fully crystallized. Late foundation establishment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 288, What bird is that? Chapter 288, What bird is that? Bai Xiaochun's open eyes flashed with scintillating light, illuminating the darkness of the immortal's cave like flickering lightning. Intense cultivation base power surged through his body, not only causing a reaction in the sky overhead, but also causing fluctuations to pulse through his chi passageways. The energy flowed through him, making a complete cycle before fusing into his spiritual seas, vanishing into the 6th, crystallized sea. It was like a convergence of massive weight and power that propelled his cultivation base higher. Rumbling sounds filled him that only he could hear, shaking his mind and heart. It was almost like the tide flows he had experienced in the fallen sword abyss. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, reveling in the feeling of intense power that vastly exceeded anything from before. Late Foundation Establishment. Bai Xiaochun looked up and started laughing, excitement written across his face. As of this moment, all of his hard work in the Foundation Establishment stage had come to fruition. From now on, I, Bai Xiaochun, can easily crush anyone in early Foundation Establishment. If any early Foundation Establishment cultivator dares to provoke me, a slap from me will leave them screaming in pain. Trembling in excitement, he rose to his feet, and as he did, cracking sounds rang out as a third heavenly demon appeared behind him. Outside in the sky, the clouds swirled rapidly, and thunder crackled. Within the vortex up above, a heavenly demon appeared, and then a second, and finally, a third. 3 enormous heavenly demons were right out in the open for everyone to see, and it instantly caused the cultivators of the Spirit Stream sect who were garrisoned in the area to cry out in shock. What's that? Those look like Dharma idols. Heavens! What technique is Sect Uncle by cultivating? Similar cries could be heard coming from the Bloodstream sect. Because of the techniques cultivated by Lesser Marsh Peak, the cultivators from the Bloodstream sect already had speculations about what they were seeing. That's a Lesser Marsh Peak body refinement technique. That's the heavenly demon body. Nightcrypt definitely deserves to be the Blood Lord. Now that he's reached this level in his body refinement, he'll definitely proceed to the Blood Fiend level. On the 2 mountain peaks, the Song clan patriarch's eyes shone brightly, and Patriarch Ironwood's eyes glittered with mysterious light. Both of them were shaken by the heavenly demon incarnations they saw in the sky. After a moment passed, the Song clan patriarch said, "My boy Nightcrypt's heavenly demon body is already quite different from Lesser Marsh Peak's." A thoughtful look appeared on Patriarch Ironwood's face. The two of them exchanged a glance, but didn't say anything else. Inside the Immortal's cave, Bai Xiaochun's excited laughter rang out as he felt his fleshly body power rising. He felt more blessed than ever. How could this be happening? The medicinal pills that Father and Patriarch Ironwood gave me shouldn't have pushed my cultivation all the way to this point. Unless my injuries stimulated some latent power inside of me. Ha ha ha. That must be it. Bai Xiaochun almost felt like dancing with joy. In his current state, he really felt incredibly powerful. Wait, hold on. I can't be arrogant, and I definitely have to keep working hard. Now that I'm in late Foundation Establishment, I have to crystallize my 7th through 9th spiritual Cs, and reach the Great Circle of Foundation Establishment. Then I can break through to the Gold Core stage. As he thought about the Gold Core stage, he began to pant, and his eyes shone with bright light. I heard that if you can reach the Gold Core stage, you'll get at least 500 additional years of longevity. 500 years. If I succeed, that means I'll be able to live for at least 1,000 years. His hands clenched into fists, and his eyes shone as if with madness. The idea of being able to live for 1,000 years filled him with so much excitement that he almost couldn't control himself. I also have the 2nd volume of the Undying Codex. I've finished the steps with the ancient mammoths and the berserk ghosts. Next is the heavenly demon body. Once I make enough heavenly demons, I can proceed to the Azura body. Once I'm finished with the Azura body, I can take the 2nd volume of the Undying Codex to the highest level, the Undying Heavenly King body. Slapping his chest confidently, he laughed loudly and prepared to leave his Immortal's cave to perform some tests and see exactly how powerful he had become. However, after having only taken a few steps toward the door, his face suddenly fell. Considering the level of his cultivation base, he was able to clearly detect that 2 beams of light were flying in his direction. They were none other than Song Junwan and Ho Xiaomei. Obviously, they had sensed Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base breakthrough, and realized that his session of secluded meditation was over. As soon as he thought about the terrifying things that happened when those 2 women showed up together, his face went pale, and his heart began to tremble. He suddenly slapped his chest, causing his face to turn ashen. He swayed in place a bit, pretending to be weak as he trudged out of his immortal's cave. Song Junwan and Ho Xiaomei approached, and they were clearly preparing to say some sarcastic things, but then they saw his weak demeanor, and their faces fell. Forgetting all about their desire to get into a row, they flew over. "What's wrong, big bro Xiaochun?" "Night Crypt, what's wrong? Weren't things going well just now?" Looking very worried, both women reached out to support Bai Xiaochun by the elbow as they led him back into the immortal's cave to lay down on the stone bed. As they comforted him with soft, gentle words, he was reminded of how tender they had been in past times. Now that they weren't fighting or arguing, he could breathe a sigh of relief. He coughed a few times and then weakly said, "Perhaps toward the end my chi flow was interrupted. I just need some rest, and then I'll be fine." As the two women waited on him, he lay back and closed his eyes to rest. Ho Xiaomei and Song Junwan knew that Bai Xiaochun needed some peace and quiet, so they left silently. After they were gone, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Not much remained of the elation he had felt because of his cultivation base breakthrough, and now, his expression was twinged with anxiety. "What do I do now?" he thought, scowling at the seemingly unbearable situation. After a bit of consideration, he decided that the best thing to do was to continue to pretend to feel unwell. Time passed. Before long, half a month had gone by. He couldn't continue to pretend to be weak that entire time, so he gradually started to pretend to look better. As time passed, Song Junwan caught on to the fact that he was pretending to feel unwell. As for Ho Xiaomei, she was a simple girl, but she wasn't stupid. Even she started to suspect. When Bai Xiaochun realized that, he was so scared he started shaking. This kind of life was a torture, and by now, he was considering trying to go join the war effort. However, the thought of the deadly dangers of the battlefield caused him to hesitate. Whatever. I can hang on for a bit longer. Maybe I can think of some other way to deal with this. Tugging on his hair in frustration, he continued to ponder the situation. Finally, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked very depressed. Maintaining that look, he shuffled out of his immortal's cave, whereupon Ho Xiaomei and Song Junwan arrived. Gaze soft and voice gentle, Ho Xiaomei said, "Big bro Xiaochun, it's not good to stay cooped up in your immortal's cave. Let's go for a walk together, okay?" He replied hesitatingly. Smiling enigmatically, Song Junwan reached out to support Bai Xiaochun's left arm. "Night Crypt, to cultivators like us, that type of injury is really nothing. Come on, let's go out into the Luochen Mountains for a bit. If you get your qi and blood moving, it will definitely speed your recovery." In turn, Ho Xiaomei glared and reached out to support his right arm. Bai Xiaochun gaped in shock. He didn't even get a chance to respond to either of them before they were leading him out of the immortal's cave. After only a few steps, his feet actually left the ground. He felt like a death row inmate being dragged to his own execution as the two women stared daggers at each other across him. Beads of sweat popped out on his forehead, and he almost felt like crying. It was currently dawn, and a faint fog covered most of the Luochen Mountains. As the morning light grew stronger, the fog began to dissipate. It was a very beautiful scene. After being carried out of his immortal's cave, quite a few cultivators from the two sects saw him, and looks of compassion appeared in their eyes as they hurried past the group of three. Bai Xiaochun opened his mouth to speak, but then closed it just as quickly. It didn't seem like a good time to talk. If he did, it would definitely lead to more headaches. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and decided that going for a bit of a walk wouldn't be so bad. Even as such thoughts passed through his head, a bird flew by overhead. It was bright red, and quite beautiful, and as it flew along, it let out a melodious cry. Song Junwan saw the bird, and looked surprised. "Look, Night Crypt. A blood spirit heron. I never thought I would see one of the bloodstream sect's blood spirit herons here. I used to love to watching them flying around back on Middle Peak." Even as Bai Xiaochun looked up at the bird, Ho Xiaomei bristled with a killing aura and loudly said, "Blood spirit heron? What are you talking about? That's obviously an iris petal ibis from the spirit stream sect." Song Junwan looked over angrily at Ho Xiaomei, who, unwilling to be outdone, stuck her chest out and glared back defiantly. Bai Xiaochun was stuck between them, sweating profusely. Things were reaching a point where he almost couldn't deal with the headache. That was when Song Junwan laughed charmingly, and looked at Bai Xiaochun with sparkling, mesmerizing eyes. "Night Crypt, what do you think? Is that bird a blood spirit heron or an iris petal ibis?" Not willing to be outdone, Ho Xiaomei grabbed Bai Xiaochun's arm. Looking completely heartbroken, she softly asked, "Big bro Xiaochun, tell that old auntie that it's an iris petal ibis. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 289, Patriarchs, Send Me to the War. Chapter 289, Patriarchs, Send Me to the War. Bai Xiaochun felt like his head was about to explode. Eyes widening, he looked up at the bird, feeling like he was about to go insane. The truth was that this bird actually had two names. In the Bloodstream sect, it was called a blood spirit heron, but in the Spirit Stream sect, it was known as an iris petal ibis. However, he wasn't sure which name to call it. That was especially true considering that killing intent was surging on both sides of him. He could almost feel the tears welling up in his eyes. How he hated that bird. "Damn you, bird!" he thought. Why did you have to show up here?" Trembling, he looked at Song Junwan on his left, and Ho Xiaomei on his right. Both of them were staring at him with looks of anticipation on their faces. He could well imagine that whoever he sided with, the other would be deeply and profoundly grieved. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth and prepared to make up a new name. However, that was when Song Junwan suddenly said, "Night Crypt, don't you dare try to pull a fast one by making up a new name." "Big bro Xiaochun," Ho Xiaomei chimed in, "you can't say you don't recognize it. I know you've seen those birds in the Spirit Stream sect before." It was a rare occasion. Ho Xiaomei and Song Junwan were siding with each other as they stared at Bai Xiaochun, deep emotions flickering in their eyes. I. Sweat dripped down Bai Xiaochun's face. By this point, he was in a state of complete despair. Back when they'd brought him medicine, he'd managed to pull a fast one, but as of this moment, that didn't seem possible. "What do I do?" he thought, his eyes glistening with tears. Based on how Song Junwan and Ho Xiaomei were pushing him, it was obvious that they didn't care at all what the bird was called, they just wanted him to choose between the two of them. Eyes bloodshot, he pointed up at the bird and howled, "Fine. I'll tell you. That bird is it's a..." Suddenly, he bit down on his tongue, and then unleashed his cultivation base power, allowing it to run wild within him. As it burst into his chi passageways, a sweet taste filled his mouth, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his vision started going dark, and he began to lapse into unconsciousness. In the last moment before he passed out, he sighed deeply. Song Junwan and Ho Xiaomei were completely shocked. Not only did they see Bai Xiaochun coughing up blood, considering that they were holding him up by the arms, they could sense that his cultivation base was in chaos. Ho Xiaomei looked like she was about to cry as she carried Bai Xiaochun back into the Immortal's cave. As for Song Junwan, she pulled out a huge collection of spirit medicines, which she began to push into his mouth. Some distance away on the two mountain peaks, the Song clan patriarch and Patriarch Ironwood watched the scene play out, their eyes flickering with sympathy. The Song clan patriarch sighed and said, "Did the little brat really think getting involved with women could be so simple? I learned the truth of it years ago. With the flick of a sleeve, I detached myself from all impurities." In rare fashion, Patriarch Ironwood seemed to completely agree with him. Nodding, he said, "Love is tribulation. Years ago, I severed such tribulation. Actually, now that I think about it, I can't even remember the faces of those old flames from years ago." The two old men exchanged a look. For the first time, they were in unison on something. Shaking their heads, they began to think back to their own pasts. A few days later, Xiaochun opened his eyes and hurried over to the copper mirror hanging on the wall in his immortal's cave. When he looked into the mirror, he saw a gaunt, pale figure. As far as he was concerned, his world was now a world of darkness. After a long moment, he sighed and prepared to go outside and get some fresh air. He needed to calm down and think of an idea of how to deal with the situation. It won't work for things to keep going on in this way. Their games are going to drive me to an early grave. Sighing, he pushed open the door of the immortal's cave and was just about to step outside when he suddenly went completely stiff. You too. Sweat broke out on his forehead as he realized that standing right outside the door of the immortal's cave were Song Junwan and Ho Xiaomei. It was impossible to say when they had arrived, but there they stood, right next to each other, smiling at him. Nightcrypt, let's go for a walk. Song Junwan said, her eyes glittering charmingly. Big bro Xiaochun, I won't make you name the birds this time. Ho Xiaomei said, blushing a bit and seeming more pure and charming than ever. And yet, the eyes of both women seemed to have inadvertently come to rest on his feet. Xiaochun felt all the hair on his body stand up on end. By now, he realized the truth. These two demonesses had become addicted to toying with him. Their games had reached the point where even which foot stepped out of his immortal's cave first was a point of contention. This was ridiculous. These two demonesses weren't even human. Trembling visibly, he didn't dare to step outside. So, fancy meeting you two here, huh? I'm feeling a bit tired. I think I'll stay inside today. Forcing a smile onto his face, he began to back up. However, in that instant, a killing aura sprang up from Song Junwan, and as for Ho Xiaomei, her eyes began to fill with tears as she looked piteously at him. One seemed murderously angry, the other, wronged and maligned. Xiaochun was on the verge of going mad. He was in such pain that he suddenly unleashed all of the spiritual power that he had carefully built up inside of himself. The chaotic power swept through him, causing blood to spray out of his mouth. Yet again, his vision went dark and he collapsed. Before losing consciousness, he didn't sigh, but tears filled his eyes. 2 days later in the middle of the night, Xiaochun lay on the stone bed, and his eyes slowly opened. Then, he lay there staring up at the ceiling, tears flowing down his temples. Back when it was Ho Xiaomei by herself, it was so great. She believed anything I said. But now, back when it was Song Junwan by herself, everything went my way. All I had to do was lose my temper a bit, and she would do anything I asked. But now, with both of them together, it's simply terrifying. As he thought back to how wonderful it had been to simply deal with them alone, more tears flowed. No. If things keep going on this way, I'm gonna end up dead. They're going to toy with me all the way to the grave, torment me to death. I'm already on the verge of going crazy. First was the medicine, then that bird. Next, they're trying to decide which foot I walk with. Before you know it, they're going to be watching to see which eye opens first, or which hand twitches. I can't stay around here any longer. These two demonesses are too terrifying. I've already coughed up blood twice. If this keep up, I could lose my poor little life. Trembling, face a mask of terror, he gritted his teeth. I need to join the war effort. On the battlefield, there's a chance I might get killed, but here, I'll definitely go crazy sooner or later. He suddenly felt more than ever like he truly wanted to join the war. In fact, his heart had already left the Xiaochun mountains, he had no desire whatsoever to stay. He rose to his feet, his expression that of unswerving determination. He seemed different than he had moments ago, his veins of steel were pulsing, and his eyes shone with intense light. He quickly packed his bags, then quietly opened the door of the immortal's cave. Sending his divine sense out first, he looked around the area. It was currently the middle of the night, and the moon was obscured by the clouds. Everything was pitch black, and silent except for the sounds of various night creatures and birds. He looked around vigilantly to make sure that Song Junwan and Ho Xiaomei weren't lying in wait. Then, he burst into motion, drawing upon all the speed he could muster, even using his wings. He became a beam of light that shot at top speed toward the two mountain peaks occupied by the Song clan patriarch and patriarch Ironwood. Fearful of attracting the attention of Song Junwan and Ho Xiaomei, he moved as fast as he could without actually making any noise in the process. Soon, he reached the two mountains, where he stopped in place and took a deep breath. His eyes shone with determination, and his expression was that of ultimate decisiveness. He suddenly seemed like a combination of both by Xiaochun and Nightcrypt, heroic, extraordinary, and at the same time, formidable and ruthless. He seemed taller than before as he strode forward to the base of the twin peaks. Eyes shining with cold ferocity, he clasped hands and bowed. I am Legacy Echelon Disciple by Xiaochun of the Spirit Stream Sect, and Blood Master Nightcrypt of the Bloodstream Sect. Greetings, Patriarchs. The Song clan patriarch and patriarch Ironwood slowly opened their eyes, and looked down in surprise at Bai Xiaochun. A murderous aura sprang up around Bai Xiaochun as he said, Stepfather, Patriarch, as the Blood Master of Middle Peak, and as a Legacy Echelon Cultivator of the Spirit Stream Sect, I must perform meritorious services. I must go to the battlefield to face the enemy. The Song clan patriarch and patriarch Ironwood had strange expressions on their faces. After a moment, the Song clan patriarch said, I thought you hadn't recovered yet, Stepfather, a few injuries are like nothing when compared to the greater good of both sects. He smiled broadly, as if he didn't care at all about his injuries. At the same time, the determination in his eyes grew more intense. What cultivator can go through life without being injured? The important thing is the value of that injury. As for me, I was injured trying to project our sects. He looked very heroic as he stood there uttering such words. Anyone who might have been able to see him would have been shocked. He seemed boundlessly righteous, a manly man as strong as iron and completely unafraid of dying. The battlefield is a dangerous place, and death is a common thing there. Aren't you afraid of that? Patriarch Ironwood asked softly. Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily. Smacking his chest casually, he said, I'm a true man. Blood will be spilled on the battlefield, that's true. But how could I simply stand by and watch my fellow sect members fighting in battle while I relax in comfort? That is not Bai Xiaochun's way of doing things, and it is definitely not Nightcrypt's style. Patriarchs, there's no need for further discussion. I definitely want to join the war effort. His sonorous words were spoken with decisiveness that could sever nails and chop iron. Very well, the Song clan patriarch said. That's exactly how a son of mine should act. He and Patriarch Ironwood exchanged a glance, then nodded. Tomorrow morning, you can take this teleportation medallion to the teleportation portal. It will take you to our garrison in the Profound Stream Sect region. Laughing heartily, the Song clan patriarch waved his hand, sending a command medallion flying toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun grabbed the medallion and flashed a carefree smile. What's the point in waiting until tomorrow? My heart burns with the desire to kill the enemy. I can't sleep like that. I'll head to the teleportation portal immediately, and wade directly into battle. The time has come to put my life on the line for the sects. Flicking his sleeve, he transformed into a beam of light that shot directly toward the teleportation portal. Moments later, the light of teleportation shot up into the sky, illuminating the darkness of night. A single figure could be seen in the light, his hair whipping around him, radiating determination, righteousness, and at the same time, bloody murder. The Song clan patriarch and patriarch Ironwood laughed and looked at each other. Seeing the smiles on each other's faces, they realized at some point, they had come to admire each other a bit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 290, in Profound Stream Sect Territory. Chapter 290, in Profound Stream Sect Territory. The Profound Stream sect was located on the Heavencraft continent and bordered the Pill Stream sect. Because of the years of warfare, the Heavencraft continent was in a very sorry state. Magical combat had left the land riddled with craters, and the explosions of spell formations left the spiritual power of the region in chaos. The entire place was a very dangerous location. Earlier on, the Profound Stream sect had managed to gain the upper hand over the Pill Stream sect, and had even absorbed more than half of the other sect. However, because of the alliance between the Spirit Stream sect and the Blood Stream sect, the tide of the war had turned. At this point, internal conflict racked the Profound Stream sect. That was especially true of the portion of the sect that had once belonged to the Pill Stream sect. In despair over the imminent destruction of their sect, they had defected. But now they hoped to become an auxiliary member of the Spirit Stream and Blood Stream sects, and as such, were resisting the Profound Stream sect. Numerous mountains were in a state of collapse. Rivers had vanished off the face of the earth. Entire mountain ranges were gone. Countless cultivators and even entire clans were now nothing more than corpses and bones strewn about on smoking battlefields. Even the sky had been affected, it was now choked with smoke and ash. Then the Spirit Stream sect and the Blood Stream sect arrived, and the sky filled with blood clouds and dazzling white light. These two sects were only in the initial stages of joining forces, and even with Xiaochun connecting them, it was still a very difficult process. After all, they had been enemies for many years, and the distrust between them was still very intense. Without the eruption of this war, the act of combining their sects would have been nothing more than a joke. Eventually, things would have fallen apart. However, with this war, they had a chance to truly unite. Fighting against a common enemy gave the disciples of the two sects a chance to slowly get used to each other. The Profound Stream sect hadn't really been prepared for a joint assault by the Blood Stream and Spirit Stream sects. What was happening was truly a nightmare. Before they even had time to smooth things out with the recently absorbed factions of the Pill Stream sect, two new enemies had arrived, like razor-sharp blades slashing at the exposed back of the Profound Stream sect. In a few short months, the Profound Stream sect suffered heavy losses. More than 60% of the Heavencraft continent had already been occupied, and 17 of their temple headquarters had been sacked. Unlike most sects, the Profound Stream sect didn't have just one headquarters. They had a total of 29, spread out like a net throughout the Heavencraft continent. That was how they maintained their power on the continent. The initial invasion was now over, and every day, minor battles were fought all over the continent. Booms rang out everywhere, and the land quaked violently. Faced with the combined assault of the Spirit Stream sect and the Blood Stream sect, the Profound Stream sect could hardly even defend itself. They could only hide in their various temple headquarters and make their final stand. During the course of the fighting, one chosen after another gained valuable battle experience. They were like swords being sharpened into deadly weapons. Ghostfang, Shangwan Tianyu, Zhou Xinqi, Gongsun Yun, Ho Yunfei. Lu Tianlei, Song Ke, Su Xiaoshan, Jialai, Master God Diviner, and numerous other cultivators all made names for themselves on the battlefield. Although Xuemei had not been present for the fight with the Spirit Stream sect, she was there on the Heavencraft continent. Considering that she was at the peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment, she had power that could shake the world. There was another person who made an unexpected name on the battlefield, taking down numerous enemies. Even other members of the sect came to fear her. She was none other than Gongsun Wan'er. Not a single cultivator in the same stage as her could match her in combat. She even won some battles against prime elders of the Profound Stream sect, striking awe into the hearts of the Blood Stream sect and the Spirit Stream sect alike. There were also chosen of the Profound Stream sect who made names for themselves. Nine Isles was one of them. He was much more mature than he had been years ago in the Fallen Sword Abyss. Considering how bitter the fighting was, his name became an inspiration to many Profound Stream sect disciples. There were chosen from the Pill Stream sect as well. One of them was named Lin Mu, who cultivated the primeval medicinal Dao seed incantation. He had long since betrayed the Pill Stream sect, though, and had been accepted as an apprentice by Patriarch Nine Heavens of the Profound Stream sect. He and Nine Isles were the shining stars of the Profound Stream sect, whose glory in battle dazzled anyone who saw them. Among the bedraggled remnants of the actual Pill Stream sect was a young woman named Chen Manyao, whose skill with poison exceeded even the late Fong Lin's, and whose abilities with illusion forms surpassed Zhao Rou's. She even managed to have a protracted battle with a Prime Elder, and performed other great services for her sect in battle. The chosen were like stars glittering in the night sky, each one of whom had their own chance to shine in battle. However, there was one star that was only just now teleporting onto the battlefield. Everyone knew the name of that star. It was a name that couldn't be forgotten or overlooked. It was none other than Bai Xiaochun. Although he had yet to make a showing in the fighting itself, although he hadn't fought brilliantly in battle, although he hadn't killed numerous enemies or shed rivers of blood, he was a dazzling star that could not be compared to. His accomplishments were such that anyone who heard of them was completely shaken. The Blood Master of Middle Peak and Blood Lord of the Bloodstream sect. Legacy Echelon Cultivator and Junior Patriarch of the Spirit Stream sect. He had single-handedly stopped a huge war between two sections. He alone connected those two sects and convinced them to join forces. In fact, it was he alone who had unleashed the war of destruction upon the Profound Stream sect. Everyone had heard of him, and he existed in a spot above all other chosen. While the other chosen were still vying to make their name, he existed in a lofty position. The wave of his hand could completely change the tide of the war. Everyone who heard his story was completely shaken. Nine Isles roared in rage, his hatred for Bai Xiaochun burning bright and hot. As for Lin Mu, he went into secluded meditation for a few days after hearing the stories. When he emerged, he said that he had prepared a huge surprise for Bai Xiaochun. Although Bai Xiaochun hadn't been present for any of the fighting so far, his name still rang loud and clear in the ears of everyone on the battlefield. Somewhere on the border of the Heavencraft continent, in a location that had already been taken over by the Bloodstream sect and Spirit Stream sect, in one of the former temple headquarters of the Profound Stream sect, the glittering light of a teleportation rose up into the sky. The cultivators stationed on duty by the teleportation portal looked at the light with vigilant eyes, ready to instantly attack if the wrong person appeared. Among the group were Beihan Lai, Master God Diviner, and Jia Lai. Considering that the three of them were grouped together separately from the other cultivators, it was obvious that they had a higher position. Given the levels of their cultivation bases, as well as their reputation, they should have been on the front lines of battle. However, after receiving grievous injuries in the fighting, all three had been reassigned to this location. None of them really liked each other, and it wasn't limited to Beihan Lai disliking the Bloodstream sect cultivators. Master God Diviner and Jia Lai also had a bit of a rivalry between them. Of course, such situations were common among frontline veterans. As the light of teleportation grew more intense, the eyes of the three cultivators glittered brightly. Master God Diviner was already performing a divination. Beihan Lai's eyes shone with cold light, whereas Jia Lai's eyes were narrowed, and the fluctuations of the great circle of Foundation establishment rolled off of him. Despite having been injured fairly seriously, he still commanded shocking power. Although people frequently teleported into this particular portal, the cultivators who guarded the area always reacted in this way. A month before, a group of Profound Stream sect cultivators had managed to teleport into the middle of Bloodstream sect territory and launch a surprise attack. As the light began to fade away, they realized that it was only a single individual who had teleported in. As his features became visible, the eyes of the surrounding cultivators went wide. Sect Uncle Bai. Blood Master Nightcrypt. Everyone was crying out in shock. Jia Lai began to shake, Master God Diviner's jaw dropped, and Beihan Lai let out a cold harumph. After materializing, Bai Xiaochun stepped out of the teleportation portal and then looked around as the cultivators from the two sects offered formal greetings. Greetings, Junior Patriarch. Greetings, Blood Lord. At first, Bai Xiaochun looked a bit apprehensive. Glancing up into the blood-colored sky, he inhaled, and detected the stench of blood in the air, confirming that he was indeed on the battlefield. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief. At long last, he felt free again, as if he had finally extricated himself from a nightmare. Taking a deep breath, and putting a somber expression onto his face, he looked around at the surrounding cultivators, his eyes flashing like lightning. "What's the situation with the war?" he asked. His energy surged, and the surrounding disciples of the two sects looked at him with eyes that burned with zeal. Then, they began to report what had occurred recently in the fighting. Bai Xiaochun listened as they spoke, and soon had a basic understanding of the situation. It was at that point that a bright beam of light suddenly shot in their direction. It was one of the prime elders of the Spirit Stream sect. He moved with such incredible speed that, within the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun had seen this particular prime elder before. The patriarchs have issued orders. Junior Patriarch Bai Xiaochun is to lead a contingent of cultivators to sweep previously conquered territory and root out any stragglers from the Profound Stream sect. Any other matters which come up along the way can be handled as you see fit, as long as you don't waste any time. Bai Xiaochun immediately understood that he was being given a relatively safe and easy mission, not an assignment to the front lines of battle. Obviously, most clans in the conquered territories would be friendly, and any stragglers from the Profound Stream sect would be weak and unimportant. Clearly, this mission had been specifically created just for him. Although Bai Xiaochun felt very appreciative, his expression was solemn and respectful, and his eyes shone with intense light as he said, "I'm afraid I can't comply. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 291, The Middle Peak Blood Master has infinite magical powers. The Spirit Stream Heaven Dao expert can shake the whole world. Chapter 291, The Middle Peak Blood Master has infinite magical powers. The Spirit Stream Heaven Dao expert can shake the whole world. I came here to kill the enemy on the front lines. How could I possibly stoop to handling trifling errands? Bai Xiaochun's energy surged, and as his sonorous voice rang out, everyone who heard him was shaken. All eyes burned with even greater fervor than before, with the exception of Beihan Lai, Master God Diviner, and Jiao Lai. Those three were inwardly cursing him. They were far more familiar with his true nature than the ordinary disciples were. The Prime Elder hesitated for a moment. Then, he looked at Bai Xiaochun and said, "Junior Patriarch, these are the orders of the Patriarchs. Stabilizing the conquered territory behind the battle lines is also very important." Inwardly, Bai Xiaochun was snickering, but outwardly, he put on a show of refusing again. The Prime Elder could do nothing more than continue to cajole him. It reached the point where the Prime Elder was getting ready to give up and back down. Then, to his surprise, Bai Xiaochun suddenly agreed. Gritting his teeth and looking very displeased, he said, "All right, fine. I don't want to make trouble for you. I accept the mission." With that, he flew up into the air. "Who is with me? Who is willing to join me as I stabilize the conquered territory and make a name for our two sects?" Virtually all of the cultivators began to cry out. "I'm willing to follow you, Blood Lord, but count me in, Junior Patriarch. I'm coming too, Sect Uncle Bai." In the blink of an eye, more than half of the group of several hundred cultivators stepped forward. Among them were a contingent from the Bloodstream sect's Middle Peak, who summoned an enormous blood sword, which they sent flying up into the air. It was hundreds of meters long, and radiated shocking energy. Beihan Lai immediately shrank back. Master God Diviner edged away. As for Jiao Lai, after the trial by fire for Blood Master, he had come to deeply fear Bai Xiaochun, and didn't hesitate to go in the opposite direction, worried that he might be spotted. Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily as he stepped onto the huge blood sword. Then he waved his hand, and numerous gargoyles flew over, along with a large number of flying ghouls. At the same time, all of the volunteers from the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect flew up to hover around the sword. Bai Xiaochun stood there, an enigmatic smile on his face as he looked down at the ground below. Beihan Lai, Master God Diviner, Jia Lai. What are you three hiding from me for? Come, come. Join me in setting out on this mission. Beihan Lai, Master God Diviner, and Jia Lai were all shaking and cursing inwardly. None of them wanted to go, and yet the orders from their respective patriarchs had been clear. Bai Xiaochun was leading the mission, and he had the right to pick anyone he wanted to go with him. Beihan Lai wanted to argue, but he only got one word out of his mouth before Bai Xiaochun glared at him. I've been given a Dharmic decree by the patriarchs. Beihan Lai gritted his teeth and then flew over to the sword, depression gripping his heart. Master God Diviner and Jia Lai were howling inwardly, but they knew they couldn't escape. Having no other choice available, they flew over and joined the team. That's more like it. Alright, let's go. Bai Xiaochun laughed again, then flicked his sleeve, sending the enormous sword, and the several hundred cultivators with it, flying off in grand fashion. Bai Xiaochun had never felt so impressive. He sat cross-legged at the tip of the huge sword, looking around at the countless gargoyles and refined corpses, and then at the surrounding cultivators. That, coupled with the sight of Beihan Lai, Master God Diviner, and Jia Lai looking so depressed, left Bai Xiaochun feeling very proud of himself. It seems that joining the war effort really was the right decision, he thought. Even back in the Spirit Stream sect and the Bloodstream sect, I never got to show off like this. Who would ever have thought that I could do so right here? With that, he pointed his finger straight out in front of him. Sect nieces and nephews, come with me as we dominate the Profound Stream sect. One of the Bloodstream sect disciples was particularly clever. When he saw how Bai Xiaochun was in such high spirits, he edged a bit closer to the sword and yelled at the top of his lungs, "The Middle Peak Bloodmaster has infinite magical powers." Quite a few of the other surrounding cultivators were shocked, and even Bai Xiaochun looked over at the young man in astonishment. The young man seemed a bit embarrassed to have so many people staring at him, and he even started to blush. Just as he was thinking that he had gone a bit too far with his flattery, Bai Xiaochun threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Don't say things like that in the future. I'm an upright and frank person, and definitely not a big fan of flattery. Now, take this medicinal pill. Bai Xiaochun was actually very pleased, and his facial expression didn't match his words at all. In fact, he seemed to be encouraging such behavior as he threw over a Tier 3 spirit medicine. The young disciple was very excited, and seeing that Bai Xiaochun was encouraging him, he raised his voice even louder and said, "That's how we truly feel. It's no flattery. The Middle Peak Bloodmaster has infinite magical powers." The other Bloodstream sect disciples' eyes went wide, especially when they saw Bai Xiaochun give a reward of some spirit medicine. Their eyes began to burn with passion, and they too joined in to call out, "The Middle Peak Bloodmaster has infinite magical powers," but over 100 people were calling out the same thing, and it made Bai Xiaochun feel wonderful. Coughing dryly, he handed out quite a few medicinal pills as a reward. Of course, the 100 or so cultivators from the Spirit Stream sect weren't very happy about what was going on. Glaring at the Bloodstream sect cultivators, they also began to cry out. The Spirit Stream Heaven Dao expert can shake the whole world. Bai Xiaochun was so excited that he was shaking. His eyes shone, and his heart surged. Slapping his bag of holding, he sent large quantities of spirit medicine flying out. The disciples of the two sects all understood what was happening, and they clustered around Bai Xiaochun, yelling at the tops of their lungs as they flew along. The Middle Peak Bloodmaster has infinite magical powers. The Spirit Stream Heaven Dao expert can shake the whole world. Only Beihan Lai, Master God Diviner, and Jia Lai simply gritted their teeth. They held Bai Xiaochun in complete contempt, and refused to resort to fawning flattery. Not even if they died. Bai Xiaochun was very pleased, but also felt that he should be a bit more humble. Waving his hand, he said, "All right, keep it down, guys, keep it down." And it was in this grandiose fashion that he proceeded along through the Profound Stream sect territory that the two sects had already conquered. Before long, the group reached a valley that housed a cultivator clan which had once been a part of the Profound Stream sect. Once the invasion began, they surrendered, and yet, many in the clan were still loyal to the Profound Stream sect. Although they put on a show of complying, they secretly hated the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect. As of this moment, the Patriarch and other clan members were currently discussing their next move. The Spirit Stream sect has pushed things too far. They used to be allies of the Profound Stream sect, but then they betrayed them. HMPHH. And then there's the Bloodstream sect. They're all a bunch of devilish cultivators, killers by nature. Sooner or later they're going to be punished by the heavens. Even as they sat in the hall, cursing in righteous indignation, a shocking pressure suddenly began to weigh down on them. Then, a cold voice rang out into their ears. Everyone come out immediately to offer greetings to our Blood Master. Immediately, all of the cultivators' faces fell. The clan's patriarch was in the mid-foundation establishment stage. Face twitching, he strode out of the hall, followed by his fellow clan members. Moments later, an enormous, blood-colored sword appeared up above, surrounded by more than 200 cultivators of the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect. Standing on the sword itself was Xiaochun, surrounded by roaring shouts that echoed like thunder. The Middle Peak Blood Master has infinite magical powers. The Spirit Stream Heavendao expert can shake the whole world. The people from the Cultivator clan were shaken as they stared up in shock. Meanwhile, Xiaochun's gaze swept over the valley. His mission was to scour the regions behind the front lines to find any stragglers from the Profound Stream sect. Furthermore, he wasn't to just randomly travel around looking for such stragglers. He had a jade slip that identified 37 cultivator clans who were suspected loyalists, and might be harboring such individuals. According to the initial investigation carried out by the Spirit Stream sect, there were suspicious aspects to all 37 of those clans that needed to be examined further. As for whether they ended up being spared, or wiped out, that was up to Xiaochun's judgment. Thankfully, the jade slip had a marvelous function that allowed the person holding it to detect fluctuations that would point directly toward any member of the Profound Stream sect. Seeing the grand display of glory and power in front of them left the cultivator clan shaken. After taking a deep breath, the clan's patriarch clasped hands, bowed, and said, "Greetings, Blood Master." Xiaochun didn't respond. The heaven-span Dharma eye on his forehead opened, and it was as if a curtain had been swept aside. He saw through all barriers within the valley, and quickly noticed that there was a necropolis hidden underground. Within that necropolis were 8 people seated cross-legged as they healed themselves. Although Xiaochun had never seen them before, based on their wounds, their clothing, and the fluctuations of Profound Stream sect magic on them, he was sure who they were. Instantly, the jade slip in his hand began to glow brightly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 292, I must concoct medicine. Chapter 292, I must concoct medicine. Xiaochun looked down silently at the valley. After the tempering he had undergone in the Bloodstream sect, he had become capable of acting ruthlessly, of cutting people down like grass. There weren't very many cultivators in this clan, and as for the people in the necropolis, they were all injured. With a simple order, he could wipe out the whole clan and the stragglers from the Profound Stream sect. After a moment of silence, he said, "You people already agreed to surrender and offer allegiance to the sect alliance. Why are you doing this?" His heaven-span Dharma eye began to shine as brightly as a sun, unleashing intense control power which instantly pierced all the way into the necropolis underneath the valley. The 8 injured Profound Stream sect cultivators in the necropolis all began to tremble, and blue veins bulged out on their faces and necks. Hoarse shouts erupted from their mouths, and yet, their bodies weren't under their own control. Struggling the entire time, they reached up and then smashed their hands down onto the tops of their heads. Popping sounds rang out as 7 of them coughed up blood and then toppled over, dead. However, one of them, an old man, struggled free. Blood oozing out of his mouth, he shot out of the necropolis, an expression of shock on his face as he sped off in the opposite direction. In response to the sudden development, expressions of shock and terror appeared on the faces of the cultivator clan members. As for the patriarch, his face went ashen, and he began to sway back and forth unsteadily as if he were about to pass out. Before the old man from the Profound Stream sect could get very far, Jiao Lai shot after him in pursuit. Before long, a miserable shriek rang out, and then Jiao Lai returned with the man's head. Murderous aura bristling, he hovered next to Bai Xiaochun, looking down at the group in the valley and licking his lips as if he was imagining drinking their blood. Jiao Lai wasn't the only one, cultivators from both of the sects were doing similar things. Silence filled the valley, and the bitter cultivators' despair grew more intense. "This is war," Bai Xiaochun said, "and there is no right or wrong. There are only different positions. Take this as a warning. Follow our sect alliance. At the moment, there is no better option for you." With that, he waved his sleeve, and the blood sword began to fly off into the distance. The cultivators of the two sects cast cold glances at the cultivator clan before flying away. After Bai Xiaochun left, the cultivator clan stood there, feeling like they were in a dream. They had just been on the threshold of the gates of hell, and had somehow survived. Their hearts were still pounding with fear. After a long silence, the blank look in the eyes of the patriarch transformed into determination. After looking around at his fellow clan members, he saw that many of them wore expressions of gratefulness. That man, he thought, must have been the legendary Bai Xiaochun. He truly is a chosen. A single look from him killed all those people from the Profound Stream sect. He could have crushed us, but instead, let us go. He threatened us, but at the same time, treated us well. Instead of causing us to hate him, we ended up feeling grateful. Ha. If he keeps doing things that way, he'll reach amazing heights. The old man gritted his teeth, and suddenly waved his right hand. Sword light erupted out, instantly slashing off the heads of 3 of his fellow clansmen. It happened so quickly that the 3 victims didn't even have a chance to react. Henceforth, he announced, the Hanyun clan will follow the Spirit Stream sect and the Blood Stream sect. Those 3 were inextricably linked to the Profound Stream sect. By killing them, we sever all the old ties. Let that serve as a warning to any other Profound Stream sect sympathizers. If I hadn't stopped the war between the Spirit Stream sect and the Blood Stream sect, then it wouldn't have been long before the Profound Stream sect was hunting for stragglers just like I am now. Bai Xiaochun sighed and looked around at the cultivators from the 2 sections. He suddenly realized that they were looking at him in a different way than before. They seemed more passionate, and even more respectful. The way he'd killed the Profound Stream sect stragglers, and then dealt with the Hanyun clan, caused quite a few of the cultivators to approve of him even more than before. Even Beihan Lai's attitude seemed to have changed somewhat. There was something strange in his eyes when he looked at Bai Xiaochun. As for Jiao Lai and Master God Diviner, they also glanced over at Bai Xiaochun with odd looks. Bai Xiaochun smiled. He was aware that he had grown up quite a bit, and understood certain things much better than he had before. In some situations, he would do things that he didn't necessarily want to do, as long as it meant protecting his family, his friends, and his sect. My shoulders aren't broad enough to hold up the heavens. But I can certainly support my sect, my family, and my friends. Eyes shining brightly, he unleashed the power of his cultivation base, sending the blood sword rumbling through the air even faster than before. As it whistled along, they passed one cultivator clan after another that had surrendered. Rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth, and countless heads turned to look at them as they passed. When they found Profound Stream sect cultivators, Bai Xiaochun didn't actually have to do anything. The cultivators of the 2 sects would fly out to handle the situation. When it came to the cultivator clans involved, he didn't treat them all the same. Based on the observations he made, and his own judgment, some got the same treatment as the Hanyun clan, but others ended up being wiped out. That was the best way to cow the local populace and stabilize the conquered territory. It was also the only way that their forces on the front lines could continue to advance safely. Soon, word spread about what Bai Xiaochun was doing, and the cultivator clans began to prepare for his arrival. Slowly, the search for the Profound Stream sect stragglers started to get more difficult. One option was to just destroy every clan on his list. However, that could destabilize the entire region behind the front lines. After all, the cultivator clans in question were not to be underestimated. There was a reason why the armies of the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect hadn't tangled with them during the initial invasion. Furthermore, the complete and utter defeat of the Profound Stream sect and their subsidiary clans was not the ultimate goal. The Spirit Stream sect and the Bloodstream sect wanted to absorb their power to strengthen themselves. 3 times in a row, they encountered cultivator clans who had completely sealed off their clan headquarters. No matter what Bai Xiaochun said, or how angry he got, they refused to even respond to him. Thankfully, some of them offered up gifts to him, which he begrudgingly accepted. Bai Xiaochun was starting to feel very down. Looking at the mission Jade slip, he frowned. The Jade slip mentioned 6 particular cultivator clans regarding whom concrete evidence had been gathered, proving that they were not only harboring Profound Stream sect cultivators, but were also planning insurrections. I don't get it. If the patriarchs have definite proof, why don't they just send people to wipe them out? After thinking about the matter for a while, his eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh. Ah, now I understand. Damn it. How come I'm so slow on the uptake? Obviously the patriarchs are rewarding me by giving me a chance to extort some loot. After I'm finished extorting them, the sect will send people over to destroy them. Ha ha ha. That's definitely what's going on. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Xiaochun was more convinced than ever that he had just been muddle-headed before. He even decided that the blackmail aspect was an important part of his mission. The patriarchs are really great. Of course they want to reward me. Although, they could have just said so. There was no reason to be so vague about it. Feeling pleased, and looking forward to what was coming, he led his group of 200 or so cultivators toward the next cultivator clan. The following day, an emerald green mountain rose up in front of them. Glittering lights surrounded the mountain peak, which was obviously a powerful defensive spell formation. He could immediately tell that this clan had done the same thing as the previous few clans, and had completely locked themselves down. Standing there on the huge blood sword, Bai Xiaochun said, "Shuangguan clan, Bai Xiaochun, have come on official business." Before he could even finish speaking, rumbling sounds echoed out, and an enormous figure rose up above the mountain, a giant made of pure light. The giant's eyes were closed, as if it were sleeping. However, moments later, a rumbling voice filled the air. Bai Xiaochun, the Shuangguan clan has sealed itself off to the world. You're not welcome here. Immediately after the thunderous words echoed out, the giant slowly faded away, and the mountain went quiet. Obviously, they really had sealed themselves away. Bai Xiaochun wasn't very happy about being interrupted, but when he thought about the gift that would surely be coming moments later, he brightened a bit. Clearing his throat, he said, "I know you're completely sealed. But I can't just leave empty-handed. How about this, why don't you?" Before he could finish, he was interrupted again. "Screw off." Ha! This was not the reaction he'd gotten from the other clans. Furthermore, he'd been interrupted a second time. He was really starting to get mad now. Are you really cursing at me? I never said anything unreasonable, did I? Look, I have a lot of people here with me, and we traveled a long way to get here. Why don't you? Screw off. The voice sounded even more enraged than before, and echoed out like thunder from the heavens. Fudge! Bai Xiaochun exclaimed. He had been interrupted 3 times in a row, and by this point, his fury was burning hot. How could this clan be so vile? Not only did they refuse to allow him to inspect their clan, they also refused to give him gifts, and even cursed him. Looking around angrily, he said, "Sect nieces and nephews, this enemy is a crafty one, so we have to be even craftier. If we don't, how else will we accomplish our mission? Beihan Lai, Master God Diviner, and Jia Lai all chuckled coldly inside. The Xuanguang clan's spell formation draws upon all the spiritual energy in that mountain, Beihan Lai said coolly. Even if we all attack it together, we wouldn't be able to break it open anytime soon. If we rush things, it could destabilize the area behind the front lines. What exactly are we supposed to do? Everyone else looked over bleakly at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was angrier than ever that the reward handed to him by the patriarchs was turning out to be so frustrating. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth. Since they're being such bullies, I think I'll have to concoct some medicine. The surrounding cultivators immediately began to tremble, and some of them even cried out in alarm. Within the blink of an eye, all 200 of them backed up by 30 meters or so. Beihan Lai, Master God Diviner, and Jia Lai were the fastest among the group. As soon as they heard Bai Xiaochun mention concocting medicine, their faces fell, and they backed up as quickly as possible. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 293, Plagued Evil Wreaks Havoc. Chapter 293, Plagued Evil Wreaks Havoc. Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped, and he looked back and forth disappointedly. What are you guys doing? Coughing dryly, he continued, it's for the sake of the mission. Besides, I'm really awesome at concocting medicine, but people were already calling out advice. Sect Uncle Bai, there's no need to concoct any medicine, alright? Exalted Bloodmaster, let's just let this cultivator clan off the hook, okay? Everyone all started talking at once, even Master God Diviner. Snorting coldly, Bai Xiaochun waved his hand to produce a pill furnace. No way. I refuse to believe that they'll keep their doors closed to me. As soon as the pill furnace appeared, the surrounding cultivators of the two sects backed up even further. Bai Xiaochun looked at the Xuanguang clan, then chuckled darkly. Slapping the pill furnace, he produced a large quantity of medicinal plants and began concocting. The disciples of the two sects were still backing up, panting, looks of fear flickering in their eyes. And yet, at the same time, they seemed to be looking forward to the outcome. What a tragedy for the Xuanguang clan. I can't believe they dared to provoke the plagued evil. Did you guys know that back when Bai Xiaochun concocted medicine in the Spirit Stream sect, he invoked lightning from the heavens, and even acid rain? How could we not know? Back in the Bloodstream sect, he almost blew up Lesser Marsh Peak. Bai Xiaochun had a pill furnace, a bag full of flame crystals, and plenty of plants and vegetation. Considering his skill in the Tao of medicine, he quickly produced a batch of spirit medicine. Based on what he recalled, this particular type of spirit medicine was one that he had first concocted on Corpse Peak, and could cause hallucinations. It only took a day before the pill furnace was trembling, and wisps of black smoke began to spread out from it. When the disciples of the two sects saw the black smoke, they gasped and backed further away. Even people in the Xuanguang clan itself were starting to get nervous. They had heard of Bai Xiaochun's nickname Plagued Evil, and as such, were completely on guard. Although they had never faced an assault such as this one, they were ready. Another half a day went by, and then Bai Xiaochun threw his head back and roared as he slapped the pill furnace with both hands. A huge cloud of black smoke rose up, whereupon he waved his sleeve, sending it toward the Xuanguang clan's mountain. When the black smoke touched the glittering shield of light, the shield vibrated, but only blocked about half of the smoke. The rest passed right through. However, such a small amount of smoke was negligible considering the size of the mountain, and nothing much happened. Bai Xiaochun felt more down than ever, especially when he heard the jeering calls coming from the Xuanguang clan. I always thought the Plagued Evil moniker sounded really impressive. But it turns out to be just for show. Bai Xiaochun, our Xuanguang clan might have surrendered to the Bloodstream sect, but that doesn't mean you can come extort us any old time you want. You think we'll open our doors wide just because of your title? Screw off, and don't come back until you reach core formation, Bai Xiaochun was now more irritated than ever. After glaring at the Xuanguang clan's mountain for a moment, his eyes began to shine brightly. If one stream of smoke isn't enough, then I'll make 100. No, hundreds. Considering how many people were watching him, Bai Xiaochun felt as if he had really lost some face. With that, he waved his right hand and began to concoct more medicine. This time, he produced even more black smoke. However, he didn't send it swirling toward the spell formation shield. Instead, he performed an incantation gesture, and at the same time, used his powers of gravity and repulsion to produce a glowing sphere. Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base had reached the point where he could prevent the sphere's power from shredding clothing to pieces. By inverting the power inward, it created a flowing cycle that made the sphere very suitable as a vessel to hold things. Now, he poured smoke into it until it was completely full. Having accomplished that, Bai Xiaochun waved his sleeve, sending the sphere shooting back toward Jia Lai. Take it, he said, not even turning his head. Trembling with fear, Jia Lai caught the sphere. Then, Bai Xiaochun continued to concoct. Astonishingly, 5 days passed in which he produced hundreds of the glowing spheres, all of them packed with hallucinatory smoke. Every sphere produced was tossed back to the group of 200 cultivators. When everyone was well armed, Bai Xiaochun looked up at the Xuanguang clan mountain, eyes bloodshot. Then he extended his right hand and pointed at the mountain. Xuanguang clan, he yelled, if you're that tough, then don't even think about coming out from behind your shield. Unleash the spheres. Immediately, the cultivators launched the spheres with all the force they could muster, happy to be rid of the terrifying objects. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of beams of light were shooting toward the Xuanguang clan's spell formation. As soon as they made contact, rumbling booms echoed out. The spheres shattered, and the powers of gravity and repulsion within them caused the shield to distort and ripple, breaking open numerous rifts. Although the rifts quickly mended themselves, the hallucinatory smoke that belched out of the exploding spheres had plenty of time to pour into the spell formation. Before long, cries of alarm began to rise up from the mountain, reaching a cacophony. Then, the mountain suddenly went silent. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide as he looked over at the Xuanguang clan. All of the 200 or so cultivators at his back, including Beihan Lai, Master God Diviner, and Jia Lai, were nervously doing the same thing, their eyes shining. This was their first time cooperating with Bai Xiaochun in the act of concocting medicine, and considering they had personally unleashed the glowing spheres, they were eager to see the results. After a protracted moment of silence, cackling laughter suddenly rose up from the mountain. Then the sound of weeping. And then roaring. All sorts of strange and unthinkable sounds could be heard. The mere sounds were enough to cause Beihan Lai's skin to crawl. Gasps could be heard from the other cultivators, especially those from the Bloodstream sect who had witnessed the tragedy of Corpse Peak. The cultivators who had actually come from Corpse Peak had complicated expressions on their faces as they thought back to past events. 3 days later, the Xuanguang clan surrendered. They didn't offer any stipulations, they simply opened up the mountain and received Bai Xiaochun. In addition, they offered copious amounts of gifts. The fear and dread in the eyes of their cultivators as they looked at Bai Xiaochun couldn't have been more clear. Those 3 days had been a nightmare that they wouldn't forget for the rest of their lives. The name Plagued Evil had now been established in the Heavencraft continent, and the stories were already spreading. Surprisingly, the cultivators of the two sects soon fell in love with this magic that only Bai Xiaochun seemed capable of providing. That was especially true of Beihan Lai, Master God Diviner, and Jia Lai. Bai Xiaochun was an honest and straightforward person, so he split up the extortion profits among all of his followers. Of course, he was quite pleased at how everyone seemed to approve of his tactics. As a result, he spent some time making more glowing spheres, for defensive purposes of course, until everyone had at least 4 or 5. There were different types of glowing spheres. Some had acid rain in them, some had hallucinatory smoke, some could summon lightning, and some would strike the victims with instant diarrhea. Gradually, the general attitude of the entire team was influenced by Xiaochun. Even Beihan Lai, Master God Diviner, and Jiao Lai were all subconsciously being corrupted. Time passed. 2 more months went by. During that time, there were a few injuries and casualties among the team. At one point during an inspection of one of the cultivator clans, they ran into a large group of Profound Stream sect disciples who were just about to complete a large teleportation portal. If that teleportation portal were completed, Profound Stream sect cultivators from the front lines would be able to teleport into the area and cause major problems. During the battle, the team tossed out a large number of his glowing spheres, then took advantage of the enemy's weakness to follow Xiaochun into battle. The result was an astonishing and shocking victory. Although Xiaochun didn't go to the front lines to fight, his name spread far and wide throughout the conquered territories. Furthermore, it wasn't just his glory that increased. The other cultivators in his team also benefited. Their ability to use long-range poison spheres, and the terrifying things that resulted, ensured that they gained much the same reputation. They fairly radiated fiendish, murderous auras as they dominated the enemy. That caused them to grow even more fervently supportive of Xiaochun. They had truly fallen in love with this new style of battle that he had created. Before they realized it, they had finished their mission, and their long path of destruction had led them very close to the front lines. Xiaochun was surrounded by a completely transformed group of cultivators. The 2 months of fighting alongside him had changed them significantly. Their bags of holding were packed with the spoils of war, and in addition, they had all grown very close to each other. Cultivators of both sects could often be seen laughing and chatting with each other, discussing which of the various poison spheres was the best. They even cooperated well with each other in battle. A few months ago, no one in either sect would ever have believed that such a level of cooperation was possible. However, it was a reality in Xiaochun's team. Although Beihan Lai, Master God Diviner, and Jiao Lai often had cold smirks on their faces, in their hearts, they viewed him differently than before, although none of them were quite sure exactly how. That was especially true of Beihan Lai. As he looked around at the disciples, some of whom were in the Qi condensation stage, and some of whom were in foundation establishment, he was somewhat surprised to find that the previously injured and disorganized group now brimmed with battle prowess. It was a battle prowess that surpassed that of some of the elite cultivators that he had seen on the front lines. Considering how much they loved this fighting style, he was sure that if they did go to the front lines, they would make a huge scene. And all of that was because of Xiaochun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 294, To the Front Lines. Chapter 294, To the Front Lines. The war had reached a fever pitch on the Heavencraft continent. Of the Profound Stream sect's 29 temple headquarters, 28 had already been captured. The last temple existed on what had once been the border of Pillstream sect territory. There it stood, tall and mighty, the final point of resistance. It was located right in the middle of a sprawling mountain range that was even more majestic than the Xiaochun Mountains. The mountain range was split in half, almost as if a giant as tall as the sky itself had cleaved it into 2 halves with the stroke of an axe. In the resulting gap, past generations of Profound Stream sect patriarchs had paid an enormous price to erect a massive city. That city was the final remaining temple headquarters of the Profound Stream sect, and it was large enough to house millions of people. It was also protected by a vast number of spell formations. Virtually all of the surviving Profound Stream sect cultivators were holed up in the city, which everyone knew would be the location of the final battle. The army of the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect had been pushing the fight toward the city for a month already. They had attacked with incredible force, but this was the Profound Stream sect's last stand. Even with the bedraggled remnants of the Pillstream sect attacking the city from the other side of the mountain range, it had not fallen. The Profound Stream sect was holding out until the bitter end, hoping that the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect would lose patience and intervene. After all, the longer things dragged out in the lower reaches, the longer the Sky River Court would have to prepare in the middle reaches. Because of that, the patriarchs of the Spirit and Bloodstream sects had initially intended to use a blitzkrieg strategy to end the war as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, their momentum had stalled just outside of this final enormous city. Around the time that the two sides reached a deadlock, Xiaochun completed his mission. The majority of the Profound Stream sect stragglers had been rooted out. In the process, Xiaochun and his 200 followers had packed their bags of holding full of cultivation resources. By this point, the entire group radiated the air of riches, and made a spectacular sight wherever they went. Eventually, they found themselves on a vast plain that was the final stretch before reaching the front line itself. Even from this distance, they could detect the fluctuations of battle, and could hear the rumble of magic being unleashed. The wind carried with it the reek of blood, and across the plain in front of them were strewn numerous corpses and patches of gore. Xiaochun stood at the edge of the plain, vigilantly studying the scene spread out in front of him. There were no subversive cultivator clans here, and in fact, there were even squads of Bloodstream sect cultivators moving about here and there. However, Xiaochun had developed a keen sense for danger, and could tell that by crossing this plain and heading to the front lines, there would definitely be danger. The sense of danger weighed down on him heavily, especially when he saw the distortions in the air off in the distance, evidence of the fierce fighting that was going on. He couldn't help but think of his past experiences with the Luochen clan in the Fallen Sword Abyss, and in the trial by fire for Bloodmaster. Xiaochun wasn't the only one who was on guard. The other cultivators around him felt the same, especially Beihan Lai, Master God Diviner, and Jia Lai. Those three had been to the front lines before, and knew that fighting with the Profound Stream sect was a very dangerous affair. If one wasn't careful, one could end up dead. After all, this was a war in which whole sects faced the threat of extermination. In the fighting, no quarter was given, and one side or the other would end up dead. At the moment, Xiaochun had two choices. He could head back into the conquered territory, or proceed onward to the front line to fight with the Profound Stream sect cultivators. What should we do now? He asked aloud. As far as he was concerned, taking risks wasn't the best thing to do. If he wasn't careful, he could lose his poor little life. Clearing his throat, he continued, "If we go back." Before he could finish speaking, his heart skipped a beat as intense murderous auras sprang up from the cultivators around him. Clearly, they were itching to fight. Xiaochun blinked a few times as everyone turned to look at him with strange looks on their faces, as if they couldn't believe what he had just said. "If we go back into the conquered territory." Beihan Lai frowned. Master God Diviner and Jia Lai's jaws dropped. Xiaochun's heart skipped another beat, and regret began to rise up inside of him. However, he plastered a proud smile onto his face and stirred his cultivation base, causing his energy to soar. Looking more steel-veined than ever, he swished his sleeve dramatically and said, "If we go back into the conquered territory, how could we live with ourselves? We're cultivators, right? What are we afraid of, dying? Let's go to the front lines and fight the Profound Stream sect to the death." Then he laughed bravely. The murderous auras of the surrounding cultivators erupted. "Starting this day, we will fly our banner on the battlefield." Laughing uproariously, he stepped out onto the plain. Beihan Lai's heart trembled. Taking a deep breath, he also began to laugh heartily as he followed Xiaochun. Jia Lai and Master God Diviner didn't suspect anything at all. Based on their experiences, Bloodmaster Nightcrypt was a violent and ruthless individual. The other cultivators of the two sects also began to laugh vigorously, and soon, the entire group was moving across the plain toward the front lines. With everyone clustered around him, Xiaochun looked completely extraordinary. However, inside, he was crying. He had no desire at all to go to the frontline battlefield. Unfortunately, he felt as if he had no other choice. His hand was being forced. Thus, he led his team across the plain, gnashing his teeth the entire way. They went along for a few days, and Bai Xiaochun's nervousness mounted. It reached the point where even the slightest stirring of a branch or blade of grass would cause his heart to leap with fear. One afternoon, a group of a few dozen beams of light suddenly appeared off in the distance. It was a squad of Profound Stream sect cultivators, and as soon as they noticed Bai Xiaochun, their expressions flickered. However, instead of retreating, their faces filled with the desire to do battle. Roaring in rage and hatred, they closed it at top speed. People from the Spirit and Bloodstream sects. Fight them to the death. Die. Among the dozens of cultivators were 8 in the Foundation establishment stage. The entire group was clearly dead set on fighting. Bai Xiaochun was startled, but before he could even open his mouth to say anything, more than half of the cultivators surrounding him threw out glowing spheres. Upon reaching the Profound Stream sect cultivators, the spheres exploded. The Profound Stream sect cultivators all had different reactions. Some of them suddenly looked around blankly. Some of them howled madly at the tops of their lungs. Some of them clutched at their throats. Some of them were clearly hallucinating and started lurching about. As they were thrown into chaos, the cultivators surrounding Bai Xiaochun shot forward with flashing eyes and vicious grins. Booms rang out as the slaughter commenced. The entire process lasted for the time it takes half an incense stick to burn. Bai Xiaochun watched as his zealous followers then tidied up the battlefield, sweeping up the bags of holding and distributing their contents to the rest of the team. Bai Xiaochun was suddenly struck with the sensation that the group he led was as fierce as a pack of wolves or tigers. Bai Xiaochun took his share, and then declared, "Excellent. This is how we cultivators should be. This place is newly conquered territory. Let's clean things up here and make a name for ourselves on the Heavencraft continent." The surrounding cultivators' expressions brightened, and within moments, they were speeding away off into the distance. Half a month flew by, during which time Bai Xiaochun and his team encountered groups of Profound Stream sect disciples on 4 or 5 occasions. Their numbers ranged from dozens to hundreds. At first, they seemed ferocious, but after the glowing spheres were unleashed, their ranks scattered. Bai Xiaochun and his people met success in every encounter, and their killing auras grew stronger. By now, Bai Xiaochun wasn't nervous at all. He spent most of his time replenishing the glowing spheres. As they proceeded along, the fighting grew more intense. At one point, they encountered a group of nearly 300 Profound Stream sect cultivators. Although the fighting was fierce, Bai Xiaochun's side easily attained victory. The glowing spheres were so effective that very few cultivators could escape their effects. News spread until the Spirit and Bloodstream sects as a whole had heard, and even the Profound Stream sect forces knew of what was happening. However, because of the critical state of the war, they couldn't pay it much attention. Bai Xiaochun felt extremely relaxed. Currently, he was reclining comfortably on the huge blood sword, surrounded by shouting cultivators. The Middle Peak Blood Master has infinite magical powers. The Spirit Stream Heaven Dao expert can shake the whole world. At one point, a beam of light appeared off in the distance. It was a young man who held a stack of paper talismans in his hand. He was coughing up blood, and his face was ashen. Clearly, he was in a bad situation. Every few seconds, he would toss one of the paper talismans out to block the people that were chasing him. Those paper talismans were the only reason he was able to keep some distance between him and his pursuers. Hot on his tail was a group of about 200 enemy cultivators. At the head of that large group was another young man with bristling killing intent. He was only in mid-Foundation establishment, but his murderous aura made him seem as strong as late Foundation establishment. As soon as Bai Xiaochun saw him, his eyes widened. 9 aisles. Then his eyes flashed as he realized that the cultivator being chased was none other than Xiaochun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 295, Take them and have fun. Chapter 295, Take them and have fun. Su Xiaochun was so far away that he couldn't quite make out who was in the group up ahead of him. However, he could see the enormous blood sword, and sensed the unique blood auras of bloodstream sect cultivators. Without any hesitation, he shot toward them. When he made out Bai Xiaochun, he looked like he was about to weep with joy. "Bai Xiaochun!" he shouted. At almost the same time, Nine Isles also spotted Bai Xiaochun. At first his eyes widened, but then they shone with joy. "I can't believe Bai Xiaochun's here. I thought I would capture Su Xiaochun today, but who could have guessed that we would also run into Bai Xiaochun? He's dead." Nine Isles laughed loudly as he led his group of roughly 200 cultivators forward. If they had encountered some of the elite forces of the spirit and bloodstream sects, it might have been a different story. However, he could tell that Bai Xiaochun's group was filled with cultivators of all different levels. Other than Beihan Lai, Master God Diviner, and Jiao Lai, the rest of them were obviously disciples of no note in their sections. Nine Isles was completely confident in being able to wipe such a group out. Laughing loudly, he continued to chase Su Xiaochun toward Bai Xiaochun. Quite a few among Nine Isles' group of cultivators recognized Bai Xiaochun, and although they were shocked, their desire to kill him burned bright. All of them knew that this was a war of sect extermination, and they were aware that one of the main reasons why the spirit and bloodstream sects had struck an alliance was because of Bai Xiaochun. Su Xiaochun also realized this, and it caused him to hesitate for a moment. However, he had no other options. If he didn't join Bai Xiaochun, he would die. Indecision flickered in his eyes, and he cursed himself for getting into this situation. But then he realized that Bai Xiaochun's expression was the same as always, and that the cultivators in his group didn't seem scared at all. In fact, many of them were even looking at Nine Isles and his cultivators with contempt and derision. "Ha!" Su Xiaochun muttered, confused. Bai Xiaochun clasped his hands behind his back. Looking very proud of himself, he said, "Fear not, Xiaochun. The Blood Lord is here to save you." Clearing his throat, he looked at the cultivators surrounding him, then waved his hand outward. To Su Xiaochun's shock, all the cultivators on Bai Xiaochun's team began to produce glowing spheres. "Attack!" Bai Xiaochun roared. The cultivators of the two sects roared in response, and began to throw the glowing spheres. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of them were flying through the air like shooting stars. Nine Isles' jaw dropped, and the group behind him hesitated for a moment. Some in the group unleashed attacks to block the glowing sphere, but the spheres seemed to be impervious to magical techniques. They began to explode, sending vast quantities of smoke out to cover Nine Isles and everyone around him. The smoke instantly reduced the visibility in the area, but it didn't stop the miserable shrieks and howls from echoing out. "My stomach! Heavens! I've become an immortal! Stay away, everyone! Get away from me! What is this place?" Su Xiaochun's expression flickered, and he cried out, "Corpse peak plague smoke!" Trembling visibly, he screamed and used all the power he could muster to fly away from the smoke, his face as white as a sheet of paper. He more than anyone was intimately familiar with that smoke, and his experiences had been especially memorable. The scene which had played out because of that smoke was like a nightmare that would haunt him for the rest of his life. To see it showing up again here filled his heart with terror. However, even as he fled from the smoke, the air began to clear. The 200 profound stream sect disciples became visible, and it was a bizarre scene. Some of them were waving their arms, some seemed drunk, some looked as ashen as death, and some were surrounded by noxious odors. Some were even hugging each other. As for Nine Isles, he hovered there trembling, surrounded by a rippling shield of light that somehow protected him from the smoke. He almost couldn't believe what he was seeing around him. What divine ability is this? Impossible. It's impossible. How could there be a magic like this? Profound fear of Bai Xiaochun rose up in his heart. He suddenly thought back to the fallen sword abyss, and it provoked a hoarse scream. Before Bai Xiaochun could even attack, he pulled out a jade pendant and pushed down to activate it. 7 colored lights spread out, along with cracking sounds. Teleportation power surged, wrapping 9 aisles up to teleport him away. Bai Xiaochun's pupils constricted. He was well aware that jade pendants which could teleport Foundation establishment cultivators off of the battlefield were extremely valuable to any sect. Virtually priceless. He quickly opened his heaven-span Dharma eye, sending a golden beam of light shooting toward the departing 9 aisles. As soon as the golden beam of light slammed into 9 aisles, he let out a blood-curdling scream. Although he was still teleported away, the control power exerted by Bai Xiaochun's heaven-span Dharma eye managed to grab onto his arm and rip it clean off of his shoulder. Even as 9 aisles was whisked away, Bai Xiaochun's followers began to attack the cultivators who had remained behind. Beihan Lai looked over at one of the Foundation establishment cultivators who was clutching at his stomach, a noxious odor surrounding him. "I remember you. You were one of the people who ganged up on me on the front lines." Grinning viciously, he closed in for the kill. Jia Lai and Master God Diviner unleashed magical techniques with murderous intent. It was the same with all the other cultivators, and furthermore, by cooperating, they ensured that their own group sustained virtually no injuries. Bai Xiaochun's team had become intimately familiar with combat and fighting. Before long, the miserable shrieks faded away, and the fighting was over. The only thing Bai Xiaochun regretted was that 9 aisles had escaped. As for Xiaochun, he was so completely shaken by what he had just seen that he forgot to breathe. Then he noticed that the cultivators of the two sects were all cooperating in the fighting. He even saw Beihan Lai and Master God Diviner working together to fight an enemy. How is this even possible? He gasped, rubbing his eyes to clear them. An hour later, the battlefield had been cleared of loot, and the group was on their way again. Xiaochun joined them, flying along next to Bai Xiaochun and offering numerous fawning words of praise. "Blood Lord Nightcrept? Junior Patriarch Bai Xiaochun? Sect Uncle Bai? What do you think about giving me some of those glowing spheres everyone used back there?" Bai Xiaochun looked very pleased with himself. He felt quite a sense of accomplishment at how his team was fighting so hard and well together. "It's all a big meritorious service on my part," he sighed to himself. Looking over at Xiaochun, he waved his sleeve and threw him a few glowing spheres. "Take them and have fun." Xiaochun gingerly took the glowing spheres, heart pounding with anticipation. He couldn't wait to run into some Profound Stream sect cultivators to use them on. He would show those Profound Stream sect cultivators how awesome the Plague Devil's poison smoke was. Time flew by. Another 2 months passed. The war had been going on for half a year already, but the deadlock still hadn't been broken. Furthermore, more and more small-scale battles were being fought throughout the Heavencraft continent. Most of those battles were between groups that numbered in the dozens or hundreds. Bai Xiaochun's name spread far and wide during that time. Every single battle he fought ended in victory. Eventually, his glowing poison spheres were also becoming famous. Profound Stream sect cultivators on all fronts of the battle knew of the terrifying name of the Plagued Evil. Beihan Lai, Master God Diviner, and Jia Lai also earned their own glory. As for Xiaochun, he joined the group a bit late, but also rose to fame. He fell in love with Bai Xiaochun's glowing spheres, and used them more enthusiastically than anyone else, especially the ones that induced hallucinations. As for the Profound Stream sect's patriarchs, and the other leaders holed up in their final headquarters, they also heard of the glowing spheres. However, all they could do was gnash their teeth. None of them dared to go out and fight. Not even the Profound Stream sect's prime elders and legacy echelon cultivators could shake their fear of the spirit and bloodstream sects. All of them were waiting for the final decisive battle to show their faces. Everything was reaching a boiling point. Bai Xiaochun's fame grew, and his group of followers grew more and more zealous as they wiped out the teams of Profound Stream sect cultivators who still lurked about. Even the patriarchs of the Spirit Stream sect and the Bloodstream sect were shocked by how things were playing out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 296, You're Alive? Chapter 296, You're Alive? Dusk was falling, but it couldn't darken the excitement that surged in by Xiaochun's heart. Looking very pleased with himself, he sat cross-legged atop the blood sword, pointing out as he said, "Get 'em, boys." He felt wonderful inside and out, and powerful too. He couldn't help but think back to the events of the fallen sword abyss, in which he'd led the Spirit Stream sect disciples to grab all the entrances into the sword. What a wonderful memory! He thought, sighing. But then he remembered how, after he helped all the disciples enter the sword, he ended up being caught alone outside. I shouldn't jinx myself. But then again, things are different in this situation. I have 200 fierce, powerful cultivators with me. Xiaochun looked around at the people around him. Xiaochun was especially impressive, with glowing poison spheres hanging all over him, ready to be thrown out at a moment's notice. Xiaochun couldn't help but approve. Beihan Lai had changed too. Although he looked the same, he had learned to smile. As for Jia Lai and Master God Diviner, they were cultivators of the Bloodstream sect, and had been scary to begin with. However, as the months passed, they had become even scarier. If those four had experienced such changes, there was no need to even mention everyone else. Most of them had come to resemble Xiaochun in many ways. Normally, they spent their time laughing and smiling, and although they feared death to some extent, when they needed to fight, they unleashed their poison smoke and fought ferociously. The mere sight of everyone around him caused Xiaochun to sigh emotionally. Thanks to my leadership, these brothers and sisters finally realized that cultivators should cherish life. As long as you have your life, you have everything. Sighing again, he slapped his bag of holding and pulled out the little turtle to shake around like he usually did. Over the course of the preceding months, he had taken time every day to shake the turtle like a rag doll. He had even come to find that the sound of the turtle's limbs and head knocking against its shell was very pleasing to the ears. Occasionally, a fragrant aroma would waft out after a bit of knocking, which would cause massive amounts of spiritual energy to flow toward him. Because of that, Xiaochun's cultivation improved on a daily basis. His followers also benefited from the influxes of spiritual energy. This damned turtle does have some use after all. He looked down at the turtle, at its protruding head and limbs, and its stumpy tail, and gave it another vigorous shake. That was when he realized that something seemed off about it. The knocking sounds were different from before, and the turtle's extremities all seemed to be stiffer than before. Ha! Surprised, Xiaochun shook the turtle even harder. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, the stiffened extremities went loose once again, and the knocking sounds went back to normal. Pleased, Xiaochun went on to finish his cultivation session. The next afternoon, he led his group flying along through the front lines region. It was a vast area, and that, coupled with his illustrious fame, made it so that they often went days without encountering any profound stream sect cultivators. Xiaochun was starting to get bored. One day, he noticed Xiaochun and Beihan Lai bragging to each other about their achievements in battle. Xiaochun was interested in jumping into the conversation, but then he realized that they were actually looking at him furtively and intentionally ignoring him. Not very happy, he snorted and considered reducing their glowing sphere supply by 70%. At the same time, he subconsciously shook the little turtle back and forth like usually. Suddenly, he frowned. Hey, why is the sound different? Looking down at the turtle, he poked its extremities a few times with his finger and found that, yet again, they had turned stiff. Who knows how long this little turtle has been dead? Poor thing. Its limbs are even starting to stiffen up now. After some thought, he decided that he should try to help the turtle. After all, despite being dead, it had been of much assistance to his cultivation over the past half year or so. Gripping the shell tightly, he started shaking it as hard as possible. He used quite a bit of force and shook it far more quickly than he usually did. Within the space of a few breaths of time, the fragrant aroma once again appeared, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to rush over. However, Xiaochun wasn't finished yet. He kept shaking the turtle as hard as he could, determined to get its body to loosen up again. The process lasted for the time it takes 3 incense sticks to burn. Finally, the little turtle's body once again went loose, and a smile broke out on Xiaochun's face. If your spirit exists in the heavens somewhere, there's no need for you to thank me. I'll help you stay loose for as long as possible. I'll make sure that your fleshly body doesn't decay, not for all eternity. Before he could finish speaking, the turtle suddenly lifted its head and opened its eyes. Its pupils seemed to be spinning, and yet, it was possible to see hatred and madness in its eyes as it suddenly opened its mouth and snapped at Xiaochun's hand. Startled, Xiaochun immediately dropped the turtle and pulled his hand back. The turtle's bite seemed to be fueled by indescribable hatred. When its jaws closed onto the air, a snapping sound rang out that shocked all of the cultivators in the area. Xiaochun felt like his scalp was about to explode. If the turtle had successfully bitten one of his fingers, it would surely have shattered the bones. Not even his heavenly demon body could stand up to snapping power like that. Why, you're alive. You're not dead? Xiaochun edged backward, disbelief playing out on his face. He had studied that turtle for a very long time, and had never detected any life force in it at all. It had definitely been a corpse before, but as of this moment, it was alive. Xiaochun's head was spinning, and his eyes were wide with incredulity. The turtle wobbled a bit as it flew up into the air to float in front of Xiaochun. Its limbs were trembling, and its eyes were bloodshot. Apparently, it was working hard just not to pass out. Glaring at Xiaochun, it howled, "You're the dead one. Your whole family's dead. Your whole sect is dead. Everybody named Bai is dead. I hate you, you jerk." The cultivators of the two sects all looked over in shock. They were familiar with that little turtle. They all remembered seeing Xiaochun shake it around over the past few months, causing the energy of heaven and earth to rush over. But now, the little turtle was actually alive. Xiaochun took a deep breath and was about to say something, but then he noticed what appeared to be tears welling up in the turtle's eyes. The turtle had looked charming to begin with big, round eyes. Now, it seemed to be teetering on the verge of hysteria as it screamed, "Lord Turtle woke up 5 months ago. Why did you have to go around shaking me every single day? There was one day when you shook me 1,000 times. Don't you ever get tired?" Lord Turtle almost threw up that day before he passed out again. The little turtle was shaking, and was so enraged that heat waves were rising up from his body. It looked almost like he was about to explode. Xiaochun already felt bad, so he quickly tried to explain. I didn't do it on purpose. I thought you were dead. If you weren't dead, why didn't you say something earlier? Also, what was that fragrant aroma? Oh, you just had to bring up the fragrant aroma, didn't you? Arf. That's the spiritual energy Lord Turtle has been building up for years and years. You shook out tons of it. That was my collection. I spent tens of thousands of years building it up. Arg. I hate you. I can't live under the same sky as you. The enraged little turtle once again lunged toward Xiaochun to try and bite him. I'm gonna bite you to death. Shocked, Xiaochun dodged to the side, but the turtle kept chasing him, snapping at him over and over again. Su Xiaoshan, Beihan Lai, Jelai, and Master God Diviner were all completely shocked, as were the other cultivators. At first, Xiaochun was terrified at being attacked in such a way. But then his expression flickered, and he spun in place. Murderous aura erupting, he shouted, "Enough! No, it's not enough. Damn it! Lord Turtle is gonna slap you so black and blue you'll never recover." Xiaochun's jaw dropped. This turtle's language was definitely unique. Clearly, he wasn't about to let the matter drop. Backing up, Xiaochun quickly said, "Wait, let me explain. The little turtle rolled its eyes contemptuously and then said, "Oh no, you stay away from me. I have germophobia." Ha? Germophobia? Bai Xiaochun was once again shocked, and the other onlookers were similarly stunned. But then, their expressions slowly began to turn into awe. For someone to be able to say something so profoundly insulting, but not use any obscenities, was something that none of them could ever hope to do. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 297, Heaven Damned Little Turtle, I Hate You. Chapter 297, Heaven Damned Little Turtle, I Hate You. Why you? Despite racking his brain, Bai Xiaochun couldn't think of any comeback. This turtle was simply too hurtful. Virtually every word out of his mouth was an insult. That was especially true of what he had just said. To say he was germophobic and didn't want to talk to Bai Xiaochun was an obvious insult to Bai Xiaochun himself. Rage burned in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, and just when he was about to offer a response, the little turtle suddenly looked at him sympathetically. Shaking his head, he said, "Some people have to be insulted really blatantly, otherwise they don't realize they're being insulted. Make things even slightly cerebral, and it takes them forever to realize they're being taunted." Bai Xiaochun was on the verge of exploding. Sharp-tongued blowhard. He howled. Bastard of a turtle. Why you? However, the look of sympathy in the turtle's eyes grew even deeper. Sighing, he casually said, "Finished with your self-introduction?" The words crushed down onto Bai Xiaochun with the weight of Mount Tai, like lightning on a sunny day. Trembling as if he had been struck physically, he was literally at a loss for words. All of a sudden, he realized that in terms of ability to insult people, this little turtle existed on a different plane than him. It was like the difference between heaven and earth, or the difference between mortals and cultivators. They were different worlds. Bai Xiaochun wasn't the only one who felt like that. The other cultivators of the two sects were all left gasping. They had never encountered someone who could speak so bitingly. Su Xiaoshan's eyes went wide as he stared at the little turtle. To him, it seemed almost godlike. Beihan Lai felt the same way. He had never before seen Bai Xiaochun in such a predicament. Xiao Lai was going wild with joy, and although Master God Diviner looked shocked, inwardly, he was getting very excited. Regardless, everyone had already decided that they would avoid talking to the little turtle at all costs. Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, causing blood qi to explode out toward the little turtle. However, before the blood qi even reached it, the turtle suddenly shrank back into his shell. A bang rang out as the blood qi hit the shell, then faded away, leaving behind not even the tiniest scratch. However, the turtle's muffled voice could still be heard from inside the shell. Bursting with rage, yet empty inside. "If you don't vent a bit, you'll end up dead. Listen up, Bai, you little whippersnapper, Lord Turtle has some advice. Why don't you go build a crystal wall for yourself? If you keep going down this path, it's not healthy." Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped. He actually had no idea what the little turtle was talking about, but he was sure that it wasn't anything good. The fact that he didn't even understand how he was being insulted got him even more mad than before. Suddenly, he thought back to how the little turtle had just talked about people not understanding how they were being insulted. "I'm gonna concoct you into a pill." Bai Xiaochun raged. Waving his right hand, he summoned a pill furnace, grabbed the turtle, and then threw it inside. Eyes bloodshot, he pulled out a pile of earthflame stones and immediately began to try to concoct the little turtle into a pill, right there on top of the blood sword. Strange expressions could be seen on the faces of the surrounding cultivators. Considering how Bai Xiaochun almost seemed to have gone mad, though, none of them dared to interrupt him. Everyone edged back until they were about 300 meters away. For the following few days, Bai Xiaochun concocted like mad. Soon, his hair was in disarray, and he felt like he was on the verge of exploding. However, no matter what methods he used, he couldn't get the little turtle to melt. Occasionally, the little turtle would even hurl insults out from inside the furnace. You call this pill concocting? If you think this heat can melt Lord Turtle, you might as well stop dreaming. Look, whippersnapper, why don't you try again after practicing cultivation for 10,000 years or so? Hey. Not bad. Not bad at all. You realized Lord Turtle was hungry, so you threw some spirit plants in for me to eat. Keep it up, whippersnapper. I'm starting to like you. Add some heat. Come on, Lord Turtle is freezing here. Heat, man, I need heat. Xiaochun was descending into complete madness. He felt like he was about to collapse, and had a mind to simply throw the little turtle away. However, it was a valuable treasure that he had only acquired after suffering untold hardships. He couldn't just give it up. And yet, he couldn't just allow things to go on the way they were. He continued to stew over the matter for 2 days, until he suddenly realized that the little turtle hadn't said anything for quite some time. He muttered, looking surprised. Everyone else in the area was also astonished. They had actually gotten used to the little turtle's voice recently, so the sudden silence seemed odd. Feeling a bit suspicious, Xiaochun cooled down the earth flame and opened the pill furnace to find that it was completely empty. Well, it wasn't completely empty. There were some turtle droppings inside. However, the little turtle was nowhere to be seen. By means of some unknowable method, he had somehow disappeared into thin air. A very unsightly expression could be seen on Xiaochun's face, especially when he looked at the turtle droppings. He really wanted to beat that turtle flat into the ground. Oomph. Well, I'm glad he's gone. I'll just pretend I never even picked him up to begin with. His heart was filled with many mixed emotions as he gritted his teeth and put his pill furnace away. Finally, the other cultivators felt comfortable enough to get a bit closer to the blood sword. Another 5 days passed. Xiaochun hadn't seen a single trace of the little turtle, and had dismissed his disappearance from his mind. Although he was a bit disappointed at losing it, when he thought about his maddening way of talking, he realized that overall, the fact that he had fled was a good thing. His mood gradually got better, and his spirits lifted. One afternoon, just when he was getting everyone ready to continue along through the front lines territory, a golden beam of light suddenly shot up into the air off in the distance. At the same time, the aura of Heavenspan River water also exploded out in all directions. Heaven and earth began to tremble, and the sky distorted. Many of the blood clouds on the battlefield were swept away, and the spirit stream sect's white sun twisted, causing the black raven inside to tremble. The bloodstream sect's reserve power, the ghastly scarecrow, also began to tremble. The same thing happened to the profound stream sect's enormous city headquarters. All patriarchs of the 3 sects who were currently in the Heavencraft continent all turned their heads at the same time to see what was happening. Xiaochun was quite close to the golden light, and felt the vibrations even more acutely. That was especially true considering that he cultivated the Violet Chi Heavenspan incantation, which was built upon the foundation of absorbing Heavenspan River water. Because of that, he was more in tune with the Heavenspan River than ordinary cultivators. That's... Xiaochun gasped. The other cultivators around him were so shocked they were trembling. And that was when all of them, Xiaochun included, saw another beam shooting toward Xiaochun from the expanding golden light. As the beam of light got closer, a voice suddenly echoed out, "Damn it! You trifling little creature. Last time Lord Turtle took a nap, you were a wimp, and the nap before that, your dad was also a wimp." As soon as Xiaochun heard that voice, he was shaken to the core, and his mind began to spin. It was obviously the voice of the damned little turtle. Furthermore, it was now possible to see that within the majestic golden light was a gargantuan crocodile. It was at least 30,000 meters long, and completely golden. Its majesty was virtually impossible to describe, and it was clearly enraged, its roar echoing out louder than thunder from the heavens. 2. It was so angry that Bai Xiaochun could see how bloodshot its eyes were. He gasped, his scalp tingling so hard it felt like it would explode. This was the very same crocodile he had seen back when he was in the Qi condensation stage, a terrifying entity that lived within the water of the Heavenspan River. Before Bai Xiaochun could even react, the little turtle shot toward him with explosive speed. As he closed in, he sucked his extremities in, becoming a turtle shell that then disappeared into Bai Xiaochun's bag of holding. Bai Xiaochun looked up with wide eyes at the distant crocodile, which was currently staring at him angrily. Clearly, it recognized him. When it realized that Bai Xiaochun was the master of the little turtle, it let out a shocking roar that caused the sky to dim, and a huge wind to kick up. Senior Goldcroc, I'm not the turtle's master. Really, I'm not. He wanted to drag the turtle out of his bag of holding, but when he looked inside, he couldn't find a single trace of him. There was no more time to think, as the terrifying crocodile was currently heading in his direction. A pair of wings popped out behind Bai Xiaochun as he fled at top speed. On the verge of tears, he screamed, "Heaven-damned little turtle, I hate you." The other cultivators had long since fled, and were sympathetically watching Bai Xiaochun from a distance. Even after doing a bunch of research, I couldn't determine exactly what the "build a crystal wall" is referring to. I think it's referencing the magical crystal walls that you see in animated shows sometimes. It's either that, or supposed to be something incomprehensible. I'm not going to bug Air Gen about something minor like this, so I'll leave it up to your imagination. 2. The golden crocodile appeared earlier in chapters 48 and 217. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 298, Senior Goldcroc, listen to me, sir. Chapter 298, Senior Goldcroc, listen to me, sir. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were completely bloodshot as he fled for his life. With his proto-magnetic wings and the strength of his heavenly demon body, he was capable of incredible speed. In fact, he moved so quickly that he turned into a blur, a beam of light that was almost instantly far off into the distance. "It's really not me," he howled. Unfortunately, the golden crocodile was just as fast. In the blink of an eye, it was right on top of Bai Xiaochun, filling the entire area with golden light. Bai Xiaochun felt like his scalp was about to explode, and he was trembling in fear. "Senior Goldcroc, listen to me, sir. I also hate that little turtle, alright? You and me, we're not enemies. Our enemy is the damned turtle." At that point, the golden crocodile let out a powerful roar. It sounded like thunder from the heavens, causing everything to shake violently. Bai Xiaochun's eardrums were on the verge of popping, and with a miserable shriek, he shot onward with increased speed. However, before he could get very far, the enraged crocodile's eyes flashed with cold light, and its mouth snapped open. That mouth seemed to become heaven and earth as it loomed over Bai Xiaochun, casting everything below into darkness. A powerful, fishy aroma blasted over Bai Xiaochun, and his eyes went wide as he slowly looked up. Then he screamed. From a distance, it was possible to see the enormous, 30,000-meter-long golden crocodile with its mouth open, and Bai Xiaochun right in the middle. Compared to the gargantuan crocodile, Bai Xiaochun was like a tiny bug. In the blink of an eye, the golden crocodile's mouth began to close as it prepared to consume Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was screaming, his eyes completely bloodshot. In this moment of critical danger, he resorted to his mountain-shaking bash to break free, risking everything to try to get out of the crocodile's closing mouth. Bai Xiaochun felt like his heart was about to explode, and he really was about to start crying. A massive crashing sound echoed out behind him as the crocodile's jaws slammed shut. Deep in his bones, he hated the little turtle for setting him up and getting this crocodile to come after him. Were it not for the fact that the turtle was nowhere to be found in his bag of holding, he would definitely have pulled it out and tossed it into the crocodile's mouth. "We really aren't enemies. Alright, I've absorbed water from the Heavenspan River. Look! I have the aura of the Heavenspan River on me. Trembling, Bai Xiaochun unleashed the aura of the Violet Qi Heavenspan incantation, hoping to convince the crocodile that they were on the same team. It was hard to say for sure, but it seemed that the aura of the Heavenspan River worked. In almost the same moment that he unleashed it, the golden crocodile's eyes flickered with a strange light, and it stopped in place. Bai Xiaochun took advantage of that brief pause to blast forward, putting a bit of distance between himself and the golden crocodile. By this point, he was panting for breath, but before he could do anything else, a cold light flashed in the crocodile's eyes, and it lunged forward again with gaping maw. The fishy aroma washed over Bai Xiaochun once more. Screaming, he decided to throw caution to the wind, and opened his third eye. With the power of the Heavenspan Dharma eye in full force, he looked back at the golden crocodile. In that instant, his jaw dropped. Shockingly, the crocodile was actually not a crocodile. It had been formed from water from the Heavenspan River, and emanated the same fluctuations as the river. A moment later, though, the images in front of him changed again, and it transformed back into the golden crocodile. There was little time for thought. He unleashed the control power of the Heavenspan Dharma eye against the crocodile. It was in that moment that the crocodile's mouth snapped shut a second time, barely missing Bai Xiaochun. However, the resulting blast of air sent Bai Xiaochun tumbling head over heels, face pale. Time passed. 2 hours later, the golden crocodile was still chasing Bai Xiaochun. It was hard to determine what exactly it was thinking. Despite how it was pursuing Bai Xiaochun, it didn't seem to actually want to kill him. However, every time it opened its huge mouth, cold sweat broke out on Bai Xiaochun's forehead. Eventually, Bai Xiaochun realized that the crocodile didn't seem to be trying to kill him, more just mess with him. Every time it closed its mouth, the blast of air would send him spinning off into the distance. However, despite the fact that it wasn't trying to kill him, Bai Xiaochun could also tell that if he didn't evade quickly enough, he really would be swallowed up. He felt very wronged. Compared to this gigantic crocodile, he was like a baby. If the giant thing wasn't careful, it could definitely end his poor little life. Stop messing around, he howled. He really was afraid that the crocodile's messing around would end up killing him. He was scowling on the verge of tears as the golden crocodile once again opened its mouth. Bai Xiaochun was virtually scared witless, and was just about to flee when something new happened. A long water dragon burst out from inside the crocodile's throat, charging toward Bai Xiaochun and then crashing into him. This wasn't ordinary water, it was Heavenspan River water. Any other person would have been killed in body and soul. But because Bai Xiaochun cultivated the Violet Qi Heavenspan incantation, he was much more used to Heavenspan River water. In the blink of an eye, most of his clothing was dissolved. Thankfully, his bag of holding was made from high-quality materials, so it ended up only being damaged a little bit. It was still painful though. Screaming, he fled from the crocodile's mouth again, heart filled with grief and indignation. He quickly put on a new set of clothing, and yet, even as he did, another water dragon burst forth. Because of the intense pressure he was under, he was able to draw upon levels of power that had previously been hidden. That was especially true when it came to his Violet Qi Heavenspan incantation, which was constantly absorbing the Heavenspan River water as it splashed into him. Also because of the pressure, his seventh spiritual sea was beginning to crystallize. The chase didn't last for very long, only about a day or so. Because of the incredible speed involved, Bai Xiaochun was getting very close to the location where the three sects were preparing for the final battle. The next morning at dawn, he actually caught sight of the enormous Profound Stream sect city in the middle of the vast mountain range. He saw the army of the Spirit and Bloodstream sects, which was currently leveling attacks that shook heaven and earth. The fluctuations of magical techniques caused dazzling, multicolored light to shine out in all directions. The golden crocodile finally stopped chasing him. However, cries of astonishment could be heard as people on the battlefield caught sight of it. The patriarchs were fighting up in the sky, but even they were completely shocked by the sight of the crocodile, and then by Xiaochun. The golden crocodile hovered in midair, looking around coldly. Apparently, it didn't find anything in the area worth looking at. Casting a meaningful glance at Bai Xiaochun, it turned and vanished. Bai Xiaochun was so excited to see the crocodile leaving that tears were streaming down his face. The past day had been an incredible torment. The way the crocodile had messed with him left him feeling almost violated. His hatred toward both the little turtle and the crocodile had sunk deep into the depths of his heart. However, it was in that moment that his eyes flickered with surprise. Looking down at himself, he was suddenly overjoyed. His undying live forever technique had made significant progress, and his violet chi heavenspan incantation was becoming more refined. As for his seventh spiritual sea, it was more than half crystallized. Although he felt a bit better, the price he had paid for these benefits was something he would never want to pay again. Sighing, he looked over at the huge city and the battle playing out around it. The Profound Stream sect was fighting back against the invaders with complete madness. They had enormous puppets fighting on their side that looked like mechanical marionettes clad in green armor. Each one required multiple Profound Stream sect disciples to operate. The Spirit Stream sect spell formation giants roared as they advanced across the battlefield. Small and large, they unleashed powerful attacks that caused the earth to quake. As for the Bloodstream sect, they used their locust-like spell formations to send huge sphere-like groups of cultivators bashing into the Profound Stream sect's green-armored puppets. They were like blood-colored mountains that erupted with blood chi and auras of death. Up above in the air were legacy echelon cultivators from both sides of the conflict, as well as prime elders. Even higher were the patriarchs, whose attacks caused the sky to shake and the world to tremble. The Profound Stream sect had a huge spell formation protecting it, as well as countless smaller spell formations to provide auxiliary support. In addition to that, there were countless flickering greatswords floating in the air around the city, arranged into a large sword formation. Atop each sword sat disciples of their sect. Even two such swords together in formation would be incredibly destructive, but there were far more than that. 10 of them would be even more awe-inspiring, and when it came to a formation with hundreds, it could cut down Foundation Establishment cultivators and even cause prime elders to tremble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 299, Reform. Chapter 299, Reform. There were some puppets higher up with golden armor, whose shocking power was comparable to the legacy echelon cultivators or the blood rippers. There weren't many such puppets, but those few that were engaged in the fighting shone like brilliant stars. There weren't just Profound Stream sect cultivators involved in the fighting. Their forces were bolstered by Pill Stream sect cultivators who had surrendered. Because of that, the Profound Stream sect was still strong. The actual battlefield was so wide it was difficult to see one end from the other. It was large enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of cultivators. In each and every place where people were fighting, deadly struggles played out. Clearly, the Profound Stream sect was at a disadvantage, and were suffering setback after setback. If it weren't for the grand spell formation protecting the city, they would long since have been defeated. What was most shocking to Bai Xiaochun wasn't any of that, though. Visible within the spell formation were numerous wooden-faced Pill Stream sect cultivators, who were fueling the formations with their own cultivation bases. Most of the Pill Stream sect cultivators had essentially been enslaved by the Profound Stream sect. Originally, the goal had been to assimilate them into the sect, but the suddenness of the invasion forced the Profound Stream sect to abandon such plans. Now, the cultivators were little more than human-shaped spirit stones used to support the grand spell formation. All in all, it was a shocking scene. This was the first time that Bai Xiaochun had ever seen a truly large-scale war being fought. There was no wind on the battlefield, only the stench of blood that spread out in all directions, seeped down into the ground, and even seemed to pervade the insides of the cultivators who were fighting. Rivers of blood flowed on the ground, and corpses could be seen everywhere. Some were mutilated beyond recognition, while others were intact. Either way, the blank eyes which stared out seemed to contain a longing for life that would never be fulfilled. Bai Xiaochun panted at the sight of the blood and death. Although he was no stranger to killing, to see fighting on such a large scale left him completely conflicted inside. One half was screaming and urging him to flee this danger as quickly as possible. The other half caused his heart to start pounding, and his mind to fill with the desire to wade into battle and fight with complete and utter madness. He took a deep breath as the reality of the situation sank in. He knew that many of his friends were on this battlefield, and after seeing what it was like, there was no way he could flee. A tremor ran through him as a sensation of utter determination rose up inside his heart. Then, he shot forward at top speed. Few people took note that he'd stepped out into the field of battle. However, Bruiser, who was in the middle of fighting one of the Profound Stream Sect's enormous battle beasts, suddenly shivered and let out a long cry. It was a cry of joy, and as it rang out, the rest of the Spirit Stream Sect's battle beasts suddenly found their cultivation base and battle prowess slowly rising. Because of that, both their fighting ability and their healing ability improved. Despite being somewhat surprised by this, the battle beasts were delighted. At the same time, on the periphery of the battlefield, two Qi condensation disciples, one from the Spirit Stream Sect and one from the Bloodstream Sect, were in the midst of despair. Over and over again, they were being pushed back across the battlefield by four raving and bloodthirsty Profound Stream Sect disciples. The two Qi condensation disciples chuckled bitterly and exchanged a glance. After working together in recent days, they had struck up somewhat of a friendship. But now, death loomed over them, and there didn't seem to be any hope. I didn't like you people much at first, but if there's another life after this one, I hope that we can fight together again. Ha ha ha. It's a deal. Originally, they had been on two different squads, but the rest of their comrades had already died in battle. Now they stood shoulder to shoulder, laughing as they prepared to fight to the death. It was in that very moment that a figure appeared, glowing with violet-tinged, blood-colored light. Before the four vicious Profound Stream Sect disciples could do anything, the light flashed by them, and their eyes went wide as their heads flew off of their bodies. Bai Xiaochun had arrived. The two cultivators he just saved stared at him in shock for a moment before crying out in surprise. Exalted Blood Master. Sect Uncle Bai. Bai Xiaochun turned and looked at the pair. He had seen from a distance that they had obviously become friends during the deadly fighting. Such friendships would be very important as the two sects merged. Bai Xiaochun nodded at them, then flickered back into motion, heading to another part of the battlefield. Wherever he went, no one could stand up to him. His undying live forever technique had reached the point where his fleshly body power was beyond description. At the same time, his defensive abilities were shocking. Few people could withstand a blow from him, and every fist strike he launched contained deadly power. That was especially true of his throat-crushing grasp, which took down one enemy after another. His mountain-shaking bash made it difficult to even see him on the battlefield. Even when Profound Stream Sect cultivators managed to surround him, he would unleash fury like that of a wild beast. Booms rang out, and bones were crushed. Not a single enemy could keep Bai Xiaochun locked down. The Undying Live Forever technique is obviously a technique designed to be unleashed in battle. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and retracted all of the power of his magical techniques. He had already learned to use them only at the right moment in the fight, which enabled him to maximize their effectiveness. Using only his fleshly body power, he bashed into a Profound Stream Sect Foundation establishment cultivator. Even as the blood was still raining down, he spun and sent a fist strike towards someone trying to stab him in the back. A look of profound shock appeared on the face of that cultivator in the moment before his arm exploded. Screaming, he fell back, and yet Bai Xiaochun's right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, sending blood-colored light shooting out of his finger to form a blood sword. Moments later, the enemy was stabbed dead. Not pausing for even a moment, Bai Xiaochun sped off into the distance. Relying on his speed, agility, and fleshly body power, he was like a fish in water. Everywhere he went, if there were any Bloodstream Sect cultivators fighting, they would tremble as their cultivation base and battle prowess increased. As a result, their impassioned battle cries grew even louder. Eventually, he reached an area in the middle of the battlefield where cultivators from Fragrant Cloud Peak were operating an enormous spell formation giant. Another nearby giant looked particularly familiar. It was the 9th spell formation incarnation from Mount Daoseed. Originally, that spell formation had been meant for Bai Xiaochun to control. Without him, the giant's battle prowess had been significantly weakened, even more so than the other giants in the area. As of this moment, it was locked in combat with a black armored puppet. There were 3 types of puppets on the battlefield: green, black, and gold. The green puppets were the ordinary type. Black puppets were more powerful and less common. The gold ones were the rarest. As for the black puppets, they came in various sizes, and the ones that were 300 meters tall had traces of gold visible in them. In terms of battle prowess, those gold-fringed black puppets vastly surpassed the other black puppets. This particular black puppet wielded a greatsword as it strode forward. Because the spell formation giant was relatively unprepared, it made it easy for the black puppet to stab the sword clear through it. The giant distorted, and the people inside of it coughed up blood. Their eyes flickered with madness, and yet there was nothing they could do except watch the sword viciously slashing at the giant. Rumbling sounds echoed out. It appeared as if the giant were on the verge of collapsing. Suddenly, a voice spoke out scornfully from within the black puppet. The Spirit Stream Sect spell formation incarnations are famous everywhere under heaven, especially the 9th formation from Mount Daoseed. How disappointing to see it in action today. The puppet twisted its sword, and the spell formation giant teetered closer toward collapse. Everyone inside of it was laughing bitterly. Without Bai Xiaochun, they were like a dragon with no head. Many of the incarnation's abilities were rendered useless, and at the moment, it seemed they would simply have to let the formation collapse and then fight to the death. However, in that moment, a cold snort echoed out. Break formation. A sealing mark shot out and landed onto the spell formation incarnation. The people inside trembled, and then their eyes flashed with joy as they looked at the person flying toward them. It was Bai Xiaochun. The group inside the spell formation began to laugh loudly, simultaneously performing double-handed incantation gestures. As Bai Xiaochun's sealing mark fused into the giant, the incarnation suddenly began to dissolve. Rumbling could be heard as it grew dim and faded away, and the people inside immediately scattered and then shot toward Bai Xiaochun. Reform. Bai Xiaochun roared, his hands flashing in an incantation gesture. In the blink of an eye, they formed back up in midair, and at the same time, Bai Xiaochun's hands blurred with incantation gestures, unleashing the power of the original formation. Rumbling echoed out as a new spell formation giant took form. It was much taller than any of the other giants, and was completely corporeal. It looked exactly like a primeval giant, although its facial features closely resembled Bai Xiaochun's. Its eyes opened, and Bai Xiaochun looked out, his gaze as piercing as a razor-sharp sword. You really want to see how powerful the 9th Mount Daoseed formation is? I'll give you a good look. Bai Xiaochun's energy spiked, and he took a step forward, causing all the lands to shake. The black puppet looked at him in shock, but then its eyes gleamed with the desire to do battle. Bai Xiaochun? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 300, The Power of the Incarnation. Chapter 300, The Power of the Incarnation. The 9th formation from Mount Daoseed had been specially put together by the sect leader just for Bai Xiaochun. Because he was a Heaven Dao Foundation establishment cultivator, he was the only one who could unleash the true battle prowess of the formation. That was also why, moments ago, the formation had seemed so weak. When fully powered up, it could unleash might similar to the gold core stage. Before Bai Xiaochun had appeared on the scene, the 9th formation had only been able to approach somewhat close to the gold core stage. But now, the enormous giant's energy was soaring, and it was completely different from before. In the very instant that the black puppet uttered Bai Xiaochun's name, the spell formation giant took a step forward, causing everything to shake as a domineering aura shot out in all directions. Unexpectedly, the giant incarnation was using the mountain-shaking bash. A string of sonic booms echoed out as the giant blurred into motion. An instant later, it was right in front of the black puppet. No matter how much the puppet had been prepared for an incoming attack, it simply couldn't dodge. A massive boom echoed out in all directions. The bashing power by Xiaochun unleashed on the black puppet was enough to shatter the heavens. Trembling, the puppet flew backward through the air amidst loud cracking sounds. Although the expression on the face of the puppet never changed, the faces of the profound stream sect cultivators inside of it completely fell as their cultivation bases were thrown into chaos. Their chi and blood instantly destabilized, and blood sprayed out of their mouths. "Can't stand up to a single blow," Bai Xiaochun said, his voice as cold as ice. He took another step forward, yet again utilizing incredible speed to appear right above the black puppet, where he stamped his foot down viciously. The resulting boom seemed capable of shattering the air. The black puppet couldn't fight back in the least, and was sent plummeting down toward the ground. Before it could land, Bai Xiaochun flickered into motion and appeared next to it, grabbing it by the arm and swinging it around violently. The puppet was thrown back upward, only to meet Bai Xiaochun again, who unleashed one punch into it after another. The black puppet attempted to dodge and evade, but was completely incapable. Battered by one terrifying fist strike after another, its external shields were distorted to the point of shattering. "Despicable!" howled the black puppet. "How dare you attack in such a devious fashion?" The profound stream sect cultivators inside the puppet could never have imagined that the giant would be so powerful after being reformed by Bai Xiaochun. After failing to seize the initiative, they were completely suppressed, left totally incapable of defending themselves. As the shield twisted on the verge of breaking, the black puppet howled again. Black light surged from its surface, a destructive power that sped toward Bai Xiaochun even as the shield shattered. When the black light appeared, Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered, and he backed up. However, simultaneously, he spun his left foot around in an arc to smash into the black puppet's waist. Cracking sounds rang out, and rifts snaked out across the surface of the puppet as it hurtled down toward the ground. The destructive black light sailed right past Bai Xiaochun, who now hovered there looking down coldly at the black puppet. Snorting, he said, "That's all you've got? You don't even qualify to experience the full power of Mount Daoseed's ninth spell formation." The defiant roars of the profound stream sect echoed out from inside the black puppet. In the moment before it was about to slam into the ground, it twisted, slamming its right hand down to change its momentum. After barely forcing itself under control, the puppet immediately performed an incantation gesture with its left hand, converging all of the power of everyone in the puppet to summon a shadowy clone with a long sword. Without even the slightest hesitation, the clone slashed its sword at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun threw his head back and roared, causing golden light to spread out from his body. In turn, that light caused the giant incarnation to also begin to shine like gold. Shockingly, it was the power of the undying gold skin. The image of a heavenly demon appeared in the same position as the giant incarnation, almost as if the two were one. Everyone in the area suddenly felt as if they weren't looking at the spell formation giant, but instead, a heavenly demon howling up into the heavens. Bai Xiaochun's heavenly demon incarnation clenched its fist and punched out toward the incoming shadowy clone. Cyclonic ripples spread out as the fist slammed into its target. The clone instantly exploded like a shattered mirror. The profound stream sect's magical puppets are famous everywhere under heaven, Bai Xiaochun said calmly. Especially the gold-tinged black versions. How disappointing to see it in action today. His words were almost exactly the same as the words uttered earlier by the cultivator in the black puppet. The arrogant cultivator who had spoken those words let out an angry roar and sent the puppet flying toward Bai Xiaochun, its hands flashing in an incantation gesture as it unleashed a magical technique. However, before the magical technique could even fully form, an enormous 3,000-meter-tall violet cauldron appeared over the head of the black puppet and smashed down onto it, interrupting it. "Game over," Bai Xiaochun said, his eyes flickering. At the same time, the heavenly demon strode forward and reached out toward the puppet. The puppet's eyes flashed, and it opened its mouth, spitting out a stream of 7-colored toxic gas. Simultaneously, the puppet's body decayed significantly. As for the toxic gas, even the air was destroyed as it shot toward Bai Xiaochun. "Time to die," the puppet said, laughing with anticipation. The group of profound stream sect cultivators inside of the puppet had been waiting for just this opportunity to spit out the toxic gas. At the same time, the puppet's hands flashed in an incantation gesture, causing countless greatswords to materialize up above. More than 50 of them could be seen, and buzzing sounds emanated out as they gathered into a sword formation. Then, dazzling, lightning-like beams of light shot from it toward Bai Xiaochun. The sword formation and the toxic gas together were a deadly combination. "Child's play," Bai Xiaochun said coolly. His heaven-span Dharma eye snapped open, causing exactly the same thing to happen with the heavenly demon body. A third eye appeared on the forehead of the 300-meter-tall heavenly demon. Instantly, the heavens began to tremble as the eye focused, not on the toxic gas, but on the enormous sword formation. The more than 50 greatswords suddenly ground to a halt in midair. Although the pause only lasted for a moment, that was all the time Bai Xiaochun needed. Without the slightest hesitation, he pierced through the toxic gas to appear right in front of the black puppet. "Impossible!" Numerous cries of shock and disbelief echoed out from within the puppet. The toxic gas was one of the puppet's trump cards, something that could shake even a powerful gold core cultivator. The profound stream sect cultivators had been completely and utterly confident that it would destroy the giant incarnation. However, what they were truly dealing with was not so much a spell formation giant, but rather, Bai Xiaochun's heavenly demon. To it, a toxic gas like this counted for almost nothing. In the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint, Bai Xiaochun grabbed the black puppet's shoulder and ripped its arm completely off of its body. For shocked profound stream sect cultivators flew out from the shattered stump, and before they could even begin to flee, they were set upon by the nearby cultivators of the blood and spirit stream sects. Even as their agonized shrieks rang out, Bai Xiaochun's right thumb and forefinger snapped together as he unleashed the throat-crushing grasp onto the black puppet's throat. A vicious cracking sound could be heard as the puppet's entire neck shattered, and its head flew up into the air. More profound stream sect cultivators were ejected out. Despite losing an arm and a head, the black puppet wasn't completely destroyed, and the cultivators inside of it instantly sent it backward in retreat, their hearts pounding in fear because of Bai Xiaochun. But how could Bai Xiaochun let the puppet escape? He took a deep breath, causing a vortex to spring up around him. A gale-force wind appeared, and his eyes flickered as his heavenly demon body once again unleashed the mountain-shaking bash, but boom! It moved so quickly it was hard to track with the naked eye. Only a blur of afterimages could be seen as it blasted completely through the black puppet. The puppet literally exploded into pieces, critically injuring the dozens of profound stream sect cultivators inside of it, and sending some to their deaths instantly. Those who survived were still coughing out blood as the cultivators of the bloodstream sect and the spirit stream sect closed in on them for the kill. Bai Xiaochun hovered in midair, breathing heavily. Although he had put on a powerful show, he was actually trembling. And yet, despite how he didn't truly wish to fight in such a way, in critical moments like this, he had no other choice. Sighing, he was just about to proceed to another location when suddenly, a tremor ran through him as his gaze fell upon a location a few thousand meters away. Standing right there was Xueme, complete with her mask. She seemed to be in bad condition, weak, with blood dripping out from underneath her mask as she fell back over and over again across the battlefield. Surrounding her were 4 late Foundation establishment cultivators from the Profound Stream sect, all of whom surged with killing intent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.